The world is like a chessboard, and all things are like chess pieces. When I take hold of the chess pieces, I will surely overturn everything with a flick of my sleeve. The great power of false alchemy seizes the spirit to be reborn, bringing treasures, to achieve the first true immortal of the how you see throughout the ages. Chapter 1. Seizing the Spirit. At midnight, a layer of hazy moonlight shone on the surface of the sea. A few seabirds lazily swayed with the waves, occasionally diving down to peck, swallowing fish and shrimp into their bellies. Crack, crack! At that moment, above the silent sea, a series of extremely crisp and piercing sounds erupted, resembling the cracking of an eggshell. Immediately, large chunks of the surrounding space began to fall away. Then, a pale golden circular object, resembling a medicinal pill, appeared out of thin air. Around it, a circle of strange, purple halos flickered. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be purple lightning with dragon and serpent shapes, dense and vivid. This object seemed to possess intelligence, pausing in midair for about 3 breaths of time before suddenly shooting towards the nearest island with a whoosh. After the golden sphere disappeared, the space, which had been reduced to ancient ruins, instantly returned to its original state. The surroundings were tranquil and peaceful, as if the previous upheaval had merely been an illusion. In the far east of the How You See, there are thousands of islands of all sizes. These islands are scattered from north to south, resembling a flock of birds when viewed from above. Hence they are called the Yuan Yin Islands by the world. Within the Yuan Yin Islands, apart from a few extremely remote or highly dangerous islands, most are occupied by major powers. For thousands of years, they have been the stage for grand and tumultuous battles. The Yuan Yin Islands have thousands of islands of varying sizes. According to the level of spiritual veins on the islands, they are ranked from level 1 to level 4. Haichang Island is a level 2 island located in the western sea area of the Yuan Yin Islands. This island has a second-level spiritual vein and over a dozen first-level spiritual veins, sufficient to support several foundation-building cultivators practicing simultaneously. About 600 years ago, to compete for the ownership of Haichang Island, the Chen family and the Hu family, 2 emerging foundation-building families, engaged in a war of cultivators lasting 30 years. Ultimately, a loose cultivator from the Chen family, who was the ancestor, broke through to the late foundation-building stage first, rampaging and annihilating the Hu family. Occupying Haichang Island for over 500 years, through years of attacks and expansions, the Chen family has successively taken over more than a dozen level 1 islands. In recent years, 3 clan members have consecutively advanced to the foundation-building stage. Their overall strength makes them the unquestionable overlord within 1,000 miles. Haichang Island, Lantian Town. Lantian Town is one of 6 towns on the island, protecting the main city of Haichang City along with the other 5 towns. All 6 towns are built on a first-level spiritual vein, continuously generating spiritual energy for cultivators to practice. The Chen family has developed to the point where they have 5 foundation-building cultivators, over 600 Qi training cultivators, and over 1 million mortals without spiritual roots who cannot cultivate, except for mortal families that have produced cultivators within 3 generations who are allowed to reside outside Haichang City. Others can only live in the towns. Those even further removed from cultivators have been relocated to the first-level islands occupied by the Chen family, responsible for farming and expanding. When fortune smiles upon them, giving birth to a baby with spiritual roots, they can rise directly into Haichang City to enjoy blessings. It is known that under Haichang City lies a second-level spiritual vein. Even though ordinary people cannot absorb spiritual energy on their own, relying solely on such dense spiritual energy, they can live without illness or disaster for nearly 100 years through years of gradual nourishment. The Chen family has arranged guarding cultivators in all 6 towns, but their cultivation levels range only from the 3rd to the 6th layer of Qi training. It is understandable the farthest town from Haichang City is only about 100 miles away, and with the flying speed of foundation-building cultivators, it would take less than 2/4 of an hour to reach. Who would dare to cause trouble in Haichang Island, which has several foundation-building experts stationed there year-round? Every town in Lantian Town has stationed cultivators who practice in Yushuan Cave, a place of treacherous terrain. Yushuan Cave is the convergence of 2 first-level spiritual veins, with a density and purity of spiritual energy far exceeding other places. For Qi training cultivators, it is an excellent place for cultivation. On this day, at midnight, a golden light suddenly burst from the black curtain of the horizon, breaking through the protective great formation of Yushuan Cave at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and then rushed into the cave. Inside, a young cultivator dressed in blue, with an ordinary appearance, was sitting on a stone bench, his eyes tightly closed, his aura fluctuating between strong and weak, clearly engrossed in his cultivation technique. The protective, great formation of the outside world was instantly breached strangely. The young cultivator remained completely unaware. Only when the golden sphere penetrated his forehead and entered his soul origin space did he reveal a look of astonishment and pain, followed by his originally seated body crashing to the ground with a thud. A quarter of an hour later, the young cultivator in blue suddenly opened his eyes, and his body automatically turned upright. After a moment of adjustment, he frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "A medium-grade spiritual root of earth, fire, and why has it chosen you? Congratulations, senior, on successfully seizing the spirit. From now on, the path of immortality is within reach, coexisting with heaven and earth." Just as the blue-clad cultivator was lost in thought, a woman in a purple palace dress, with a graceful figure and beautiful face, slowly walked into a secret chamber where the stone door was ajar about 10 feet away from him. The woman bowed slightly to him and then did not rise again, lowering her head, her figure trembling slightly. The blue-clad cultivator seemed to have already noticed her presence and showed no surprise at her approach. He gradually stood up and said indifferently, "Shui Yun, you have quite the courage." "Shui Yun dares not. My life and death are entirely at the senior's command. I have no complaints." The woman, half kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly before speaking resolutely. "Is that so?" The blue-clad cultivator smiled mockingly, flicking his finger, and a small green sword flew from his waist, suddenly stabbing fiercely towards the center of Shui Yun's brow. 1 drop, 2 drops as the sword tip pierced deeper. Blood droplets turned into a stream of blood that flowed down her cheek and extended her arm. Shui Yun's eyes were tightly closed, and indeed, as she said, she did not resist in the slightest. This girl was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi training. If the spiritual sword pierced half an inch deeper, she would have no chance of survival. The blue-clad cultivator's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "In the memories of this body's original owner, you were a timid and weak person with no ambition. It seems you've hidden well enough. Even your dual cultivation partner for many years is oblivious." Having escaped death, Shui Yun collapsed to the ground, her heart filled with both joy and fear. The original Chen Ping has indeed been reborn after having his spirit seized by this old monster. But this is also my opportunity. After the shock, a hint of determination flashed in Shui Yun's eyes. She was merely a vassal force of the Chun family, a member of the Shui family from Bay Island. 3 years ago, under the arrangement of both families, Shui Yun and Chen Ping became dual cultivation partners. Little did she know that Chen Ping was a solitary cultivator, with aspirations for foundation building, and had no intention of breaking through to the Yuanyang during the Qi training period. In the past few years, Shui Yun had barely interacted with him. As for how she discovered that Chen Ping had already had his spirit seized by another, it was quite simple. She and Chen Ping each held a pair of spirit-warming jade pieces, imbued with a trace of their respective soul powers. As long as the 2 pieces were within 100 miles, they could sense each other's life and death. Just now, the piece of jade she carried suddenly cracked completely, but Chen Ping was clearly alive and sitting there, so she speculated that the dual cultivation partner before her was no longer the original owner. For what she knew, one needed at least the cultivation level of the golden core stage to perform the spirit-seizing technique. By this reasoning, could this person before her not be the legendary powerful cultivator? The excitement in her eyes flashed and disappeared. Shui Yun bowed deeply and said firmly, "Thank you for not abandoning me, senior. I am willing to serve before you. Whatever you command, I will not hesitate even if it costs me my life." The blue-clad cultivator stared intently at Shui Yun for a long time before coldly saying, "You with a low-grade spiritual root dare to dream of ascending the immortal path. I can only say that you are quite arrogant. But The blue-clad cultivator's tone shifted as he continued. As long as you put your heart into your work and do not harbor any ulterior motives, I can promise to help you. Establish your foundation. A look of indescribable joy appeared on Shui Yun's face, and she excitedly said, I, as a junior, vow with my Tao heart that I will wholeheartedly follow my senior. If I have any other intentions, may my cultivation in this life make no progress, and during my breakthrough, I will suffer a heart tribulation and die from backlash. The oath of a cultivator's Tao heart is not to be taken lightly. Even a newly initiated Qi refining cultivator would be bound by such an oath, and those who violate it often face calamities. However, in the realm of cultivation, various methods to evade tribulations abound, and the blue-clad cultivator himself had several techniques to avoid the punishment of the Tao. Hard oath. Thus, this guarantee seemed worthless to him. I have a technique of confinement called the spiderweb blood seal. Once this seal is planted on you, I will need to intervene every 3 years to weaken the restriction. Otherwise, exceeding the time limit, you will trigger all your vital energy within 5 to 7 days and ultimately explode. And by the way, let me remind you again, without a unique method, even a foundation-building cultivator cannot chew it for you. As a wave of energy fluctuated, a blood-red, palm-sized spider web-shaped mark floated out from his palm and flew directly into Shui Yun's dantian, then vanished from sight. After finishing the seal, the blue-clad cultivator's expression darkened, clearly indicating that casting this confinement technique came with a significant cost. All right, you may leave now. I need to enter seclusion for about half a month. During this time, if any trivial matters arise, you find a way to handle them for me. The blue-clad cultivator said to Shui Yun impatiently. With the surroundings quiet, the blue-clad cultivator snapped his fingers to set up a simple warning formation before falling into contemplation. Chapter 2. Past Life and Present Life. Before his reincarnation, he was known as Lu Yu, and he was not a native cultivator of the Hao Yusi, but was born in a place called the Qinfa sect, a golden core sect in the Tianyan continent's cultivation world. Due to possessing a fire spiritual root of the earth rank and exceptional talent, Lu Yu was heavily nurtured by the sect from the Qi refining stage, living up to expectations. He broke through the bottleneck at the age of 23 after 16 years of cultivation, stepping onto the true starting point of the path to immortality, the foundation establishment stage. The path of cultivation consists of 6 realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, Yuan Dan, golden core, Yuan infant, and transformation of spirit. Except for the Qi refining stage, which is divided into 9 small layers, the other major realms are categorized into early, mid, late stages, and great perfection. As for spiritual roots, they are creations bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth. There are 5 elemental spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as mutated spiritual roots like ice, thunder, wind, and special spiritual roots like sword, qin, bamboo, and bitter. A cultivator can possess a maximum of 5 types of spiritual roots simultaneously, except for special roots, which can only exist singularly. Spiritual roots are classified into 5 levels: low quality, medium quality, high quality, earth quality, and heaven quality. The higher the level of the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed, and the easier it is to break through bottlenecks. Generally, under the same environment, cultivators with medium quality roots have twice the cultivation speed of those with low quality roots, and those with high quality roots have twice the speed of medium quality roots, and so on. As for special spiritual roots, their occurrence is even rarer than heaven quality roots, and even many Yuan infant powers are not well informed about them. It can only be confirmed that the lower limit of special roots is equivalent to earth quality roots. Lu Yu's exceptional cultivation talent, combined with being born in a golden core sect, meant that he had access to various rare cultivation resources. His cultivation progressed smoothly, and by the age of 62, he reached the Yuan Dan stage. After dedicating over 130 years to focused cultivation, he achieved great perfection in Yuan Dan before turning 200, just one step away from becoming a sect leader and a golden core cultivator. The Qianfa sect is a golden core sect, with 2 long-established golden core masters residing within. Even in the prosperous Tianyan continent, it holds a dominant position and is revered by countless cultivators. However, achieving the golden core is difficult, and for hundreds of years, the Qianfa sect has only accumulated a single treasure that assists in forming the golden core. Unfortunately for Lu Yu, he was not fortunate. With his earth quality fire spiritual root, he had every hope of contending for this treasure that could increase the chance of forming a golden core by 30%. However, over 200 years ago, a person with even more astonishing talent appeared in the Qianfa sect, a cultivator with a heaven-quality spiritual root. With the aid of the treasure, he had a 70% chance of forming a golden core, so the sect could not afford to give the treasure to Lu Yu. Thus, after much consideration, Lu Yu began secluding himself, attempting to break through to the golden core stage. Without suitable external aids, even a cultivator with an earth-quality spiritual root would only have a 20% chance to break through. As expected, Lu Yu's attempt failed, and he suffered damage to his essence, taking decades just to recover from his injuries. After 300 years of cultivation, Lu Yu attempted to break through to the golden core for the second time, but the result was still failure. This time, he was even more severely injured. Under the 6th layer of thunder tribulation, even his soul suffered irreversible damage, completely severing his path and rendering him unable to break through in this life. After 2 consecutive failures in crossing the tribulation, Lu Yu, feeling despondent, followed the orders of the sect's golden core ancestor and refined the inner core of a 4th-tier demon beast, becoming a false Dan cultivator. Being a false Dan cultivator is terrifying, and the cost is immense. Once a cultivator refines a false Dan, it can be asserted that they have reached the end of the path of cultivation. Unless one is like Lu Yu, whose path is completely exhausted. Cultivators with the potential to reach great perfection in Yuan Dan would never choose such a dead-end path. Qi refining cultivators have a lifespan of 120 years. Foundation establishment cultivators can live up to 250 years. Yuan Dan cultivators can live 500 years, while golden core cultivators can live nearly 1,000 years. Upon reaching the Yuan infant stage, they can enjoy a lifespan of 3,000 years, truly being top-tier cultivators who can witness the rise and fall of a small sect. At 330 years of age, Lu Yu achieved the false Dan, and in the remaining years, he fought for the Qianfa sect, establishing remarkable achievements. Over 20 opposing Yuan Dan cultivators fell at his hands. A few years ago, a foundation establishment disciple of the Qianfa sect discovered a mysterious cave in the Wanshou mountain range. The protective formation outside the cave turned out to be as high as level 5. The sect's higher-ups speculated that the being who once opened this cave was likely a Yuan infant powerhouse. With such an opportunity descending from the heavens, the Qianfa sect naturally would not miss it. The 4 top experts of the sect, including 2 veteran Golden Core masters, a newly promoted Golden Core disciple with a heaven-quality spiritual root, and Lu Yu, all set out together. They spent 5 years breaking through this long-standing formation, which had lost 90% of its power, and then opened the cave. As expected, the former owner of this cave was a Yuan infant cultivator from 7,000 years ago, who had achieved great perfection in Yuan infant and was just a step away from the transformation of spirit stage. Unfortunately, this step was like a chasm, and the Yuan infant elder ultimately exhausted his lifespan and passed away in this cave. Inside the cave, there was another universe. They first entered the outermost hall. In the center of the hall, an object displayed on a white jade pillar immediately caught everyone's attention. The transformation pill, one of the best immortal items to assist in the formation of the infant. It was something that even if the entire Qianfa sect were traded, they could not buy even half a pill. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and several Golden Core elders stared hungrily at the transformation pill, their breathing growing heavier, and their expressions began to turn fierce. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lu Yu immediately retreated outside the hall. However, in an instant, 3 Golden Core cultivators simultaneously attacked him, using their trump cards from life and death battles, clearly intending to kill him in one strike. Lu Yu, being merely a false Dan cultivator, could not withstand the combined assault of 3 Golden Core cultivators. In despair, he angrily self-destructed his false Dan. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Vast spiritual energy surged like a sandstorm, bursting forth in bright red flames. In such a sealed space, even Golden Core cultivators could not escape unscathed, all suffering severe injuries. It was regrettable that not a single one was dragged down with him. As his consciousness was about to fade, Lu Yu, who should have been obliterated, felt an incredibly strong pulling force. A wisp of his soul was forcibly stripped from the catastrophic explosion and fled from the hall, ultimately being drawn into a golden bead held in the mouth of a jade Pishio. After swallowing Lu Yu's soul, the golden bead spun and mysteriously disappeared from that space. When Lu Yu regained his original consciousness, he found himself in the How You See's cultivation world. As the golden bead surged into the depths of the original host's mind, Lu Yu immediately performed a soul snatching. The original host was merely a low-level cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refining. And even though Lu Yu had only a remnant of his soul left, he easily devoured the host's consciousness and successfully occupied that body. Of course, this was just the first step in soul snatching, and it was the simplest step. Once reaching the Golden Core stage, the soul is nourished by the Dan Qi, allowing for an opportunity to snatch souls and start anew. However, this method is extremely malicious and goes against the will of heaven and earth. After soul snatching, one would immediately face backlash from the laws, descending into boundless heart thunder tribulations. Records state that among high-level cultivators, only 1 in 10,000 can withstand the boundless heart thunder tribulation and successfully snatch a soul. With such a slim chance, very few high-level cultivators have dared to attempt soul snatching in the tens of thousands of years of the cultivation world as their lifespans approach their end. Lu Yu was also at his wit's end. He was not a true golden core cultivator. His soul would automatically dissipate after a few days outside the body. Therefore, upon entering Chen Ping's mind space, even with a 1 in a million chance, he resolutely decided to proceed with the soul snatching. After devouring the original host soul, just as recorded in ancient texts, an unfathomable and powerful spiritual pressure suddenly descended. Following that, deep purple lightning tore through space, densely packed, and instantly merged into a sea of thunder, mixed with endless destructive power, ruthlessly striking down towards Lu Yu's soul. An unbearable pain and a burning sensation, along with a feeling of numbness, engulfed Lu Yu's body. At that moment, his spirit was bound by the laws of heaven and earth, unable to move, and it seemed like a certain death. In such a critical moment, a golden pearl suddenly appeared. It radiated brilliant light, and the surrounding purple lightning withdrew, ultimately merging into a long whip of lightning, adorned with countless black runes that spun autonomously, flickering in brightness. With a crack, facing the sea of lightning condensed by the laws of heaven and earth, the long whip, also formed from lightning, struck down fiercely. Silver light danced, and with each lash, thousands of heart lightning were obliterated. In just a short while, the previously endless sea of heart lightning, filled with immense power, was completely dispersed and vanished without a trace, as if it had never descended. It was terrifying. No wonder there were so few predecessors who succeeded in seizing spirits since ancient times. Remembering the danger he had just faced, Lu Yu's heart raced. Even a single bolt of heart lightning derived from the laws of heaven and earth was something he had no confidence in withstanding. Yet, such a terrifying heart lightning tribulation was completely eradicated. What exactly was the origin of that mysterious golden pearl? Lu Yu held his breath and focused inward, probing every inch of his body with his spiritual sense, but he could not find the location of the golden pearl. He had a strong intuition that this golden pearl was definitely hidden somewhere within him. After several fruitless searches, Lu Yu no longer obsessed over the golden pearl. He calmed his mind and began to refine all the memories of the original owner of this body. Chen Ping, over 30 years old, was a direct descendant of the Chen family on Haichang Island, with ancestors who had produced foundation-building cultivators. His parents worked in the family's foreign affairs hall, but had died in battle 5 years ago. As the only son, he received a substantial compensation from the family. After advancing to the 6th layer of qi refining, he took on the position of guarding Wantian town. Chen Ping acted low-key and was a diligent cultivator. He was solely focused on advancing to foundation building and had not had any marital relations with Shui Yun, his Dao partner of many years. The cultivation world of Hao Yu Si was unheard of to him, and he did not know how far it was from the Tianyan continent. Lu Yu murmured, "How many thousands of miles does this world span?" Even with his identity as a false Dan cultivator, he could not know. The only thing he could confirm was that the cultivation world of Hao Yu Si was definitely not near the Tianyan continent. During his several hundred years of cultivation, although he had never left the Tianyan continent, he had heard a bit about several cultivation worlds bordering it. Some of the sect ancestors he once respected had actually plotted against him for a transformation pill, disregarding his contributions to the sect for so many years. Thinking of this now, Lu Yu wished he could grind their bones to dust, although he was not a match for the 3 Golden Dan cultivators. If the news about the cave dwelling containing the transformation pill were to get out, the Thousand Law sect would immediately become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the transformation pill was only stored in the outer hall of the cave dwelling. There must be even more precious treasures inside. At that time, the Yuanying sects on the Tianyan continent would not let them off. But now, he was no longer on the Tianyan continent, and the matter of revenge was out of the question. Lu Yu sighed, temporarily suppressing his grievances. Fortunately, he had practiced for many years, and his closest relatives had already passed away. After that, he was all alone, without seeking a Dao partner or accepting an outstanding disciple. With no attachments, it was better to start anew. After a moment, Lu Yu was able to skillfully imitate the original owner's usual demeanor and speech. This body contained mid-grade spirit roots of earth, fire, and wood, and its qualifications were not particularly good. Even if he managed to forcefully establish a foundation in the future, without a great opportunity, it would be nearly impossible for him to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Now that Lu Yu had taken over this body, With his previous life's accumulated knowledge and mastered techniques, he felt confident that establishing a foundation should be a sure thing. He also had considerable assurance regarding reaching the Yuan Dan realm. As for higher realms, he did not dare to make rash claims. Perhaps it would depend on the Golden Pearl. From now on, there would be no more Lu Yu in this world. From this moment on, he was a direct descendant of the Chen family on Haichang Island. Chen Ping. Chapter 3. Reconstructing the Flame Spirit Technique. Boom. Chen Ping summoned his spirit sword, swinging it horizontally and vertically. In an instant, he opened up a secret chamber about 3 or 4 zhang in length and width. This secret chamber was only separated from Shui Yun's residence by a wall. He was somewhat wary of this cheap Dao partner. Although she had made a vow of Dao heart and was bound by the blood web seal, he could not guarantee that she did not harbor a thought of mutual destruction. Chen Ping, in his previous life, had reached the false Dan realm. Every high-level cultivator who had come this far had a mountain of bones behind them. Although he was not the kind of person who was extremely ruthless and insane, his actions were decisive, and he had no compassion for the delicate. Keeping Shui Yun around was partly for having someone to command, and partly because she was a member of the Shui family from Bay Island. If she were to suddenly disappear after being married to him for only 3 years, others would easily suspect him. Just now, the casting of a blood web seal had drained nearly 90% of his entire mana. The techniques this kid practiced were truly terrible. With a thought, Chen Ping's meridians and spiritual energy surged and circulated vigorously. The technique he was currently mastering was called the Runfire technique. Its grade was only upper tier red grade, and it could at most be cultivated to the peak of foundation building. Over the long years, countless cultivation techniques had been passed down in the cultivation world. According to their grades, they were divided into 4 levels: red, yellow, black, and heavenly. Each level further had lower, middle, and upper tiers. The Chen family had been established for over 600 years and had recorded 3 family-defining techniques, all of which were of yellow grade, middle-tier quality. These 3 techniques could only be freely taught to designated disciples of foundation-building cultivators and outstanding offspring with upper-grade spirit roots. Other family members could only purchase them through family contribution points. Chen Ping had not practiced for long, and even though he received ample compensation, it was still far from enough. For his previous self, the family-defining techniques were undoubtedly one of his life's pursuits. But now that Lu Yu had taken over, with his perspective, yellow-grade techniques were simply not worth considering. In his previous life, he came from a top-tier sect where a Golden Dan ancestor presided, and the cultivation environment and resources he had access to were incomparably superior to those of the Chen family. The 9 transformations spirit flame technique he primarily practiced reached upper-tier black-grade quality and could lead directly to the peak of Yuan Dan. He must disperse his cultivation and recultivate. The time spent on this was nothing compared to the path ahead. In the Yuaning legacy within the Beast Mountain range, he had self-destructed his false Dan in a desperate situation. Although the treasures in his storage ring and his personal items had turned to ashes, the techniques and insights he had gained were fully inherited with his memories. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if he dispersed his cultivation to switch to the 9 transformations spirit flame technique, within half a year, he could recover to the 6th layer of qi refining. The 9 transformations spirit flame technique is based on flames, burning everything, ultimately converging into one. This technique can cultivate 4 types of spiritual fire, each with unique effects and powers. In his last life, he was exceptionally talented but only comprehended 2 of them. Yet, with the 2 great spiritual fires, he stood out among cultivators of the same level, demonstrating the unparalleled power of this technique. This body only had mid-grade spirit roots. Without a powerful technique to assist him, let alone seeking revenge, it was uncertain whether he could even reach the Yuan Dan realm. Since he had made up his mind, Chen Ping immediately took action. He patted the storage bag at his waist, and in an instant, a green jade pill bottle appeared in his palm. The pill bottle contained a type of pill called the Pulse Nourishing Pill. Its main effect was to treat damage to a cultivator's meridians caused by chaotic and violent spiritual power during cultivation. The Pulse Nourishing Pill was a very low grade, a first-tier pill, effective only for qi refining cultivators. Alchemical cultivation was one of the most common auxiliary paths in the cultivation world. Cultivators with fire, wood, and water spirit roots all had a chance to become alchemists. Alchemical talent was not determined by the quality of spirit roots. Aside from the legendary Dan spirit roots, even heavenly spirit roots might not surpass low-grade spirit roots. In his previous life, after breaking through to foundation building, Chen Ping had also attempted to study alchemy. Unfortunately, the progress has been extremely slow. After 30 years of research, he still cannot refine a second-grade elixir. Not only has this wasted a significant amount of cultivation time, but it has also squandered considerable resources such as spiritual herbs and beast bones. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to give up and focus solely on cultivating the Tao. Elixirs are divided into 9 grades. Generally speaking, first-grade elixirs are suitable for chi refining practitioners, while second-grade elixirs correspond to foundation establishment practitioners. Regardless of the grade, any successfully produced elixir will have special elixir patterns drawn on its surface, bestowed by the great power of heaven and earth. 1 pattern and 2 patterns represent the most common quality, while 3 patterns and above belong to the high-quality category. For instance, a first pattern foundation establishment elixir can increase the advancement probability by 30%, a second pattern by 35%, and a third pattern by 40%. It is said that a foundation establishment elixir with 6 patterns can allow even a low-grade spiritual root practitioner to effortlessly break into the foundation establishment stage. Its efficacy is truly astonishing and beyond description. However, in his 2 lifetimes of cultivation over hundreds of years, Chen Ping has only seen a 5-pattern elixir emerge. That was at an auction gathering many top-tier forces, and the elixir was eventually acquired by a long-established nascent soul ancestor, with a price that left him in awe and without any aspirations. Thus, a 6-pattern elixir is just like those legendary transformation experts, completely a thing of ancient myths. In this lifetime, Chen Ping does not plan to cultivate any minor paths before reaching the foundation establishment stage, to avoid delaying his own cultivation. Ultimately, cultivation level is fundamental. Do you not see that those renowned elixir saints and ancestors are all high-level practitioners with long lifespans? After consuming 2 pulse-nourishing pills, Chen Ping immediately entered a state of introspection. The human body's meridians are intricate and complex, resembling vast roads crisscrossing each other. The various spiritual acupoints, whether hidden and obscure or bright and clear, serve as relay stations where a significant portion of the spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth is stored. Chen Ping is at the 6th level of chi refinement and has already opened over 100 meridians and more than 40 spiritual acupoints. If he continues to cultivate the fire-nourishing technique, he will naturally enter the 7th level of chi refinement upon opening the 80th spiritual acupoint. During the chi refinement stage, the spiritual energy within the body is in the form of gaseous streams. Once a sufficient quantity is accumulated, the gas transforms into a liquid state, and the dantian expands to a radius of 3 inches, signifying a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Chen Ping certainly will not abandon the open spiritual acupoints. The main focus is still on reconstructing the meridians and re-establishing a new circulation for his energy. With a slight movement of his mind, Chen Ping concentrated his spiritual sense and surged into his body. Around him, there was a misty white gas. This was the medicinal power of the pulse-nourishing pill he had just consumed. The effects of the 2nd pattern pulse-nourishing pill are limited and are expected to last only 1 hour. Time is pressing, and Chen Ping found the most robust meridian of spiritual energy, his consciousness taking shape as a transparent small knife, swiftly slicing through it. Poof! At the same time, Chen Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, a hint of pain showing on his face. The pain of self-destructing meridians is needless to mention. Some practitioners with weak willpower might fall into a coma at such a critical moment. My spiritual sense has become so powerful after seizing spiritual energy. Chen Ping's gaze was fiery. Although his meridians were severely damaged, he was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment. Besides the tenacity ingrained in his bones, much credit goes to his spiritual soul power. Spiritual sense is derived from the spiritual soul, which originates from the mind space. Thanks to the strength of his past life's spiritual soul, coupled with the devouring of the original owner's spiritual soul, his current spiritual sense can easily extend up to 200 zhang, far surpassing others at the same level. Generally, a 9th-level chi refinement practitioner has a spiritual sense coverage of about 100 zhang. Foundation establishment stage practitioners in the early period can reach 400 zhang. In terms of comparing spiritual sense power alone, Chen Ping is already comparable to half a foundation establishment practitioner. The reason why seizing spiritual energy attracts the wrath of heaven, resulting in boundless heart-lightening tribulations, is fundamentally because the rules of heaven and earth do not allow such extraordinary beings to appear frequently. Just imagine, Chen Ping self-destructed a fake elixir, and his spiritual sense surged to such a degree. If a high-level practitioner with a complete spiritual soul could easily seize spiritual energy, wouldn't they be invincible among peers or even be able to slay others across higher realms? Throughout history, there are clear records of practitioners who have seized spiritual energy and been reborn, and without exception, they all became top figures among their peers. Unfortunately, the methods that can strengthen spiritual sense are extremely precious. In my past life, I searched for half my life and found no trace. Chen Ping sighed, quickly setting aside other thoughts and focusing on severing his meridians. Next, 1, 2, 3 original meridians were all severed. Outside, the robe Chen Ping was wearing was stained red with blood. His entire body was swollen, and his eyes bulged, yet his expression was filled with calmness. Spiritual energy transforms into flames, and the flames shaped the body. Once the raging spiritual energy within him completely calmed down, Chen Ping gathered his mind and focused on operating the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, reconstructing the cycle of energy. 10 days later, Chen Ping, who had not moved from his seated position, opened his eyes, a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. This time, the process of switching to the 9 transformations flame spirit technique went incredibly smoothly, and within just a few days, he had restored himself to the 3rd level of qi refinement. He had previously predicted it would take half a year to recultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement. At the current speed, he could at least advance 2 to 3 months ahead of schedule. Fire bullet finger. Chen Ping's lips moved slightly, and a flame the size of 2 inches immediately appeared at his fingertip. If another practitioner were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished and envious. He could unleash spells so easily. However, Chen Ping's heart was unperturbed. With the foundation from his past life, achieving this step was not worthy of celebration. The flame danced wildly. With a flick of his index finger, the flame shot swiftly into the rock across from him, burning for a good 10 breaths before slowly extinguishing. The area scorched by the flame left a black hole the size of a fist. The fire bullet finger is one of the secret techniques associated with the fire nourishing technique. Due to the limitations of the technique itself, its grade only reached the mid-level of the red grade. Such a worthless secret technique, Chen Ping clearly looked down upon. His cultivation of the fire nourishing technique had long been exhausted, and logically speaking, he should not be able to use the fire bullet finger. However, the 9 transformations flame spirit technique is remarkably mystical and can simulate ordinary fire-type secret techniques. This way, in future battles, he need not fear exposing the fact that he has changed his cultivation technique. As for the secret techniques that the 9 transformations flame spirit technique itself carries, one cannot qualify to practice them until they have comprehended any one of the 4 spiritual fires. Chapter 4. Testing. Withdrawing his spiritual energy, Chen Ping paused his cultivation. Little girl, come here. Then, with a shift of his thoughts, he sent a sound transmission to Shui Yun in the adjacent secret room. Shui Yun was feeding a spiritual beast, the giant venomous bee. This bee is a social beast with a fierce temperament. An adult giant venomous bee is equivalent to a 7th level qi refinement practitioner. The rare giant venomous bee king can even match a foundation establishment practitioner. It would take an unknown number of years to raise one to adulthood. A cold, icy voice suddenly rang in her ears, startling Shui Yun. Suddenly realizing it was Chen Ping sending her a sound transmission, she felt a surge of astonishment. In just 10 days, could this old monster have already recultivated to the foundation establishment stage? Shui Yun was secretly alarmed. Having been in contact with the Immortal Way for over a decade, she knew that sound transmission was exclusive to foundation establishment practitioners, and she had never heard of anyone achieving it during the qi refinement stage. No, it's impossible for there to be no movement at all when breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. He must have used some secret method. Shui Yun did not dare to be negligent and, filled with questions, walked into the secret room where Chen Ping was meditating. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Shui Yun unconsciously lowered her brow, clasped her hands, and bowed deeply, respectfully saying, I do not know what instructions you have, senior, but I will definitely do my utmost. Chen Ping waved his hand casually and said, no need to be too formal. Since I have been reincarnated, there is naturally no need to mention the past. From this day forth, I am Chen Ping of Haichang Island. You need not call me senior anymore. Upon hearing this, Shui Yun's delicate body trembled, and she stammered, yes. Ping Lang, Yuna remembers. After finishing his words, Chen Ping threw her a parchment scroll with writing on it, and a light blue storage bag. Items that do not possess a spiritual aura can be stored in the bag. The one he had was the most basic 3-compartment storage bag, with an internal space roughly equivalent to 3 tables placed side by side. Above 3 compartments, there are 5, 7, 9, and 100 compartment storage bags, all with larger spaces. As for higher-level storage rings and bracelets, they require a vast amount of divine sense to use, making them exclusive to high-level cultivators. Shui Yun carefully tucked the storage bag into her bosom. After saying her goodbyes, she did not dare to delay for a moment and used her movement technique to rush toward Haichang City. On Haichang Island, a secondary island, there is 1 city and 6 towns. The vast majority of cultivators on the island live and practice in Haichang City. The Chen family has established itself on Haichang Island for over 500 years, developing into a considerable scale over generations. Within Haichang City, 50% of the cultivators are members of the Chen family. The remaining 30% are cultivators from their vassal families. Only about 20% are loose cultivators. Of course, the vassal families permitted to settle and cultivate in Haichang City are all trusted by the Chen family, making them, in a sense, the left and right arms of the family. Including guest cultivators and those who married into the family. The Chen family currently has over 600 cultivators. Among them, there are 180 direct descendants, while the rest are collateral relatives. The treatment between direct descendants and collateral relatives differs greatly. Direct descendants not only receive double the monthly allowance, but the tasks and benefits allocated to them are also significantly better than those for collateral relatives. For instance, the position Chen Ping currently holds as the guardian of Lantian Town comes with free access to the resource-rich Yushuan Cave, and he can receive 100 lower-grade spirit stones or 100 points of family contribution value from the family each year. Such comfortable and easy tasks are a distant dream for collateral relatives. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are used as currency, classified into 4 grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and top grade. Each higher grade can be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. However, upper-grade and top-grade spirit stones are incredibly rare and have widespread uses. Even if cultivators obtain them, they rarely use them for trading. Therefore, the spirit stones that truly circulate in the cultivation world are lower-grade and middle-grade ones. According to the price levels in the How You See cultivation world, a 2-pattern condensation pill beneficial for a Qi refining stage 6 cultivator only requires 5 lower-grade spirit stones. Chen Ping's annual salary can buy 20 of these, which is more than enough for his daily cultivation needs, leaving him with a considerable surplus. Additionally, the compensation from his parents who died in battle has allowed him to accumulate nearly 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones over the years. Chen Ping's ancestors once produced a foundation-building cultivator. At the peak of their family's prosperity, they purchased 7 or 8 large shops in Haichang City. Since the foundation-building ancestor passed away, although his lineage has gradually declined, it still remains within the direct descendants. By the time the family fortune reached his father's generation, only 2 shops were left in Haichang City, one of which was controlled by his uncle Chen Baishan. Therefore, at least among his peers in the Qi refining stage, he could be considered relatively well off. However, this was a trivial amount of 2,000 spirit stones for the already distraught Chen Ping. How could this support my cultivation techniques? Chen Ping's eyes half closed as he furrowed his brow. The 9 transformations flame spirit technique had reached the upper grade, possessing extraordinary power. However, the consumption for cultivating each layer of the technique was also astonishing. The 600 spirit stones he just handed to Shui Yun were meant to purchase a batch of fire-attributed spiritual materials for concocting spirit-bathing water. Otherwise, relying solely on absorbing external spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would slow down even more after reaching the Qi refining stage 4. Moreover, spirit-bathing water is merely a basic auxiliary item. As his realm increases, expenses could easily reach tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 spirit stones. And many precious auxiliary cultivation treasures cannot be measured by spirit stones at all. He had memorized over 100 cultivation techniques in his mind. Additionally, he had numerous insights into cultivation that could be recorded at any time. Pulling out just a little could attract a scramble from foundation-building cultivators and even Yuan Dan cultivators. However, as soon as this thought arose, he extinguished it without hesitation. A mere Qi refining cultivator selling high-level techniques would be courting death if the news got out. At the very least, he needed to break through to the foundation-building stage to have some self-protection ability. Chen Ping stroked his chin, deep in thought. At this point, it had been about half an incense stick's worth of time since Shui Yun set off for Haichang City. Chen Ping changed into a black robe, then activated the protective array and left his cave residence, heading in the same direction as Haichang City. Indeed, Chen Ping had planned to follow Shui Yun early on. The ruthless falling out of the 3 Golden Dan elders from the Thousand Method sect in his previous life was still fresh in his memory. He could not afford to be suspicious. Now, he was extremely cautious and trusted no one. Haichang City is always guarded by several foundation-building experts. If Shui Yun reveals his identity as a spirit thief, his situation would become extremely dangerous. He currently could not contend with foundation-building cultivators. Facing them head-on would leave him with no chance to escape. With the profound magical power granted by the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, Chen Ping quickly caught up with Shui Yun, who had taken the lead. He landed half a li behind her, extending his divine sense to envelop her. Watching her back with narrowed eyes, Lantian Town is about 90 li away from Haichang City, and within less than an hour, both of them arrived at the city gate. Haichang City is built on the only second-level spiritual vein on the island, covering an area of about 50 li. The city walls on all sides are forged from fine steel rock, and when strong enemies attack, a level 3 protective array can be activated instantly, which even foundation-building experts would find difficult to counter. Of course, the cost of activating a level 3 protective array is extremely high. The Chen family would never dare to use it lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. In the 500 years of Haichang City's history, it has only fully activated twice. Although they managed to defend their stronghold in the end, they also suffered considerable losses, forcing the entire family to tighten their belts for many years before recovering their vitality. Currently, there are nearly 1,000 resident cultivators in Haichang City, and tens of thousands of ordinary people. Every year, a significant number of loose cultivators cross from other islands to settle here. Haichang City only has the East City for entry and exit, which has opened 4 city gates, spaced about a li apart. Each city gate has a Chen family cultivator assigned to inspect incoming and outgoing personnel and issue identity jade butterflies. Watching from a distance as Shui Yun successfully entered through one of the city gates, Chen Ping then stepped over to another city gate nearby. The gatekeeper was a tall and slim young man named Xianxiafans, who was at the Qi refining stage 4 and a collateral relative of the family. Pinggu. Seeing Chen Ping approach, Xianxiafans immediately greeted him with a smile. Humph. Chen Ping responded in a nonchalant manner, completely ignoring his enthusiasm. He entered the city and quickly turned, disappearing into the bustling crowd. Hee. Xianxiafans scratched his head, not at all disappointed, instead showing an envious expression. The Chen family has a strict hierarchy, with the status of direct descendants far exceeding that of collateral relatives. Unless there is a significant difference in cultivation levels, any slight overstep could lead to impeachment by the other party, prompting the involvement of the law enforcement hall. I must become a foundation-building cultivator. Xianxiafans clenched his fists, his face filled with determination. The only way for collateral branches to rise to the status of direct descendants is to nurture a foundation-building expert. Chen Ping, who had long since walked away, was naturally unaware of Xianxiafans' thoughts. Moreover, even if he knew, he would not care. In this vast world, among the myriad beings, anyone who embarks on the path of cultivation does so with the goal of advancing their supernatural abilities and enjoying longevity. Cultivating immortality means seeking the self, discarding the false, and preserving the true. The true represents the position of true immortals. True immortals are bound to heaven and earth, their words manifesting as laws, nearly achieving immortality. Chen Ping did not dare to aspire to the distant realm of true immortals. However, the Golden Dan stage was the knot in his heart from his previous life. Now that he has the opportunity to reverse his fate and cultivate anew, no matter the obstacles and difficulties he faces in this life, he must forge ahead and break through his mental demons to achieve the Golden Dan. It had been half a day since entering Haichang City. Shui Yun searched through 7 or 8 shops in a row before finally purchasing all the items that Chen Ping had instructed her to buy. Shui Yun let out a sigh, not stopping to rest, and walked straight out of the city with a hint of fatigue. Chen Ping followed closely behind, observing the entire process with his powerful spiritual sense, and did not notice anything unusual. This girl could indeed be useful. Chapter 5, Recovery. The sky gradually darkened, and the sound of the sea wind howled incessantly. Inside the Yushuan cave, Shui Yun bent down and handed over the storage bag, respectfully saying, Ping Lang, inside are the treasures you instructed me to purchase, all accounted for, costing a total of 530 spirit stones. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Ping glanced at the items in the bag, said nothing more, and turned to quietly gaze at Shui Yun. He was quite satisfied with this girl, who was efficient and meticulous in her work. Although the spiritual items he had asked her to procure were of lower rank, there were more than 100 of them. Not only did she gather them all in half a day, but she also purchased them from multiple shops, presumably to avoid attracting attention from prying eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her cleverness and meticulousness were commendable. Unfortunately, she happened to have the worst quality low-grade spiritual root. It was difficult for her to even establish a foundation, let alone mention the realms beyond. You should be quite clear about your own qualifications. After 16 years of cultivation, you're still stuck at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Even with my help in the future, the foundation establishment stage will likely be your limit. Therefore, I think you should choose to study an auxiliary path technique as soon as possible, which will be of help to me later. Chen Ping spoke frankly, letting Shui Yun know his plans. The so-called auxiliary techniques include alchemy, talisman drawing, artifact forging, and spiritual plant cultivation, among other skills in cultivation. After all, the lifespan of Qi refinement cultivators is not much longer than that of ordinary mortals. Auxiliary techniques often require a significant amount of time to study, making this approach more of a loss than a gain. Hearing Chen Ping's words, a hint of sadness flashed in the depths of Shui Yun's beautiful eyes. She was both lucky and unfortunate. 21 years ago, she was born into the direct lineage of the Shui family on Bay Island. At the age of 5, the family conducted a unified spiritual root testing ceremony. On that day, 8 children participated in the testing. In the end, only she was found to have a spiritual root for cultivation, thus avoiding the fate of being relegated to the mortal world by her family. Her path to immortality began with a low-grade spiritual root. However, because it was only a low-grade spiritual root, her cultivation was extremely difficult. Even with great effort, It was all in vain. 3 years ago, the clan leader issued a decree. Subsequently, she was sent like a puppet by her family to Haichang Island to marry Chen Ping, whom she had never met. Although it was said to be a dual cultivating couple living in harmony, the original Chen Ping only knew to bury himself in arduous cultivation, treating her basically as a transparent person or even a servant. Thus, when she confirmed that her partner had been possessed by a high-level cultivator, what surged in her heart was not only a bit of pain and worry, but more so boundless excitement and exhilaration. The cultivation world of the Yuanyan archipelago is relatively barren. A single foundation establishment pill with 1 pattern sells for as high as 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, while one with 2 patterns exceeds 40,000. Looking at the Chen family, a prominent family that dominates, it would take them 20 to 30 years to accumulate enough spirit stones to buy one for an outstanding junior. Following her previous trajectory of cultivation, Shui Yun was still a long way from the foundation establishment pill. Without the assistance of foundation establishment pills or other spiritual items like pure water, the success rate of a low-grade spiritual root breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is less than 10%. It is worth mentioning that 60 years old is the final deadline for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Can one rely solely on oneself to reach the peak of qi refinement before then and then desperately attempt to break through to the foundation establishment? The chances are exceedingly slim. Thinking of this, Shui Yun knelt on both knees and sincerely said, "Everything depends on the arrangements of my senior. Very good." Chen Ping gently supported her up and pointed out, "I see you have quite an interest in the path of spirit tamers. Why not focus on studying this technique? In this vast world, it is not only the human race that has the qualification to step onto the path of immortality. The demon race, sea race, ancient beast race, giant spirit race, and hundreds of other races have their own ways to attain immortality. The human race is one of the dominant powers in the cultivation world, standing alongside the demon race and giant spirit race. However, in the realm of the How You See, where the ocean domain far exceeds that of the land, the sea race and demon race are the most powerful factions. The human race is relegated beneath them, and the passive defensive situation has lasted for countless years. Fortunately, the human race's spiritual roots awaken relatively early, creating countless secret techniques. The spirit taming technique is one of the outstanding ones. Spirit taming involves taming the demon race. Beasts that have been tamed through specific methods can be controlled by humans and are called spirit beasts. Spirit beasts have the same classification as demon beasts, ranging from 1 to 6 ranks, corresponding to human cultivators from the qi refinement stage to the spirit transformation stage. Spirit beasts can assist cultivators in battle. Some exceptionally talented individuals excel at treasure hunting and discerning the authenticity of treasures. Others can spit out spiritual fire to assist alchemists in refining pills. Once controlled with secret techniques, they are unlikely to rebel against their masters, making them a great help. Therefore, among the myriad of cultivation arts, spirit tamers are one of the most popular auxiliary paths. With a flip of his right hand, Chen Ping produced a jade slip the size of an ink plate. In front of Shui Yun, he gathered his spiritual sense and quickly inscribed it into the jade slip. After a while, he handed the slip to Shui Yun and explained, "This contains a secret technique called the Forbidden Demon Codex. This technique includes skills related to identifying beasts, taming beasts, raising beasts, and controlling beasts, among others. However, for now, it only contains the first half of the content. The subsequent parts will be given to you once you break through to the foundation establishment stage." Shui Yun took the jade slip and quickly skimmed through it. She couldn't help but exclaim, her stunning face alternating between surprise and fear. This couldn't be blamed on her behavior. The grade of the Forbidden Demon Codex is upper yellow grade, which is a notch higher than the clan's foundational technique. The complete secret technique could probably be exchanged for 2 foundation establishment pills. Such a precious text would drive not just Shui Yun, but even foundation establishment cultivators to madness. "I trust you know what to do without me saying much," Chen Ping said seriously. Shui Yun understood and vowed never to leak a single word about the Forbidden Demon Codex. "I swear," she said, gripping the jade slip tightly, as if afraid it might escape at any moment. Focus on studying it diligently." After that, Chen Ping gave her 300 spirit stones to buy beast eggs and beast food, instructing her to guard the cave. This time, he would not exit until his cultivation was restored to the 6th level of qi refinement. Bang! The door to the secret chamber suddenly closed. Opening the fully packed storage bag, Chen Ping moved his thoughts, and dozens of fiery red herbs and 2 purple stones flew out automatically. These spiritual herbs and stones were all common items. Although they were first grade, they contained a thin amount of fire attribute spiritual power, which could be refined into spiritual bathing water. Soaking in it could increase the speed of cultivation by about 40%. Holding the spiritual sword, Chen Ping infused it with spiritual power and fiercely slashed it across the ground. Boom. Soon, a pit nearly half a yard wide and 3 feet deep was cut out. Then, Chen Ping flicked his fingers and tossed out several spiritual herbs. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and under Chen Ping's full effort, the spiritual bathing water was successfully refined. In the nearby pit, there was a pool of fiery red viscous liquid, almost overflowing. At this moment, the temperature in the closed secret chamber noticeably rose. Seeing this, Chen Ping immediately removed his clothing and sat directly into the pit. At the same time, the 9 transformations flame spirit technique automatically operated, and a massive absorption force began at his dantian, starting to absorb the fire attribute energy from the spiritual bathing water. Originally, the fire attribute spiritual power contained in the spiritual herbs and stones was extremely chaotic and violently uncontrollable, making it impossible to use directly. However, after being refined into spiritual bathing water through the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, it could be easily stored in the spiritual cavities of his body without causing discomfort in the meridians. Chen Ping had cultivated the 9 transformations flame spirit technique for 300 years in his previous life, so he was naturally quite familiar with the methods of the qi refinement stage. It could be said that it was as simple as an ordinary person eating and drinking. As the vibrant red color of the spirit bath water gradually thinned, it indicated that the medicinal power was being rapidly absorbed by Chen Ping. Once the pool of red spring water transformed into a milky white, Chen Ping leaped out of the cave, took a pill of abstaining from grains, and began refining the spirit bath water again. The pill of abstaining from grains, a renowned first-grade pill, can alleviate hunger for half a month with just 1 pill. The main and auxiliary materials for refining this pill are quite common, and the yield rate is consistently high, with 500 to 600 pills produced at a time. Therefore, a bottle of first-grade pill of abstaining from grain sells for only 10 low-grade spirit stones, equating to just 1 spirit stone for every 2 pills. Although cultivators do not become weak like mortals if they do not eat or drink for a day, they cannot truly abstain from grains before breaking through to the golden core stage. Instead, their ability to endure hunger and thirst is significantly enhanced. This leads to the pill of abstaining from grains having no sales worries in the lower market. Whatever is produced can basically be sold. In the vast cultivation world, there even exist a few factions that specialize in refining the pill of abstaining from grains for a living. Time flies. By the time Chen Ping restored his qi refining 6th layer cultivation, 3.5 months had passed. Now, he had opened 300 meridians and over 160 spiritual acupoints, and his mana was more than 3 times denser than before. Furthermore, the spiritual power cultivated from the 9 transformations flame spirit technique was of a purity that was worlds apart from the run fire technique. Coupled with his far superior consciousness and experience in combat that even foundation establishment experts would envy, although Chen Ping was only at the qi refining 6th layer, he was confident that an ordinary qi refining 9th layer cultivator would not be his match. Why say ordinary qi refining cultivators? Because there are a handful of cultivators whose strength cannot be measured by common standards. Chen Ping had suffered greatly in his previous life. He still remembered participating in a small competition within his sect when he was at the qi refining 9th layer, where he cleared many challenges but lost in the final battle to a fellow disciple who was only at the qi refining 8th layer. That disciple was a direct descendant of a golden core ancestor. This shows that in conflicts between cultivators, although realm is fundamental, the enhancement from external treasures should not be underestimated. Chen Ping lightly tapped his storage bag, and a sword with a green body and a 6-inch square shield appeared, floating in front of his waist. The magical treasures wielded by cultivators are divided into 6 ranks based on quality: magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, Dao artifacts, communicating spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, and heavenly spiritual treasures. Each major rank is further divided into 4 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Magical artifacts are suitable for qi refining cultivators, while spiritual artifacts can generally only be wielded by foundation establishment cultivators. Overall, the higher the grade of the magical treasure, the more spiritual power is required to control it. A very few qi refining 9th layer cultivators, due to practicing high-level techniques, may have mana density close to foundation establishment and can barely use spiritual artifacts to defend themselves. Undoubtedly, Chen Ping, who mastered the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, is among them. However, he is still far from reaching the qi refining 9th layer. The green sword and square shield he summoned were both high-grade magical artifacts. The green sword is called the Biwen sword, which he purchased for 500 spirit stones after breaking through to the qi refining 6th layer. The square shield, being a defensive magical treasure, was slightly more expensive, costing 800 spirit stones. Chapter 6, Crescent Moon Valley. Recently, he took some time to study these 2 magical artifacts. The square shield's defensive capability is mediocre, It can withstand the full strength attacks of a chi-refining 7th layer cultivator 5 times before needing replacement. However, he was determined to abandon the Biwen sword. Even among high-grade magical artifacts, there are distinctions in strength. The Biwen sword falls into a category that is mediocre among high-grade artifacts. Most importantly, he had not yet evolved the 4 great spiritual fires of the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, making it impossible for him to practice the technique's inherent secret arts. Chen Ping had no choice but to seek an alternative technique to bridge the gap. In his memory, there were dozens of elemental techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, palm techniques, and so on. The highest tier was a sword technique called the Qinglian 16/ sword technique. This technique was awarded to him by the sect's ancestor after participating in the destruction of a rival top-tier Yuan Dan family in his previous life. It is classified as a middle-grade profound technique. The complete set of sword techniques consists of 16 forms, each unpredictable and powerful. Chen Ping's talent in swordsmanship is passable. Having practiced the slashing sword technique for over 50 years, except for the last 2 forms which he has yet to grasp. The other 14 forms have reached a state of great mastery. Qinglian emergence, sword chi like a lotus, and steps create lotuses. Due to the violent sword chi derived from the slashing sword technique, ordinary high-grade sword-type magical artifacts cannot withstand it, thus requiring at least a top-grade magical artifact to perform this technique. The price of a top-grade magical artifact is several times that of a high-grade one, almost equivalent to the lowest-grade spiritual artifact. He previously spent 600 spirit stones refining the spirit bath water and rewarded Shui Yun with 300. Coupled with the daily operational costs of the formation outside the cave, Chen Ping's accumulated spirit stones were already scarce. It is said that the family treasury contains several top-grade magical artifacts, but he was unsure if there were any spirit swords among them. After contemplating for a while, Chen Ping took out a half-foot-long jade token from his pocket. The front of this token is engraved with the character Chen, while the back features an outline of Haichang Island. This is the identity token of the Chen family. Anyone with spiritual roots receives one from the family upon entering the Qi refining 1st layer. Upon closer inspection, there is a string of ancient cultivation characters inscribed inside the jade token, reading 1491, indicating that Chen Ping has a total of 491 family contribution points available for use. The Chen family has been established for over 600 years and has developed a relatively complete family system. Within the family, cultivators share resources. Not only can they use spirit stones for transactions, but family contribution points are also recognized currency. In many cases, they are even more popular than spirit stones. After completing family tasks, cultivators can choose one of the forms of reward. However, very few people choose spirit stones. The reason is simple. Family contribution points have broader uses. For example, treasures stored in the family treasury can only be exchanged using contribution points. The treasury contains rare treasures that are difficult to purchase from the outside world, such as top-grade magical artifacts and yellow-grade techniques. Every few decades, the Foundation establishment pills painstakingly acquired by the family are put into the treasury immediately. If there is no designated user, any family member who meets the criteria can bid for an exchange. This creates a situation where contribution points can be exchanged for spirit stones at a 1-to-1 ratio. But converting spirit stones into contribution points often requires an additional 20. Most of Chen Ping's contribution points come from his parents. According to family rules, if a family member dies outside without leaving a will, all their assets, including family contribution points, are inherited by their closest relatives. As their only child, Chen Ping faced no difficulties or obstacles and smoothly inherited all the estate. However, even if he converts his remaining spirit stones into contribution points, it would only be enough to exchange for the most ordinary top-grade magical artifact. Moreover, to increase the speed of his cultivation, he similarly needs substantial resources to support it. The urgent task is to find a way to make money. Chen Ping pondered for a moment, revealing a hint of coldness on his face. The saying goes, killing and arson make quick money, and nothing is faster than this path to wealth. He questioned whether he could bring himself to kill innocents, but he would have no psychological burden in slaughtering a few cultivators from rival factions. Mortals have a limited lifespan. Once they step onto the path of immortality, they are going against the heavens. Cultivators break through their realms by seizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and robbing resources from the world. Kind-hearted individuals often find it hard to survive. As long as one stays true to their heart and is not controlled by the external demons of slaughter, they can persevere. First, he would visit the family's treasury. This girl does indeed have some talent in the way of beast taming. Chen Ping was somewhat surprised as he used his consciousness to pass through walls. He saw Shui Yin seated by a spring, wearing a light red long dress. In the spring, several spiritual herbs with 3 colored flower buds were planted. She poured a handful of colorful powder onto the flower bud, and in a moment, the yet-to-bloom flower bud quickly shriveled up, eventually forming a few drops of viscous liquid that emitted a foul odor, hanging on the leaves. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A few jet-black, stone-eyed poisonous bees took to the sky from the ground, their long mouthparts piercing into the spirit herb, and in the blink of an eye, they devoured the liquid clean. These bees are called giant poison bees. They like to gather in groups of 30 to 50, feeding on the essence of poisonous herbs and flowers. Upon closer inspection, each of these giant poison bees had 4 red lines on their furry wings, indicating that they were mid-stage monsters of the first rank. Just 3 months ago, this group of giant poison bees had only just entered the first rank. After consuming the spiritual flower's venom, the giant poison bees folded their wings and slowly landed at Shui Yun's feet, their antennae gently tugging at her skirt. The Forbidden Beast Manual is indeed a high-grade beast taming method with such cultivation. It won't take 5 years for the giant poison bees to break through to the late stage of the first rank. Shui Yun exhaled, her heart filled with joy. A late-stage monster of the first rank is equivalent to a human cultivator at the 7th to 9th level of qi refining. By then, her strength will soar. Shui Yun was very clear about who had given her all this, and at that moment, she was even more determined to closely follow Chen Ping. Yunner, you've made great progress. It seems you've indeed put effort into studying the Forbidden Beast Manual these days. Just as Shui Yun was filled with excitement, the stone door of the secret chamber opened, and a familiar voice rang in her ears. Shui Yun quickly stood up, first bowing, and then spoke. Ping Lang, you've come out of seclusion? Hearing Chen Ping's praise, Shui Yun originally smiled brightly, but unexpectedly a bucket of cold water was immediately poured down. Remember, before establishing a foundation, don't become too absorbed in this path. Otherwise, in just 100 years, you'll be nothing but a pile of bones. No matter how strong your innate talent is, it's all just an illusion, Chen Ping said coldly. He noticed that the fluctuation of spiritual power in Shui Yun had not shown the slightest progress compared to a few months ago. This was why he had spoken up to warn her. This girl's talent for beast taming was quite extraordinary, prompting Chen Ping to devise a plan in his heart. However, the premise of all this was that she successfully broke through to establish her foundation. Otherwise, his calculations would be meaningless. Shui Yun, unaware of Chen Ping's thoughts, replied nervously. Yunner is grateful for your guidance. It's just that the Forbidden Beast Manual is too exquisite, and I momentarily became immersed in it, thus delaying my cultivation. From now on, allocate 3 hours each day to practice your techniques. If you encounter any difficult or confusing issues, you may come to me for clarification. After saying this, Chen Ping left Yushuan Cave directly and headed towards Haichang City. When Haichang City was built, the Chen family divided the city into 3 areas. In the very center, there still stands a peak named Fugoshan. Fugoshan is the only source of a second-rank spirit vein on Haichang Island. This mountain gathers extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual energy, making it a blessed place for meditation and breathing exercises, naturally monopolized by the Chen family. 10 miles around Fugoshan is the second-tier area, allocated to the Chen family's subordinate forces, the Tu family and the Gung family. The largest third-tier area, also known as the Outer City, is the territory of loose cultivators. And there are also tens of thousands of mortals living there. At the foot of the western side of Fugoshan lies a small valley. Due to its overall crescent shape, it was named Xianxia Valley. The shops providing services to cultivators in the city are all located here. In other areas of Haichang City, it is strictly forbidden to open shops for cultivators. The number of shops in Xianxia Valley has remained fixed for hundreds of years, maintaining at 33. Please stop and accept inspection. Outside Xianxia Valley, 2 Chen family cultivators guarded the entrance. Upon seeing someone approaching, one of the older ones stepped forward, blocking the way. The visitor was Chen Ping, who had just entered the city. Before going to the family treasury, he intended to first try his luck in Xianxia Valley. If he encountered suitable high-quality magical tools, he wouldn't mind exchanging contribution points for spirit stones. 14th uncle. Chen Ping smiled at the older cultivator, recalling their identities. The 14th uncle he referred to, Chen Guanhai, came from a collateral branch, having reached the 6th level of qi refining at over 50 years old, despite his seniority. His status in the clan was far inferior to Chen Ping's. Chen Guanhai was also quite self-aware. Since entering the law enforcement hall and working with others, he had never regarded himself as an elder. The other cultivator, young and tall with a square face, was called Chen Sun. He was a year older than Chen Ping and at the 7th level of qi refining, also a direct descendant of the family. Oh, it's Pinger. It's been nearly 3 years since we last met, right? I heard you're now a Dao partner with a girl from the Shui family. I'd like to ask you for a cup of spirit wine sometime. Chen Guanhai said with a smile. Sure, Chen Ping said with a slight smile, somewhat perfunctory. Humph. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows, glaring at Chen Ping with a venomous gaze. Chen Ping was unfazed by this. The enmity between him and this person was not something that could be sorted out with a few words. It traced back over 200 years. At that time, the foundation-building cultivators of the two branches were dead rivals, competing fiercely for most of their lives. More recently, in the past few years, they had fought openly and secretly for the position of guardian of Lantian town for nearly half a year. Since then, from the ancestors of both branches to the new generation, although it was not a life and death situation, there had been constant gaps, and it was extremely difficult for them to coexist. Since it's Pinger entering the valley, there's no need for inspection. Chen Guanhai, knowing a bit about their enmity, was troubled but quickly opened the formation to let them pass. 14th uncle, have you forgotten the rules of the law enforcement hall? Chen Sun stepped forward to block the entrance, speaking in a strange tone. No matter who enters the valley, as long as they are not a foundation-building cultivator of our clan, they must present their identity token or relevant proof. Could it be that 14th uncle thinks that because you have some connections with Chen Ping, you can abuse your power and let him pass? Chapter 7. Tu Xuanxiao. This is 14th uncle acting on his own. Pinger, do you have your identity token on you? Chen Guanhai showed an embarrassed expression, looking at Chen Ping with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Chen Ping nodded, took out the token from his storage bag, and pricked his fingertip to force out a drop of blood onto the token. Zzz. After absorbing the blood, the token began to shake violently. Following that, a circle of red lights spread out like ripples. The Chen family's jade token is specially made by the family's artifact refiners and is a medium-grade magical tool. It has a first-level formation for blood fusion and pulse connection, which can only be activated by descendants of the Chen family. Chen Ping, having the soul of the Chen family and his bloodline still being the orthodox one, had no fear of the blood fusion and pulse connection formations detection. Aren't you going to get lost? Chen Ping's tone was calm, but it revealed a hint of impatience. These qi refining cultivators from a small family could easily be wiped out with a move of his finger in his previous life. Now this person actually dared to make things difficult for him, truly unaware of the danger. You want me to get lost? A wave of malice surged up in Chen Sun's heart. He couldn't understand where Chen Ping got his confidence from, as he wasn't even putting on a show anymore. Good. Very good. Chen Sun, furious to the point of laughter, pointed at Chen Ping and shouted, in 2 years, there will be a competition for the continuation of the direct line of descent. At that time, I want to see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. The Chen family has been established for over 600 years, producing around 20 foundation-building cultivators. According to the clan rules set by the ancestors, whenever a family member breaks through to foundation building, the branch they belong to can immediately be elevated to direct lineage. Even if the foundation-building expert of that branch passes away, the direct lineage status can be maintained for 20 generations, about 200 years in total. However, after 20 generations, if no new foundation-building cultivators are produced, they must win first place in the competition to continue the direct lineage name for another 100 years. The loser will directly fall to a collateral branch. In this generation, there are 3 direct lines that need to participate in the competition for status, including the branches of Chen Ping and Chen Sun. Originally, if your father had not fallen, with his 8th level of qi refining cultivation, he would have had some hope of winning first place in the competition. But now that he is no longer, what can you and your useless second uncle's family use to compete for the direct lineage position? Chen Sun laughed wildly and recklessly. Chen Guanhai frowned slightly. Chen Sun was going too far. After all, they were from the same clan, and such insults towards his elder would likely provoke Chen Ping into a furious rage. If it came to blows in Crescent Valley, it would be a violation of clan rules. Just as Chen Guanhai was about to intervene, he saw Chen Ping smirk and calmly pass through the magic array, disappearing from view. Chen Sun's expression froze, and his eyelids twitched violently. He had originally planned to provoke Chen Ping into attacking, thus framing him for harming his own kin. Unexpectedly, this guy managed to endure it. And even his expression didn't change at all. No worries, just wait for 2 years. By then, I will definitely bring you crashing down from your high pedestal. Chen Sun grinned maliciously, as if he could already see the scene of Chen Ping's defeat 2 years later. Filled with despair after being stripped of his status by the clan leader, feeling immensely satisfied. At noon, the sky above Crescent Valley was clear and blue. The blazing sun shone down on the valley, and a winding stream flowed down from the hilltop, resembling a silver ribbon. Although Crescent Valley appeared to be a fairyland with its beautiful scenery, in terms of the purity of spiritual energy, it was inferior to Yushuan Cave. The reason for this is easily understood. Although there was a genuine second-tier spiritual vein buried underground in Haichang City, there were at least 7 or 8 foundation-building cultivators within the city at present. Most of the spiritual energy from the vein had been drawn to their closed-door cultivation places. Throughout the vast Haichang City, apart from a few blessed lands, the other areas were not even comparable to Yushuan Cave, which had 2 first-tier spiritual veins converging. This was also a key factor in Chen Sun's attempt to seize the position of guardian of Lantian town. As for the clan's continuation competition, thinking of that little brat's fierce demeanor earlier, Chen Ping couldn't help but smirk. However, he would certainly participate in the competition 2 years later. Since he intended to relive this life using Chen Ping's identity, he couldn't deviate too much from the original path of the host. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to spot flaws. For the clan's continuation competition, he had nothing to worry about. From what he understood, the highest cultivation level among the other two veins was merely at the 8th layer of qi refining. To say they were like chickens and dogs would be a bit of an overstatement. He just needed to wait for that day to come and find an opportunity to eliminate the offending Chen Sun. To the south of Crescent Valley stood a beautifully ornate pavilion. A sign hanging across it read Jinyu. Jinyu Pavilion had 2 floors and was owned by the Tu family. It mainly sold various magical artifacts and purchased low-tier refining materials. The Tu family was renowned on Haichang Island for their superb refining skills. Every year, cultivators from outside the island and even from nearby small factions would come to purchase magical artifacts. The Tu family had followed the Chen family for over 300 years. The current clan leader, Tu Jinxi, was a mid-stage foundation building expert and also a skilled refiner capable of crafting superior spiritual artifacts. Therefore, he was highly valued by the Chen family's elder, Chen Xiangwen. The Tu family's status and industry in Haichang City were second only to the Chen family. Among the 33 shops in Crescent Valley, 8 were under their name, which is quite telling. As Chen Ping stepped into Jinyu Pavilion, a young attendant in blue immediately approached him with a beaming smile, saying, "What would this esteemed immortal like to see? Would you like me to assist you with an introduction?" This attendant was a mortal with the surname Tu, working at Jinyu Pavilion, earning a low-grade spiritual stone every year. Converted to gold and silver, it was enough for him to indulge extravagantly in the mundane world. Top-grade magical artifacts, preferably spirit swords. Chen Ping stated directly, "The esteemed immortal, please follow me to the 2nd floor, where we host our distinguished guests," the attendant replied. Hearing this, he was initially taken aback. Then his eyes lit up as he led Chen Ping upstairs while explaining, "Top-grade magical artifacts are quite valuable and are usually personally guarded by our immortal masters." The furnishings on the 2nd floor were quite different from those on the 1st. Not only was the area much smaller, but there were also some antique tables and chairs placed in the empty spots. In the corner of the room stood a tripod incense burner, with a bundle of fragrant incense slowly burning, the scent invigorating anyone who inhaled it. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the attendant quietly withdrew. By the open window, a well-dressed, refined middle-aged man noticed Chen Ping's arrival, calmly set down his teacup, cupped his hands, and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, it is an honor to have Taoist Chen Ping visiting. I apologize for not greeting you downstairs. Please do not take offense." This person did not deliberately mask his spiritual energy, and Chen Ping could easily discern his level with a slight probe. "Taoist too is being too polite. I didn't expect that after so many years, you have already reached the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining. I suppose soon I will have to address you as senior." Indeed, the middle-aged man, named Tu Xuanxiu, had a solid background. He was the only grandson of Tu Jinxi, the foundation building cultivator. Tu Jinxi was extraordinarily talented, having broken through foundation building before 50 and had made significant achievements in the art of refining. It was said that if he hadn't been distracted by refining, he would have long since reached the late stage of foundation building. They say a tiger does not father a dog. However, Tu Jinxi had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and only his youngest son and eldest daughter possessed spiritual roots, and they were of the lowest quality. Fortunately, his youngest son, with great fortune, unexpectedly fell in love with a mortal woman and ended up having a baby boy with superior spiritual roots. Tu Jinxi was greatly pleased and personally named the boy Xuanxiu, nurturing him by his side from a young age. Most cultivators in Haichang City knew that Tu Xuanxiu was destined to be the next head of the Tu family. More than a decade ago, when the current family's 4th elder, Chen Yiru, advanced to foundation building, the Chen family held a grand banquet to celebrate. At that banquet, 12-year-old Chen Ping had met Tu Xuanxiu once, and they had not interacted since. Those who had awakened their souls and cultivated their spiritual consciousness had an extraordinary memory, able to remember everything they had seen. Even if they had only met once, they wouldn't forget in just over a decade or two, where foundation building is extremely difficult. To be honest, a few months ago, I attempted to break through the foundation building bottleneck, but ultimately, I failed miserably. I was injured in my essence and was sent by my grandfather to Jinyu Pavilion to recuperate and train my temperament. I don't know when the next attempt will be, Tu Xuanxiu said slowly, shaking his head bitterly. Hearing this, Chen Ping sighed in sympathy and then asked curiously, "Did Taoist Tu not consume a foundation building pill?" Tu Xuanxiu had a superior spiritual root, and he should have had nearly a 60 chance of breaking through to foundation building. Moreover, given his prominent status, the The two families should have prepared a foundation-building pill for him, even if they had to sell everything. Even the lowest-grade foundation-building pill, which could only increase the success rate by 30, combined with his innate talent, would give him a 90 success rate. This was akin to a guaranteed breakthrough to the foundation-building stage, yet Tu Xuanxiu had failed. Was there some twist to this? Alas. Sure enough, Tu Xuanxiu's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "The family originally bought a foundation-building pill for me. However, my 13th uncle, 15th uncle, and several other clan members all perished. My grandfather was no match for that person and could only choose to discard the foundation-building pill to divert the thief. A mere foundation-building pill had drained the family's decades of savings. I absolutely cannot accept that my kin sold off their ancestral property for me. So I could only risk trying to break through to foundation building. Who would have thought that my fortune was insufficient, and I ultimately failed?" Upon learning the details, Chen Ping immediately understood and casually comforted him, saying, "Daoist too, at only 40, still has at least one more opportunity to break through before the limit. I believe that man can conquer nature." The limit he mentioned referred to the latest age at which one could break through from qi refining to foundation building, which was 60 years old. After crossing this boundary, the chances of successfully establishing a foundation would plummet dramatically. Even those with heavenly-grade spiritual roots would not be spared. This was a constraint imposed by the laws of heaven and earth on humanity, which even true immortals could not resolve. Thus, the importance of the quality of spiritual roots was vividly highlighted. The cultivation speed of low-grade spiritual roots is such that, without sufficient resources, one may reach the 9th level of qi refinement only at the age of 60 or 70, having long missed the crucial age limit. For those with medium-grade spiritual roots, they can generally reach the peak of qi refinement before the age of 60, gaining one chance to break into the foundation establishment stage. High-grade and earth-grade spiritual roots offer even more opportunities. As for those with heavenly-grade spiritual roots, the concept of bottlenecks does not exist before reaching the golden core stage. In this vast world, 90% of cultivators possess low-grade spiritual roots, while the remaining 10% are mostly medium-grade spiritual roots. High-grade spiritual roots are rare, occurring once in 1,000. Earth-grade and heavenly-grade spiritual roots are even rarer, with the odds being 1 in 10,000 or even more. Without a golden core or a powerful nascent soul cultivator overseeing them, medium-grade spiritual roots are the backbone of any cultivation force. Just like the current Chen family, which has 5 foundation establishment experts, only 2 of whom possess the rare high-grade spiritual roots, while the other 3 are medium-grade. Chapter 8. The Two Families' Predicament. "Then I shall take your good words, fellow Taoist." Tu Xuanxiu clasped his hands in thanks, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the matter, and quickly changed the topic. "Since you are on the 2nd floor, you must be looking to purchase a top-grade magical artifact, right?" Chen Ping nodded. "Indeed. I came here specifically to seek a top-grade magical artifact, and it must be a spirit sword." "Oh." Tu Xuanxiu poured a cup of spirit tea for Chen Ping, thought for a moment, and waved his robe, presenting 3 ornate boxes infused with rich spiritual pressure neatly on the porcelain table. "I must admit, our family sold a large number of magical treasures to procure foundation establishment pills for you, and currently, we only have 3 top-grade magical artifacts for sale, of which only this Hanfeng sword meets your criteria." Opening the ornate boxes one by one, Tu Xuanxiu pointed to the first box. Chen Ping turned his head to look and saw a spirit sword lying flat inside the box, which was entirely light blue, about 3 feet long. With a hilt shaped like a beast's head, the sword emitted a slight chill, intertwining and swirling. Sensing the intense water spiritual power on the Hanfeng sword, Chen Ping wrinkled his nose and quickly shook his head. "This sword's primary attribute is water, but I cultivate fire attribute techniques. Water and fire conflict. Forcing its use might only bring out 80% of its power. Magical artifacts containing the power of the 5 elements can exhibit extraordinary power when paired with the corresponding spiritual root attributes. However, Chen Ping has earth, fire, and wood spiritual roots, and his main cultivation technique, the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, is a proper fire attribute technique, making it truly unsuitable." "That is unfortunate then." Seeing Chen Ping's indifferent expression, with no intention of trying the sword, Tu Xuanxiu decisively put away the Hanfeng sword and pointed to the other 2 ornate boxes, saying, "You might want to take a look at these 2 treasures. Although they are not offensive magical artifacts in the form of spirit swords, they each possess their own mysteries." Chen Ping remained silent. One of the items, a black iron shield, was clearly a defensive magical artifact, which he found little interest in. Instead, the last item, a small and exquisite mask made of jade-like material, piqued his interest. Tu Xuanxiu, observing Chen Ping's reaction, smiled and introduced, "This item is called the True Illusion Mask. Crafted personally by our family ancestor. When applied to the face, It can instantly transform into another visage while also having the effect of shielding against divine sense detection, making it impossible for ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators to see through. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping picked up the mask, and a warm current immediately flowed into his palm. Gently tracing the patterns on it, he pondered for a moment and asked, "May I try using it with a spell?" "Of course. But fellow Taoist Chun, please note that this item can only transform into a permanent and fixed human visage, and it cannot be changed later. So, do not use your divine sense to shape the features, or you will have to buy it." Tu Xuanxiu reminded him with a serious tone. "I will certainly avoid that," Chen Ping replied, and as his spirit moved, he directed a force of divine sense towards the mask. Then, the mask began to emit strands of almost transparent fluorescence. His divine sense felt as though it was encountering a soft cotton-like barrier, making it impossible to penetrate. Of course, with others present, Chen Ping did not exert his full strength. However, it was enough to prove that this item indeed had the effect of isolating divine sense. This magical artifact was made from the entire facial skin of a second-tier demon beast, the Qingtong fox, and infused with a piece of natural illusion stone. Our Jinyu Pavilion can guarantee with its reputation that no cultivator below mid-foundation establishment can see through the mask's disguise, Tu Xuanxiu confidently stated. The Tu family is known for their expertise in crafting, and they have maintained good relations with our family for generations, so I naturally believe it. Chen Ping paused before asking, "But I wonder, how much is this true illusion mask? Given its unique efficacy, its price is naturally higher than that of ordinary top-grade magical artifacts." Tu Xuanxiu turned the teacup, thought for a moment, and then spoke with a sincere tone. "If you truly wish to buy it, I can offer a slight discount, a flat price of 2,800 low-grade spirit stones. How about that?" "Well, that price does seem reasonable," Chen Ping estimated in his heart. The true illusion mask could conceal his true appearance, which was crucial for his future actions. Unfortunately, he was currently low on funds, and even if he exchanged his family contribution points for spirit stones, he would only have about 2,500, leaving a considerable gap. After considering for a moment, Chen Ping pointed at the true illusion mask and proposed 2,400 spirit stones, if that is acceptable. "I will come back to collect the treasure in 3 days." Tu Xuanxiu's expression froze upon hearing this. This kid's haggling was too harsh, cutting off 400 spirit stones in one go. Chen Ping forced a hint of excitement onto his face, bowed to Tu Xuanxiu, and quickly left downstairs. What exactly is the Tu family up to? After distancing himself from Jinyu Pavilion, Chen Ping pondered over some strange occurrences he had just discovered. His earlier price drop to 2,400 spirit stones was just a casual remark. He had been waiting for Tu Xuanxiu to refuse, so he could gradually adjust the price to a position both could accept. Yet Tu Xuanxiu's instinctive displeasure was clearly the prelude to a change of heart. But in an instant, he unexpectedly agreed. The rapid shift in attitude must be related to that divine sense transmission from the room on the second floor. At least it was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes and calculated. If it weren't for his divine sense far exceeding the limits of the qi refinement stage, he probably would not have noticed at all. The only person who could cause the Tu family heir, Tu Xuanxiu, to change his words in an instant while being in the secluded chamber of Jinyu Pavilion was one, the Tu family's ancestor, Tu Xianxia, a great master at mid-foundation establishment. Is the Tu family trying to befriend me? Chen Ping's mouth twitched, and his expression became peculiar. "Grandfather, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but do you have high hopes for that kid at the 6th level of qi refinement? He only has medium-grade spiritual roots. And even if he lucks out and breaks through to foundation establishment in the future, who knows how long that will take? Which seems to offer no help to our current predicament. Moreover, his parents have passed away, and he won't even be able to pass the direct descendant competition 2 years from now. I really can't understand the reasoning behind it." Tu Xuanxiu stood outside the secluded room on the second floor of Jinyu Pavilion, his hands properly clasped, and asked with a respectful yet doubtful tone. Click, click. The iron door of the secluded room opened without a breeze. Following that, a gray-robed elder, over 60 years old, slowly walked out. The elder was tall and thin, with waxy yellow skin, his hair meticulously tied up, and his eyes sharp, exuding an imposing presence without anger. This gray-robed elder was the head of the Tu family, Tu Xianxia, having cultivated for over 140 years, compared to the 250 years of longevity of a foundation establishment cultivator. His physique and spirit were still at their peak. Regarding his grandson's doubts, Tu Xianxia did not take them to heart and explained in a hoarse voice, "Xuanxiu, one must not be superficial. Just now, when this kid was testing the true illusion mask, I quietly captured a trace of his leaked aura. His divine sense is exceptionally pure, far beyond that of an ordinary 6th level qi refinement junior. The strength of one's spirit is one of the key factors for advancing to foundation establishment. So I estimate that his chances of advancement in the future will not be small. Is that all? Tu Xuanxiu was not entirely convinced. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties. Countless medium-grade spiritual root cultivators remain shackled at the qi refinement stage throughout their lives. That's just one point. The second. Tu Xuanxi sat at the main seat, his tone playful as he said, "Few people know about this matter. Oh, Chen Yiru is a top-grade water spirit root, and the branch she comes from has the old foundation-building cultivator Chen Munian stationed there. How could she take a liking to Chenin?" Tu Xuanxiu said with some surprise. Tu Xuanxi stroked his beard and sneered. Young boys and girls in love, they were just caught up in the moment back then, and in the end, didn't they still part ways? The rumors in the market say it was because Chen Yiru's aunt Chen Munian intervened. But I believe it was Chen Yiru herself who came to her senses. Does grandfather mean that Chen Yiru still remembers her old feelings and will look at Chen Ping differently? Tu Xuanxiu speculated. If Chen Yiru really intends to support Chen Ping, then the earlier concession on the price of the true illusion mask is naturally nothing. There is definitely some old affection. Otherwise, do you think after Chen An's fall, Chen Ping could receive such a generous family compensation? Moreover, the position he currently holds as the protector of Lantian town is not something a fallen direct descendant could obtain with a few tricks. Tu Xuanxi smiled and said nonchalantly, "In any case, Chen Ping is just a pawn for now. Until he reveals greater value, you don't need to be overly deliberate in befriending him." "Yes, grandson understands." Tu Xuanxiu realized and readily agreed. Then, he glanced at the stairway and saw that there were no guests trading in the pavilion at the moment. So he leaned closer to Tu Xuanxi and whispered, "Grandfather, have you had contact with those people over there?" Silence. Tu Xuanxi's expression changed drastically. He immediately used his spiritual sense to seal off the Jinyu pavilion and formed a soundproof barrier around them, then said very seriously, "Xuanxiu, this matter must be considered carefully. The Chen family is a pack of wolves, and those people over there are even more like fierce tigers. If we are not careful, my Tu family will face the disaster of extermination. In the end, it is still grandfather who has blocked your path. With your cultivation talent, you should have already broken into the foundation building realm. What wrong has grandfather committed?" A flicker of hatred crossed Tu Xuanxiu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "It's just that several foundation building cultivators from the Chen family are too overbearing, forcing my Tu family into a dead end. And we have no choice but to seek survival in desperation. Alas, now the Chen family is flourishing, with foundation building members appearing one after another. If only you had been born 100 years earlier, perhaps my Tu family could." Tu Xuanxi sighed heavily, stopping halfway through his words, and said darkly, "Xuanxiu, listen carefully. Before I make a final decision, you must not act rashly. For now, we should continue to maintain a good relationship with the Chen family. The great elder Chen Xiangwen is upright and humble, and he is a person who values loyalty. I owe him my life from many years ago, and as long as he is alive, he will not exterminate the Tu family." Grandson obeys. Tu Xuanxiu clenched his fists, his heart roaring like thunder. "Uncle 13, Uncle 15, please give me some time. Xuanxiu will not let you sacrifice in vain." Chapter 9, Chen Yiru. Here. Even though Chen Ping was a cunning and resourceful figure in his previous life, he could not fathom the reason behind the Tu family's goodwill this time. In the world of cultivators, there are no free benefits without cause. The Tu family must have seen some hidden value in him or behind him. Could it be that my previous release of spiritual sense allowed the hidden Tu Xuanxi to see the situation? After careful consideration, Chen Ping felt it was unlikely. After all, he had only used about 30% of his spiritual sense at that time. It was equivalent to the level of a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator and should not have drawn Tu Xuanxi's attention. After pondering for a while without results, Chen Ping decisively gave up. Let it be as it will. Once he advances to foundation building, whatever tricks the Tu family plays will be in vain. Next, Chen Ping visited several other shops selling magical treasures, but found nothing. He didn't even see the shadow of a top-quality magical weapon. It was quite normal to think about it. The Haichang Chen family had a loud reputation, but it was only limited to the nearby 1,000-mile sea area. When placed in the Yuan Yen Islands cultivation world, the Chen family was merely a third-rate small force. The number of cultivators entering the New Moon Valley each year out of admiration was quite limited, with the vast majority being loose cultivators in qi refining. The market was a gathering place for cultivator transactions, divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top grade. Quite frankly, New Moon Valley couldn't even be considered a primary market of the lowest level. The nearest truly recognized primary market by cultivators was on Jinrui Island, over 20,000 miles away, controlled by the Jin family. Chen Ping's current cultivation level was too low, and he did not plan to venture to such a distant and unfamiliar sea area. Therefore, he still needed to make a trip to the family treasury. Chen Ping walked along the pebble path leading out of New Moon Valley. Ancient trees lined both sides, lush and green. The mist curled around, resembling a mountain and water ink painting, stretching endlessly. After about 15 minutes of walking, Chen Ping's eyes suddenly brightened as he came upon a cluster of buildings with eaves and ridges, each adapting to the terrain. This was the central area of Fugue Mountain. Hundreds of Qi refining family members lived here year-round. As for the 5 foundation building experts, they had each opened their caves at the peak of the spiritual mountain where spiritual energy gathered. Ordinary family members found it difficult to see them on a regular basis. The current 5 foundation builders of the Chun family had the highest cultivation, being the late foundation building Great Elder Chen Xiangwen, who was over 200 years old. The second Elder Chen Munian was in the mid-foundation building stage and was the biological aunt of the 4th Elder Chen Yiru, coming from the same lineage. The family head Chen Tong and the 3rd Elder Chen Xianxiao were also seasoned mid-foundation building cultivators. Only Chen Yiru, having broken into foundation building for only over 10 years, was still lingering in the early stage. To facilitate family management and division of labor, under the foundation building elders, there were the Foreign Affairs Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Protection Hall, Action and Knowledge Hall, and Internal Affairs Hall, each with its own responsibilities and equivalent status. Each of the 5 halls appointed a steward, all of whom were high-ranking Qi refining peak cultivators, not from the family's direct lineage. The purpose of Chen Ping's trip was to the family treasury, which was usually guarded by the Protection Hall. Along the way, he encountered many fellow clansmen, who merely nodded, at most exchanging a greeting before coldly walking away, showing no intention of warmth or closeness. Most of this responsibility fell on the previous original owner. Although the original owner's qualifications were ordinary, he was devoted to the path and was a true ascetic. Coupled with a somewhat reclusive personality, he was unwilling to interact with other clan members, making it difficult to find those who shared a close bond with him within the family. This included his second uncle Chun Baishan's family, who had also gradually distanced themselves from him after Chun An's fall. However, whether in the past or present, Chen Ping would not care. The long path of cultivation, until reaching the true immortal realm, is merely scenery to pass by. After passing through the living area and taking a sharp turn, Chen Ping stopped in front of a small palace-like building. The palace stood nearly 5 zhang high, with the upper half in an ancient bronze color and the lower half in a blue-purple hue. In front of the palace were 2 lifelike white jade statues of tigers with hanging eyes, poised as if to pounce. This was the location of the family treasury. For the entire Chen family, it was the most important and core place. As a family secret place, it was naturally heavily guarded. Along the way, Chen Ping experienced 3 waves of checks. In addition to the hidden forces, this treasury located in the central area of Fugue Mountain was guarded by at least 20 to 30 cultivators. Historically, whenever there were foundation building pills stored in the treasury, a foundation building elder would be assigned to guard it around the clock. At the entrance of the main hall, Chen Ping once again activated the family jade token to confirm his identity. You may enter. A guard cultivator clad in golden armor returned the jade token to Chen Ping and then slightly moved aside to open a passage. Inside the hall, dozens of fist-sized bright jade stones shimmered, illuminating the place as if it were perpetual daylight. In the center of the hall, a round stone platform held only a table, a chair, and a wooden bookshelf, all very simply decorated. At this moment, sitting on the chair was a beautiful woman in a light green silk shirt. Her long eyebrows, unadorned by makeup, showed no trace of wrinkles on her cheeks. The beautiful female cultivator was engrossed in flipping through a book when she saw Chen Ping enter. A complex expression briefly appeared on her face before quickly vanishing. She put down the book in her hand and said slowly, "Ping, why are you here at the treasury instead of diligently cultivating in Lantian town?" 4th Elder Chen Yiru, how could she be here overseeing things? A face that was not very familiar flashed through Chen Ping's memory. Chen Yiru was of the same generation as his father, Chenin. Although she looked to be only in her 30s, her actual age was nearly 70. Cultivators can restore their youthful appearance with each breakthrough in major realms. However, many, especially male cultivators, do not care about their outward appearance. Sometimes, certain high-level cultivators who appear old may still have a long lifespan. Chen Ping had seen the 4th elder before. He bowed deeply and respectfully said, "I wish to exchange for a top-grade magical weapon in the form of a spiritual sword. You have not yet broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Can you wield a top-grade magical weapon with only 2 or 3 strikes of power? Have you considered this?" Chen Yiru subtly furrowed her brows, and the question in her eyes was evident. "I am not far from the 7th level of Qi refinement and believe I will achieve it within a year." Chen Ping replied with the excuse he had already prepared in his mind. The spiritual power derived from the 9 transformations flame spirit technique was rich and pure. He could easily wield a top-grade magical weapon with ease. Unaware of his concealment, Chen Yiru spoke earnestly. Yushuan Cave has abundant spiritual energy, making it very suitable for Qi refinement cultivators to cultivate and breathe in. You must seize this opportunity over the next 2 years and not be lazy. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Chen Ping nodded frequently, appearing humble and obedient. He understood the implication of her words. In 2 years, there would be a major competition for the continuation of the family lineage, and if he could not break through to the 7th level of qi refinement, he would not even meet the qualification to participate. What puzzled him was why Chen Yiru, a high-ranking family member in the foundation establishment stage, seemed to have an unusual concern for him. Just wait. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yiru gracefully leaped towards a side hall to the east. After about half a cup of tea's time, she reappeared, 2 spiritual swords floating beside her. One sword was pure red, about 5 feet long, resembling an uncut fire jade. The other was made from some kind of spiritual wood, dark in color, resembling a peachwood sword used in the mortal realm to drive away ghosts, simple and unadorned. This earth flame sword was forged from a second-tier spiritual material, earth flame essence, weighing 500 pounds, crafted by a first-rate guest elder of their family, Zheng Tingxian. It was priced at 2,000 contribution points. With a flick of her finger, Chen Yiru held the pure red spiritual sword and threw it to Chen Ping, saying, "If I remember correctly, you have a fire spiritual root. Why not try the power of the earth flame sword?" Chen Ping took the earth flame sword, circulated his technique, and infused a ball of spiritual power into the sword. With a buzzing sound, like the bubbling of magma, the sword suddenly burst into brilliance, and one side of the sword body facing the ground actually became slender. After half a breath, half of the fire jade had transformed into a sharp sword blade, glinting coldly. Not bad. The material is hard and contains the killing fire attribute sword energy, which is very compatible with the Qinglian 16 slashes sword technique. Chen Ping stroked the hot sword body, feeling satisfied. With it, he could smoothly execute the sword technique. Seeing that Chen Ping seemed reluctant to part with the sword, Chen Yiru smiled slightly, her gaze shifting to the wooden sword, saying, "This sword is made from a 1,000-year pear wood that has been struck by myriad lightning bolts. When activated, it can release lightning techniques to paralyze enemies, and it also has some mysterious functions to dispel illusions, priced at 2,800 contribution points." "No need. I prefer this earth flame sword," Chen Ping replied, then took out the family jade token and all the spirit stones in his storage bag, presenting them with both hands to Chen Yiru. Chen Yiru accepted the jade token, her consciousness probing inside for a moment, then erased all the words within it. The original family contribution of 1,491 points was completely wiped out, with the remainder made up by spirit stones. According to customary proportions, I will take 600 lower-grade spirit stones. Chen Yiru collected the spirit stones and tossed the storage bag back to Chen Ping, her tone suddenly turning somewhat cold. "Ping, the legacy of our ancestors will eventually run out. You should use your resources to improve your cultivation level. Otherwise, in 100 years, you will ultimately just be a pile of yellow earth. I will definitely keep this in mind." This was not unlike what he had previously admonished Shui Yun. Yet now Chen Yiru used it to warn him. He suspected there was an unclear connection between her and his previous self. Chen Ping speculated silently. Since Chen Yiru did not mention it, he had no intention of probing further. After all, this inexplicable concern was a good thing for now. Perhaps it would bring him great convenience. Seeing that Chen Yiru had resumed flipping through her book and no longer paid him any attention, Chen Ping put away the earth flame sword, took his leave, and turned to leave the treasury. "Are you sure?" The steward of the Internal Affairs Hall, Chen Xiaodong, looked astonished, his expression filled with disbelief. After he confirmed several times, Chen Ping paid 30 spirit stones and issued an announcement. "I, Chen Ping, am selling a shop in Crescent Moon Valley. Interested parties please come to Yushuan Cave in Lantian Town within 3 days for further discussion." After Chen Ping left, a cultivator from the Internal Affairs Hall asked Chen Xiaodong, "Steward, should this news be announced to the entire city? What are you thinking? This is the Chen family's property." Chen Xiaodong glared at him and instructed, "First notify the major direct lines, then announce it to the entire clan the next day." "Yes." Just as the Internal Affairs Hall cultivator was about to leave, he heard Chen Xiaodong casually say, "By the way, do you have any spirit stones? Lend me some to make up the difference." He summoned Shui Yun, explained the matter of selling the shop to her, and instructed her to stop raising the giant poison bees for the next few days to avoid attracting the attention of clan members who were knowledgeable in this area. Chapter 10, Chun Baishan and Son. One day later, after Shui Yun sent off the 4th Chen family cultivator, she finally had some free time to brew a cup of colorful spiritual flower tea and took a few shallow sips. Since marrying to Haichang Island 3 years ago, she had never been this busy, yet she was extremely delighted inside. This was the first time Chen Ping had entrusted her with an important task. She must do it beautifully to show that old monster her worth. With this little scheme in mind, Shui Yun was full of anticipation for her future path. Although the old monster was quite secretive about his past life, Judging from the top-tier techniques he casually taught her, Shui Yun was certain that he was genuinely a high-level cultivator. Was he a golden core true person or a nascent soul ancestor? As she thought deeper, Shui Yun suddenly felt a chill down her spine and hurriedly stopped her chaotic thoughts. Following Chen Ping for just a few months, she had gained benefits she never dared to imagine in this lifetime. Even if she was controlled by the spiderweb blood seal, working like a horse was worth it. Moreover, the old monster seemed quite generous and appeared to have the intention to cultivate her. The highest offer came from the External Affairs Hall steward, Chen Zhu, who was willing to purchase the shop for 4,600 spirit stones. The second highest was from the Internal Affairs Hall steward, Chen Xiaodong, who offered 100 spirit stones less than Chen Zhu. The other two offers were too low for Shui Yun to consider. According to Chen Ping's instructions, 5,000 spirit stones were the bottom line, and if no one met the price within 3 days, she should not lower it. The number of shops in Crescent Moon Valley was fixed at 33. This created a situation where there were more monks than porridge. For centuries, whenever a shop in Crescent Moon Valley was for sale, it would cause quite a stir, attracting many cultivators to compete for purchase, so there was no worry about sales. Just as Shui Yun was pondering seriously, a flurry of footsteps sounded outside the cave, followed by 2 people arriving at the cave entrance one after the other. Pinger, it's me. At the edge of the formation stood 2 cultivators. One was older, wearing a purple hairpin and robust in stature, and he was the one speaking. The other was about 20 years old, with a straight nose and bright eyes, wearing a gold-edged belt around his waist, resembling a young nobleman from the mortal world. Upon closer inspection, the 2 men bore a 3 to 4 points resemblance to Chen Ping, second uncle. Seeing the visitors, Shui Yun hurriedly opened the formation to let the 2 enter the cave. Indeed, these 2 are Chen Ping's second uncle Chen Baishan and his cousin Chen Hongjia. When Chunin was alive, the 2 families had a relatively close relationship. In recent years, with Chun's passing, and Chen Ping focusing on his cultivation and ignoring trivial matters, he has gradually become estranged from his second uncle's family. After a while, seeing that both cups of spiritual tea had been brewed, but Chen Ping had yet to make an appearance, Chen Baishan's expression turned unnatural, and he questioned, "Yun girl, is Pinger not in the Yushuan cave?" Reporting to second uncle, Ping Lang is currently in seclusion in the secret chamber, and I will take charge of all matters at home for now, Shui Yun replied with a smile. Having some guesses about the sudden visit of Chen Baishan and his son, likely concerning the shop in the New Moon Valley. Ridiculous. Chen Baishan snorted coldly, tapping his fingernail on the edge of the teacup, and said bluntly, "What can an outsider like you decide? Quickly go call Pinger out. I have important matters to discuss with him." At the same time, Chen Hongjia, who was seated next to him, also sneered disdainfully and sarcastically said, "Sister-in-law, you might as well bring out elder brother. We have many affairs to attend to. We can't just waste time here." The aggressive demeanor of Chen Baishan and his son was not specifically targeting Shui Yun. The Chen family had become increasingly powerful in recent years, with many dependents flocking to them. The Shui family of Bay Island was merely one of their subordinate forces. To put it bluntly, it was almost equivalent to a master-servant relationship. Moreover, Shui Yun was not valued in her own family. Her biological grandfather was the head of the Shui family. Although he was a foundation establishment cultivator, he preferred the pleasures of the bedroom. Throughout his life, he had married over a dozen wives and concubines, fathering 20 to 30 children. As they branched out, by the time it reached Shui Yun's generation, the number of direct descendants had dramatically increased. Shui Yun was just a mediocre junior with a low-grade spiritual root, and it was impossible for her to attract her grandfather's special attention. Her status in her maternal family was already awkward, and in her powerful husband's family, she was even more insignificant. Before entering seclusion, Ping Lang had instructed that no disturbances should be made during his retreat. "Therefore, please forgive me for being rude," Shui Yun said softly, biting her lip. But her face revealed a determination. "Humph." Chen Baishan raised an eyebrow, stood up, and angrily said, "Shui Yun, I give you 10 breaths of time to call Chen Ping out." Boom. At that moment, the tightly closed stone door suddenly shattered open, and a slender figure slowly walked out from the dust. With an expressionless face, Chen Ping glanced at the 2 unexpected guests and said coldly, "Second uncle, Shui Yun is my Dao partner, and you cannot scold her here. This Yushuan cave is my territory. No one can act recklessly here. Cousin, how can you speak to your elders like that?" Chen Hongjia retorted sharply, youthful and impetuous. "You disturbed my retreat. Second uncle, you must give me an explanation today." Chen Ping directly ignored Chen Hongjia, focusing his icy gaze on Chen Baishan, speaking each word with a chilling tone. At this moment, Chen Ping was furious. If it weren't for his status, he would have loved to slap these 2 noisy flies to death. Seeing Chen Ping's fierce and terrifying expression, Chen Baishan's eyelids twitched. This kid had a strange personality since childhood, and now that his elder brother was gone, there was no one to control him. Chen Baishan lowered his posture and said apologetically, Pinger, I was a bit anxious just now. I just learned from the internal affairs hall that you intend to sell the shop, which is why I hurried over. Seeing him soften, Chen Ping temporarily suppressed his anger, but still spoke with a cold tone. The shop was passed down by my father. Whether to sell it or keep it is my decision alone. Second uncle, do you have any advice? I wonder how much Pinger intends to sell it for. Based on my analysis, selling it for 4,000 to 5,000 spiritual stones shouldn't be a problem, Chen Baishan tentatively asked. Chen Ping furrowed his brow and said directly, Second uncle, beating around the bush is pointless. Hongjia. Chen Baishan looked at his son and said proudly, Show your cousin what you've got. Pay attention. Chen Hongjia shot Chen Ping a cold glance, crossing his arms in front of himself, his eyes shining with spiritual energy. The next moment, his aura began to surge violently. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the 7th level. At just 22 years old, Chen Hongjia had a mid-grade gold and water spiritual root. Normally, it was difficult for someone his age to reach the 7th level of Qi refinement. Observing the thin and uneven spiritual power he released, Chen Ping made a deduction. His cousin must have consumed a large amount of pills to barely advance. His foundation was unstable, and it was unwise to waste time in Yushuan Cave instead of solidifying his cultivation. Chen Ping said indifferently, Pinger. Chen Baishan was very excited, his voice trembling. In 2 years, it will be a life and death crucial competition for us regarding the continuation of our direct lineage qualifications. Hongjia risked his unstable foundation, refining pills day and night, and that is how he broke through to the 7th level. Chen Baishan had a low-grade spiritual root and had been on the path of immortality since childhood, always being overshadowed by his elder brother Chen and feeling disheartened. He focused on managing his business, and over the years, he had accumulated a considerable fortune. Now, although he was still stuck at the 5th level of Qi refinement, unable to progress. Oh, and then, Chen Ping scoffed, non-committal. Pinger, your second uncle hopes that after you sell the shop in the New Moon Valley, you can take out 2,000 spiritual stones, and I will find a way to gather some more to buy your cousin a miraculous Yang Dan with 3 stripes, so that his cultivation can advance another level. This way, the chances of winning will be higher, Chen Baishan continued, turning to hold Chen Ping's shoulder, sincerely saying, Ping, I hope you consider the bigger picture. Cough, cough. Nearby, Shuiyan almost choked on the spiritual flower tea. Was Chen Baishan's idea too naive? Asking Chen Ping to give spiritual stones for his son's cultivation, while also asking him to consider the bigger picture? If it were the old Chen Ping, there might have been a slight possibility due to blood ties. But now, it was clearly self-degrading. Haha, too ridiculous. Chen Ping's figure flickered, dodging Chen Baishan and pointing at him, laughing wildly. Miraculous Yang Dan, also known as the Small Foundation Establishment Dan. Cultivators below the 8th level of Qi refinement can use it to directly break through one small realm. Each cultivator can only take one throughout their life. Due to its extraordinary effect, although this Dan is classified as a first-grade item, its price has always been high. The most common one with 1 stripe costs 3,000 spiritual stones. As for the 3-stripe miraculous Yang Dan that Chen Baishan wants to buy for his son, it definitely won't be less than 5,000. Pinger, what do you mean? Chen Baishan said angrily. If you don't want to give it, that's fine. This spiritual stone can be considered as a loan from your second uncle. I will pay you back monthly after the competition. With half-closed eyes, Chen Ping grinned. Second uncle, I can lend you the spiritual stones. But between brothers, we must be clear about accounts. I won't deceive you. 2,000 spiritual stones. With an interest of 1,000 per year, how about that? What? Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Chen Baishan felt somewhat gratified. But the more he listened, the more wrong it sounded. This interest was outrageous, beyond description, clearly a deliberate mockery of them. Cousin, are you really not going to lend it? Chen Hongjia glared angrily and threatened. If we lose the competition and lose our direct lineage status, do you think you can still keep your position? You don't need to worry about that. Chen Ping waved his hand impatiently and said, Yunner, see them off. Yes, Ping Lang. All right. Hongjia, let us go? Chen Baishan's chest heaved violently, kicking over a stone table in frustration as he left with Chen Hongjia. Chen Ping watched the two leave the cave, unable to stop laughing coldly. Not to mention that the spiritual stones from selling the shop were intended to buy a true illusion mask, even if they were temporarily useless. He wouldn't be kind enough to lend them to others. Among cultivators, the focus is on competition. What benefit is there to him if Chen Hongjia's cultivation improves? In any case, in the direct lineage competition, having Chen Ping alone is enough. If his second uncle's family behaves obediently, Chen Ping will naturally allow them to continue enjoying their privileges. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind severing ties with Chen Baishan. Yunner, I expect to be in seclusion for a few more days. If Chen Baishan comes again, just turn him away at the door. Chen Ping instructed. and the earth flame sword was drawn from its sheath to cut off a large piece of the stone wall, blocking the hole in the secret chamber. Chapter 11. Plotting resources after leaving the island. Father, are we just leaving like this? What about the Qiangdan? Chen Hongjia stopped a few hundred zhang away from the Yushuan cave, unwilling to accept it. Chen Baishan's face darkened like water, and he comforted, Hongjia, just focus on your cultivation. Even if I have to put my old face on the line, I will gather enough spirit stones to buy the Qiangdan. The worst outcome is that we pretend to sell our ancestral shop in Crescent Valley. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongjia was shocked and said, Father, the shop's annual rent is steady and is one of our main sources of income. We absolutely cannot give it up. Hongjia. Chen Baishan looked deeply at his son and said meaningfully, remember, the realm is fundamental. If one day you can advance to the foundation establishment stage, what you lose now will be insignificant. 200 years ago, our clan was glorious and strong, holding nearly 30% of the shops in Crescent Valley. But now it is precarious, and even the direct lineage is hard to maintain. Your uncle unexpectedly fell, and Pinger is selfish and ungrateful. Our clan can only rely on you to turn the tide. By the end, Chen Baishan's eyes were already filled with tears. Chen Hongjia nodded vigorously, but in his heart, he held a grudge against Chen Ping, whispering, Father, cousin is selfish. We don't need to associate with him anymore. Also, I know a secret. A few years ago, when cousin was the family inspector, he extorted some side disciples and gained some ill-gotten wealth. Since he was unkind first, we might as well expose this to the law enforcement hall's Chin's son. He has a deep grudge against Chen Ping over the competition for the position in Lantian town and won't let this good opportunity go. Chen Hongjia calculated and felt this matter had great potential. However, Chen Baishan glared at him fiercely and sternly reproached, Hongjia, this cannot be done. He is your uncle's only son. I do not ask for you to support each other, but you absolutely cannot fight among yourselves. Otherwise, I will have no face to meet your grandfather and uncle below. Father, day and night alternated, and 2 days passed in a flash. Shuiyin tightly held the storage bag in her hand, not daring to part with it for a moment. She couldn't afford to be nervous. There were a full 2,000 low-grade spirit stones inside. In the past 3 days, dozens of cultivators had come to purchase, even including the Gung family and loose cultivators. In the end, the Internal Affairs Hall steward Qin Xiodong won the bid after 2 price increases, securing it for 5,100 spirit stones. The 2,000 spirit stones in this storage bag were merely a deposit. Once Chen Ping exited his seclusion, he would go with Qin Xiodong to the Knowledge and Action Hall to hand over the shop deed, officially transferring ownership. In the secret chamber, Chen Ping sat on a stone bench. Within a 3-zhang radius around him, blue dragons danced and flew around, each time brushing against the rock wall, creating deep cracks several inches deep on the surface. These blue dragons were the sword Qi evolved from the Qinglian 16 slashes sword technique. If he wielded the earth flame sword, the power of this sword technique could be raised several levels. In just a few days, Chen Ping had already opened up the meridians for the sword technique. He had mastered the first 3 sword forms, where the appearance of the blue lotus manifested, and the sword Qi resembled a lotus, step by step producing lotuses. Among the 3 forms, the appearance of the blue lotus and the sword Qi resembling a lotus was the main killing move. Once the sword momentum moved, it would pierce through like a rainbow, unparalleled in its might. 4 Qi refining stage cultivators without top-tier defensive artifacts. Just 1 strand of sword Qi could lead to a life or death situation. The Qinglian 16 slashes sword technique was extremely domineering, but it also consumed spiritual power at a terrifying rate. Even though Chen Ping primarily practiced the top-grade technique, he could only condense 3 strands of sword Qi before breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Therefore, the sword technique was a trump card that would not be easily used. As for the 3rd form, step-by-step producing lotus, it was a mysterious body technique that divided sword Qi into lotus forms to step on the lotus and defeat the enemy. This body technique was particularly suitable for small spaces. However, it also consumed a significant amount of energy. Ordinary cultivators would need at least the 8th layer of Qi refining to have the strength to perform it. Concealing the sword Qi, Chen Ping sat down to recover his nearly depleted spiritual power, then gazed at the earth flame sword, lost in thought. The How You See cultivation realm was vast and boundless. While the Chun family's location in the Yuanyan Islands was merely a drop in the ocean, Haichang Island was situated in the western sea area of the Yuanyan Islands. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, besides the Qin family, there were also the Meng family, the Yu family, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance coexisting. The strength of these several forces was not much different from each other. Overall, the current Qin family was slightly stronger to compete for islands and cultivation resources. These forces had been openly and secretly fighting for hundreds of years. The relationship between the Chun family and the Meng family was particularly hostile. Chen Ping's parents fell during the struggle for an island between the two clans, both perishing at the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator from the Ming family, with even their remains unknown. The tombs of the two elders on Floating Go Mountain were just piles of clothing mounds. Chen Ping intended to quickly accumulate resources, and targeting the Ming family was the best choice. Even if it was exposed in the future, Chen Ping need not worry about the family making things difficult for him. The How You See cultivation realm was primarily sea-based. Qi refining cultivators could not fly, making crossing the sea essentially a far-fetched idea. Moreover, even among Foundation establishment and Yuandan realm experts, few could fly long distances. After all, prolonged flight required a large amount of spiritual power for support. For example, there were special treasures like the Escape from the Sea Pearl, Water Avoiding Pearl, talismans like the Water Separation Talisman, Pure Path Talisman, lightweight spiritual boats, and large spiritual ships. Even cities of spiritual energy built by golden core and nascent soul forces that could accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators crossing millions of miles of the sea. Haichang City had a dozen spiritual boats, but their ranks were relatively low, mostly able to navigate only within a few thousand miles of the sea, relying on these spiritual boats to transport cultivators or exchange goods with other forces. The Chun family's Knowledge and Action Hall earned more than half of the family's total income from spirit stones each year. It is worth mentioning that sailing in the Yuanyan Island Sea area is considered relatively safe. Due to some extremely secretive reasons, the most powerful race in the How You See, the Sea Clan, has not extended its reach to the Yuanyan Islands for nearly 10,000 years. On the other hand, the other peak race, the Demon Clan, has countless branches. The Demon Clans are scattered in every corner of the How You See. Their overall strength can rival that of the Sea Clan. But since they are dispersed in specific areas, they do not appear to be overwhelmingly powerful. In the vicinity of the Yuanyan Islands, the human race can completely stand against the demon race, and the latter's strength is even slightly weaker. Thus, the living environment for the human race in the Yuanyan Islands, especially for low-level cultivators, is much better than in other sea areas. The sea area where Haichang Island is located is on the edge of the jurisdiction of the Golden Core sect, Wanhua sect, and the high-level demon beasts in this area have already been completely cleared. The remaining first and second-tier demon beasts occasionally appear, but cannot shake the position of the human race. Even if a beast tide occurs, at most, it would only result in the loss of a batch of low-level Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators. The territory ruled by the Meng family is about 1,500 miles from Haichang Island, which is not particularly dangerous. Unless one encounters second-tier demon beasts or hostile Foundation establishment cultivators due to bad luck. Cultivators in their practice cannot expect to have everything go smoothly. Moreover, to acquire enough cultivation resources, what is a little risk worth? Since the plan was set, Chen Ping immediately exited his seclusion. Before leaving, he called Shui Yun and instructed, "I will be out for a long time, at most 6 months, at least 3 months. You will manage the mundane affairs of Lantian town." Yun'er complied. Shui Yun nodded in agreement. Her mind was sharp and insightful, and she wouldn't speak out of turn about matters that should not be asked. Chen Ping hummed in acknowledgement. There were very few cultivators living in Lantian town, and it was only a few dozen miles away from Haichang City, with basically no troublesome affairs to handle on ordinary days, so it was not a concern to leave it to Shui Yun. Even if the family discovered he had left his post without permission, they would only deduct his salary for the year at most, which was not a big deal. Chen Ping glanced at her indifferently, with a hint of warning in his words. Shui Yun felt a chill in her heart, and quickly said, "Don't worry, Ping Lang. I will definitely focus on my cultivation." "That's best." Chen Ping said no more. He took out 300 spirit stones from the deposit given by Chen Xiaodong and handed them to Shui Yun, saying, "Don't skimp on the elixirs. Regularly taking 1 pattern elixirs will cost a considerable amount later to eliminate elixir poison. Regardless of how elixirs are refined, there will always be some impurities left behind. These impurities, which permeate the elixir, cannot be absorbed by cultivators and, over time, will form elixir poison. If elixir poison is not dealt with for a long time, it will affect a cultivator's speed of cultivation and even increase the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. Therefore, unlimited use of elixirs is a major taboo in cultivation. 1 pattern and 2 pattern elixirs contain a lot of elixir poison, and cultivators often need to expend a lot of energy to eliminate it. In contrast, 3 pattern elixirs and above belong to the high-quality category, with negligible accompanying elixir poison, naturally making their price much higher. For cultivators with low-quality spiritual roots, to reach the peak of Qi training before the age of 60 while regularly consuming low-quality elixirs is nearly impossible. Chen Ping, having promised to help her cultivate, would certainly not go back on his word. Moreover, once this girl establishes her foundation, she will be able to repay him tenfold or 100-fold. In Haichang City, in a magnificent conference hall, Under the witness of the steward Chen Jinsong from the Jixing Hall, Chen Ping and Chen Xiaodong completed the transfer of the shop in Crescent Valley and left the contract engraved with their magical auras in the Jixing Hall for safekeeping. From this day forward, the shop passed down from the foundation building ancestor would have no further connection to Chen Ping. Steward, just forget about the small change. Just give me 3,000 spirit stones as a settlement. Chen Ping pondered for a moment and said to Chen Xiaodong, "Thank you." Chen Xiaodong looked surprised. This kid is quite worldly. The rumors that he is reclusive and proud are just hearsay. Having been in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall for over a decade, Chen Xiaodong had never cared about 100 spirit stones, but this shows an attitude, a respectful attitude. Ping kid, you've suddenly gained such a large sum of spirit stones. You must use them wisely. There are only 2 Qiang left in the family treasury. Chen Xiaodong paused and casually said, I heard that Chen Sun intends to trade for 1, and then there's Chen Jiu. Although she took Qiang many years ago, she has reached the 8th layer of Qi training for 7 years now. No one can say for sure if she can break through again within 2 years. Chapter 12, Bay Island. The Chen family must participate in the current competition for the legitimate lineage, which has 3 branches. Chen Sun and Chen Jiu are currently the highest-ranking cultivators from the other 2 branches. If nothing unexpected happens, his opponents will be these 2. Thank you for the reminder. Steward. Chen Ping clasped his hands. The substantial spirit stones indeed have some effect, even though this news holds no real significance. After leaving Chen Xiaodong, Chen Ping re-entered Crescent Valley. He arrived at Jinyu Pavilion and, under the guidance of a servant, met Tu Xianyu, who was playing chess. Chen Ping watched him for a while and said, Dao friend Tu is quite interested, playing both black and white pieces alone. Winning or losing is all joy. Winning or losing is all joy. Haha, that's an interesting way to put it. Tu Xianyu chuckled lightly, pushed aside the chessboard, and said, Does Dao friend Chen also understand the art of chess? Why not discuss chess skills with me? I am a vulgar person, utterly ignorant. In his previous life, he was considered a chess master, but there was no need to waste time here. Then let it be. Tu Xianyu did not think much of it. He certainly knew why Chen Ping was here, so he placed the true illusion mask on the table and sighed. Dao friend has great courage. You discarded the shop in Crescent Valley like it was nothing. It's a pity that when you last came here, you didn't let anything slip. Otherwise, I would have had some ideas. The news of Chen Ping selling the ancestral shop had spread among the high-level cultivators in Haichang City, but no one found it strange. With the competition for the legitimate lineage approaching, needing a large amount of resources to enhance cultivation is quite normal. Oh, Chen Ping smiled slightly and said, Since Dao friend Tu is interested, why not come to my Yushuan cave and make an offer? With the 2 families' financial strength, I'm sure you could easily acquire it. Where? How can the Tu family compare to your Chen family? Tu Xianyu yawned, took a sip of tea, and slowly asked, Does Dao friend Chen have anything else you need to buy? This was a blatant hint to leave. Chen Ping coldly smiled in his heart, and, appearing nonchalant, took out 2,400 spirit stones, sighing, Dao friend Tu, everything here is top quality, but I am eager yet powerless. Then, he spent 800 spirit stones at a grocery store called Uni Pavilion in Crescent Valley to buy a 100-square storage bag, replacing the original 3-square storage bag. The 100-square storage bag has a storage space of about 1/3 of the family treasury hall, easily accommodating a medium-sized spirit boat. In the northernmost part of Haichang Island, in Pingqiu Town, Chen Ping concealed his tracks, disguised himself as a mortal, and when he left Pingqiu Town, he had already changed his appearance. Compared to his original appearance, the face transformed by the true illusion mask was distinct and angular, giving him a somewhat handsome look. After leaving Pingqiu Town and walking more than 40 miles, he arrived at the largest dock on Haichang Island, controlled by the Chun family's Xingji Hall. At this moment, the sky was beginning to brighten. Chen Ping gathered his spiritual power in his eyes and saw 5 or 6 spirit boats docked at the shore from afar. Dao friend, where are you planning to go? As soon as Chen Ping approached, a white-robed cultivator, whose cultivation level was at the 5th layer of Qi training, stopped him. Yunquan Island. Chen Ping changed his voice and said in a low tone. Upon hearing this, the white-robed cultivator showed a knowing expression and pointed to the farthest spirit boat, saying, That spirit boat passes by Yunquan Island and will set off in another hour. Yunquan Island is a newly acquired island by the Chen family in recent years. The island has 3 first-level spiritual veins and is less than 300 miles away from the sea controlled by the Meng family. The most famous feature of Yunquan Island is a natural spring. This spring contains rich water essence, making it very suitable for irrigating spirit fields. Therefore, cultivators from surrounding islands often bring a large number of porcelain jars, jade basins, and other containers to Yunquan Island to collect the spring water. The Chen family, having recently obtained Yunquan Island, generously allowed a portion of the benefits and announced that cultivators who come to the island within 10 years can use the water for free. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted a large number of cultivators, especially impoverished loose cultivators, to Yunquan Island to fetch water, which also boosted the spirit boat business significantly. After paying 20 spirit stones, Chen Ping boarded the spirit boat. This spirit boat was about 10 zhang long and had 2 levels. The upper level had separate compartments, while the lower level had dozens of cushions for scattered guests. At this time, 7 or 8 cultivators had already taken their seats on the lower level. Chen Ping disliked noise and simply bought a ticket for a compartment. A petite and delicate maid came over, guiding him into compartment number 204. Master Xianxia, would you like something to drink? The boat provides free spirit tea, as well as paid spirit wine and spirit fruits, priced the same as in the city. The maid blinked her lively eyes and said sweetly to Chen Ping. The maids on these spirit boats are mostly beautiful mortal women. They travel with the boat day and night, eating the wind and drinking the dew, hoping that one day they will be favored by a certain xianxia and brought into his home. Even being a servant would be considered a good end. No need. You can leave now. Chen Ping remained unmoved. He was wholeheartedly focused on the Tao and would not be swayed by female charm, much less by a mortal woman. If Master Xianxia needs anything during the journey, please do not hesitate to inform the maid. The maid smiled sweetly, and, as she turned to leave, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. There was still an hour before the ship would set sail, and Chen Ping rarely had a moment of leisure. Leaning against the window, he gazed into the distance. Looking up, he saw a few clouds like satin floating in the azure sky, and the vast sea was rolling with waves. In the distance, the sky and sea had completely merged into one. Chen Ping was born in the inland area in his previous life and had rarely seen such a vast and beautiful sea view. The images in his memory were not even 1/10 of what he was witnessing, and he felt a sense of shock in a daze. An hour later, the spirit boat began to sway slightly. Then, a voice like a bell echoed throughout the spirit boat. Fellow Taoists, I am Chen Xintong from the Chen family's Jixing Hall, responsible for all matters aboard this spirit boat. This journey starts from Haichang Island and ends at Yunquan Island. We will pass by several islands, including Bay Island, Huangsha Island, and Wujin Island. We will stop at each island for 3 hours. If any fellow Taoists wish to disembark for purchases or trades, please keep track of the time. This ship will depart on time, and if you miss it, you'll have to wait for the next one. Let me be clear, fighting is prohibited on the spirit boat, and violators will be dealt with severely. As he finished speaking, his tone grew a bit colder. At the same time, a wave of spiritual consciousness spread out, and the man's voice echoed again. If any fellow Taoists feel that their cultivation is above mine and look down on me and the Chen family, you are welcome to give it a try. Chen Ping continued to gaze at the sea view, his expression unchanged, as were most of the other cultivators on the spirit boat. Chen Xintong's words were merely a formality. Behind him stood several high-level foundation establishment cultivators, who would dare to cause trouble on the Chen family's boat in the surrounding sea. The spirit boat sliced through the azure waves, creating a path in the water. The layers of waves stirred up silver-white foam that swept past the boat's side, merging into a surging tide at the boat's stern, leaving a shimmering trail of water. Before long, they had already distanced themselves from the dock. The spirit boat was steady, with no sense of bumpiness at all. They traveled like this for about an hour and a half. Senior, we have arrived at Bay Island, a maid outside the compartment reminded cautiously. Chen Ping, who had been resting, slowly opened his eyes, pushed open the door, and jumped directly off the spirit boat. Bay Island was the territory of the Shui family, named for its abundance of white leaf trees. The white leaf tree is a first-tier spiritual tree, hard yet lightweight and water-resistant, making it one of the best materials for crafting small to medium-sized spirit boats. The Shui family relied on the thousands of white leaf trees on the island to train a group of shipbuilders. Although they mainly focused on crafting small spirit boats, they had gained a bit of fame in the nearby sea area. To facilitate going to sea, many wealthy loose cultivators or small force cultivators would come here to Bay Island to purchase boats. After landing on Bay Island, Chen Ping headed east toward Bay Town, where the cultivators on the island gathered. Since the Shui family was a minor family without the ability to imitate the Chun family in building a stronghold, Bay Town was their core territory. Chen Ping infused spiritual energy into his feet and leaped several zhang in distance. Around him, several fellow cultivators from the same boat were also rushing toward Bay Town. Among them, a red-clothed, burly man moved the fastest, quickly leaving Chen Ping and the others behind within a few breaths. Upon closer inspection, this strong man was none other than Chen Xintong, the cultivator from the Chen family's Jixing Hall who had spoken before the boat set sail. This man was at the 8th level of qi refinement and had a very deep background in the Chen family. His father was the steward of Jixing Hall, Chen Jinsong, and the third elder, Chen Xingqiao, was his uncle. Chen Ping had heard some rumors that the next foundation establishment pill from the family would likely be granted to Chen Xintong. This was also a reflection of the current power dynamics among the several foundation establishment factions within the Chen family. The eldest elder, Chen Xingwen, was over 200 years old and had not much time left to live. He had long delegated power and devoted himself to guiding the talented younger generation in cultivation. The second elder, Chen Munian, was 180 years old and was the aunt of the fourth elder, Chen Eru. Although their line had produced 2 foundation establishment cultivators, their branch was sparse in numbers. Moreover, the relationship between this aunt and niece was not harmonious, often at odds with each other, resembling a pair of rivals. The current family leader, Chen Tong, had taken over the family authority for 30 years, handling matters skillfully yet fairly, earning the love of the family members. After Chen Tong established his foundation, he suffered severe injuries and lost a great deal of essence, resulting in his cultivation stagnating in the mid-foundation establishment stage for decades. The third elder, Chen Xingqiao, was only 80 years old this year, having reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was also a high-grade mutated lightning spiritual root cultivator, with lightning techniques that were extraordinary, almost able to compete with 2 opponents of the same level. There were rumors outside that Chen Xingqiao was very likely to become the first essence core cultivator in the Chen family's 600 years of history. Chen Xingqiao focused on cultivation and disliked engaging in power struggles. However, his partner, Hui Chuyan, took advantage of his prestige to recruit several external cultivators, including the first-class guest elder, Zhang Tingxian. Moreover, with Chun Jinsong controlling the Zhixing Hall, it had seemingly formed the Chun family's de facto largest faction. What was Chen Xintong doing in Beitown? Chen Ping watched Chen Xintong's back, deliberately slowing down his speed to stay far behind. Chapter 13. Purchasing a spirit boat. After more than a quarter of an hour, a bustling small town appeared in sight. The gates on both sides were wide open, with no cultivators on guard. Chen Ping had visited Beitown several times before. He then used his spiritual power to avoid the mundane area and directly entered the inner city. Tianbao Pavilion, he sneered. What a grand claim. Staring at the ornate plaque of the magnificent pavilion, Chen Ping looked disdainful. Tianbao Pavilion was the largest store of the Shui family and the only place on Bay Island allowed to sell spirit boats. Senior, what would you like to buy? As soon as he entered the pavilion, a youthful altar boy approached him cautiously. Chen Ping's expression was indifferent, and he simply uttered 2 words, spirit boat. All right, senior. Please follow me to the inner hall, the altar boy said with a bright smile, excited. Even the lowest grade spirit boats easily cost over 1,000. If this deal went smoothly, he could earn at least 3 to 5 spirit stones as a reward. Chen Ping remained expressionless as he followed the young altar boy into the inner hall. Upon entering, Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise crossing his eyes. The inner hall was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people without feeling crowded. Various styles of spirit boats were displayed on exquisitely crafted jade counters. A group of beautiful female attendants was explaining to several customers who appeared to be cultivators. Oh, looking around, in a corner on the east side, Chen Ping spotted 2 familiar faces. One of them, a burly man, was none other than Chen Xintong, whom he had encountered when landing on the island. The other, a fat-faced cultivator dressed in brocade, was nodding and bowing beside him. As they chatted and laughed, his chubby face trembled, as if it would fall off at any moment. Chen Ping recognized this fat cultivator as well. His surname was Shui, and his name was One. He was the one with the best spiritual root aptitude among Shui Yun's dozen or so uncles. Therefore, he was highly favored by the Shui family's ancestor, Shui Jinkong. And even the most profitable Tianbao Pavilion was entrusted to him. My family uncle specifically instructed me that we must see the actual goods before the end of next year, Chen Xintong said as he walked. Hearing him mention Chen Xingqiao, the fat cultivator puffed out his chest and said solemnly, Brother Chen, you can rest assured. I, Shui Wen, will definitely not let the third elder down. As more and more guests filled the inner hall, Chen Xintong was unwilling to stay longer. Shui Wen's eyes shifted, and in an almost fawning tone, he said, There's still plenty of time before the departure. Brother Chen, why not go to the back courtyard for a meal and have some spirit wine before leaving? The other day, some 10-pound red-eyed bone fish were sent over, and I've been saving them just for your visit. Oh, just in time, I'm also craving it. So I'll bother you, Brother Shui, Chen Xintong replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on a curvaceous maid for a moment. Shui Wen immediately understood, glancing sideways at the maid, who promptly performed a deep bow to Chen Xintong and shyly stepped out. Haha, Brother Shui, see you later. Chen Xintong laughed heartily and chased after the beautiful maid. What kind of transaction did the third elder, Chen Xingqiao, make with Tianbao Pavilion that required the Shui family to deliver by the end of the following year? After Chen Xintong left, the young Taoist boy who had accompanied Chen Ping quickly ran over and whispered a few words in Shui Wen's ear. After a while, Shui Wen waved his hand to signal the Taoist boy to step back. He patted his big belly and said politely, "I don't know your name, friend. Where do you come from?" "My surname is Liu, my name is Yu, and I am a loose cultivator. I am Shui Wen, the owner here." Shui Wen eagerly said, "Does friend Liu wish to buy a spirit boat?" Chen Ping didn't engage in pleasantries and replied straightforwardly, "Yes. A small spirit boat that can accommodate 7 or 8 people will do. Friend Liu has made the right choice. Our small spirit boats on Bay Island are famous far and wide," Shui Wen said with a hint of pride, walking to a counter and quickly tapping on its surface a few times. Then, the huge counter broke down and folded away, revealing a grayish-white spirit boat about 30 feet long and 20 feet high. This spirit boat is made entirely from a 100-year-old bay tree trunk, embedded with a first-level water control formation, which requires only 10 low-grade spirit stones to sail for 800 miles. Shui Wen explained in detail. Chen Ping touched the hull and asked, "Manager Shui, how long does it take for the water control formation to recover after it has been activated?" There are 2 key factors to distinguish the quality of a spirit boat. The first is the main material, which is straightforward and needs no further explanation. The second is the core of the formation that propels the spirit boat through water. Generally, the formation core can be activated with spirit stones. The higher the level of the formation core, the more spirit stones it requires. Accordingly, the recovery speed of the formation will also be greatly enhanced. For example, the 3rd and 4th level water control formations embedded in medium to large warships can remain activated as long as there are enough spirit stones, allowing continuous sailing in the sea. The water control formation takes at least 3 days to recover. Shui Wen extended 3 fingers and said, "If friend Liu thinks the waiting time is too long, you can look at other spirit boats." As he spoke, he pointed to another counter, where a slightly larger spirit boat was displayed, and said, "This spirit boat can continuously control water for 1,000 miles, and the formation core can be reactivated within 2 days. Of course, it requires you to embed 15 low-grade spirit stones each time." "Is this boat sturdy?" Chen Ping's heart stirred, and he said in a deep voice, "Sailing in the sea is quite dangerous. If it crashes into a hidden reef or is attacked by a monster, causing the spirit boat to break apart, it would be truly lamentable." Upon hearing this, Shui Wen produced a giant axe and struck it heavily against the spirit boat. Sizzle! The axe swung down heavily, but the hull showed no signs of damage. The bay tree is incredibly hard, especially one that is 100 years old. My axe is a top-grade magical tool. Extremely sharp. Can friend Liu be assured after this test? Shui Wen patted his big belly and said leisurely, "The small spirit boat can generally withstand 3 full-force attacks from ordinary top-grade magical tools or late-stage first-level monsters. If you are still not satisfied, then consider a medium spirit boat. As for the price, naturally, it will be several times more." Stroking his chin, Chen Ping shook his head and said, "I'll take this one. How many spirit stones?" He was going to the Meng family sea area, with the furthest destination being Yunquan Island. "Haha. Friend Liu is a straightforward person," Shui Wen said with a smile, 1,600 spirit stones, and don't haggle. I will also give you a sea area map that includes detailed information about a 3,000-mile radius. This sea area map was painstakingly drawn by my Shui family over several decades, at the cost of several clan members' lives. It is definitely not available on the market." "Really?" Raising an eyebrow, Chen Ping showed a hint of satisfaction and said, "Manager Shui, your family is prosperous. Why not give me a few more pure transformation road talismans?" "Haha. No problem." Shui Wen waved his hand generously, but inwardly he sneered. He thought Chen Ping would ask for some additional conditions. Just a few first-level talismans. Giving them away is nothing. After paying Shui Wen 1,600 spirit stones, Chen Ping then put the spirit boat into his storage bag. TSK, 100 square storage bag. This guy is quite generous. He must have lied earlier. Such a wealthy loose cultivator is rare. Shui Wen observed quietly, secretly speculating about Chen Ping's background. "Friend Liu, here is the sea area map and 10 pure transformation road talismans. Please take them." Shui Wen's storage bag was hidden in his sleeve. After rummaging for a while, he finally threw a jade slip and a stack of light blue talismans to Chen Ping. These are first-level talismans, pure transformation road talismans. When activated, they can quickly condense a large amount of earth attribute spiritual power, disperse seawater, and generate a path beneath your feet, making it as easy as walking on flat ground within 3 miles. Of course, this is only for use in shallow waters near land. The real inner sea is unfathomably deep, not to mention first-level talismans. Even 5th or 6th level talismans cannot fill it. Thank you, Manager Shui. These 10 pure transformation road talismans are worth 100 spirit stones. It seems Shui Wen is not a penny pincher. As for the sea area map that he exaggerated, Chen Ping didn't take it to heart and casually tossed it into a corner of his storage bag. The strength of the Chen family is not something the Shui family can compare to. If the Shui family can make a sea area map, how could Chen Ping not have one? Before leaving, Shuiwen did not forget to enthusiastically remind him, gently stroking the jade ring on his thumb. Shuiwen fell silent for a long time, and suddenly a sinister look appeared on his face. This is a luxuriously decorated room. Shuiwen was entertaining Chen Xintong, and the square pearwood table was filled with delicious food. Among the dozen or so dishes, the most eye-catching was an exquisite porcelain plate in the center containing a dish of red-eyed boned fish. Once this dish was served, the whole room was filled with an intoxicating aroma. The fish in the bowl was emerald green, but its eyes were blood red, resembling a pair of pure fire jade. The red-eyed bone fish itself is a first-level monster. Its meat is dense and smooth, with an excellent taste and rich in spiritual power, making it very popular among cultivators. Brother Chun, all the essence of this fish is in these red eyes. Although it tastes a bit bitter, it is a natural tonic. Shuiwen rolled up his sleeves and flattered. Chen Xintong enjoyed it, picking up the fish eyes and putting them in his mouth, and said in a daze, "You are comfortable, Brother Shui, with good wine and meat every day and beautiful maidens serving you. Unlike me, I still have to guard the ship, exposed to the wind and rain." Shuiwen chuckled and flattered. "I'm just here eating and waiting to die, while Brother Chen has a bright future. Perhaps when we meet next time, you will already be a high-level foundation establishment cultivator. Don't forget to take care of your little brother then." Chen Xintong took a sip of spiritual wine, comfortably put down his chopsticks, and smiled without speaking. Since his uncle Chen Xingqiao advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage, their lineage's influence within the family has rapidly increased, subtly surpassing that of the elder Chen Xiangwen. Moreover, the uncle has no children, so Chen Xintong has picked up a big benefit, making him one of the direct beneficiaries. Right now, the uncle is approaching the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage. As long as he successfully breaks through, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the elder. At that time, the coveted foundation establishment pill will surely not change. When Chun Tong grows older, he might even aspire to the position of the next clan leader. Chen Xintong thought this way, his heart surged even more, and the smile at the corner of his eye almost became tangible. Chapter 14. The Wolf and the Sheep Switch Places. By the way, Brother Chun, do you know this person? Seizing the opportunity while Chen Xintong was in a good mood, Shuiwen's eyes turned, and he unfolded a thin piece of animal skin, asking Chen Xintong. On the animal skin was only a portrait of a human face, which was the appearance that Chen Ping had transformed using the true illusion mask. Chen Xintong took a closer look and said, "This person is a cultivator who boarded a ship at Haichong Island, headed for Yunquan Island. The face is quite unfamiliar. I've never seen it before." Shuiwen's eyes brightened. There are only a handful of forces with foundation establishment cultivators protecting them in Haichong Island. If this kid has a significant background, Chen Xintong should be familiar with him. So, this person might really be a loose cultivator who has struck it rich. "Why, Brother Shui, are you asking about him?" Chen Xintong's mind turned, and he asked with a smile. He also noticed when Chen Ping entered the inner hall of Tianbao Pavilion. However, this is quite normal. The boat-making skills of Bay Island are exquisite, and every time a boat passes, cultivators come to seek it out. But there are very few chi refinement cultivators who can truly afford a spirit boat. With these surplus spirit stones, it would be more practical to purchase a top-grade magic weapon or high-level elixirs. Shuiwen coughed lightly a few times and whispered, "This kid at the 6th level of chi refinement is a fat sheep. Not only did he buy a spirit boat, but he also carries a 100-square storage bag. My little brother estimates that this person has at least 3,000 spirit stones. So what?" Chen Xintong scoffed and teased, "Is your Shui family now open for business? Or are you still thinking about your old profession of killing and robbing?" More than 200 years ago, the ancestor of the Shui family was still a loose cultivator. He committed many crimes, specializing in robbing low-level cultivators for a living. Later, after seizing a large amount of resources, the ancestor successfully established his foundation and became even more reckless, even killing several direct descendants of the Meng family. In a fit of rage, the Meng family sent people to exterminate him, and in order to save his life, the ancestor of the Shui family had no choice but to rely on the Chen family. After repelling the Meng family, the Chen family bestowed a resource-rich island, Bay Island, to the ancestor of the Shui family to establish his family. Thus, the Shui family has been under the Chen family's command, serving as their henchmen. All along, they have been loyal and obedient. Shuiwen ignored Chen Xintong's disdainful attitude towards his ancestor, smiled bitterly, and said, "Brother Chen, you don't know my situation. My father seems to value me the most on the surface and entrusted me with managing the Tianbao Pavilion. But he has many wives and concubines, and over 100 children and grandchildren, so most of the income on the island is dispersed, leaving very little for me. If I want to advance further in the path of immortality, I can only rely on my own efforts." Chen Xintong coldly snorted. He was very clear about Shuiwen's character. What he said sounded grandiose, but in reality, he just wanted to engage in quick money-making schemes that involve harming others. Seeing that Chen Xintong's expression was displeased, Shuewen quickly said, "Brother Chen, I will handle this matter myself. If it succeeds, we can split the wealth on that kid. How about it?" Chen Xintong hesitated for a moment, and then his tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed as he said, without changing his expression, "If you do it cleanly, and don't leave any traces. You know that the Great Elder is always resentful of evil, and if he finds out, I can't protect you. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I have already arranged for trustworthy people to follow him. We will wait for him to get far from Bay Island before finding the opportunity to act. I will ensure that Brother Chen won't have any trouble," Shuewen said. Seeing that Chen Xintong agreed, Shuewen let out a sigh of relief, and a meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Once he got on this boat, Chen Xintong would never think of getting off easily. "Boss." At this moment, a hoarse and harsh voice came from outside the room. "Come in." After Shuewen spoke, a short and skinny man in a black robe pushed the door and entered. Upon seeing that there were others in the room, he hesitated slightly. Shuewen pretended to be angry and said, "This is my close friend, Shuejiu. You can speak freely." "Boss, that kid has boarded the spirit boat at the dock," Shuejiu reported truthfully. "Very good." Shuewen let out a breath and then burst into a sinister laugh. "Shuejiu, take 11 and 13 with you and handle this matter well. I will reward you handsomely. Remember, it must be handled cleanly." "Yes." Shuejiu clasped his fists in response and quickly left the backyard. Shuewen calmly sat down, pouring wine for Chen Xintong with composure. He truly had nothing to worry about. 3 Qi Refinement 7th level cultivators surrounding 1 Qi Refinement 6th level cultivator. And Shuejiu and his group were the desperate people he had painstakingly trained, skilled in combined attack spells. With the 3 of them working together, even the elites cultivated by major families would have no way out. "Shueyun, your uncle's life is already reserved by me." In the private room on the 2nd floor of the spirit boat, Chen Ping looked at the magnificent sunset on the horizon and murmured to himself. The so-called wealth should not be exposed. He deliberately went against this principle. After hiding the identity halo of the Chen family's direct line, the loose cultivator Lu Yu successfully attracted the covetousness of wolves. Not long after leaving Tianbao Pavilion, he discovered that a Qi Refinement 7th level cultivator was following him, moving swiftly and silently, clearly proficient in stealth techniques. Without guessing, this person must have been sent by Shuewen. The wealth he had exposed had indeed caught people's attention. Chen Ping was not a kind-hearted person. Since Shuewen had the intention to harm him first, then he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. One of the persons' aura matched that of the rat who had been following him before. They sat on the 1st floor of the boat, each maintaining a distance of about 10 feet, seemingly unrelated. Chen Ping sneered repeatedly, calmly swallowing a pill that could suppress hunger. Even if the 3 of them were in cahoots, he was not afraid. 3 Qi Refinement 7th level cultivators were like ants to him. 1 sword strike would suffice. With a command, the spirit boat that had stayed for 3 hours began to move again, slowly leaving the Bay Island dock. 2 days later, the spirit boat finally arrived at Yunquan Island. During this time, they passed several islands, and Chen Ping did not disembark again, but stayed in the private room to cultivate. The 3 cultivators who boarded from Bay Island had also not exchanged any words. "Yunquan Island has arrived. Please leave the spirit boat within 15 minutes. Chen Xintong's voice rang out once more. Following this, a whole cabin full of cultivators began to disembark. Chen Ping strolled leisurely at the back, finally stepping onto the shore. It was early spring, and Yunquan Island was vibrant with greenery and budding grass, full of life. Perceiving 3 tails closely following him, Chen Ping smirked, avoiding the crowd and rushing towards a rarely trodden mountain path. "Ninth brother, where's that kid going? Isn't that route leading to the spiritual spring? Could it be that he discovered us?" One of the cultivators sent by Shuewen, with a hooked nose and a sallow complexion, spoke up. 11 brother. What are you afraid of? He is just a Qi Refinement 6th level loose cultivator. Can he turn the world upside down?" The one who replied was the youngest, but had a face full of wrinkles, with a pea-sized black mole on his left eyebrow. Shuejiu narrowed his eyes and said uncertainly, 13, your 11th brother's guess is not without possibility. Everyone be careful, we mustn't capsize in the ditch. 9th brother. Why did he suddenly speed up? Seeing a figure ahead flash a red light, and then vanish into the forest, Shuai 13 said nervously. He must have used a treasure to enhance his speed. Heh, fortunately, the boss anticipated this early on. Shuejiu chuckled coldly, pulling out a black flying ant from his pocket, and said, with it here, that kid can't escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black flying ant circled in place a few times, then flapped its wings and flew down a small path. Follow, Shuejiu called out, leading the way. They chased for a stick of incense time, and the black flying ant finally stopped in front of a dark forest. The entrance of this forest resembled a huge bloody mouth, with chilling winds howling around, creating a heavy atmosphere. Buzz! The flying ant hovering in midair suddenly let out a shrill cry, and its wings abruptly closed as it dove towards the ground. The three of Xuejio, who followed closely behind, were startled and immediately formed a formation, standing back to back. They had cultivated together since childhood, going through many battles, achieving a near telepathic connection. Coupled with a top-tier combined attack sword technique, Xuejio believed he could even contend with a Qi refinement 9th level cultivator. Feeling reassured, Xuejio licked his lips and shouted, "Kid, I know you're hiding nearby. Don't think about playing tricks. As long as you hand over all the wealth on you, I, Old Nine, can spare your life." "Oh really?" Uffed. Before he even arrived, Xuejio and the others felt as if they were pressed down by an invisible giant hand, rendering them unable to move. Following that, it felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was crashing down, and their kneecaps instantly shattered, causing each of them to half-kneel on the ground. Blood mixed with flesh spurting out of their mouths. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The faces of Xuejio and the others changed dramatically, filled with endless despair. This level of spiritual suppression can only be achieved by Foundation Establishment Cultivators. This kid must be a Foundation Establishment Senior disguised as someone younger. The more Xuejio thought about it, the colder his heart became, unaware that Chen Ping was also not feeling well. Sure enough, after seizing the spirit, my spiritual sense far exceeded the peak of Qi refinement, but it was still not comparable to a true Foundation Establishment Cultivator. In a short time, such a spiritual attack could only be used once. Chen Ping was hiding in a giant tree, his face slightly pale at the moment. The method he just used for the spiritual attack was called the 100 Forgings Solidification Technique. It was a secret technique of the soul he practiced in his previous life. Although it was called a secret technique, strictly speaking, it could only be considered a sophisticated application skill. In this vast world, there are countless types of cultivation methods, but those related to the soul and spiritual sense are quite rare. Each soul technique is a treasured secret of golden core or even nascent soul sections. Only the highest level top cultivators are allowed to teach them. Even the technique Chen Ping mastered was extremely valuable, a treasure that ordinary Yuan Dan cultivators would dream of. The 100 Forgings Solidification Technique can instantly transform the spiritual power derived from the soul into a physical form, amplifying it with the weight of Mount Tai to directly attack the enemy's physical body. The threshold for using this technique is very high. One must have a spiritual sense that is more than twice that of the opponent. Otherwise, it would not only be ineffective, but would also consume more than half of the soul's power, leading to a weakened state. Chen Ping's spiritual sense could reach 200 zhang at full strength, far surpassing an ordinary Qi refinement 7th layer cultivator, allowing him to severely injure 3 people with one strike. The hunter has become the hunted. How does everyone feel? Chen Ping leaped up, lightly landing on the ground, glancing at the 3 with a disdainful look before slowly speaking. It was the younger generation's blind eyes. "Senior, please show mercy and give us a way out." Seeing Chen Ping appear, Xuejio wailed in despair. At this moment, all 7 of his orifices were bleeding, his body covered in blood and looking withered. Xuejio had the shortest time to advance to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, so he was also the most severely injured. The immense pressure had nearly shattered his internal organs. Xuejio and Xuexi were in a slightly better situation than him, but they were also on the brink of death. Without months of recovery, it was impossible for them to heal. "You track me using this little flying ant?" Chen Ping ignored the 3 begging for mercy and instead muttered to himself, "Did Master Xue do something on the spirit boat or the talisman? Oh, perhaps there is a problem with this rare and almost unique sea map?" As he spoke, Chen Ping had already grasped the jade slip gifted by Xue 1 and threw it towards the flying ant that was already crawling on the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The originally dying black flying ant seemed to be drawn by a fatal attraction, staggering into the air and clinging tightly to the jade slip with its 6 legs. "Senior, this is a devouring spotted ant, a mid-tier first-grade demon insect. It doesn't have any noteworthy supernatural abilities, but its sense of smell is extremely sharp, and it loves to feed on spiritual flowers, especially infatuated with the fragrance of purple gold flowers." The jade slip had a bit of purple gold flower nectar added during its refinement, and as long as it was within a 30-mile range, the devouring spotted ant could easily detect it. Xuejio said tremblingly, his hands clasped behind his waist, appearing as if he was ready to be slaughtered. Xuewen must have done this kind of money-seeking trick many times. Chen Ping secretly sneered, but didn't he find it strange? There were countless greedy and vicious cultivators in the cultivation world. If he weren't a spirit-seizing false Dan expert, and if it were another Qi refinement 6th layer cultivator, Xuejio and the others would have long since been scared out of their wits. Having experienced the ruthless betrayal of several golden core ancestors in the Thousand Methods sect in his previous life, Chen Ping had thoroughly understood one principle. There is no true affection beneath the great Tao. The only one you can trust is yourself. Those who seem to be sincere and honest are merely facing temptations that aren't significant enough to sever the strings of their hearts. Once treasures like the transformation infant Dan or the mysterious golden pearl appear, the strings can snap and the loot can break in an instant. Seeing Chen Ping fall silent, Xuejio did not understand his intentions for a while. He leaned on his body and knelt down, flustered as he said, "Senior, can you spare the lives of my 3 brothers? I know the owner. No, it's that Xuewen fellow. He has a secret regarding a beast that I believe will definitely satisfy you." Boom. What responded to him was a swift and fierce sword energy. Then, a head flew out at an angle, rolling onto a protruding rock. The eyes of the severed head bulged out, and its face still bore a trace of disbelief. Xuejio never expected that Chen Ping would suddenly kill him without a word. Did he not care at all about Xuewen's secret? After killing Xuejio, Chen Ping cut off his right hand with a sword and pried it open to see that he was holding a small purple talisman about an inch in size in his palm. The surface of the talisman faintly flickered with electric light, indicating it was a lightning attribute attack treasure and was in a state about to be activated. In this world, there are tens of thousands of types of talismans, including functional, offensive, and defensive ones. They range from the lowest level 1, 2, 3 up to level 9. Each level is further divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. The talisman tightly held in Xuejio's hand was a lightning projection talisman, a low-grade second-level talisman. After infusing mana, it could instantly activate the lightning projection technique, achieving about 60% of the power of a Foundation Establishment cultivator casting it personally. If caught off guard, he could indeed succeed in launching a surprise attack. Chen Ping put away the talisman and couldn't help but find Xuejio somewhat laughable. Xuewen's secret? This person who was bound to die, of course, would be dealt with by him personally later. Brother Jiao, Xuexi and Xuexi were heartbroken. The 3 of them were Xuewen's retained guests, having licked blood for many years, and they had anticipated such a day. Therefore, a few years ago, they pulled together 1,000 spirit stones to cross over to Jinrui Island and purchased a lightning projection talisman in the primary market. This talisman, regarded as a trump card, was usually kept by Xuejio. They had agreed that when faced with an insurmountable enemy, they would find an opportunity to use it to save their lives, and perhaps even turn the tables. Who would have thought that Chen Ping had already seen through Xuejio's intentions and gave him not a shred of opportunity, even causing the lightning projection talisman to fall into enemy hands. Now, even if Xuejio were resurrected, there was no chance of survival for the 3 of them, even if they used their combined techniques at full strength. 13. Let's fight him to the death. Seeing that survival was impossible, Xuexi erupted with the fierce determination of a desperate person, disregarding his injuries as he suddenly summoned a golden knife, flying swiftly towards Chen Ping's waist with a trace of afterimage. At the same time, the severely injured Xuexi also patted his storage bag, summoning a weapon identical in appearance to the golden knife and thrusting it forward, the knife whistling as it attacked towards Chen Ping's lower body. In an instant, the 2 high-grade weapons sealed off Chen Ping's escape route, coming from both the front and back at an extremely tricky angle. A mere trick, Chen Ping sneered. The earth flame sword moving at his will, reappearing out of thin air. Grasping the sword hilt, the spiritual power from his meridians and spiritual orifices was immediately infused. The earth flame sword suddenly erupted with a brilliant red light, causing the temperature in this small space to rise dramatically, and a scorching sword energy swept down. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 golden knives were struck simultaneously, and then their momentum dissipated, falling to the ground and creating 2 small pits. The earth flame sword was forged from a whole piece of earth flame essence, harder than the material of the golden knives. Moreover, with the high-quality spiritual power enhanced by the 9 transformations flame spirit technique, this sword could exert 12 times its power. You are not a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Losing the golden knife weapon, Xuexi was anxious, but an intense shock surged in his heart. The spiritual energy from the outside world, nourished by the spiritual orifices of Foundation Establishment cultivators, is several times denser and purer than that of Qi refinement. In simple terms, the energy within Qi refinement cultivators is gaseous, while in the Foundation Establishment stage, it transforms into a liquid state. However, upon realizing that Chen Ping was not the Foundation Establishment senior they imagined, Xuexi felt an overwhelming fear. A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining had not only profound and thick magical power, but also possessed a vast spiritual sense comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, along with a bizarrely powerful soul attack technique. Who on earth could this be? Xuexi couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Today's encounter completely overturned his understanding, but this was also the last thought he had in this life. As a trace of a strange sword light gradually enlarged in his pupils, a red, eerie blood hole appeared between the brows of both individuals. Thud! The corpse fell, raising a cloud of dust, and the three brothers of the Shui family perished. Chen Ping crouched down, rummaging through the bodies of the three, finding several storage bags, and then collected the 2 golden knives that had been smashed into the pit. The demeanor of a senior expert was worth nothing in the face of cultivation resources. After finishing the looting, Chen Ping summoned a few wisps of spirit fire at his fingertips and lightly flicked them onto the bodies of Shui Jiao and the others, incinerating them along with the jade slip inscribed with the maritime map and the black flying ant into ashes. After eliminating the traces of the battle, Chen Ping walked deep into the forest for over 10 miles, finally pushing aside a dense thicket and hiding within to recuperate. Although the slaughter of Shui Jiao and the others did not consume much magical power, the use of the 100 forging solidification technique had left his soul slightly weakened, requiring 1 to 2 days to recover slowly. There are many ways to restore soul power. The most common is sitting in meditation or entering deep sleep. However, these methods are only suitable for low-level cultivators with weak souls. Cultivators in the Yuan Dan realm who have undergone minor tribulations will experience a significant boost in their soul power. At that time, if one foolishly hopes to recover their lost spiritual sense through meditation or sleep, it may take several decades. For high-level cultivators, restoring soul power often relies more on external treasures. For example, 3rd-grade spirit materials like soul-cleansing wood, 4th-grade pills like the Heavenly Authority soul-nourishing pill, and 3rd-grade talismans like the Great Yuan Guardian Talisman, among others. Even certain extraordinary high-level magical treasures also possess marvelous effects for soul recovery. 2 days later, Chen Ping opened his eyes and stood up. He had returned to peak condition. Chen Ping gazed out at the distant sea. He saw a medium-sized spirit boat docked beside the reef. Chen Xintong was indeed involved. Chen Ping sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The destination of this passenger ship was Yunquan Island. It had already been a full 2 days, and this spirit boat was still lingering at the port. Aside from the protective cultivator Chen Xintong, there should be no one else on Yunquan Island qualified to make such a decision. Moreover, Chen Ping had witnessed firsthand that this person had a close relationship with Shui Wan, making it highly likely they were colluding. Although all of this was Chen Ping's speculation, it did not hinder his determination to eliminate Chen Xintong. The fact that Elder Chen Iru personally guarded the family treasury already hinted at a piece of information. Recently, a valuable secret treasure must have been added to the treasury, and it was highly likely to be a foundation establishment pill, considering it had been nearly 20 years since Chen Iru established her foundation. The wealth accumulated by the Chen family during this time was enough to buy another foundation establishment pill. Moreover, the family had previously conferred a genuine foundation establishment seed. However, rumors suggested that this foundation establishment pill would bypass that seedling and be directly given to Chen Xintong for consumption. Therefore, if Chen Xintong disappeared from the mortal realm, that foundation establishment pill would become unowned. At that time, Chen Ping could strategize and attempt to seize it. Furthermore, Chen Xintong was one of the core members of Elder Three's lineage. Taking this opportunity to eliminate one of them could also reduce some future obstacles in his plans for the Chen family. In his previous life as a Golden Core sect member, Chen Ping understood that controlling a large force was definitely far more beneficial than harmful for a cultivator. Indeed, he would pay a portion of his time and energy for this, but once the force he supported could operate smoothly, the benefits would not be comparable to what an individual could achieve alone. The Chen family of Haichang Island was merely the first step in his expansion of ambition. The road to immortality is long. Anyone who hinders his path must be eliminated like an enemy. Sir, it's already been a day. On the spirit boat, a graceful woman in a blue dress reminded respectfully. Chen Xintong glanced at the spirit boat that was about to reach full capacity, his expression fluctuating. Although his father was the head of the Xingji Hall, there were many competitors eyeing this position. If he openly violated family rules, it would also bring considerable trouble to the elders at home. Order them to wait for another hour. With narrowed eyes, Chen Xintong pondered for a long time, then spread his arms and jumped onto the dock. Chen Ping's lips curled up just as he was about to follow, but suddenly his figure paused, stopping. Then, the formation of the spirit boat activated, speeding away from Yunquan Island. Chen Ping stared blankly at the sea until the spirit boat vanished from sight, then left the dock without hesitation. Chapter 16, The Bloodline Ranking of All Demons. Chen Ping walked slowly into the island. Chen Xintong's cautious behavior had made him pay a bit more attention to this person. No matter what reason led to this last-minute change, Chen Xintong, who appeared to be rough and burly, was certainly not a foolish individual. How interesting. Chen Ping smiled lightly, quickly setting this matter aside and beginning to plan his next course of action. Yunquan Island was one of the islands on the outskirts of the Chun family's maritime territory. The nearest island, Tingshan Island, belonged to the Meng family. The Meng family had been established long before the Chen family. As early as over 1,000 years ago, the first ancestor of the Meng family had left the sect and ventured far to create the family business. At its peak, the Meng family even produced a Yuan Dan realm cultivator. Throughout his long life of 500 years, the Meng family continuously expanded, pushing their influence to the peak. Including the current Haichang Island, it had once been under the Meng family's command. However, just as the moon has its phases, after that Yuan Dan ancestor passed away, the Meng family immediately faced strong backlash from neighboring forces. Several small forces joined forces to encroach upon the vast maritime territory of the Meng family. At that time, the only 3 foundation establishment cultivators left in the Meng family could only retreat step by step, ultimately paying a hefty price to preserve a small corner of their land. After a few hundred years of recuperation, the Meng family gradually regained some vitality. In the current generation, there are 4 foundation establishment cultivators in the family, making them the second largest force in the vicinity, second only to the Chen family. Tingshan Island was originally just a desolate little island, less than 30% the size of Yunquan Island. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of a first-grade spirit vein on the island, with a severe lack of spiritual energy. Aside from the occasional passing cultivators resting there, it remained deserted year-round. However, a dramatic event occurred more than 5 years ago. A tremendous tsunami struck near Tingshan Island, its destructive power nearly flipping the entire island upside down. After the dust settled, the beach of Tingshan Island was unexpectedly covered with a layer of purplish-red copper crystals. Copper crystals, a first-grade mineral, could be refined into low-grade magical tools. Tingshan Island actually concealed a copper crystal mine. This news quickly spread throughout the nearby seas, and both the Chen family and the Meng family sent cultivators to the island for inspection. Ultimately, after confirmation from mining experts, it was established that this was a medium-sized copper crystal mine, worth approximately 100,000 low-grade spirit stones when fully mined. 100,000 spirit stones was a considerable amount for a small family force. Thus, the 2 families fought fiercely over the copper crystal mine. From the initial qi refining cultivators to later even foundation establishment experts, all got involved. Initially, the Chen family held an advantage, but the Meng family, unwilling to back down, secretly colluded with the Yu family, catching the Chen family off guard. Chen Ping's parents perished at the hands of the Meng family's foundation establishment cultivator, Meng Lingqiu. During that battle, after this conflict, the Chen family suffered heavy losses. After all, a mine worth 100,000 spirit stones would take several years, if not a decade, and considerable manpower to mine, yielding a net profit of only 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones a year at most. For this little gain, it is unwise to invest the entire family's energy and fight to the death with the Meng and Yu families. Calculating the time, the copper concentrate on Tingshan Island has been mined for several years. According to the information relayed by the Chen family's internal affairs, the Tingshan Island mine has been recruiting miners continuously. Especially in the past year, the Meng family seems eager to end the copper concentrate mining quickly, increasing their manpower. Many qi training loose cultivators have already gone to Tingshan Island, hired by the Meng family as miners to earn spirit stones. Chen Ping's purpose for this trip is precisely Tingshan Island. Finding a remote and uninhabited rocky shore, Chen Ping jumped into the sea, quickly released the spirit boat, and then leaped onto the deck. The core of the formation on this spirit boat is located at the stern, and each use requires 15 spirit stones. Chen Ping placed the spirit stones one by one into the formation slots. At the moment the last stone was embedded, dozens of brilliant cloud lights erupted from the formation plate, and then a piece of information refined in the formation core was transmitted into his mind. The first level formation, Songlong Formation, has a maximum range of 1,000 miles for a single voyage. Following the operation guide, Chen Ping sent a strand of his divine sense into the formation core, and instantly a clear and distinct feeling settled in his heart. Every inch of the spirit boat felt as if it were right under his eyelids, arriving in an instant. Operating the spirit boat is not particularly difficult. The formation continuously provides energy, and the cultivator only needs to control the general direction of the voyage. However, during this time, Chen Ping cannot concentrate on cultivating his techniques. The dangers at sea are much greater than those on the island. A moment of distraction could lead to a precarious situation. Taking out a pale blue jade slip, he pressed it against his forehead and quickly confirmed his current location. This jade slip contains a detailed map of the sea area, exchanged by the original owner for 50 contribution points. On the map, 2 conspicuous blood-red circles mark the locations of Tingshan Island and the Meng family's main island. Clearly, Chen Ping has been troubled by the sudden demise of his parents, but limited by his low strength, he currently sees no hope for revenge. Since I have replaced your destiny, then I will unravel all your obsessions. Chen Ping murmured silently, adjusted the spirit boat's direction, and with a thought, set sail directly towards Tingshan Island. Along the way, Chen Ping counted the spoils from killing the Shuizhou brothers. 3 storage bags, all 7-sided, with little value. The spirit stones totaled just over 200, along with some bottles containing spirit pills, and a knife technique called the Battle Tiger Fierce Blade Formation. Chen Ping casually flipped through a few pages and, feeling uninterested, tossed it directly into the storage bag. This knife technique requires 3 people to cultivate simultaneously. When perfected, they can merge into one to unleash the Fierce Blade Formation to combat enemies stronger than themselves. However, this knife technique is only of mid-grade red quality and would be lucky to sell for 500 spirit stones. The Qinglian 18/' sword technique that Chen Ping practices is dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than this knife technique. So it is of course impossible for him to neglect the essentials for the trivial. In Shuizhou's storage bag, he also found a golden knife, similar in style to the 2 held by Shui 11 and Shui 13. It is estimated that the 3 of them specifically had it customized by a weapon refiner to practice this combined attack technique. The previously seized 2nd-level low-grade Thunderbolt Talisman, priced at 1,000 spirit stones, could serve as a regular trump card. Adding some spirit herbs, spirit pills, and miscellaneous items, he estimated that he had made about 3,500 spirit stones from this venture. Oh, this feather. Chen Ping lightly pointed, and a 2-inch-long fire-red feather floated out of the storage bag and landed in his hand. To be precise, this is a down feather, fine and soft, faintly exuding a sensation of spontaneous combustion without wind. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping consumed half of his success power to condense a fireball and struck it against the fire feather. Hiss! Miraculously, the fireball did not ignite the feather. Instead, it absorbed it entirely, making its surface even smoother and cleaner. Inside the spirit feather, lines of red spiritual energy flowed rapidly, as if filled with life force. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, extracting a large amount of spiritual energy to condense another fireball the size of a fist. Hiss! The result was still the same as before. The fire feather remained intact and emitted an even hotter temperature. Fire attribute immunity? The bloodline of this beast is surprisingly powerful. Even a mere feather possesses such wonders. Chen Ping's gaze was intense, flashing with a hint of greed. Unlike humans, who judge aptitude based on spiritual roots, the demon race places great importance on bloodline rank. The strength of the bloodline determines a beast's potential for cultivation and its strength at the same level. For the demon race, the importance of bloodline far exceeds the role of spiritual roots for cultivators. In the cultivation world, there is an ancient list passed down since the separation of heaven and earth. This list is called the 10,000 Demon Bloodline Ranking. It categorizes billions of demon beast species into 7 ranks based on bloodline quality: Common Demon Bloodline, Earth Demon Bloodline, Heaven Demon Bloodline, Sacred Demon Bloodline, True Demon Bloodline, Ancestral Bloodline, and Primordial Bloodline. The 10,000 Demon Bloodline ranking is updated every 1,000 years, and the top 2, Primordial Bloodline and Ancestral Bloodline, have not been seen for millions of years. The True Demon Bloodline is also exceedingly rare, almost legendary. In the Tianyan continent where Chen Ping lived in his previous life, several renowned 5th-tier demon powerhouses were merely of Sacred Demon Bloodline. Beasts with Heaven Demon Bloodline and Earth Demon Bloodline are already quite rare, generally equivalent to 4th-tier demon beasts at the Golden Core stage of humans, possessing such extraordinary bloodline endowments. Among the vast demon race, 99 of demon beasts, such as the giant poison bee raised by Shui Yun and the biting spotted ants by Shui 1, are of the lowest common demon bloodline. While it is not impossible for demon beasts with such low-tier bloodlines to become sacred, they are all due to extraordinary opportunities and are exceptions. The reason bloodline is so crucial also involves the innate supernatural abilities of demon beasts. The higher the bloodline rank, the easier it is for a beast to comprehend its unique innate supernatural abilities, possibly even more than one. Some exceptional top-tier innate supernatural abilities can even transcend great realms to eliminate opponents, exhibiting unparalleled strength. It is indeed possible that this feather belongs to a demon bird with Earth Demon or even Heaven Demon bloodline. A hint of gloom flashed between Chen Ping's brows. This feather was found in Shuizhou's storage bag. Recalling what he said before dying, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Had he known, he should have spared his life for further interrogation. The matter with Shui needs to be resolved sooner rather than later. After contemplating for a while, he carefully stored the fire feather in a jade box and placed it in his storage bag, keeping one 7-sided storage bag. Chen Ping directly tossed the other 2 into the vast sea. Storage bags are spatial treasures and cannot contain any items of the same attribute. Otherwise, a 100-sided storage bag could hold thousands of 5-sided storage bags, disrupting the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, carrying several storage bags is not very convenient. So Chen Ping only kept one as a backup. A day later, a vague outline of a small island came into view. Tangshan Island has arrived. For safety's sake, Chen Ping deliberately took a wide detour and approached from the other end of the island. After all, the Chen and Ming families have deep-seated grudges. If he were to come from the direction of Yunquan Island and be discovered by the cultivators on the island, it would surely lead to a round of questioning. Chapter 17, Yi Mofen. A pure transformation talisman appeared in his hand, and with a pinch of his fingers, it cracked inch by inch. In an instant, a vortex of air swirled above the sea surface. The surrounding mottled seawater churned violently, and a strand of pure earth attribute spiritual energy peeled away from the air, eventually forming a 3-foot wide earthen path. Stepping onto this temporarily condensed path in the sea, Chen Ping quickly picked up speed and rushed forward, climbing up a rocky wall in just a few leaps. After scanning the surroundings multiple times with his divine sense and finding no traces of other living beings, Chen Ping lifted himself with one arm and lightly landed on the shore. After feeling the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but frown. The natural spiritual energy contained here is minimal, and not to mention, inhaling it into the 5 organs actually creates a sense of filth and corruption. Without the suppression of spiritual veins, the cultivation environment on Tangshan Island is indeed harsh. If one stays too long, their cultivation might even regress. However, this situation also has its advantages. The lack of spiritual energy here means that even the daily meditation of qi refining cultivators cannot be sustained. It's likely that foundation establishment cultivators, who have higher requirements for their cultivation environment, will not stay here for long. With no foundation establishment cultivators around, Chen Ping believes he can handle several peak qi refining cultivators teaming up against him. Focusing his gaze, Chen Ping looks into the distance. 50 miles away, to the north of the island, a solitary peak rises. In the sky, at the mountain's waist, there is an inverted lotus platform made of colorful clouds, slowly rotating. According to family intelligence, the copper crystal mine is buried at the base of the mountain known as Taizhu Mountain, which is near the coast. The colorful lotus platform hovering above Taizhu Mountain is actually a second-level formation, the 7-colored rainbow platform formation. This formation is weak in offense, but has one of the best defensive capabilities among second-level formations. Moreover, the Meng and Yu families have each sent 2 qi refining 9th-layer cultivators to oversee the formation. Even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would need 3 to 5 hours to break through its defenses. At this moment, the formation is operating normally, and even if Chen Ping has high self-esteem, he wouldn't dare to charge and head on. He decided to sneak in first. Chen Ping thought to himself as he moved a stone the size of a water jar and dug out a pit. Then, he tossed his storage bag into the pit and covered it with dirt. Finally, he used an earth escape talisman to transport the stone to a depth of 30 zhang underground. After marking the spot, Chen Ping set off towards Taizhu Mountain. He only carried a 7-square storage bag with him, containing just a high-grade magic weapon, the Biwen sword, 5 bottles of 2nd-grade spirit gathering pills, mana recovery pills, and over 100 low-grade spirit stones. All other relatively valuable items were placed in the stone pit. After all, his intention was to infiltrate the 7-colored rainbow platform formation. And there was only one way to do that, to become a miner for the Meng family. From his reasoning, when hired miners submit copper crystals, to prevent them from embezzling, they would likely be forced to have their storage bags inspected. If the treasures on him were too conspicuous, they would definitely arouse the suspicion of the overseer cultivators. Since he was disguising himself as a loose cultivator, he needed to look the part. Drip, drip. The light rain that had fallen all night continued without pause. The morning on Taizhu Mountain was somewhat quiet, with only the dense sound of rain hitting the leaves and the gurgling of spring water over stones. Sufficient moisture created a thin mist that enveloped half of Taizhu Mountain. In the mist, a moss-covered path twisted upwards, disappearing into the fog with no end in sight. At this moment, 2 people were walking side by side on the path. They moved with agility. Even though the mountain path was muddy and slippery, they walked as if on flat ground. The person on the right was of medium height, with delicate skin and an extremely handsome face. The other person, while also gallant, paled in comparison to the young man next to him. "Brother Liu, how long do you plan to stay on Tangshan Island?" asked the young cultivator, resembling a young master, his tone filled with familiarity. This helpless cultivator was naturally Chen Ping. He originally hid at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the next spirit boat to dock before following the group of cultivators into Taizhu Mountain. Everything was as per his plan. At dawn, a spirit boat docked at Tangshan Island. More than 20 cultivators disembarked, all of low cultivation levels, mostly between the 4th and 6th layers of qi refining, with even 2 at the 3rd layer. Seeing them winding along the mountain path, Chen Ping quietly followed behind. The handsome young man walking alongside him was someone he deliberately approached to gather information. This person was named Yi Mofen, claiming to be a collateral relative of the Yi family from Hongsha Island. Xianxia Island is situated in the Yu family's maritime territory, and the Yi family is the dominant clan on that island. There was once an ancestor in the Yi family who was a foundation establishment cultivator, but he had fallen over a decade ago. With the Yi family in decline and Yi Mofan being just a collateral descendant, he had very little access to cultivation resources. Forced by circumstances, he chose to come to Tangshan Island to earn spirit stones. According to Yi Mofan, for some unknown reason, the Ming family had suddenly increased the miners' wages by 20% this year, which attracted most of the cultivators disembarking from this spirit boat. After obtaining the information he wanted, Chen Ping quickened his pace and no longer engaged with this person. However, Yi Mofan turned out to be a real chatterbox, running alongside him and endlessly chattering in his ear. "Brother Liu, I actually envy you loose cultivators. You are unencumbered and don't have to deal with the complicated matters of your family." Yi Mofan sighed lightly, opening a landscape painting fan he had unknowingly unfolded, fanning himself while expressing his feelings. A trace of killing intent unconsciously surfaced on Chen Ping's face. This person's incessant chatter was indeed bothersome. It would be better to deal with him. After all, Taiju Mountain has treacherous terrain, and this guy is all alone. Even if he goes missing, no one would know. "Brother Liu, when this job is over, I would like to invite you to Xianxia Island to taste some golden osmanthus wine, if you wouldn't mind." Yi Mofan completely failed to notice the increasingly cold expression on Chen Ping's face and continued. "The golden osmanthus wine I brew is quite different from what is sold in the market. It contains a unique spirit material, giving the wine a dark purple color and a strong fruity flavor, 3 parts spicy, 3 parts bitter. And one sip reveals the myriad flavors of life." Golden osmanthus wine. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, his killing intent suddenly retracting as he murmured these 3 words. Feeling somewhat emotional. "A bundle of golden autumn osmanthus, 3 purple grapes, 6 ounces of devil's sky pepper, 7 withered celery, submerged in a cold well for 10 years. And you get 3 parts sweetness, 3 parts spiciness, and 3 parts bitterness." Cough, cough. "Brother Liu, it turns out you also understand wine. I am truly ashamed to show off in front of a master." Yi Mofan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. In an instant, Chen Ping returned to his calm demeanor and said lightly, "I know little about wine, and even less about it. This was told to me by a wine enthusiast friend I met at the beginning of my cultivation." "Oh, where's that friend? Can you introduce me?" Yi Mofan's eyes lit up, excitedly asking. "Him?" Chen Ping shook his head and sighed. "He has passed into the void many years ago." Yi Mofan froze, covering his mouth in shock, lamenting. "How did he die?" "He was too loquacious. I pierced him through with a sword," Chen Ping said flatly, his words sending chills down the spine. "Ah, Brother Liu, you must be joking." Yi Mofan stammered. "You can try following me." Chen Ping cast a cold glance at him, and then swept his long sleeves and stepped away. Yi Mofan instinctively took a few steps back. Just now, he sensed a palpable killing intent from Chen Ping, like a poisonous snake. He had a strong intuition that if he got any closer, this person would definitely make a move to kill him. Yi Mofan was somewhat simple-minded, but he was not foolish. He immediately decided to keep his distance from Chen Ping and go their separate ways. Little did he know, he had almost walked through the gates of death just now. Taiju Mountain, in front of an uneven hillside. By the time Chen Ping arrived here, there were already more than 10 people lined up, waiting. 10 zhang away from the hillside, the colorful light of the 7-colored rainbow platform formation shimmered brightly. On both sides, there were 4 cultivators clad in silver armor, all at the 8th layer of qi refining. They held long halberds, 2 in front and 2 behind, subtly blocking the retreat of the crowd. "I am Ming Ping, the overseer of the copper crystal mine in Taiju Mountain. Please come over here to register first," said an old Taoist wearing a bagua pattern, who soon walked out from within the formation, speaking kindly. This old Taoist had a short and stiff mustache and a pair of deep-set brown eyes. Ming Ping did not hide his aura, revealing his cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement in front of everyone, which was shocking. Chen Ping subtly pursed his lips. There were 4 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement stationed at Taiju Mountain, and Ming Ping was the strongest among them. He had once engaged in a life-and-death battle with 2 cultivators of the same level, resulting in 1 dead and 1 injured, while Ming Ping emerged unscathed. Family intelligence indicated that he had refined several top-grade magical artifacts, making him difficult to deal with. However, in his eyes, Ming Ping was merely a moving treasure trove. The more valuable items he had on him, the better. "Name, origin, report," he said succinctly while pinching his beard. At the front of the line was a middle-aged female cultivator with lingering charm. "Meng Gui, come out to register." Ming Ping called out into the formation. Soon, a cultivator of similar age to Chen Ping, with a pair of triangular eyes, rushed over, bowed to Ming Ping, and respectfully said, "Nephew obeys." After that, Meng Gui picked up a talisman pen and began to write and draw in a jade booklet. "Taoist Nya, please press this item against your dantian." After Meng Gui completed the registration, Meng Ping took out a blue orb the size of a pebble and tossed it to Nie Qian. What is this? Nie Qian's posture stiffened as she hesitated, covering the orb. The dantian is one of the vital points for a cultivator, and one must not let unknown objects approach it easily. Daoist Nie, rest assured, this is a yuan measurement orb. It will not cause any harm to cultivators. It merely verifies your true cultivation level. Meng Ping noticed her worry and explained kindly. I understand. Nie Qian opened her red lips and sighed in relief. Considering there were over 20 cultivators present, the Meng family should not dare to play tricks, which eased her mind. Calming herself, she followed his instructions and pressed the yuan measurement orb against her lower abdomen. Chapter 18. The Meng family's foundation establishment. The yuan measurement orb flickered with silvery light. Following that, 5 fish fry-like patterns appeared on the surface of the orb. 5th level of Qi refinement. Congratulations Daoist Nie on passing the test. Please wait to the side for a moment. Meng Ping nodded slightly, signaling Nie Qian to move behind him. Chen Ping squinted. Although the yuan measurement orb was a rare treasure, it had to be close to a cultivator's dantian to work and would be ineffective if even slightly distant. This orb had another special feature. If the subject's cultivation exceeded the foundation establishment level, the yuan measurement orb would shatter immediately. Meng Ping was so cautious to prevent hostile foundation establishment cultivators from deliberately hiding their cultivation and entering the formation to wreak havoc. Next, Meng Ping looked towards the line and said loudly. The people behind, seeing that Nie Qian had passed the test safely, all relaxed their guard and cooperated. After about a quarter of an hour, it was Chen Ping's turn. Lu Yu, a loose cultivator from Feiyue Island. Chen Ping said calmly. Reporting the background he had arranged before arriving on the island. Feiyue Island is a secondary island under the Loose Cultivator Alliance, located over 2,000 miles from Tangshan Island. This island is a well-known gathering place for loose cultivators. The island is a mixed bag of people and many factions, making it difficult for the Meng family to discern the truth. Feiyue Island? Meng Ping showed a hint of surprise and smiled. Daoist Lu, you traveled a long way to seek a livelihood here. You are indeed not afraid of hardship. Saying this, Meng Ping no longer doubted further and handed the yuan measurement orb to Chen Ping. Many loose cultivators were recruited from Tangshan Island's mines, and there were even cultivators from farther seas before. Hence, Meng Ping was only a bit surprised and did not delve deeper. 6th level of Qi refinement. Daoist Lu has passed. Meng Ping nodded in satisfaction as the yuan measurement orb displayed 6 fish fry patterns, indicating that Chen Ping was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The copper crystal ore is hard and buried deep in the rock wall, requiring cultivators to use spiritual power to mine. The deeper the miner's cultivation, the higher the efficiency of the mining. They could also finish their supervising tasks sooner and leave this spirit-poor place. As Chen Ping leaned against a rock to rest, after a while, all 23 cultivators who entered the island passed the inspection. During this time, Yi Mofan also arrived last. He secretly glanced at Chen Ping and, seeing his indifferent expression, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone, follow me into the formation. Be careful not to release your divine sense. Otherwise, the moment you pass through the barrier, it will provoke the formation's automatic attack. Everyone moved cautiously and entered one after another. This was a second-level formation that could rival Foundation establishment cultivators. Even though the 7-color rainbow platform formation was not good at attacking, it was not something Qi refinement cultivators could withstand. Even someone as strong as Chen Ping tightly restrained his spirit, avoiding fluctuations in his divine sense. Without the earth flame sword by his side, if he provoked the formation's attack, he would likely be reduced to ashes. With a gentle breeze brushing by, everyone felt a blur before them. And when they opened their eyes again, they had entered the interior of the formation. Before them was a rolling basin. The edges were steep, and the air was filled with an indescribable humidity. At the deepest part of the basin was a deep black hole, 10 yards wide and 3 yards high. Cold winds howled from within, and even gathering spiritual power at one's eyes could not reveal its depths. At this moment, a red-faced old Taoist was sitting in front of the cave entrance. From his appearance, he seemed even older than Meng Ping. Upon seeing the red-faced old Taoist, Meng Ping stepped forward and bowed, then respectfully said, "Third Elder, these people are the new miners." "What? Third Elder? A Foundation establishment cultivator? The Elder Meng Lingqiu of the Meng family?" Everyone was shaken to the core, and the noise rose as those who had some understanding of the Meng family gasped in shock. Those who chose to become miners here were mostly the lowest-level loose cultivators or from the most insignificant factions. After cultivating for half a lifetime, most had never seen a Foundation establishment cultivator in person. Now, with a living, breathing Foundation establishment master appearing before them, how could they remain calm? Meng Lingqiu, the enemy of the original owner's father. Chen Ping hid in the crowd, feeling unlucky. He didn't know if the family's information was incorrect or if this person had only recently arrived at Tingshan Island, but there was no sign of him. The presence of a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator here meant that his plans were completely disrupted. Although Meng Lingxiu had a deep grudge against Chen Ping, he would not act recklessly before reaching Foundation establishment. Otherwise, it would be no different from seeking death. The gap in major realms could not be crossed by a few top-grade magical artifacts or a profound technique. Hey, Meng Ping shouted with spiritual power, his face unhappy. Please be quiet. The third elder is watching, and this group is still chattering. Does that not make him lose face? Humph. Meng Lingxiu slowly stood up, gazing at everyone. Then a sharp divine sense swept over, overwhelming and relentless, like an endless tide, wave after wave. The highest cultivation level among the crowd was only the 7th level of qi refinement. Except for Chen Ping, whose spirit was strong, everyone else's consciousness gradually became blurred. It felt as if water splashes were rising beside their ears, the sounds growing louder, almost shattering their eardrums. That domineering divine sense roamed among the people, not even sparing hidden parts of their bodies. Several female cultivators turned red in embarrassment and frustration, but dared not act out. Chen Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Lingxiu's divine sense strength was exactly twice that of his, just reaching the minimum threshold of a Foundation establishment cultivator. And he could not see through the disguise of the true illusion mask. I am Meng Lingxiu. Now everyone, open your storage bags. I will check them one by one. As the overwhelming wave of divine sense receded, Meng Lingxiu coldly commanded. Having witnessed the powers of a Foundation establishment master, no one dared to defy his orders. And they all took out their storage bags and placed them on the ground. Chen Ping pretended to be frightened as well, opening his storage bag and dumping its contents out. Everyone, please do not take offense. To prevent outsiders from infiltrating the mine and relying on large-scale destructive treasures like Thunder Talismans and second-level talismans to ruin the mine, my Meng family has taken strict precautions. I hope you can forgive any offense caused. Meng Ping clasped his fists and said apologetically. After finishing his words, a pile of spirit stones flew out from his storage bag and scattered in front of everyone. Then, he sincerely said, 10 low-grade spirit stones per person will serve as compensation from my Meng family. Thank you, Dao brother. Everyone expressed their gratitude, and the previous grievances and displeasure vanished instantly. Most of those present were impoverished loose cultivators, and 10 spirit stones were already a considerable fortune. Chen Ping felt puzzled. Meng family's approach of using a big stick in one hand and a carrot in the other seemed unnecessary for winning people's hearts. From this day forth, you will be formal miners hired by my Meng family. The base salary is 7 low-grade spirit stones per month. You are required to submit 500 pounds of copper crystals every 30 days, and any excess will be compensated at the rate of 1 spirit stone for every 100 pounds. As for those who fail to mine 500 pounds, their entire monthly salary will be deducted. Meng Ping assessed the crowd as he spoke. Naturally, none of the cultivators objected. Mining 500 pounds of copper crystals in a month was not an excessively harsh requirement. Even cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement could manage it. It seemed that Meng family's recruitment was quite sincere. Next, you will need to stay in the mine for 3 years, and I will regularly distribute a bottle of free fasting pills to everyone. Meng Ping's words stirred up a wave of anxiety among the crowd, which had only just settled down. 3 years. What does Dao friend Meng mean? Nie Qian asked boldly. Meng Ping smiled coldly and said sternly, don't you understand? You must work for my Meng family for 3 years to gain your freedom. What? Yi Mofen, who had been behaving properly, changed his expression and said in panic, are we being placed under house arrest? 3 years without being able to leave? What will my elders think if they believe I have perished outside? Exactly, that's too long. I refuse to do it. A tall, plump loose cultivator shouted, stepping back a few paces. Still want to leave? Meng Lingxiu, who had been watching coldly, suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared, gripping the throat of the burly cultivator. With a crisp snap, the man's neck went limp and he died instantly. Meng Lingxiu tossed aside the corpse and said coldly, those who withdraw midway will die. Silence. An unusual quiet. The sound of each other's heartbeat was clearly audible until Meng Lingxiu killed a man like crushing an ant, and everyone finally woke up. In front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, they had no power to resist. Calling them ants was not an exaggeration. Yi Mofen, the first to voice dissent, was so frightened that he turned pale, standing there like a wooden statue. Only Chen Ping remained unperturbed. It was merely the law of the jungle. The cultivation world had always been like this. What puzzled him was why the Meng family wanted to restrict them for 3 years. Based on the recent surge in recruitment, could it be that they wanted to exhaust the mine in one go? But such a hasty recruitment, combined with dispatching Foundation establishment elders to oversee this desolate place, undoubtedly increased the mining costs significantly, providing no benefit to the family. There must be hidden motives. Chen Ping's thoughts raced, regardless of the Meng family's intentions. He could not sit idly by and be trapped in this hellish place for 3 years. Missing the family's direct descendant qualification competition and the outbreak of the web blood mark in Shui Yun's body were trivial matters. The key was the exceptionally harsh cultivation environment on Tangshan Island. The pills he carried were only enough for him to cultivate to the 7th level of qi refinement. Therefore, Chen Ping had to find a way to leave Tangshan Island as soon as possible. As long as you all behave, I guarantee that every Dao friend will earn a fortune after 3 years, Meng Ping said with a smile, while inwardly blaming Meng Lingqiu. Though this method of using fear as a deterrent was effective, if it were to spread, it would greatly damage the family's reputation. In the future, who would be willing to work for the Meng family? They couldn't possibly kill all the outsiders present afterward. The third elder was narrow-minded and violent, viewing the lives of low-level cultivators as insignificant due to his high cultivation. Over the years, if it weren't for the family backing him, he would have been eliminated long ago. Even among their own descendants, there were many grievances against Meng Lingqiu. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart and dared not speak out. The importance of a Foundation Establishment cultivator to the family was self-evident. Without the support of Foundation Establishment elders, there would be no Meng family's current prestige. Chapter 19. The 3 Forbidden Spells of the Demon Luo. Meng Ping waved his sleeve, and more than 20 flat, long mining tools fell to the ground. He said slowly, "This is a mining hoe. Although it is a low-grade magical tool, its unique structure makes it more suitable for mining than ordinary high-grade magical tools. Each of you take one and start working immediately. Meng Gui, take them over." After speaking, Meng Ping bowed slightly to the third elder and then strode away. He had to coordinate the basic operations of the 7-colored rainbow platform with 3 other peak qi refinement cultivators and could not leave the array eye for too long. The number of mining hoes was just right, and since they were all identical custom magical tools, there was nothing for the crowd to choose from. Soon, everyone had a brown hoe in hand. "Third elder, I will lead them in," Meng Gui said respectfully. The many miners following him couldn't help but bow their heads in farewell. This was the authority of high-level cultivators. Even though Meng Lingqiu had just killed one of them without blinking. "Follow me closely. The interior of the mine is intricate and easy to get lost," Meng Gui said coldly, taking the lead into the mine. Inside, it was silent and eerie, with visibility reduced to nothing. Drip, drip. A gust of cold wind blew, and the sound of dripping water from the protruding rocks above echoed. Fortunately, everyone here was cultivators with spiritual power, so the darkness and cold did not affect their progress. After walking about 5 miles, the passage became narrower and the number of forks increased. After the group took a sharp turn, the area suddenly brightened, revealing a spacious platform illuminated by light. The platform was 50 zhang in circumference, with 8 trays of night pearls standing in the corners, emitting a soft glow. In the center lay several mats, and 2 solemn-faced cultivators stood nearby, their gazes sweeping over. The speaker was an ugly cultivator wearing an earth-yellow robe, seemingly familiar with Meng Gui, casually saying, "Why bother? The path of cultivation is filled with hardships. Only delicious food and strong wine can relieve worries." Meng Yin retorted seriously. After giving him a glance, Meng Gui turned around and pointed to a slightly hunchbacked middle-aged cultivator next to Meng Yin. "This is Dao friend Yu Mei. The 3 of us are the overseers here, responsible for all matters, big and small. You need to come to the platform every 30 days to submit your shares. And I advise you to abandon any thoughts of hiding your gains. The third elder won't tolerate any deceit, as you have seen before. Additionally, the first day of each month is when the fasting pills are distributed, so don't forget." Chen Ping quietly released his spiritual sense to assess the 3 overseers. He found that both Meng Yin and Meng Gui were at the 7th level of qi refinement, while Yu Mei had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. With the surname Yu and being an overseer of the mine, this person's background was easy to guess. The Yu family from Mingyuan Island currently had 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators alive and had been at odds with the Chen family for many years. "Brother Gui, did you explain the rules of the mine to them on the way?" Meng Yin interrupted his words, smiling. The 3 overseers exchanged glances discreetly, and finally, Yu Mei spoke. "Let me remind you, killing is prohibited in the mine. If someone dies, both the Yu family and the Meng family will investigate thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyelids twitched. Yu Mei's words carried significant implications. Only when someone dies do they pursue responsibility. If there are only injuries or theft of property, they are likely to turn a blind eye. In fact, the 2 parties may even be pleased with the outcome. Handing in 500 pounds of copper crystals each month would yield 7 spirit stones, with every additional 100 pounds converted into 1 spirit stone. If the quota is insufficient, the monthly salary would be deducted. If half of the people fail to meet their quota, the savings on wages each year would not be a small amount. Most cultivators are quick-witted. After a brief contemplation, Everyone understands the risks and opportunities involved. Before long, more than a dozen newly recruited miners quietly approached each other and formed a group. Only a few proud cultivators stood alone, disdainful of mingling with the crowd. Chen Ping was naturally one of them. What surprised him was that Yi Mofan, who was over 10 zhang away and only at the 5th level of qi refinement, also did not join the others. This is the mine map and the luminous pearl. Each person receives one. After Meng Yin distributed them, he pointed to a black-marked area at the top right of the map and said sternly, "This black area is prohibited. Anyone who approaches within a mile will be killed without mercy." 2 months ago, a fellow cultivator ignored the warning and sneaked in. Their remains are still hanging there. Those who don't believe it can go take a look. Meng Yan's words were sharp as a warning. This must be the reason for the Meng family's unusual recruitment this time. Chen Ping secretly glanced at the map. Indeed, there was a black ink-marked area in the northeast corner, covering about 1/10 of the entire mine. Notably, the elegant Yi Mofan showed a hint of delight in his eyes upon hearing Meng Yan's words, but it was quickly concealed. This kid seems to have guessed something. Chen Ping's spiritual sense was always lurking outside, easily catching Yi Mofan's change in expression, and he secretly kept an eye on him. Fellow Taoist Xing is preparing to form a team that only includes our batch of new miners. Would you like to join? Nie Qian walked over slowly and inquired of Chen Ping. This mine had been in operation for years, and the previous workers had surely formed their own groups. Although your cultivation is outstanding, it's hard to fight 4 hands with 2. If you encounter a few old miners teaming up, it could be troublesome. Seeing Chen Ping's lack of response, Nie Qian gently added. Chen Ping cast a sidelong glance at the cultivator surnamed Xing, who also gave him a distant salute. With a hint of arrogance, there were 23 new miners, one of whom was killed by Meng Lingxiu, leaving 22. On the surface, this cultivator surnamed Xing was the strongest, being the only one at the 7th level of qi refinement. Moreover, several of the few 6th level qi refinement cultivators had also joined his team. Currently, only he, Yi Mofan, and a young cultivator carrying a long stick-like artifact stood alone. In response to Nie Qian's invitation, Chen Ping ignored her, quickly stowed away the map and other items, and silently ran deeper into the mine. You. Nie Qian raised her eyebrows in anger and huffed. You really don't know what's good for you. According to the markings on the map, there are not just one kind of group-dwelling demon beasts in the mine. You'll regret it if you encounter them. Nie Taoist, there's no need to be angry with such an arrogant person. Let's first establish the rules for the team. The cultivator surnamed Xing said lightly, revealing a hint of mockery as he looked in the direction Chen Ping had left. He had already gathered most of the people's hearts, and losing one 6th level qi refinement guy was inconsequential. Holding the luminous pearl and comparing it to the map, Chen Ping deliberately chose some remote and narrow side passages to enter. Along the way, he initially encountered a few groups of miners, but thanks to his deliberate avoidance, there were no highway robbery scenes. After an hour, Chen Ping finally reached the edge of the mine. The mine extended to this point, and the copper crystals in the surrounding rock walls had gradually diminished, scattered as small fragments. This place was only a few miles away from the barrier of the 7-color rainbow platform array. Chen Ping stopped advancing, summoned the Biwen sword, and gathered spiritual power to strike the rock wall forcefully. Boom! A large chunk of gray rock was sliced off, revealing a cave large enough for several people to sit side by side. Chen Ping leaped inside. It seemed that it was necessary to practice the Demon Luo blood explosion technique and the Demon Luo shadow escape step. Chen Ping furrowed his brows tightly, contemplating before making a decision. The Demon Luo blood explosion technique, the Demon Luo shadow escape step, and the spiderweb blood seal used to control Shui Yun all belong to the 3 forbidden spells of Demon Luo. These 3 forbidden spells have an extraordinary origin. They are the secret techniques of a top golden core demon sect from tens of thousands of years ago. They belong to the upper grade of the mysterious tier. And in terms of miraculousness, they are not inferior to the 9 transformations flame spirit technique. Each one is unmatched in its dominance and has its own unique uses. The Demon Luo blood explosion technique uses secret methods to detonate the essence blood and lifespan within a cultivator's body, rapidly gaining strength beyond their own. The Demon Luo shadow escape step consumes the cultivator's essence blood, transforming into a void demon shadow, allowing them to escape 100 miles. Upon reaching the Great Perfection stage, it can even cover a distance of 1,000 miles in an instant, beyond the reach of golden core true people. The spiderweb blood seal can plant restrictions within cultivators whose cultivation is lower than one's own. Compared to the other 2 spells, it is rather plain. Of course, the cost of releasing it is much smaller. It only drains the cultivator's spiritual power. In his previous life, Chen Ping stumbled upon the cultivation methods for the 3 forbidden spells of Demon Luo in a secret realm. However, it was only a fragment, only recording the first 2 layers, which are the entry-level and small success realms of the techniques. Disappointed, He had to shelve it in his previous life and did not delve into it further. The Demon Luo Blood Explosion Technique. The Demon Luo Shadow Escape Step. 27 days later. Shaking off the dust from his shoulders, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, observing his true appearance hidden beneath the mask. He surprisingly looked a few years older, with a few strands of silver mixed in his originally black hair. The cost of practicing the Demon Luo forbidden spells was enormous. Just opening up the special meridian routes required nearly 10 years of lifespan. Fortunately, Chen Ping was just over 30 years old, and his lifespan was still ample. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to squander it like this. During these days, the Demon Luo Blood Explosion Technique and the Demon Luo Shadow Escape Step had both reached the entry-level realm. The entry-level Blood Explosion Technique requires burning 3 years of lifespan and 10 drops of essence blood for each use, increasing a Qi Refinement Cultivator's mana by 80% for half an hour. However, after its effects wear off, one will fall into a period of weakness, with their spiritual power and spiritual sense being backlashed and passively sealed, becoming no different from a mortal for 5 days. The entry-level Shadow Escape Step has a lighter cost than the Blood Explosion Technique. Each use extracts 5 drops of essence blood, allowing one to escape 100 miles within 30 breaths. As long as the essence blood is abundant, the Shadow Escape Step can be used continuously. However, the total amount of essence blood in a Qi Refinement Cultivator's body usually ranges from 50 to 80 drops. Essence blood is related to a cultivator's lifespan. If too much is lost, it can lead to unpredictable difficulties when breaking through bottlenecks. Moreover, essence blood is not easy to replenish. Unless there are corresponding heavenly and earthly spiritual materials or elixirs, it is extremely difficult to recover on one's own. Therefore, whether it is the Blood Explosion Technique or the Shadow Escape Step, they should not be used lightly unless in a life or death situation. Chen Ping paid such a high price to open up the Demon Luo forbidden spells to preserve a retreat for himself. The foundation-building cultivator Meng Lingxiu guarding outside the cave made him feel uneasy. Moreover, there were many strange aspects to the Meng family's recruitment this time. Once the ores are mined out, will they really let them leave? Chen Ping calculated this in his heart dozens of times. Once he activates the Blood Explosion Technique, relying on his already far superior soul and mana, he could at least contend with a foundation-building early-stage cultivator for 5 to 7 breaths. Combined with the Shadow Escape Step, using a spiritual boat to sail towards the Vast Sea gives him a 50% chance of escaping from the tiger's mouth. It has been nearly a month. Chen Ping frowned slightly. In 3 days it would be time to hand in the copper crystals. However, there wasn't even a single piece of or fragment in his storage bag. Furthermore, he had infiltrated Tingshan Island purely to eliminate enemies and seize treasures. So how could he honestly mine for the Ming family? It was time to go out and find a few unfortunate cultivators to borrow some copper crystals to deal with the situation. Chen Ping rested his chin on his hand, a sinister smile reminiscent of an old demon appearing on his face. Under the illumination of the night pearl, it looked even more eerie. Chapter 20. Left and Right Dragon Guardian Elders. Tai Bamboo Mountain, eastern region of the Copper Crystal Mine. In a hall with 4 entrances, stones emitting a red glow were embedded everywhere. Around the hall, a dozen stone chairs were neatly arranged, resembling a reception area. Nie Qian knelt with her legs folded, her hands kneading the shoulders of a big man in a purple robe. The purple-robed man squinted his eyes, occasionally reaching down to touch her waist, looking extremely pleased. Brother Xingham? The cultivator with the surname Xing grabbed her wrist and sneered. Tell me, how much benefit did the old monster Tua give you? Nie Qian's face turned pale with fear, and she said anxiously, he gave me 1,000 pounds of copper crystal and just asked me to deliver a message. Brother Xing, I haven't betrayed you. Betrayal, haha. The cultivator with the surname Xing kicked Nie Qian away and said disdainfully, just you? Rubbing his stubbled chin, the cultivator's gaze flickered. His full name was Xing Linian. He was originally a mountain bandit on a small island, robbing the townsfolk for a living. Decades ago, an old immortal master came to the island to recruit spiritual disciples. After demonstrating a few techniques similar to the thunder in the palm, Xing Linian immediately became obsessed with such extraordinary power. Among the hundreds of suitable mortals on the island, only 2 passed the spiritual root test, and he was one of the lucky ones. However, he did not dwell in joy for long, as he learned from the old immortal master that he only had the lowest quality inferior spiritual root. The road to foundation establishment was out of reach. After initial reluctance and attempts, Xing Linian had long since given up. He pondered on first raising his cultivation to the 9th layer of Qi refining, then finding a small power to rely on. It would be best if he could also have a child with a spiritual root, so his life of cultivation would not be in vain. Upon learning that the Meng family was expanding and recruiting miners with decent benefits, Xing Linian resolutely set out from his secluded place by boat, planning to accumulate resources to buy cultivation pills. To his delight, Although his cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refining was insignificant in the outside world, it stood out in the mine, where he quickly gathered a large number of new miners under his command. In just a month under his leadership, they had crushed an established force in the cave. The bright hall they were currently in was one of the spoils of war. Currently, there were nearly 100 cultivators in the mine. Aside from a few powerful lone wanderers, they were basically divided into 3 major factions. These 3 factions divided the underground mine and occupied 3 mining areas. Whenever it was time to hand in their copper crystal shares, the miners under them would erupt into fierce conflicts. Xianxiaaudiobooks had been in the Tai Bamboo Mountain mine for 4 years, reaching the 8th layer of qi refining. The 2nd and 3rd mining areas belonged to the Old Monster Tuo and Xianxiaaudiobooks, both at the 7th layer of qi refining, each commanding nearly 30 miners with strength comparable to each other. With the years of mining, the difficulty of extracting copper crystals had increased significantly recently. A considerable number of miners could not complete their monthly quotas. The conflicts among the major factions became more frequent and intense. Go tell the Old Monster Tuo that tomorrow at the hour of Shun, Xing, will definitely arrive on time, Xianxiaaudiobooks said coldly, with his hands behind his back, facing away from Nieqian. All right, I will go convey this. Nieqian's face lit up, and she quickly got up from the ground. Since Xianxiaaudiobooks had agreed to the meeting, she felt more confident to confront that Old Monster Tuo again. As her footsteps gradually faded away, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned around, a hint of coldness rising in his eyes. Deep in the mine, more than 10 miles from the platform, 2 miners at the 6th layer of qi refining were moving slowly. Each of them had a black and white patterned spider corpse tied to their backs. It looked extremely heavy, and with each step, their shoes sank half a foot into the mud. Big brother, it seems someone is following us. The slightly plump cultivator walking behind suddenly stopped and said, "Hush." The cultivator in a green headscarf carefully set down the spider corpse, crouched down, and listened for a moment. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted anxiously, "Second brother, quickly summon the magical artifact." Saying this, he took out a jade pen from his bosom and held it horizontally in front of his chest. The jade pen was about 3 feet long, entirely a grandmother green color, and as he waved it, a pure water spiritual power burst forth. Hearing this, the slightly plump cultivator, already prepared, quickly drew a sharp short knife and held it in his hand. This short knife was only 2 inches long, with a faint glow on the blade, indicating it had been smeared with some kind of deadly poison. In the faint light emitted by the night pearl, a long shadow gradually became clear, and a young cultivator dressed in pure white robes walked over slowly. "You two are quite cautious," Chen Ping said expressionlessly, but his gaze was fixed on the 2 spider corpses, which were the size of calves. "This is a white-furred wolf spider, a common demon beast with a bloodline. When it matures, it can possess mid-stage first-tier strength. This demon likes to stay quiet and usually appears in pairs, not commonly seen in groups. Although Tingshan Island had not formed a natural spiritual vein, it had little effect on demon beasts. Just as the human race could consume pills to gain spiritual power and enhance their cultivation, some demon races could also quickly advance by absorbing the energy contained in minerals or spiritual herbs. Thus, in this medium-sized copper crystal mine, several low-tier demon races that fed on copper crystals existed. However, their numbers were scarce and had not caused significant damage to the massive mine. Chen Ping had been hiding for nearly a month and was seeing the demon beasts in the mine for the first time. As for the 2 white-furred wolf spider corpses, worth only a few dozen spirit stones, he did not take them to heart. His purpose in following these 2 was singular, the copper crystal mine. Based on his guess, the reason these 2 were struggling to carry the white-furred wolf spiders was likely that their storage bags were filled with more important items. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient to put the demon beast corpses into the storage bags and carry them. Storage bags were the most basic type of spatial magical treasure, and the pocket principle contained within was still in its infancy, so they could not hold unlimited items. 3-party storage bags could generally carry about 500 pounds, while 5-party storage bags could hold up to 1,000 pounds of items. The 7-party storage bag that Chen Ping carried could easily hold 2,000 pounds without issue. "Why are you following us, young man? What advice do you have?" The cultivator in the green headscarf asked warily. Seeing that the newcomer was only at the 6th layer of qi refining, his unease dissipated significantly. With nearly 100 cultivators in the mine, only a handful could match the combined strength of him and his brother, and this unfamiliar young man clearly wasn't one of them. In fact, he might even be able to rob the newcomer instead. "Hand over all your copper crystals and get lost," Chen Ping said coldly, gripping the hilt of his jade-patterned sword. The slightly plump cultivator narrowed his small eyes into slits and sneered. "You have quite the audacity, kid. Don't you know my brother and I's names? Pray tell." "Just 2 fish on a sticky board." Chen Ping blinked, his tone playful. The slightly plump cultivator puffed out his chest and said with slight arrogance, This is my older brother, the left Dragon Guardian Elder, Zhuiqi. Left and right Dragon Guardian Elders? What a bunch of nonsense, never heard of them. Chen Ping shrugged and, with a cold glint in his eyes, said, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand over the copper crystals. Zhuahan, extremely angry, laughed instead, stepping onto the rock wall and using the leverage to slash towards Chen Ping's collarbone with his short knife, shouting, Today, I'm going to make you see reality for daring to rob us. Zhuiqi crossed his arms, watching the fight between the two, seemingly not inclined to intervene for the moment. The cultivator's strength was comparable to his, and even if Zhuahan were to lose, it wouldn't be a quick defeat. Meanwhile, he was on the sidelines, waiting for a suitable opportunity to take down this arrogant kid with one strike. After all, the spiritual energy in the vicinity of Tingshan Island is extremely thin, and the lost spiritual power from battles can only be restored through elixirs. Therefore, the miners in this area are very cautious before taking action, avoiding excessive consumption of magical power. Insect seal technique. Chen Ping's lips curled up, and although Zhuahan's surprise attack seemed swift, it was full of flaws in his eyes. With a twist of his wrist, the Biwen sword stood upright before him, accurately blocking the short dagger. Zhi. The 2 magical tools collided, producing a series of sharp and piercing sounds. The light on the short dagger dimmed, and a visibly large gap appeared on the blade. Top-grade magical tool. Zhuahan felt a slight pain in his tiger's mouth, and while he was heartbroken, panic showed on his face. His short dagger was merely a mid-grade magical tool and could not compete with the higher-tier Biwen sword. Without hesitation, Chen Ping mobilized 30% of his spiritual power into the sword. In the next moment, the aura of the Biwen sword surged, and sparkling green light resembling a starry night floated above it. Boom. As expected, Zhuahan's short dagger flew out of his hand, and he was kicked by Chen Ping, landing more than 10 zhang away like a fallen meteor. Brother, let us go together. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhuahan picked up the short dagger and shouted to Zhuiqi. Okay. Zhuiqi immediately responded, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the Biwen sword. He and Zhuahan had trained for so long and had not saved any wealth, and a top-grade magical tool seemed like an unattainable dream. I must get this sword. Flourishing like a pen, Zhuiqi was excited, tightly gripping his jade pen and rapidly dotting it in the air 100 times. With each step that fell, a pink peony petal would form. Flower God's gathering net. The peony petals spun rapidly, quickly forming a large net several feet long and wide, which fell towards Chen Ping. Seeing his elder brother use a trump card right away, Zhuahan no longer hesitated, biting his tongue to force out a drop of blood and spraying it onto the blade. Chapter 21. Instant Fireball Finger. The ghostly light and deadly poison on the short blade emitted a sharp sour smell after absorbing Zhuahan's blood. At that moment, small black insects began to wriggle and become active, resembling goosebumps and making one feel nauseous. This poison was obtained from an ancient cave. Its toxicity was weak and could not kill instantly. However, once the black insects burrowed into the broken skin, they would quickly devour the practitioner's vital energy, which was quite sinister. Zhuahan had previously let Chen Ping lightly injure him and had held a grudge, not caring about the consumption of magical power. The blade light flashed, forming several phantom images that fiercely slashed at Chen Ping. Both of them deployed their abilities with great momentum, but Chen Ping remained unmoved. It was only when they were less than half a zhang away that Chen Ping extended 2 fingers, and in the horrified gaze of the Zhuo brothers, instantly condensed a deep red fireball the size of a bowl. The heat surged, and the fireball collided with the petal net, instantly incinerating it into nothingness. You can actually cast spells instantly, Zhuiqi exclaimed in shock. Casting a spell requires first circulating the corresponding Zhou Tian cycle, then silently reciting the incantation, and waiting for the spiritual power to condense into form, which is a complete process. Before reaching the Great Perfection realm, it is impossible to compress this process to nearly instantaneous. Could it be that this kid has mastered a fire spell at the Great Perfection level? Generally speaking, without decades of day and night cultivation, it is very difficult to reach Great Perfection, even for the most basic elemental spells. Usually, only some old-school Qi practitioners, who know they have no hope of establishing a foundation, would spend a lot of time forcing themselves to pile up 1 or 2 Great Perfection spells. But how old is this kid? He looks no more than 30. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Go. Chen Ping gently flicked his fingers, and 2 fireball fingers transformed from the 9 transformations flame spirit technique shot towards Zhuahan and Zhuiqi's hearts. The heart is one of the vital points of the human race. Having just witnessed the power of this technique, the 2 brothers could no longer focus on surrounding Chen Ping and hurriedly gathered their moves to defend with all their might. Boom. The fireball fingers generated from the 9 transformations flame spirit technique were far stronger than the original version. Accompanied by 2 violent explosions, the sparks fell. The spiritual pin magical tool and the short dagger clanged to the ground, their luster greatly diminished, clearly having suffered heavy damage. Meanwhile, the residual fire continued to burn along their fingers, scorching their arms black and exposing their bones, until the magical power was exhausted and dissipated into scattered sparks. "Ow, it hurts." Zhuiqi and Zhuahan grimaced in pain, each clutching their arms and rolling on the ground, howling in misery. This was still the result of Chen Ping holding back. "Do you two friends want to continue?" Chen Ping said, as another ball of flame appeared in his hand. He had cultivated for hundreds of years in his previous life, and casting some fire spells instantly posed no difficulty at all. "Lu Daoyu, please wait, we are convinced." Zhuiqi, terrified, felt his hair stand on end and hurriedly handed over an item, saying, "This is my storage bag. You can take whatever you want." "Brother, how can this be?" Sizzle. A green light, resembling a green snake, coiled and spiraled, severing Zhuahan's right leg at the knee, blood splattering all over him. "Ah!" Zhuahan rolled in pain, howling, "Good thief, just you wait." "Shut up!" Zhuiqi shouted angrily at his younger brother. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. He fully understood that the person before him was ruthless and might really kill both of them without hesitation. In panic, Zhuiqi tore off Zhuahan's storage bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Ping. Chen Ping opened it, and, as expected, both storage bags were filled to the brim with copper crystals, totaling about 1,800 pounds. In a small corner, several various low-grade magical tools were thrown in. It seemed that these two had not refrained from looting and plundering in their daily lives. Without any hesitation, Chen Ping took the copper crystals and said with a mocking smile, "So, you are the Left Dragon Protector Elder, right? Next, I will ask a question, and you will answer. If there is any hesitation, it will simply be a matter of breaking a leg. Lu Daoyu, please ask, I will definitely tell the truth." Zhuiqi's heart sank, and he hurriedly assured. His brother Zhuahan had already fainted from excessive blood loss. However, practitioners have robust physiques, and even if they lose limbs, they are not in danger of death. Half an hour later, Zhuiqi confirmed that the fierce person had walked far away before daring to squat down and pick up the storage bag on the ground, putting the corpse of the demon spider inside. This inexplicable encounter caused the two to suffer heavy losses, but fortunately, that guy kept his word, taking nothing but the copper crystals. Looking at his unconscious brother, Zhuiqi hesitated for a moment, a hint of pain appearing on his face. But it was soon replaced by resentment and ferocity. "Second brother, I will avenge you. In the future, I will also walk the path of immortality for you." After a moment, Zhuiqi picked up his brother's gradually cooling, mutilated body, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. Just now, he learned a lot of information about the mine vein from Zhuahan. Zhuiqi was also considered an old miner, having been employed by the Meng family for nearly 4 years. Coincidentally, his peer, Xing Linian, who had invited him to join, had also become one of the 3 major mine heads. Of course, Chen Ping automatically ignored these trivial pieces of information. He was more interested in another strange matter that Zhuiqi mentioned. A long time ago, in Taizhu Mountain, in addition to dozens of hired practitioners, there were also a dozen side clan members from the Meng and Yu families engaged in mining. At that time, the management was relatively loose, and every 2 months, they could take a few days off from mining. The change occurred about 1.5 years ago. Overnight, the dozen or so clan members from the Meng and Yu families completely disappeared. A few days later, the overseer issued a new map to everyone, which, compared to the original version, included a black forbidden area. The map that was handed to Chen Ping was the so-called new map. Not long after, the 4 masters at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who were in charge outside, came together to inform everyone that they could not leave the mine for the next few years. At that time, some old miners strongly opposed this, but they were severely dealt with by Meng Ping and others, and it took them a long time just to recover from their injuries. A few months later, the foundation-building elder of the Meng family, Meng Lingxiu, arrived at Tangshan Island and kept watch over the mine, almost never leaving. From then on, everyone settled down and dared not speak out. It turned out that the Meng family had good fortune. Chen Ping understood and roughly guessed the reason behind the series of unusual actions by the Meng family in recent years. Natural minerals are formed through the Earth's veins over millions of years. The power of rules is vast and unpredictable. During the formation of the copper crystal mine, there was a minuscule chance that another associated mineral could be derived. The second-tier spiritual item, xianxiafan's. This sand is widely used in the refining process of wind attribute spirit tools, and its value far exceeds that of copper essence. Based on the scale of the copper essence mine, this accompanying xianxiafan's mine must be a small vein. Even so, its value would not be less than 150,000 spirit stones. No wonder the members of the Meng and Yu families disappeared without a trace overnight. It seems they were secretly transferred to the forbidden area to mine xianxiafan's. After considering this, Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle coldly. The Ming family wanted to make a fortune quietly, but he certainly wouldn't let them have their way. However, being trapped on Tangshan Island for the time being. How to release the news of the xianxiafan's mine to the outside world would have to be discussed at length. Coming back to his senses, Chen Ping casually took out a hidden dan and held it in his mouth. The overwhelming medicinal power flowed down his throat into his veins, churning violently within his body. A thread of spiritual power emerged from his spiritual acupoint. With a thought, Chen Ping began to refine it. A second-tier hidden dan could replace 10 days of hard cultivation. And considering the time spent on detoxifying the dan poison, Chen Ping estimated that in about a year, he could advance to the 7th level of qi refinement. The reason he could break through again in such a short time was entirely due to the miraculous effects of the 9 transformations flame spirit technique. If he had spiritual bathing water to assist, this process could be shortened by another 2 months. In a brightly lit underground hall, Zhuoqi knelt on the ground. His eyes were red, his body covered in injuries, and beside him lay a cold corpse, which was his second brother, Zhuohan. Sitting on the central throne was a plain-looking man wearing a dragon crown, who squinted at the corpse for a long time before saying sternly, "Right, Dragon Protector. Are you sure that person only has the cultivation of the 6th level of qi refinement?" "Absolutely not wrong." Zhuoqi nodded firmly and continued. "That cultivator surnamed Lu mastered a great perfection fire system spell and possessed a superior grade magical artifact. My second brother and I couldn't match him, so we had to surrender the copper crystal. My second brother, being young and impulsive, said he wanted revenge, but in the end, he was killed by that surnamed Lu. If it weren't for the sound of several miners' footsteps, that person would have fled in a hurry. I don't know if my subordinates would have survived to see you." The mine head, Zhuoqi cried out with tears streaming down his face. Duan gouging frowned and muttered to himself, "A momentarily cast spell? There is such a character among the new miners." As for Zhuohan's death, he didn't care much. Although the Ming and Yu families strictly prohibited killing, there had been instances of miners mysteriously disappearing in the mine over the years. However, he had managed to avoid accountability several times due to his close relationship with the overseer, Yu Mei. Zhuohan's head bobbed up and down as he sobbed. "Elder." Duan gouging looked at a pockmarked-faced cultivator sitting with his eyes closed on the left-hand chair and said, "You and Zhuoqi go block the passage. This person is a new miner who came last month and will definitely come to the platform in the next few days to pay the copper crystal share." "Understood," the pockmarked cultivator said with a stiff face, looking gloomy. "Right, Protector, let's go." Zhuoqi stood up and brushed off the dust from his knees, stammering, "Mine head. That person is very powerful. I'm afraid of the elder. A mere 6th level of qi refinement. Do you doubt that I can't handle him?" The elder's face darkened, glaring at Zhuoqi. Zhuoqi said with lingering fear, "I think you are scared to death by that person." The elder spat out a thick phlegm disdainfully. "Enough." Duan gouging suddenly stood up from his chair, speaking in an undeniable tone. "The elder will stay behind at Mine District 1. I will personally go with you." Chapter 22. Heart Question Talisman. 3 days later, Chen Ping woke up from meditation, his spiritual power surging vigorously, his aura lingering for a long time, indicating a small improvement. Counting the days, today was the deadline for submitting the copper crystals. After changing into a clean outfit, Chen Ping left the cave. The overseer's residence was on the outskirts of the mine, with only one passage for entry and exit. Chen Ping quickly ran along the rugged path and soon arrived at the platform. At this moment, in the spacious area, only Meng Yan was sitting at a jade table, while Meng Gui and Yu Mei were nowhere to be found. "It's him." Just as Chen Ping was about to step onto the platform, a familiar exclamation reached his ears. He turned his head to see Zhuoqi, the eldest of the Zhuo brothers, with whom he had fought a few days ago. In front of him stood a middle-aged male cultivator, standing straight. He wore a dragon crown, had a serious demeanor, and looked very noble. If one had to describe him in one sentence, it would be that he resembled a prince with military power in the secular world. "Mine head. It was he who robbed us of our copper crystals and killed my second brother," Zhuoqi screamed through gritted teeth. Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, but then smiled broadly, suddenly saying, "Zhuoqi, I didn't expect you to be so heartless that you wouldn't spare even your own brother." "Nonsense." Zhuoqi's face turned pale as he took several steps back. "Heartbroken, you clearly killed my second brother, yet you still frame me. My second brother and I have supported each other for decades, going through countless life and death hardships. We have long entrusted our lives to each other. How could you, an outsider, slander us? Good actor, a wonderful performer." Chen Ping sneered coldly, not wanting to get entangled with such a person, and walked straight towards the platform. "Stop. Oh, what do you want?" "I didn't kill him. I only hacked off one of his legs," Chen Ping said calmly. Between the unfamiliar Chen Ping and Zhuoqi, he would certainly lean towards the latter. Moreover, Zhuoqi and Zhuohan had always stood together since they had allied with him, deeply bonded as brothers. Duan Gaojing did not believe that the two would turn against each other. Why are you gathered in the passage? Meng Yin had already noticed the situation here and walked over, asking sternly. Overseer, please help me. He killed my second brother. Zhuoqi seemed to have found his backbone and cried out heart-wrenchingly. Earlier, he had deliberately shouted loudly. Cultivators are sharp of hearing and sight, naturally able to attract the overseer from not far away. Do you think I'm deaf? Meng Yin yelled at him, staring sternly at Chen Ping, coldly saying, I should have said that day, killing is strictly prohibited in the mine. Anyone who violates this will be held accountable. I'll say it again. I did not kill Zhuohan, Chen Ping said with an unperturbed expression. Duan Gaojing cupped his fists towards Meng Yin and said, Meng Dao friend. This person robbed the Zhuo brothers of their copper crystals. Zhuoqi made special marks on some of the stones, so he can be asked to open his storage bag, and we can check if it's true. Meng Yin nodded in agreement, his ugly features squeezing out a smile. Duan Gaojing was strong and had many miners under him. He was also a very tactful person, often giving gifts to these overseers, so Meng Yin usually gave him some face. Let us see then. Chen Ping directly turned his storage bag upside down, and a large amount of copper crystals spilled onto the ground. Overseer, please see. These are the ores collected by my second brother and me through hard work. Zhuoqi turned over a fist-sized copper crystal, which had an obvious character Zhuo engraved on it. Good boy, you really dare to rob my people, Duan Gaojing said with a stern face, emphasizing each word. He had been the leader for several years and had never encountered such a brazen newcomer miner. How can it be assumed that Lu killed someone just because he was caught stealing? Chen Ping sneered, the Biwen sword silently sliding out from his sleeve. The current situation was unfavorable for him. If Meng Yin and the others really tried to capture him, Chen Ping would never sit back and wait for his doom. The few people on the platform could be easily slaughtered. The only difficult one to deal with was Meng Lingxiu. He definitely couldn't win in a fight, so he could only stir the waters and look for an opportunity to escape. This isn't the case, but right now, you are the most suspicious, so you'd better think about how to prove your innocence. Meng Yan's peripheral vision caught the Biwen sword in Chen Ping's hand, revealing a hint of greed. Then, he suddenly seemed to remember something, forcing a smile as he said, by the way, I almost forgot that I have a heart-questioning talisman on me. Lu, do you want to give it a try? The heart-questioning talisman. Zhuoqi involuntarily shivered at the mention. Meng, do you really have such a good item? Chen Ping's heart stirred, surprised. The heart-questioning talisman is a top-grade talisman. When crushed and applied to the divine court, it can cause a cultivator to fall into a state of illusion, thus revealing their true heart. However, the heart-questioning talisman only works on chi-refining cultivators and lasts only 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, the questioned person will immediately awaken. The cost of making a heart-questioning talisman is high, and even the Yuanying sects rarely use it in large numbers when recruiting disciples. Therefore, the heart-questioning talisman is one of the extremely rare talismans. No one would expect Meng Yin to have one in stock. Meng Yin rummaged through his storage bag for a while and finally pulled out a white talisman that looked like a jade slip between his fingers. This heart-questioning talisman was a reward given to me by an elder after I completed a family task long ago. I haven't had the chance to use it for years and had almost forgotten about it, he said. Meng Yan's eyes were sharp as he coldly asked, Lu, have you thought about it? If he said no, the two would definitely act swiftly to capture him. Chen Ping smiled calmly, tossing the Biwen sword at Meng Yan's feet, and said leisurely, this sword should be more than enough for Meng's heart-questioning talisman. A top-grade magical weapon undoubtedly enhances a chi-refining cultivator's strength. However, Chen Ping had many trump cards. Losing the Biwen sword had minimal impact on his overall strength. Haha, Lu, you truly have nothing to fear if your conscience is clear. How could I not grant your wish? Meng Yin was overjoyed, picking up the Biwen sword and examining it carefully several times before finally satisfied and handing the heart-questioning talisman to Chen Ping. This talisman is worth about 350 spirit stones on the market, while the Biwen sword, being a top-grade magical weapon, is worth at least 500 spirit stones. Meng Yin not only easily got rid of a hard-to-find heart-questioning talisman, but also made a profit in spirit stones, making the whole exchange quite pleasing for him. Rest assured, I will only ask about Zhuohan's cause of death and will not ask anything irrelevant, Meng Yin promised. His gaze towards Chen Ping softened considerably. Chen Ping's lips curled up slightly, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he coldly said, I never said I would use this heart-questioning talisman myself. Meng Yin was momentarily stunned, quickly understanding and tentatively asking, you mean? He would use it? Chen Ping pointed directly at Zhuoqi, grinning sinisterly as he said, Zhuoqi, since you have the intention to frame me, it is only reasonable that I suspect you in return. Zhuoqi's complexion changed, his face turning ashen as he angrily retorted, you vile thief, you're slandering me. This is not appropriate. If no results come from questioning Zhuoqi, then Meng Yin won't have a second heart-questioning talisman to spare, Duan Gaojing opposed with a cold face. However, Zhuqi's heart was still uneasy when he heard Chen Ping assertively say, "If it weren't for Zhuqi's doing, I would willingly surrender myself." "All right, let's go with what you said." Meng Yan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Having just taken advantage of Chen Ping, he had no reason to refuse this small matter. Zhuqi pleaded helplessly. "Shut up." Duan Gaojing's expression darkened. Since Meng Yan had spoken, he couldn't openly obstruct any further. To put it bluntly, he was just a small minor, while the Meng and Yu families were the true powers of Tingshan Island. At this moment, his close associate Yu Meichong was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, he was even less likely to offend Meng Yan for Zhuqi's sake. Since everyone agreed, let's begin. Chen Ping smiled ominously, holding the heart-questioning talisman and stepping closer to Zhuqi, his sharp gaze fixated on his every move. Zhuqi was sweating profusely, his face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Zhuqi, why did you kill your second brother?" Chen Ping enunciated clearly, infusing a hint of divine sense, the force resonating violently in Zhuqi's eardrums. "You're talking nonsense, I didn't." Zhuqi argued breathlessly, his forehead covered in red spots. Chen Ping's anger surged, no longer having the patience to entangle with this seasoned actor. He clawed his right hand, crushed the heart-questioning talisman, and slapped it directly onto Zhuqi's divine cord acupoint. Zhuqi let out a strange cry, instinctively wanting to resist. But Chen Ping was faster. After several slaps, Zhuqi slumped down, sitting upright. The effect of the heart-questioning talisman manifested instantly. Zhuqi's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a glazed look. "Speak, who killed Zhuhan?" Chen Ping demanded fiercely. The duration of the heart-questioning talisman was very short, and they couldn't afford to miss it. Zhuqi clutched his head, a look of pain surfacing on his face, which then twisted into a boundless grimace as he murmured, "I killed my second brother." "Why did you kill him?" Chen Ping coldly laughed and continued to question. "He was a burden. I wanted to go further on the immortal path, and I needed a large amount of resources for cultivation." Under the heart-questioning talisman, Zhuqi had no way to evade, and finally revealed the darkest answer hidden deep within his heart. "You fool, you damned thing." How Zhuhan died was irrelevant, but Zhuqi should never have deceived him, humiliating him completely. Duan Gaojing's complexion fluctuated between green and white as he cupped his fist apologetically towards Chen Ping. "The feelings of a qi-refining cultivator?" Chen Ping snorted disdainfully and walked indifferently to Zhuqi, coldly saying, "Meng, how should we deal with someone who disregards rules and commits murder? Deprive him of his cultivation and throw him off the island to fend for himself." Meng Yan said indifferently, "I, Zhuqi, am merely a minor you summoned, not a servant. What right do you have to punish me?" Zhuqi's eyes turned red as he roared with all his might, the tied headscarf bursting open. His hair disheveled, looking like a madman. But no one paid attention to him. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. The Meng family is a foundation-building family. And compared to these low-level loose cultivators, it was like an emperor among commoners, life and death decided by a single word. Chapter 23, The White-Furred Wolf Spider King. "Meng, can you hand Zhuqi over to me for disposal?" Duan Gaojing suddenly interjected, narrowing his eyes. His mind was agile as he pulled out a storage bag from his bosom and handed it to Meng Yan, whispering, "I hope Meng will be lenient." Meng Yan opened the storage bag and took a glance, then calmly said, "I can agree to this, but as for Lu, you all can figure it out yourselves." Duan Gaojing paused and asked, "Lu, what do you think?" "Add another top-grade magical weapon," Chen Ping said blandly. "You are being too greedy." Duan Gaojing's expression changed, a blue vein twitching at his temple. Chen Ping remained silent, stepping on Zhuqi's face and rubbing it vigorously, clearly showing his stance. Duan Gaojing gave Chen Ping a deep look, rummaging through his storage bag for a moment before finally tossing a light golden treasure shuttle over, gloomily saying, "This item is a six-edged steel shuttle, worth no less than your spirit sword. Are you satisfied now? A metal-type magical weapon?" Chen Ping took the treasure shuttle, infused it with spiritual power, and carefully examined it. His tone softened as he simply said, "It's fine." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly left the platform. "Thanks to Brother Meng's help today. Otherwise, if I were falsely accused by evil people, even jumping into the deep sea wouldn't clear my name." Chen Ping pretended to be grateful and cupped his fists. Meng Yan was a petty person, easily tempted by wealth. But he also maintained his principles. If he received benefits, he would do his job seriously. Compared to some two-faced hypocrites, Chen Ping preferred to deal with genuine petty people. "You're being too polite. I almost believed the slanders and wronged you." Meng Yan waved his hand and, seeing that no one was around, awkwardly said, "Taoist Lu, I primarily practice gold-attributed techniques. Can we make an exchange? The spirit sword can still belong to you, and I will take this treasure shuttle." Chen Ping responded without hesitation, "All right. I also think the Biwen sword suits me better. Thank you, Taoist friend." Meng Yan was overjoyed. This person was so agreeable that he found him increasingly likable. After they exchanged the magical tools, Chen Ping looked at the pile of copper crystal ore on the ground and said, "By the way, I would like to trouble Brother Meng with one more thing." There were nearly 2,000 pounds of copper crystals on the ground, all of which he had taken from the brothers Zhuiqi and Zhuahan. "Speak." Chen Ping licked his lips and swallowed, saying, "I've been in the mine for a month, and the fasting pills taste like chewing wax. I would like to trouble Brother Meng to get me some good wine and meat for a hearty meal." "Haha, so Brother Lu is just a mortal after all." Meng Yan laughed, pointing at Chen Ping. Although he was a cultivator, he had a great appetite. It was rare to meet someone who shared a common interest, and he couldn't help but become more friendly toward Chen Ping. A mere mortal, foolishly scheming for the path of immortality. How can one lose their roots? Chen Ping said with deep emotion. "Well said." After that, Meng Yan patted his storage bag, and the pile of copper crystals was brightly taken away. Chen Ping couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Even though he sincerely wanted to befriend Meng Yan, he had a deeper understanding of this person's insatiable greed. However, since he was catering to Meng Yan's interests and intentionally getting closer, he wouldn't bring up this small matter. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the passage. Soon after, a group of miners entered the platform in an orderly fashion. There were about 15 or 16 people in total. The leader, a tall man in a purple robe with phoenix eyes, was Xinglian, who had entered the mine at the same time as him. Behind him, Nieqian and others stood neatly in line, not daring to step out of line. "Brother Xing, how did he get close to the Meng family's overseer?" Nieqian whispered angrily. Xinglian did not respond to her, but he looked at Chen Ping with a bit more respect. Fortunately, this Lu guy only had the cultivation of the 6th layer of qi refining. Otherwise, his new position as the mine head might not be secure. Xinglian smiled slightly and politely cupped his hands toward Meng Yan, saying, "Overseer Meng, I've brought everyone to pay this month's copper crystal share." Meng Yan glanced at him coldly and said, "Daoist Xing, your skills are impressive. In just a month, you've gathered so many followers. Those who don't know would think everyone is helping you with your work." Xinglian's expression changed, and he flattered, "It's just to make a living. Daoist Meng is the real head here. Humph, as long as you know." After giving him a warning, Meng Yan did not continue to blame him. The miners forming groups was something the Foundation establishment elders tacitly approved of, and it was also in line with the family's interests. Those who could become leaders were all shrewd and meticulous. As long as they didn't take too much of his share, it was fine. "Brother Meng, I will take my leave first." Chen Ping observed the situation and saw that Meng Yan was busy recording the copper crystals, so he spoke to take his leave. "Don't forget, Brother Lu, we have a gathering in 10 days. Meng Yan specially reminded him amidst his busyness. Nieqian, biting her red lips, was filled with grievances. A month ago, she had invited Chen Ping to join their team, but failed. In her anger, she imagined that he would come begging them after failing to meet the copper crystal quota. At that time, she would have to humiliate him thoroughly. Little did she know that things had gone against her wishes. Not only was Chen Ping alive and well, but he had also established a relationship with the overseer even faster than Xinglian. The huge gap between her expectations and reality made Nieqian furious, and she couldn't help but feel resentful. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping, he had drawn the ire of a female cultivator for no reason. Back in the cave, he cautiously erased the footprints around him. Today had been quite a roller coaster. If it weren't for Meng Yan having a heart-seeking talisman, he might have had to use the 3 bands curse of the demon Luo and fight with that Menglin. Chen Ping licked his lips, feeling no fluctuation in his heart. The path of cultivating immortality could never be smooth sailing. Not having to rush for copper crystals next would indeed be a good thing. This way, his chances of escaping when facing Foundation establishment early-stage cultivators would increase by 10%. In the hall of the first mining area, Zhuiqi lay beside a stone bench, looking extremely grateful. Duan Gaojing looked down at him from a height, coldly saying, "You deceived me, that's one thing. Secondly, you made me lose a high-quality magical tool for nothing. Do you think this can just be settled like that?" Zhuiqi gasped, nervously saying, "Mine head, please forgive me. Allow me to repay you slowly in the future. Is that so?" Duan Gaojing leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice. "You don't have to wait until later. You can compensate me right now. I have followed you for many years, always loyal and diligent. I hope the mine head can give me a chance to atone for my sins." Zhuiqi suddenly felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He stumbled and prostrated, desperately knocking his head. That guy's cultivation method was definitely not ordinary. Seeing him struggle to turn over, Duan Gaojing's eyes revealed a strong sense of dread. Before Chen Ping crushed the heart-seeking talisman, he had sealed Zhuiqi's dantian with his magic. Now, an hour had passed, and he could barely move his body. "There will be a day when I settle accounts with you, Elder," Duan Gaojing shouted toward a dark corner of the hall. "What orders does the mine head have?" A pockmarked-faced cultivator came over, casting a sidelong glance at Zhuiqi. You stay here and don't let anyone in. Duan Gaojing said solemnly. Understood. Duan Gaojing once again hoisted Zhuiqi and walked to the edge of the cliff in the southeast corner, gently tapping it 7 times. Crack. Crack. Following that, a stone door, 2 people wide, suddenly appeared. After pushing it open, it revealed a stony path covered in silver spider silk. A foul smell immediately wafted over, and at the end of the stench hung a silver-white spider web measuring over 10 feet in length and width. In the very center of the spider web, a black and white patterned spider hung upside down. Its back was covered in bristle-like hairs, each standing upright. And its small head had 4 pairs of pitch-black eyes. 2 venomous fangs protruded, dripping with a string of foul-smelling slime. White-haired wolf spider. Zhuiqi exclaimed in shock. He had just hunted 2 of this creature from the same den a few days ago and recognized it at a glance. However, this white-haired wolf spider was more than twice the size of the pair he had killed, and its demonic aura was so strong that it was comparable to a 7th-layer chi refining cultivator. To be precise, it should be the white-haired wolf spider king. Duan Gaojing was completely unafraid of the creature's ferocious appearance, gently stroking its back with a face full of affection. The wolf spider also nuzzled his palm, appearing extremely affectionate. Zhuiqi's teeth chattered as he stammered, No? Please spare me, mine head. Duan Gaojing smiled mysteriously and said, That's right. Being able to contribute to its advancement is worth all the protection I've given you over the years. No, mine head, spare my life. Zhuiqi's hair stood on end, struggling to get up, his gaze sweeping down to the spider web, instantly horrified. There, scattered haphazardly, were several human skeletons, already dry and yellow, devoid of any blood or flesh. Ha, enjoy yourself, hey bah. Chirp, chirp. The long-suppressed white-haired wolf spider king let out a series of strange cries, spitting out several thumb-wide silk strands from either side of its fangs, wrapping them around Zhuiqi. The spider king bit down on his neck. As the toxin was rapidly injected, Zhuiqi's screams grew fainter until they became silent. Chapter 24, East Wind Tower. 1 hour later, Zhuiqi's flesh and blood had been almost entirely consumed by the white-haired wolf spider king, leaving behind a skeletal frame as white as porcelain. Chirp, chirp. You black bastard. You dare to act spoiled after devouring 2 cultivators at the 6th layer of chi refinement? Duan Gaojing scolded with a laugh. This white-haired wolf spider king had been subdued by him 2 years ago. At first, it was only fed copper crystal ore, but its growth was extremely slow. Later, he secretly killed a cultivator to feed the spider king, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the spiritual power contained in human blood and flesh could make the spider king develop rapidly. After 2 years, it had advanced to the late stage of the 1st rank, its strength comparable to that of an ordinary 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator. The mining cultivators on Tianshan Island were all registered without exception. Occasionally, if one died, it was not a big deal, but if it happened too frequently, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the Meng and Yu families. After devouring the Zhuo brothers, the Spider King's aura had significantly increased, and it could faintly rival him. Young master, Xing Linian is outside seeking an audience. Let him wait a moment. Duan Gaojing pondered for a while and instructed the rock wall. Strangely, he showed no reaction to the masked cultivator calling him young master, appearing quite normal. 10 days later, Chen Ping arrived as scheduled, back on the platform. Aside from Meng Yan, Meng Guo, and Yu Meichong were still nowhere to be seen. On the makeshift spiritual wood table were 6 or 7 dishes, including fish, meat, and shrimp, quite lavish. Oh, isn't Meng Guo supervising? Why isn't you supervising here too? Chen Ping sat down and casually asked. They went to do other things. No need to worry. Meng Yan replied ambiguously. Chen Ping had a hint of suspicion in his heart, picked up a piece of crab meat, and chewed while saying, This looks great. Meng brother is indeed an expert in this field. Meng Yan laughed proudly. These are all signature dishes from East Wind Tower. I spent a lot of effort to arrange this table. East Wind Tower established by Qishao sect? Chen Ping realized, if it was East Wind Tower's cuisine, the taste would indeed be exquisite, but not surprising. The Qishao sect, a Yuandan sect whose name echoed across tens of thousands of miles of sea. This sect had 3 Yuandan realm cultivators, but what truly made its name renowned was this East Wind Tower. East Wind Tower primarily focused on cooking various spiritual dishes. The Qishao sect had established itself on Yuanyan Island for 4,000 years, and from the first generation of the sect leader, East Wind Tower was founded. After thousands of years of development, East Wind Tower had opened across nearby tens of thousands of miles of sea. Each year, it earned a substantial 30% of the total income for the Qishao sect. The so-called signature dishes that Meng Yan procured were merely suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators. It was said that the top-tier special spiritual dishes in East Wind Tower were cooked using third-tier demon beasts and spiritual materials. High-level cultivators consuming them had remarkable effects in enhancing their cultivation. Of course, the price of these top-tier spiritual dishes, which could easily reach several thousand or even tens of thousands of spiritual stones, was unaffordable even for ordinary foundation establishment experts, let alone cultivators like Meng Yin at the Qi refinement stage. This fish fillet is fresh and tender, quite good, Chen Ping praised while chewing. It was his first time tasting the delicacies of East Wind Tower, not for any other reason, but because the Qishao sect and the Chun family had been at odds with the Shattered Star sect for over 1,000 years. The two sects had constant disputes, and even several ancestors at the Yuandan realm had fallen, making the enmity between them as deep as the ocean. Thus, East Wind Tower did not exist in the territory commanded by the Chen family. Come, Brother Lu, try this wine. Meng Yin held a wine jug made of fire jade and personally poured a glass of fine wine for Chen Ping. You're being too polite, Meng brother. Chen Ping took a small sip, feeling a warm flow slide down his throat and settle in his abdomen, surprisingly feeling a hint of coldness. How is it? This is the unique Jinhu wine from my Meng family. Unlike Chen Ping's light tasting, Meng Yin grabbed the wine jug and gulped it down. Chen Ping secretly scoffed. He suddenly thought of Yimofan. Both of them had a passion for wine and indeed had the potential to become drinking buddies. As the cups clinked, they unknowingly finished several bottles of Jinhu wine. Meng Yin was thoroughly drunk, and it was evident he could barely hold on to his chopsticks. What a thrill, what a thrill. Chen Ping pretended to be tipsy and slurred. Meng brother, when shall we gather again next time? Meng Yin shook his head, eyes closed, and said, that would have to be in 2 months. Currently, I'm the only one on duty in the mine, making it inconvenient to leave the island again. With the noble Meng Lingxiu Sr. guarding outside the cave, your burden would be much lighter as well. Chen Ping said naturally. Humph. I finally get to leave the island and get scolded so badly. I'd rather stay 10,000 miles away from that old man. Meng Yin seemed to have some grievances against the third elder, sounding discontented. After saying that, he felt somewhat disrespectful, his gaze slightly clearer, and changed the subject. Is Brother Lu really a loose cultivator? Absolutely genuine, there's nothing to hide. Chen Ping replied calmly. Meng Yan's eyes flashed, and he spoke with a strange tone. I heard Brother Lu has cultivated a perfected fire-type technique, and your spiritual power is exceptionally thick, far exceeding others of the same rank. You can't be just a simple loose cultivator, right? Although my spiritual root talent is ordinary, I have a unique gift in cultivating fire-type techniques. Chen Ping replied unhurriedly. I have fallen to being a loose cultivator now, but my ancestors managed a low-tier family over 100 years ago. To be honest, I practiced the yellow-grade low-tier technique passed down by my ancestors, which is more than enough to deal with the likes of Zhuoqi and Zhuohan, the lowest-level loose cultivators. Meng Yin nodded slightly. Somewhat skeptical, Brother Lu is quite fortunate. As a direct descendant of my family, the techniques I cultivate are only upper-tier red grade. Although he was envious of Chen Ping's technique, he did not continue to inquire further. After all, the family had a number of higher-tier cultivation techniques, and he could exchange them after accumulating contribution points for several more years. Moreover, once a main cultivation technique was practiced, it could not be changed unless one dispersed it and started over. He wouldn't make such a big decision just for a yellow-grade low-tier technique. Come, let's continue. Then, Meng Yin took out another jug of fine wine and poured it down his throat, clearly unwilling to stop until he was drunk. By the time the two had their fill of food and drink, it was already well into the afternoon. Chen Ping bid farewell to Meng Yin and walked deeper into the mine. As he progressed, the previously drunken Chen Ping suddenly regained clarity. His steps were steady, and the smell of alcohol evaporated instantly with the operation of his spiritual power. He didn't like drinking, and even less liked being controlled by alcohol. If it were celestial wine that could enhance his magical power, it would be one thing, but he looked down on ordinary wines like Jinhu wine, which tasted sweet but had no effect. A hidden arrow? Remembering the earlier scene, Chen Ping's expression darkened. He had only revealed his strength that once in the mine, and no one else knew about it. A bunch of clowns. Chen Ping sneered and no longer cared about the matter. When he reached a fork in the path, his steps suddenly halted. He heard the sound of several magical artifacts clashing nearby, and Chen Ping released his spiritual sense, scanning the source of the fighting sound with all his might. He saw a frail old man in his 60s, with sparse hair and bones like a skeleton, desperately fleeing towards him from over 150 zhang away. Good. Xing Linian, you pigdog scum, how dare you secretly betray me? I, Tuazhentian, will not let you off. The gaunt old man shouted angrily. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, his right ear was mostly missing, and his exposed skin was covered in blood. Tuazhentian? Chen Ping frowned. Wasn't he the leader of the second mining area? How did he end up like a stray dog, being chased to this place? While pondering, Chen Ping quickly retreated until he hid into a half-human high cave. Old Tua, you are mistaken. Xing someone, and you were never on the same side. So how could there be talk of betrayal? A sturdy cultivator chased after them, grinning sinisterly. Behind him were several old acquaintances of Chen Ping, Duan Gaojing, Nie Qian, and a young cultivator carrying a long staff who had been recruited alongside them. This person had initially been a lone wolf, rejecting Xing Linian's invitation, but somehow ended up with them again. Hurry! A powerful force came crashing in, and Tua Xintian hurriedly conjured a yellow earthen shield. Uft! The shield instantly cracked, and Tua Xintian stumbled, hitting his forehead on the ground, disoriented, and violently spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Gaojing's cultivation level was already higher than his, and now, burdened with injuries, he was no match for him. Tua Xintian propped himself up with one hand and roared, "Old monster Tuo, do you really think I dare not kill you?" Duan Gaojing looked sternly at him and said coldly, "It was clearly you who contacted Brother Xing first, trying to ally with him against me. If it weren't for Brother Xing recognizing the bigger picture and disdainful of your company, I might have been in a worse situation than you. Indeed, old monster Tuo, your heart is wicked, and now you are merely reaping what you have sown." Xing Linian raised his chin and shouted at him. Tua Xintian's heart sank, and he glared at Xing Linian with hatred. "Haha, Brother Xing, no need for such words. You and I are both working for the Meng family. There's no talk of swallowing each other up. As for you," Duan Gaojing's tone suddenly changed as he pointed at Tua Xintian, "I want to kill you. But it's unavoidable that you'll receive some lessons. Heh, in the end, it's just that you don't dare." Tua Xintian said ominously. Supervisor Meng Gui is his backing, and he pays a considerable tribute every month. If he were to die mysteriously in the mine, Meng Gui would surely investigate in anger. Meng Gui has long since resigned from his position as supervisor, Duan Gaojing said lightly, as if he had guessed the source of Tua Xintian's confidence. "Impossible," Tua Xintian said in disbelief. "Meng Gui never hinted at that to me. Old Taoist Tua, have you forgotten your original identity after being the so-called leader for a few years?" Duan Gaojing said with a hint of pity in his eyes, sighing. "We low-level loose cultivators, like floating grass, can never truly integrate into that circle." Chapter 25, Qi Training, Level 7. Fake, all fake. Duan Gaojing's words struck Tua Xintian like hail on a snowy day, waking him up. "Self-mutilate your right hand, and you will not appear in the number 1 and no. 2 mining areas for 3 years, and I will let you go." Although Duan Gaojing felt sympathy for him, he remained cold and ruthless. Tua Xintian's expression changed as he glanced around. The way back was blocked by several people, and despair flickered on his face. But once he became disabled and his strength diminished, there would be endless variables. After all, those people supported him for the sake of copper crystals. He was usually quite harsh with his subordinates, and once he could no longer bring benefits to them, he would undoubtedly face fierce backlash. Tua Xintian's gaze locked onto the few people, staring for a long time, his voice hoarse. "All right, in the end, it's the victor who prevails. I, Ta, admit defeat today." With a tearing sound, amidst the blood splatter, he forcibly pulled off his arm at the humeral joint. Such excruciating pain would have made an ordinary person scream heart-wrenchingly. But Tua Xintian merely whitened his lips and gritted his teeth, saying, "Let me go." Nie Qian swallowed hard and shouted in panic. She had previously accepted Tua Xintian's benefits to relay messages for him. Although Tua Xintian had suffered a severe loss of strength after losing an arm, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. She, a mere Qi training level 5, would not stand a chance against old monster Tua if she encountered him alone. Xing Linian followed up on Nie Qian's words. He was not afraid of Tua Xintian. But there's always a saying about a thief having 1,000 days of success, but no day of defense against a thief. Just now, this person's decisive and ruthless act of self-mutilation made him feel chills. Such a person is very scary. How could they let a tiger return to the mountain? "Let him go," Duan Gaojing said calmly. "Old monster Tua, remember, do not let me see you in the 2 major mining areas within 3 years, or I will kill you. You keep your word." Tua Xintian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, covering his right arm with his left hand, limping away around the corner. Duan Gaojing smiled and said aloud, "Good." He slightly nodded and then said nothing more, leaving the place with the elder with the pockmarked face. "Brother Xing, should we chase after him and deal with old monster Tua?" Nie Qian said, gesturing to her white neck and speaking fiercely. "Duan Gaojing wants to use my hands to eliminate Tua Xintian without taking responsibility and still wants to reap the benefits. What a good calculation." Xing Linian sneered inwardly, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Chen Ping witnessed a good show. After everyone dispersed, he jumped out from the cave. He was not interested in the conflicts between several mine heads. The final outcome had nothing to do with him. 1 year later, dressed in black, Chen Ping sat cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in rich, fiery red spiritual energy. As he breathed, he absorbed all the spiritual energy transformed from the medicinal power. He formed seals with his hands, and as his chest rose and fell with his breath, Beams of light nearly a foot long continuously erupted from his 7 orifices. At this moment, it was a critical juncture, and his meridians and spiritual acupoints were expanded to the limit. Sweat beads appeared on Chen Ping's forehead, yet he remained expressionless, focusing on sending the spiritual energy into his dantian. Boom. This continued for a full 10 hours, and a streak of light resembling a sword formation burst forth from his body, shattering the surrounding rocks like sharp blades. He leveled up. Chen Ping finally opened his eyes, his heart as calm as water. After a year of relentless cultivation, breaking through to Qi training level 7 was just a natural progression. Feeling the peak spiritual energy within him, Chen Ping finally smiled. Although he had only advanced a small tier, his strength had increased by more than 50%. One source of this growth came from the enhancement of his spiritual power. Now, when he exerted his divine sense, it could extend to about 260 zhang. Facing a cultivator at the early foundation building stage, his chances of escape had undoubtedly increased. Over the past year, he had also practiced a technique for concealing his presence. The low-grade, Xian-level Z-Wei concealment technique. This technique was something he exchanged in his previous life in the sect and had cultivated for several hundred years, so he easily improved it to a minor success realm. Due to the limitations of his cultivation level, further breakthroughs could only wait until he reached the foundation building stage. Once the minor success realm of the Z-Wei concealment technique was employed, Qi training cultivators would find it extremely difficult to detect his movements. Even foundation building cultivators, if they did not use their divine senses to investigate, would also find it hard to discover his presence. Chen Ping shattered the boulder at the cave entrance with a palm, then, applying the concealment technique, suppressed his cultivation to Qi training level 6. On the sandy ground, there was a row of fresh footprints. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping moved several tens of thousands of pounds of crushed sand to completely cover this temporary cave. Over the past year, the Meng family had gradually recruited several batches of new miners. Currently, the entire mine had over 140 external cultivators. This was merely a medium-sized copper crystal mine, and after years of mining, most areas had long been stripped bare of ore. Even the edge area he was in had a few miners who ventured in, trying their luck. During his silent cultivation, Chen Ping had encountered several short-sighted cultivators. However, after casually displaying a momentary spell, those miners fled as if the ground had sprouted winds, disappearing without a trace. On a platform, a male and female cultivator were sitting on cushions and conversing. The man had a shifty appearance and was unremarkable, while the female cultivator beside him had a crystal-like complexion, ethereal temperament, and was stunningly beautiful. "Fairy you man, this is the new snow spirit fruit nectar I've prepared. Please taste it and let me know how it is," Meng Yin said gently, holding a glass teacup. "Meng Daoist, you've worked hard." Yuan Man frowned slightly and said coldly and directly, "Actually, you don't need to put in so much effort on me." Being seen through by her, Meng Yin couldn't help but blush and stammer. "Fairy has misunderstood. I only wanted to invite you to taste this divine nectar. That's for the best." Yuan Man closed her beautiful eyes and didn't even glance at the fragrant divine nectar. Hee. Seeing the beauty rejecting him from afar, Meng Yin immediately forced a few laughs and stopped making a fool of himself. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Ping appeared on the platform. "Brother Lu is here." Meng Yan's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Brother Meng, what delicacies have you acquired this time?" Chen Ping asked with a smile. As a supervisor, Meng Yin could leave the island for a few days every 2.5 months. Over the past year, Chen Ping had regularly gifted him some spirit stones to support his purchases of delicacies off the island. As for the source of these funds, it was certainly not entirely legitimate. However, Chen Ping was not a ruthless person. He usually took only a portion of the wealth and let people go. After all, the scattered cultivators working in the mine were mostly from the lower class, struggling to survive, and had no grievances with him, making it unnecessary to take lives for no reason. When Chen Ping approached, a look of obvious annoyance appeared on Yuan Man's stunning oval face. She stood up and gracefully walked towards the cave entrance. "Fairy you, take care." Chen Ping wasn't bothered, shaking his head and smiling. Yuan Man, a direct descendant of the Yu family. This was the third time he had seen her. After Yu Meizhang stepped down from her position as supervisor, she took over. Yuan Man's background was quite remarkable. Her great-grandfather, Yu Hugu, was a senior elder of the Yu family. She had been favored by her great-grandfather since childhood, and under his careful guidance, she reached the 6th level of Qi refinement by the age of 20. Meng Yin said that the number of cultivators who admired her was like the fish crossing a river, and even outside the Yu family, countless suitors pursued her. Although she coldly rejected all of them, it still couldn't stop the earnestness of male cultivators. More than half a year ago, when Chen Ping came to visit Meng Yin, he invited Yuan Man to sit and eat with them for the first time. However, after he intentionally spoke in a lewd manner, she deliberately avoided him in the following encounters. Of course, This was also Chen Ping's intended outcome. He approached Meng Yan with ulterior motives, and some private conversations were not suitable for a third party to know. Fairy Yuan, seeing the person of his affection frowning and avoiding him, Meng Yan furrowed his brows and glared at Chen Ping, blaming, "It's all your fault. You can't hold your liquor and got drunk," saying nonsense that upset Fairy Yuan. Now, I've been reduced to a lewd image in her heart. Brother Meng, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Chen Ping sneered in his heart and said with a grin, as long as Brother Meng successfully advances to Foundation Establishment, this girl will be within your reach. Foundation Establishment isn't that easy, Meng Yan replied irritably. Even the lowest grade Foundation Establishment pill costs 30,000 spirit stones. And I can't gather enough even after exhausting several generations of savings. Hee, Brother Meng has been the supervisor of Tangshan Island for several years. So you must have saved up some fortune, right? Chen Ping winked. These words were indeed somewhat heartless, but fortunately, he had been respectful enough. And Meng Yan did not get angry, saying lightly, Brother Lu thinks too simply. A few years ago, I did accumulate some wealth, but in the past 2 years. Meng Yan glanced outside the cave meaningfully and finally couldn't help but say, most of the gray income has been taken away by the third elder. Senior Meng, as a high-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, do you really care about this little bit of spirit stones? Chen Ping pretended to be puzzled. Meng Yan snorted in dissatisfaction and whispered to him. The third elder has failed several times to break through the mid-level bottleneck and has long exhausted most of his previous savings. Do you think he came to this desolate place to sit in charge just to scrape together some spirit stones to buy a Taiha pill? Chapter 26, Before the Storm Approaches, Part 1. The Taiha pill, a second-grade pill. A Taiha pill with one pattern, taken by a peak cultivator of early Foundation Establishment, can increase the chance of breakthrough by about 30%. In the cultivation world, any pill that helps in advancement is extremely valuable. The most ordinary Taiha pill with one pattern sells for 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is even more expensive than a Foundation Establishment pill. Taiha pill? Chen Ping paused and smacked his lips. That's a rare treasure. The trading conference led by the Qixiao sect is coming up every 10 years, and one of the highlighted treasures is said to be that Taiha pill. I guess he plans to obtain the Taiha pill at the trading conference on the 5th of next month. Forgive me for my ignorance. Where is this trading conference held? Chen Ping asked curiously. Meng Yan, without suspicion, explained, the conference will be held on Mingji Island under the Qixiao sect. At that time, dozens of large and small forces from the surrounding seas will gather, and the grandeur will be unprecedented. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. Mingji Island. The location of the Qixiao sect is a full 30,000 miles away from Tangshan Island. If Meng Lingqiu leaves to attend the conference, then Chen Ping would have no one to fear on the vast Tangshan Island mine. This was a perfect opportunity. After more than a year, this chance finally faintly appeared. Brother Meng, if the third elder goes to the Qixiao sect to attend the trading conference, could you possibly be lenient and allow me to leave the island for a while? Chen Ping hesitated for a moment and pleaded. Meng Yan's expression changed, and he asked suspiciously, Brother Lu, why do you want to leave the island? I have a younger sister who has been practicing alongside me since childhood. I left Feiyue Island over a year ago and only left her a few spirit stones before I left. By now, she must have run out of cultivation resources for a long time, and I want to send her some spirit stones to maintain her daily cultivation needs. Chen Ping spoke calmly and sincerely. Meng Yan's expression softened slightly, but he still decisively shook his head and said, this matter is absolutely not possible. Even if the third elder leaves midway, there are still several supervisors in charge of the array outside. They will not let you leave the island. I was thinking too simply. Chen Ping's expression first darkened, then he slapped his forehead and pleaded, I have saved up 280 spirit stones. Would it be possible for Brother Meng to deliver them to my sister? This. Meng Yan hesitated for a moment and said, it's not easy for me to go out at non-leave times. I'm afraid I will disappoint Brother Lu. Chen Ping secretly sneered in his heart and said sincerely, these spirit stones, you can just hand over 200 to my sister, and the rest will be a reward for your long trip. Oh, after deducting the shipping cost. His reward for one trip would be considerable. Meng Yan was immediately tempted and promised, if the third elder leaves Tangshan Island to attend the trading conference, I will run this errand for you. I can still talk to Uncle Meng Ping. Thank you, Brother Meng. Chen Ping smiled brightly, raised a cup of wine to Meng Yan, and then handed over the spirit stones and the address of Feiyue Island to him. Naturally, the address of this sister's residence was entirely fabricated by him. Brother Lu, are you not afraid that I will embezzle this batch of spirit stones? Meng Yan said with a smile. Whether Meng Yan went to Feiyue Island or not was not important. Anyway, even if he searched the entire island, he wouldn't find that non-existent sister. Chen Ping threw out the bait to reel him in, just to confirm Meng Lingqiu's whereabouts. That's all. After Chen Ping left, Meng Yan vaguely felt that something was off, as his eyelids kept twitching. But he quickly regained his composure and shook his head self-deprecatingly. He's just a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement. Even if his strength is slightly better, our two families, the Meng and Yu, have 4 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement stationed outside. How much of a storm can this person stir up? So-called vision determines pattern, nothing more. He would never think that Chen Ping was a small, capable person who could seize spirit stones for cultivation. There were still 20 days until the 5th of next month. Taking advantage of this last bit of leisure, Chen Ping planned to deal with a matter that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. A year ago, when Yi Mofan first saw the mineral vein map, a hint of wild joy appeared on his face, which was caught by Chen Ping's outwardly projecting consciousness. Later, he speculated from the clues forced out of Zhuoqi that this underground forbidden area concealed another divine wind sand mine. There were associated mineral veins here, and Chen Ping believed that Yi Mofan had already noticed them. However, he would never be overjoyed simply because he guessed this matter correctly. Mining was a colossal project. A single piece of divine wind sand weighed several pounds, and even if he filled his storage bag by himself, he would not gain much. Moreover, heavy troops guarded the area near the forbidden zone. For someone at the 5th level of qi training like him to sneak in was no different from flying to the sky in broad daylight. Thus, Chen Ping determined that Yi Mofan was hiding a deeper secret. Since he was quite leisurely in the mine, it would be better to take this opportunity to drag Yi Mofan out. 6 days later, Chen Ping leaned against a stone pillar and closed his eyes to rest. Over the past few days, he had almost searched all areas in the east except the forbidden zone. He had hunted more than a dozen demon beasts, but had not discovered Yi Mofan's whereabouts. Opening the map, Chen Ping's gaze shifted to the western area. Unless Yi Mofan could break through the 2nd-level formation's evolved spiritual energy shield and escape, he must be hiding somewhere here. The 7-color rainbow platform formation was known for its formidable defense. With the formation eye intact, even Chen Ping questioned whether he could break through its defenses, let alone Yi Mofan. After resting for a moment, he changed direction and sped off to another location. In the secret tunnel of the number 1 mining area, a series of piercing wails echoed endlessly. However, this secret passage extended deep underground, and the stone door was only a palm's width. No matter how hard one screamed, it could not penetrate. Tua Jintian lay in a blood pit, covered in wounds, barely resembling a human. Duan Gaojing looked at him coldly, disdainfully saying, after death, humans have a chance of transforming into a ghostly state to continue cultivation, but the conditions are extremely harsh. Not only must one have a complete reincarnation cultivation method, but initially, a piece of ghost wood is also needed to nurture the soul. This ghost wood belongs to the 5th tier and is a true legendary divine object. Moreover, just like the tribulations that descend when a human transforms into a ghost, one must also endure the trials of the great Yin-Yang Ta-Ching divine thunder. The chance of a cultivator surviving through it is 1 in 10,000. Therefore, the ghost clan in this world is very few. However, as long as they can grow up, the abilities of the ghost clan far surpass those of ordinary humans and demon clans. Tua Jintian's delusion of transforming into a fierce ghost is truly just daydreaming after reading too many tales from the mortal realm. Chapter 27, Before the Storm, Part 2. Creak. Creak. In the end, only a head without any human form remained, attached to a white, bony skeleton. Duan Gaojing called out. After a while, a pockmarked-faced cultivator cautiously approached from the other side of the stone door, respectfully saying, "Young master, what are your instructions? Throw Tuo's remains deep into the mine, act discreetly, and do not let anyone see." Duan Gaojing instructed, picking up 2 strands of the Wolf Spider King's silk from the blood pit and sticking them onto the head. "Young master, rest assured, the old servant will handle it well." Duan Mu collected the remains and tossed them into his storage bag, then coldly said, "The people below reported that brat Lu Yu entered our number 1 mining area not long ago. Young master, should we order He Ba to kill him?" "Not for the moment. That guy is very close with Meng Yan. We shouldn't stir up trouble." Duan Gaojing's gaze shifted, and then he decisively rejected. This way, even if Tua Jintian's remains were discovered, the overseer would not trace it back to him. But if someone repeatedly died at the hands of demon beasts, it would certainly raise the overseer's suspicion. Now, the greatly enhanced white-furred Wolf Spider King was his most valued right-hand man and could not be easily discarded. The old servant understands. Duan Mu nodded and then retreated. To him, Chen Ping was not an irreconcilable enemy, but rather someone he could not kill. The terrain of the western mining area was much more complex than the eastern one. Just the branching passages alone numbered over 100. Even if Chen Ping rushed forward without stopping, he had not finished searching in just a few days. On the map, only the last 10% of the area remained unsearched. Where on earth are you hiding? Calculating the time. Less than 7 days remained before the Qishao sects trading conference began. If Meng Lingxiu was to personally head to the distant Mingji Island for the trading conference, He would likely depart in the next couple of days. Stepping forward, Chen Ping once again arrived at the platform. Looking around, he did not see Meng Yan's figure. Only Yu Man sat alone in the center. Chen Ping secretly rejoiced and casually said, "Fairy Yu, I apologize for the interruption. May I ask where Daoist Ming has gone?" Yu Man twisted a strand of her blue silk and threw a jade slip on the ground, her voice like silver bells. "Look for yourself. Daoist Ming entrusted me to deliver this to you before he left. Does this woman dislike me this much?" A flicker of anger passed through Chen Ping's eyes as he bent down to pick up the jade slip. After a quick glance, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. The jade slip contained only 2 brief sentences. "The third elder left the island yesterday." Chen Ping's heart settled. With Meng Lingxiu gone, there were no foundation building experts left in this place. However, to be cautious, he decided to take the risk and venture outside the cave to investigate. At night, the ghostly wind howled through the mine. Yu Man lay on a stone bed with her eyes closed, resting. Surrounding her within a radius of 10 feet were 2 pale blue formation flags, forming a simple warning formation. As her breathing gradually became even, a shadow silently swept past the platform. That ghostly shadow was none other than Chen Ping. At this moment, he was fully utilizing the ZY concealment technique. Rushing like the wind outside the cave, lying on a dirt slope, with an invisible ripple, Chen Ping spread his consciousness recklessly outward. At the same time, he also prepared for battle. If the news was incorrect and Meng Lingxiu had not left the mine, Chen Ping would directly erupt and fight to the death with him. 5 zhong, 10 zhong, 50 zhong, 200 zhong, 1000 zhong. Chen Ping moved stealthily, like a ghost flying through the basin at night. As the night deepened, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The 7-color rainbow platform formation, this second-level formation's coverage area, except for the unknown forbidden zone, only had 11 cultivators left from the Meng and Yu families. Among them were 4 at the 9th level of Qi training, 2 at the 7th level, and 4 silver-armored guards at the 8th level guarding the formation's outer area. As for Yu Man, who sat at the platform, he openly ignored her. She was just a girl at the 6th level of Qi training. The few at the 7th and 8th levels were not worth worrying about. He could easily eliminate them. The only slightly tricky ones were the 4 peak Qi training cultivators. However, that was only limited to being able to pose some threat to him. Taiju Mountain. Copper crystal mineral vein. Strands of colorful and brilliant 7-colored rays of light burst forth from some spatial location. At the most intense point of the light stood a golden, luxurious lotus platform. Surrounding the lotus platform were not petals, but blades emitting golden light, adding a sense of murderous aura to the silent, deep night. This was the eye of the 7-color rainbow platform formation. A plainly dressed white-haired old woman stood before Meng Ping, looking troubled as she said, "Sixth brother. Should we send a sound transmission talisman to the family reporting that the third elder is resolutely crossing to Mingji Island?" Meng Ping showed a pained expression and slowly shook his head, saying, "You know the third elder's temperament. If we report this to the family, he will at most just have his salary deducted. But our lives will be difficult from now on. I cannot bear the wrath of a foundation-building cultivator." Hearing this, the white-haired old woman couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "With the absence of a foundation-building expert to guard here at Tingshan Island, I fear there will be unforeseen changes. The family has recruited miners widely over the years, which might raise suspicions from other forces." Sigh. Meng Ping couldn't help but sigh, feeling a severe headache. Sister 8 Meng Xiu's worries were not unknown to him, but the other party was a foundation establishment elder with real power, and he truly felt helpless. The risks mainly stemmed from outside the Grand Formation. The loose cultivators in the mine had low realms and did not require too much caution. Moreover, the third elder would be gone for at most a month. Meng Ping helplessly said, "Everyone, let us work a bit harder these days. We'll reduce our rest time by 1 hour each day." I also asked for the understanding of the 2 friends from the Yu family. After speaking, Meng Ping cupped his fists in a sincere gesture towards the 2 blue-clad cultivators opposite the lotus platform, who looked remarkably similar in appearance and stature. "It's the least we can do. My Yu family holds a 40 stake in the Tungtian Island mine, so my brother and I will naturally contribute our share of effort." Chapter 28. Now is my chance to attain the Tao. In the depths of the mine, a copper crystal fell to the ground, and immediately, fine cracks began to appear on the rock walls centered around this small hole. Papa, a disheveled young man, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, slowly crawled out of the hole. Sigh, this is already the 95th hole. Could it be that the rumors were false? The young cultivator, looking unkempt, showed a hint of bewilderment. A dust-cleansing technique was cast upon him, and after 3 breaths, he transformed into a refined young gentleman with a face like jade, none other than the previously elusive Yi Mofen. According to the scheme of the hidden dragon, there were a total of 99 holes. Where exactly was the one that had slipped away? Over the past year, his cultivation had remained at the 5th level of Qi refinement. and he had only managed to gather his monthly share of copper crystals twice. All to find this elusive one. Sigh, is the Yi family of Xianxia Island really going to end the Foundation establishment inheritance in this generation? Yi Mofan felt a pang in his heart and clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. There are only 4 holes left. May the heavens and earth bless me. I must find it. With his gaze flickering, Yi Mofan resolutely picked up his mining pick and walked towards the next target. Just as he left, Chen Ping quietly appeared. He finally found Yi Mofan at the end of a very remote fork in the path. Chen Ping had tracked him all the way, personally witnessing him drill into a hole and then emerge from a nearby rock wall. Hidden Dragon scheme, 99 holes. What exactly was he searching for? Chen Ping frowned, feeling quite puzzled. This seemed to be a rather obscure term within the mining master lineage. Although he had seen much, he was completely clueless about this area of knowledge. After pondering for a while, he activated the ZY concealment technique and stealthily followed him. Yi Mofan cautiously navigated through the mine, checking his surroundings every few hundred steps. When he encountered other miners passing by, he pretended to be diligently mining. The more vigilant Yi Mofan became, the more Chen Ping felt it necessary to follow him and investigate. It's here. Yi Mofan stopped at the junction of a winding fork. He gently lay down, pressing his left cheek to the ground. Soon, his ears, which were normal for a person, magically expanded to twice their original size. After a prolonged silence, Yi Mofan let out a sigh of relief. His ear listening technique had a single effect. It lacked the offensive and defensive power. However, practicing this technique could make one's hearing extraordinarily sharp when cultivated to a high level. Even the sound of a grain of sand falling or a black ant crawling could be clearly heard. Although Yi Mofan had not mastered the technique to such an extent, he could easily discern sounds and positions within a 5-mile radius. Then, a circle of earthy yellow spiritual energy wrapped around his feet, spiraling upward, quickly enveloping him entirely. With a whoosh, he vanished into the ground. Chen Ping, hanging from a stalactite column at the top of the cave, watched this scene without moving. His spiritual sense could traverse over 200 feet in the unobstructed terrain. The underground of this mine was mostly ordinary soil and gravel, so his spiritual sense was not heavily constrained. Even if Yi Mofan used the earth escape technique to burrow underground, he could still lock onto him firmly. In a pit 100 feet deep underground, the space was cramped, only enough for 2 or 3 people. Strangely, the walls of this pit were covered with grains of ice blue fine sand. Where the escape is hidden, the sand is the room. As soon as Yi Mofan entered, he saw the scene before him and immediately murmured in ecstatic delight. He half squatted and half kneeled at the center of the pit, extending his finger to the ground, first gesturing to the right a few times. Then, he walked down a few feet. East 9, South 9, the sea and sky create smoke. Yi Mofan muttered with a flushed face, his arms trembling violently. Suddenly, with a claw, he fiercely dug down towards the ground. The dry, arid soil was as hard as rock. Yet, under the impact of his spiritual energy, it felt as if it were made of paper, easily yielding. Just as his hand sank to the elbow, a bone-chilling sensation radiated from his palm up his arm. Yi Mofan's heart soared with joy, and he instinctively scooped up the thing that emitted boundless cold air. It's actually ice smoke stone. Chen Ping, with his consciousness like an eye, recognized the object faster than Yi Mofan. It was a deep blue jade stone, only half the size of a palm, pure and free of any impurities. The stone had a peculiar pattern, resembling the ripples formed when waves crash. A trace of icy aura coiled upwards, swirling and rising. Even Chen Ping felt slightly moved upon seeing this object. This was a 4th grade, or one of the high-quality materials for refining ice attribute spiritual tools. No wonder Yi Mofan was so cautious. Just this small piece could fetch 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones in his previous life in the Tianyan continent. Yi Mofan carefully placed the ice smoke stone into his storage bag, then used the earth escape technique to break through another section of the rock wall and drilled out of the cave. Heaven's way opens its eyes. The family finally has hope. Although Yi Mofan tried hard to suppress his emotions, he could not hide his joy and excitedly said, "This is the opportunity for my Yi Mofan to attain the Tao. TSK, TSK. At that moment, a teasing voice reached Yi Mofan's ears. Then it turned deep and resonant. "Sorry, now it's my chance to attain the Tao. Who is it?" Yi Mofan's expression changed drastically, and he warily said. Upon seeing a somewhat refined cultivator appear, he was even more frightened, panicking and saying, "Brother Lu, it's you. Yi Dao friend, long time no see." Chen Ping smiled kindly at him. Yi Mofan's heart raced, pointing in the opposite direction. "Brother Lu, my copper crystal share for this month is not yet complete. I must take my leave." "You can leave, but the ice smoke stone stays." Chen Ping suddenly changed his expression, sneering. How could he know about the ice smoke stone? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Mofan stammered. "What is Brother Lu talking about? I don't quite understand." Chen Ping, not wanting to waste time with him, unleashed a massive spiritual sense that directly bound Yi Mofan, his eyes filled with murderous intent, coldly saying, "Hand over the ice smoke stone, or die." Uft. Yi Mofan felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted onto the ground, horrified and desperate, the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. "You are a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yi Dao friend, are you still thinking about escaping?" Seeing the spiritual energy subtly moving in his dantian, Chen Ping immediately discerned it, his figure flashing like lightning as he grabbed his throat and coldly said, "Do you really want to die? Cough, cough. Brother Lu, spare my life. I'll give it to you." Yi Mofan no longer dared to resist, speaking in fear and trepidation. The treasure was good, but under the threat of imminent death, he made the wise choice. With great difficulty, he tapped his storage bag, and the ice smoke stone fell out. "Let go of Yi Mofan," Chen Ping lightly gestured, and the stone flew into his hand. The moment he held the ice smoke stone, he suddenly froze slightly, then quickly regained his composure, placing the item into his bosom. Chapter 29, Teaching Techniques. "Brother Lu, no, Senior Lu, can I leave now?" Yi Mofan stole a glance at him, trembling with fear. Chen Ping, with a fierce expression, threatened, "Are you not going to clarify the whole story, Taoist Yi? Since Senior Lu has given instructions, I dare not disobey." Yi Mofan smiled bitterly and began to tell his story. His real name was indeed Yi Mofan, and he did not hide this. However, he was not a down-and-out side branch seeking wealth out of necessity. On the contrary, Yi Mofan came from a prominent background. His father was the current head of the Yi family, and his grandfather was the only foundation-building ancestor in the family during his lifetime. More than a decade ago, the ancestor of the Yi family discovered a cave left behind by a senior in the Yuandan realm while exploring with a friend. To compete for the treasures in the cave, the two ended up fighting fiercely and became enemies in an instant. Yi Mofan accidentally came into contact with this path and immediately developed a strong interest. Upon learning that the Meng family had been unusually increasing their manpower at the copper crystal mine in recent years, Yi Mofan, who had already become a vain master, had a guess in his heart. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that there was a minuscule chance that the copper crystal mine would be accompanied by the xianxiaaudiobooks mine. Of course, Yi Mofan did not come for the xianxiaaudiobooks mine. After all, the xianxiaaudiobooks mine was a vein that stretched for dozens of miles, and he could not take it all away. When he obtained the vein map and discovered that the so-called forbidden zone was actually at the origin of the vein, Yi Mofan was immediately invigorated. According to the secrets of formations in the inheritance of the vein master, this vein perfectly matched the situation of the hidden dragon. The dragon's head was buried with xianxiaaudiobooks, while the dragon's tail had 99 caverns. One of those caverns would yield a priceless ice smoke stone. Copper crystal was merely a first-grade ore, yet it could produce a fourth-grade spiritual object. The wonders of the laws of heaven and earth were unparalleled. It turned out that the conditions for the birth of the ice smoke stone were so harsh. Hearing this, Chen Ping sighed slightly and said, "The copper crystal mine has only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being accompanied by the xianxiaaudiobooks mine, and this mine must be at the dragon's head position to form, thus condensing into such a small ice smoke stone. Heh. One can only say that the senior's fortune is against the heavens, to have such a creation." Yi Mofan flattered, "The most urgent thing is to preserve my life." In the vast cultivation world, the incidents of killing and robbing treasures were countless. For something as precious as the ice smoke stone, naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. The senior Lu in front of him was clearly not a pure-hearted person, and Yi Mofan was very worried that he would kill to silence him. "Taoist Yi, I have another question." Chen Ping, seeing his anxiety, asked with great interest. "After you get your hands on the ice smoke stone, how do you plan to take it away from Tingshan Island? The ice smoke stone has an unusual appearance. Even if ordinary cultivators do not recognize this stone, they would not easily let you take it away. Moreover, the one who checks the storage bag at the end is most likely Meng Lingqiu. With the knowledge of a foundation-building master, he will definitely recognize the ice smoke stone." Yi Mofan quickly replied, "This method can temporarily conceal the anomaly of the ice smoke stone. Within a day, it will appear indistinguishable from a first-grade ice jade." "Oh." Chen Ping's eyes flickered as he took out the ice smoke stone again and said, "You can try the spell." "This." Yi Mofan hesitated, opening his mouth. Chen Ping raised his eyebrows and said discontentedly, "What's wrong? Taoist Yi is unwilling?" Senior misunderstood. Yi Mofan explained and regretfully said, "The treasure light transformation technique is indeed miraculous, but it can only be used once on the same stone. If I show it to you now, when it comes time to mine, then..." Chen Ping smiled lightly. This guy had been robbed of a great opportunity and was still considering how to avoid inspection later. It was hard to tell whether he was lacking in brain cells or truly obedient. Chen Ping waved his hand and said, "No problem. Just go ahead and perform the spell." "All right then." With the senior giving orders twice, Yi Mofan no longer dared to refuse. He focused his mind, pressed his hands together, and quickly formed several hand seals. Then, a subtle wave of spiritual energy spread from him and poured into the ice smoke stone. In the next moment, as if the scene of the sea tide was being played in reverse, the brilliance and cold mist emitted by the stone all converged, and even the magnificent patterns on the surface of the stone vanished. To the naked eye, it looked just like an ordinary ice jade. The treasure light transformation technique is indeed quite extraordinary, Chen Ping praised. May I take my leave now? Yi Mofan secretly glanced at him and timidly asked. This matter is not urgent. No problem. While Yi Mofan felt heartache, he still decisively recorded a jade slip and handed it to Chen Ping. Taoist, you wouldn't hide anything, would he? Chen Ping quickly scanned it, and, with a stern expression, said. Yi Mofan hurriedly shook his head and confidently replied. I swear by the Tao that I will pass on the teachings without missing a word. Only then did Chen Ping's expression soften. He was not well versed in the vain master path. He had just been testing him. Moreover, he did not value this inheritance much. It was merely an addition to his accumulation. Taoist Yi, do you have an earth attribute spiritual root? Chen Ping asked, noticing his proficiency in the earth escape technique earlier. Yi Mofan honestly replied, I indeed have a dual-born mid-grade spiritual root of earth and wood. Take a look at this technique. Chen Ping's mind moved, and he took a blank jade slip to record for a while, then threw it to Yi Mofan. Yi Mofan, confused, followed the instructions and immersed himself in his thoughts. After reading the contents of the jade slip, he suddenly widened his eyes and stammered, Senior Liu, what is the meaning of this? I took your opportunity, and this is my compensation to you, Chen Ping said without any change in expression. Is the senior serious? Yi Mofan's head buzzed. Overwhelmed with joy, he knelt down, stammering. I thank the senior for this great grace. In the future, when I achieve success in cultivation, I will definitely repay you. It was no wonder he acted this way. The earth magnetism Qingyang technique that Chen Ping had given was astonishing. The earth magnetism Qingyang technique was a low-grade mysterious technique of the earth attribute. The value of this technique far exceeded that of the ice smoke stone and was more suitable for the current situation of the Yi family. A little thought would reveal this. Having lost the protection of a foundation-building cultivator, it was already a great achievement for a small family to maintain its foundation. Selling off a fourth grade or recklessly could easily attract the attention of other forces. No matter how one looked at this transaction, it was extremely advantageous. Thus, Yi Mofan appeared so excited. Chapter 30, Mud can't be supported on the wall. Don't be too happy too soon. What I gave you is only the cultivation technique from the qi refining stage to the initial stage of foundation building. Chen Ping paused and said coldly, if you successfully establish your foundation, you will need to accomplish something for me before I can teach you the subsequent techniques. Yi Mofan's smile stiffened, realizing that benefits were indeed not given for free. But after a moment's thought, reaching the initial stage of foundation building and supporting his family was his current greatest goal. If he couldn't even break through to the foundation building stage, then there was no need to mention other aspirations. I will do my best to establish my foundation, and I will not disappoint the senior's cultivation. Yi Mofan bit his lip, his eyes filled with determination. Chen Ping couldn't help but be speechless and pointed out. Cultivators with earth spiritual roots practicing the earth magnetism Qingyang technique can approximately increase their chances of foundation establishment by 1.5 times. And it can also be stacked with foundation establishment pills. Given your status in the family, obtaining a foundation establishment pill shouldn't be impossible. His meaning was clear. With so many auxiliary items, combined with Yi Mofan's mid-grade spiritual root, he would have at least a 70 to 80% chance of establishing his foundation. What the senior doesn't know is, Yi Mofan scratched his nose and said in a hoarse voice, although my father is the clan leader, there are still 2 or so younger generations with better talent than me. A decade ago, when my grandfather was alive, it was easier to say, but now, competing for that foundation establishment pill, I personally feel I have no chance at all. Hearing Yi Mofan's words, Chen Ping snorted coldly, staring at him intently, and said unhappily, as cultivators, we seize the essence of heaven and earth, grasp that thread of life, and step by step enter the true immortal realm. This is a struggle against the heavens. Competing with people is merely an easy matter. You haven't even started to compete, yet you speak of defeat. I think you might as well abandon your cultivation and live as a mortal. At least you can survive for a lifetime. You are right, senior. Yi Mofan was reprimanded to the point of his ears turning red, timidly saying, they are my relatives. It doesn't matter who establishes a foundation for the family. He was not the type to be aggressive. If it weren't for his family's decline, he would prefer to hide under the wings of his ancestors and enjoy stability. Although Chen Ping's words touched him, it was unrealistic to think he could change his nature. Do as you wish. Seeing him with a foolish expression like a stubborn log, Chen Ping privately rated him as a mud that can't be helped. Compared to Shui Yun, this kid was lacking in every aspect except for his superior spiritual roots, making the gap between them seem like a chasm. Therefore, even though Shui Yun had poor qualifications, Chen Ping believed she was worth nurturing to some extent. Of course, this was limited to helping her break through the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage. As for higher realms, a low-grade spiritual route would require a massive amount of resources to forcibly pile up, which was not worth the effort. Not wanting to waste more words with him, Chen Ping prepared to turn and leave. Senior Lu, could you tell me where to settle? Yi Mofan, feeling he had offended Chen Ping, asked timidly. Otherwise, if I accidentally establish a foundation in the future, I won't be able to contact you in time. I will find you when the time comes. And I hope that day will come. Chen Ping shook his head expressionlessly. The Ming family is setting out from the island to break the formation today. You must find a way to escape Tingshan Island within a day, or there will be great danger. Once the last word was said, he had already disappeared into the cave. In the northeastern corner of the map, a forbidden area. Chen Ping lurked nearby, watching two cultivators stationed at the entrance of the passage. Not far away on the rock wall hung a grotesquely deformed, highly decayed corpse. One could imagine the inhuman torture he suffered in life. This was a miner who had trespassed into the forbidden area years ago, killed by the Meng family cultivators, and hung at the entrance of the passage as a warning. One was at the 8th level of qi refining, and the other at the 7th level. By capturing their leaking aura, Chen Ping accurately judged that there were at least a dozen qi refining cultivators in the forbidden area of the Xianxia mine vein. Moreover, their cultivation levels were generally not low, far beyond those of the loose cultivators outside. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ping ultimately chose to retreat. The space in the forbidden area was narrow. Killing there would quickly attract a siege from everyone. Moreover, there were 4 peak qi refining cultivators at the formation eye. If both sides attacked from the inside and outside, it would be difficult for Chen Ping to escape unscathed. It was better to set his sights directly on Meng Ping and the others. This way, he would have extra time to deal with one person, Duan Gaojing, the leader of the first mining area. Chen Ping was a person who held grudges. In the first mining area, in the hall, at this moment, 5 cultivators were gathered here. 3 small mining leaders stood respectfully. One small leader calmly reported, Duan Gaojing said lightly, deduct 1,000 jin for reserves, and let the rest be evenly distributed among those below. The mine chief is wise. Several small leaders were overjoyed, rubbing their hands and repeatedly thanking him. This time, he took 1,000 jin less, which meant the few leaders below could privately pocket more. You may leave first. Duan Gaojing waved his hand. Yes. The small leaders bowed and quietly exited. Young master, you may has long since resigned from supervising the work and can no longer protect us. Allowing him to keep sucking our blood is not a long-term solution. Duan Mu frowned. I have been indulgent with him for 2 reasons. Duan Gaojing explained in a low tone. Although he is no longer supervising, he is still on Tingshan Island. Sometimes he can convey important information for us. And that's one reason. The second is, do you think my servant and I can safely take all our valuables away? Duan Mu looked shocked and exclaimed, Young master, do you suspect that the Meng and Yu families will turn against us in the end? Haha. After a cold laugh, Duan Gaojing said helplessly, I have scavenged valuables worth thousands of spiritual stones in the mines over the years. They will never let us go easily. So, even if it is reluctant, I must disperse the valuables before leaving the mine. It would be best to bypass the supervisor and deliver them directly to Elder Meng Lingxiu, to build a good relationship with him. Chapter 31. The Wolf Spider King, unbearable to attack. Duan Mu clenched his fists tightly and said gloomily, originally, with these valuables, plus the resources the young master has hidden outside, we could completely buy a foundation establishment pill within 20 years. At that time, not to mention revenge. Even rebuilding the family would be possible. However, Duan Gaojing remained calm and said, life is full of disappointments. A few years ago, our family was destroyed, leaving only you and me to escape here. If it weren't for hiding in Tingshan Island, we might have perished long ago. Besides, I'm not completely empty-handed. As long as I can safely take Black Bar away, we can begin planning our revenge. Duan Mu nodded solemnly and said fiercely, indeed. Black Bar is exceptionally fierce and can entangle several 8th-level qi refining cultivators in a short time. Once the young master breaks through to the 9th level of qi refining, the Yin family will definitely not be able to withstand it. Duan Gaojing raised his palm to stop him and said, let's discuss everything once we get off the island. Yes, I will take my leave now. Duan Mu slightly bowed and turned to exit. Boom. His body seemed to have been crushed by a tremendous force, collapsing to the ground like a pile of soft bones. Duan Mu was at least a genuine 7th-level qi refining cultivator. How could he suddenly die without a sound? Could it be the poisonous hand of a foundation establishment master? A black shadow silently elongated, and a young cultivator in a blue robe approached. It's you. Duan Gaojing panicked for a moment, pretending to be calm, and said, Taoist Lu, how did the elder offend you? And why do you want to kill him? What calmed him slightly was that although this person's magic power was dense and profound, he could tell from the aura that he was only at the 7th level of qi refining, not a foundation establishment expert. Duan Gaojing squinted his eyes. He also noticed that Chen Ping's spiritual sense was somewhat unstable and very weak. Moreover, the cost of using this secret technique must be considerable. Duan Gaojing's thoughts raced as he speculated. To be fair, his speculation was completely correct. Even after advancing to the 7th level of qi refining, his soul power had increased somewhat, but this strike still consumed nearly 70% of his spiritual sense. However, Chen Ping didn't mind much. After all, he had many techniques, and casually pulling out a trump card was not something an ordinary qi refining cultivator could withstand. You indiscriminately kill miners. Are you not afraid of the Meng family pursuing you? Duan Gaojing continued to question. He had one hand behind his back, methodically forming several seals. Chirp chirp. As a stench filled the air, a spider demon beast, as large as an adult water buffalo, broke through the stone door and appeared in the hall. With the Spider King as a guard, his fear was significantly alleviated, but he still did not dare to relax. This young man always gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Chen Ping coldly glanced at the Spider King, and the Biwen sword suddenly appeared, held in his hand, and pointed at him, sneering. This spider is covered in mixed spiritual power fluctuations, which must mean it has devoured many human cultivators. If you are not afraid of the Meng family pursuing you, why should I be afraid? Nonsense. Black bar or kill him. Duan Gaojing's face darkened like water. He had released the Wolf Spider King, and he never intended to let Chen Ping go. Chirp chirp. Chen Ping chuckled lightly. The Biwen sword slashed through an arc, and a streak of green sword energy fiercely struck down toward the wolf spider's eyes. The Wolf Spider King had a body as hard as steel, with only its eyes and abdomen relatively weak. How did he achieve such reaction speed? Duan Gaojing was taken aback. The Wolf Spider King was his spiritual pet, and he often used it to practice his skills. He knew very well how exaggerated Black Bar's jumping speed was. An unexpected ambush was generally difficult for ordinary qi refining cultivators to handle. But this Lu boy not only predicted the trajectory of Black Bar's attack, but also instantly countered it. Something that Duan Gaojing believed he couldn't do was truly demonstrated by a 7th level qi refining cultivator, which made it impossible for him to remain calm. However, an even more astonishing scene occurred. Chen Ping casually swung a sword qi towards the Wolf Spider King, who, as a demonic beast, had an innate sharp sense. Boom. Screech. Black 8 let out a series of tragic cries, green blood gushing from its wounds. This is impossible. Duan Gaojing stared in disbelief, murmuring. It should be noted that the Wolf Spider King's shell was comparable to a mid-grade defensive magic tool, and its hardest parts were difficult for even high-grade magic tools to harm. Who on earth is he? At this moment, Duan Gaojing was no longer just wary, but truly terrified. To injure the Wolf Spider King with a single strike, this guy was definitely not someone he could contend with. This guy completely disregarded the prohibitions of the Meng and Yu families. The thick earth wall talisman, classified as a top-grade low-level. It was one of the most commonly used defensive talismans for low-level cultivators. As the talisman cracked, the surrounding earth attribute spiritual energy surged wildly, forming 2 walls of yellow earth over 10 feet high and more than a foot wide in an instant. Chen Ping looked at it from midair and immediately changed his tactics, channeling his spiritual power into his meridians. In a moment, the blue-patterned sword radiated brilliantly, leaving trails as it danced. Breaking the shield with a weapon was the most energy-efficient way, although the blue-patterned sword was merely a high-grade magic tool. Inferior to the Earth Flame sword, it had exceeded its limits under the enhancement of the mysterious technique, unleashing an additional 20% of its power. Boom. Chapter 32, A Relentless Pursuit. Lu Daoyu, there is no deep-seated hatred between us. Can we not continue fighting? Duan Gaojing negotiated while keeping a vigilant and frequent watch on Chen Ping. He was extremely unwilling to continue the fight, not to mention the outcome. If the two openly battled, it could attract others, especially Meng Lingqiu, making it hard to end. But it seemed that this child's strength had no effect on him at all. Enough talk. Just go down and reunite with your servant. Chen Ping coldly laughed and then made his stance clear. Instant spell. Fortunately, he had learned in advance from Zhuiqi and had been on guard against this move. Autumn War Lake. Duan Gaojing threw his spear into the air, a shadow of the spear spinning and slicing through. This circle of ice-blue illusory spear shadows suddenly converged, the spear tip pointing at the fireball, cold light flashing. Bang! Duan Gaojing felt a numbness in his palm, a wave of heat burning up his wrist. He hurriedly increased the input of his magical power, and after the stinging sensation faded by more than half, he barely managed to grip the spear. But Chen Ping would not give him time to cast spells. He spread his palm, and in the red-hot air, 4 fireballs took shape. Go! Black 8, save me! Duan Gaojing shouted, realizing that Chen Ping's strength far exceeded his expectations. With no ability to fight back, he completely disregarded the Wolf Spider King's injuries and forcibly ordered it to come to his aid. Roar! Seeing his distress, Black 8 immediately bared its fangs and howled fiercely, dragging its heavily wounded body towards Chen Ping once more. Is it useful? Chen Ping raised his eyelids and said disdainfully. Duan Gaojing had a clever strategy of surrounding the city and calling for aid, but everything was under Chen Ping's control. His original intention was to kill this Wolf Spider King first, with his thoughts guiding his actions. The 4 fire bullets condensed from pure magical power swiftly turned and smashed down towards the abdomen of the white-haired Wolf Spider King. Chen Ping's control over the spell's fluidity was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. This process was completed in just half a breath. The white-haired Wolf Spider King, a late-stage first-tier demonic beast with an intelligence level equivalent to that of a 3-year-old human child, could not react in time to such a bizarre attack and was struck down from the air by the 4 fire bullets. Boom! The massive demonic body of the Wolf Spider King crashed to the ground, creating a pit over a yard deep. Black 8. Duan Gaojing's eyes bulged in agony as he roared. He was psychically connected to the Wolf Spider King and sensed its life force rapidly fading, realizing it was beyond saving. While he could remain indifferent to Duan Mu's death, Black 8 was a spirit beast he had invested a great deal of effort in cultivating and was his greatest reliance for future revenge. Run. If we escape to outside the cave, with Senior Meng Lingqiu here, I don't believe this guy can still contend with foundation building. Humph. Get lost. Duan Gaojing roared angrily, suddenly grabbing the shoulders of the 2 leading men and throwing them towards the pursuing Chen Ping. Chen Ping coldly snorted and pushed the 2 miners aside, barking, "Anyone who blocks me dies." The crowd was so frightened that their souls nearly flew away, hurriedly crouching down on the ground, trembling and not daring to move. How could the dominant powerhouse in the mine be chased and killed by an unknown cultivator? 5 more miles. Duan Gaojing felt miserable, having to estimate how far he was from the cave entrance every 100 meters. The god of death behind him was terrifying. He could hardly believe that such a powerful chi-refining cultivator existed in the world. Could it be that he was a true disciple trained by the legendary Golden Core sect? Would the Senior Meng Lingqiu stationed outside be able to handle him? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. A chi-refining cultivator could never compete with a foundation-building expert. Duan Gaojing shook his head in panic, forcing himself to discard this terrifying thought. No wonder this guy suddenly came looking for revenge. He must have been aware of the Meng family's foundation-building movements in advance. No, I can't just wait to die. Even if Senior Meng is not present, there are still 4 peak chi-refining cultivators managing the formation. If I can join them, I can at least ensure my own safety. Seeing his speed suddenly increase, covering dozens of feet in an instant, Chen Ping couldn't help but frown slightly. Duan Gaojing must have practiced a decent movement technique, which, enhanced by his blood essence, further multiplied its power. Unless he used the 3rd style of the Qinglian 16-cut sword technique, step-by-step lotus, there was little chance to catch up to him within 10 breaths. However, although the sword technique was unmatched in power, its consumption was also astonishing. Even though he had advanced a small step, he could only use it 5 times before exhausting all his magical power. The 2 were now close to the platform where the overseers lived. Who was causing trouble in the mine? A woman's delicate shout rang out. Although it contained reproach, it carried a hint of flowing grace. Duan Gaojing's spirit lifted, and the color that had faded from losing a large amount of blood returned slightly as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Fairy Yu, save me. Someone is wantonly killing in the mine." Yu Man's beautiful eyes narrowed as she asked suspiciously, "Who has such audacity?" Duan Gaojing had been at the 8th layer of chi refinement for many years, far surpassing her in cultivation, making him the first person in the mine aside from the Meng and Yu family's cultivators. Yet now he fled here in such a disheveled manner. Could there be hidden experts in the mine? However, all miners entering the 7-color rainbow array must pass the test of the Yuan Pearl, so there couldn't possibly be any leaks. Chapter 33. The fragrance fades and the jade perishes. It's Lu Yu. Although he is only at the 7th layer of chi refinement, his abilities far exceed those at the peak of chi refinement. Duan Gaojing paused briefly, speaking rapidly. "Fairy Yu, I swear on my path that there is no deceit." Facing her scrutinizing gaze, Duan Gaojing bitterly admitted, "Rest assured, with me here, no one can act recklessly, otherwise it would be a disgrace to the Yu family. This little girl really wants to kill me." Duan Gaojing cursed inwardly. Chen Ping was killing in the mine and dared to pursue him here. How could he fear the intimidation of the Meng and Yu families? With her at the 6th layer of chi refinement, what was the difference between staying on the platform and courting death? "Fairy Yu, I apologize," Duan Gaojing said, leaping over the passage, preparing to escape to the cave entrance. Yu Man frowned, and a strange, colorful talisman flew out from within her skirt. A mid-grade second-tier talisman. Duan Gaojing sat on the ground, his voice dry as he said, "Fairy you, with such a killing weapon, how could I dare to defy?" Duan Gaojing bitterly smiled and shook his head. Under the suppression of the mid-grade second-tier talisman, he didn't even dare to move a finger. The foundation of an established foundation-building family was indeed terrifying. The second-tier talisman marked a significant divide between low-grade and mid-grade. A low-grade second-tier talisman could be purchased for about 1,000 spirit stones, and the supply was abundant. The situation with the medium-grade talismans is completely different. Not only do their prices skyrocket several times, but they are also rarely circulated in the market. For certain low-tier factions, a secondary medium-grade talisman often serves as a crucial trump card. After a few breaths, Chen Ping, holding the green-patterned sword, walked steadily towards the platform. "It really is you," Yuman exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Chen Ping glanced at her coldly, then shifted his gaze to the floating rainbow fan talisman above, and warned, "Friend you, this person I must kill, so step aside quickly." Yuman's brows furrowed in anger as she retorted, "It seems now that your approach to Meng Yin has ulterior motives. The matter of Senior Meng Lingxiu leaving the island was also revealed to you by him, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so reckless." Chen Ping smirked, coldly saying, "So what if it is? I don't have time to waste talking with you. Whether you let me or not, today he must stay here. You arrogant villain." Yuman was furious. She was the most favored descendant of her great-grandfather and held a status in the family even higher than several elder deacons. Before coming to Tingshan Island to take over the supervisory position, her great-grandfather specifically spent thousands of contribution points to exchange for this rainbow fan talisman for her to use in emergencies. Moreover, she also possessed a top-tier defensive artifact, which, although could only be used for 2 to 3 breaths, was enough for her to unleash the rainbow fan talisman. However, consuming a talisman worth thousands of spirit stones just for a chi refining 7th layer individual made even resource-rich Yuman feel a bit of pain in her heart. But just at that moment of hesitation, a wave of spiritual consciousness power comparable to a tsunami surged onto her forehead, directly striking her soul. Boom. Yuman felt her vision go dark, as if her mind was being struck by a giant drum, causing her head to throb painfully. In her shock, she quickly released a small golden bell. Ding dong, ding dong. The small bell rang repeatedly, shining brightly, and a layer of transparent white ribbon-like spiritual power drilled into Yuman's ear, disappearing without a trace. A soul defense artifact? Chen Ping's eyes narrowed in surprise. Artifacts with special functions often hold far greater value than ordinary treasures. However, Yuman's cultivation was too low to fully activate the bell's powers. With the bell's protection, the dizzying sensation faded like a fleeting dream, and in an instant, Yuman returned to normal. But just that moment of daze was enough for Chen Ping to achieve his goal. When Yuman's consciousness recovered, she was horrified to find that the rainbow fan talisman, which she considered her greatest trump card, was now firmly in Chen Ping's grasp. Moreover, Chen Ping's originally bright eyes were now somewhat vacant, and his face turned pale. This was clearly the negative consequence of overusing his spiritual power. Just recently, he had performed the 100 forging solidification technique. This time, relying on his strong spiritual consciousness, he forcefully shattered the connection between Yuman and the talisman, which sounded easy, but had completely drained his remaining spiritual power. "It's over." Duan Gaojing's face twitched, and without caring about the still-dazed Yuman, he turned and fled towards the cave entrance. "Lu Dao, you wait. I have hidden some treasures on another island. If you spare me, I will offer them all." Duan Gaojing cried out in despair, his back feeling cold. "The treasures you've hidden are probably for someone fated with them. I'm not interested." Chen Ping replied dismissively. "Fifth uncle, sixth uncle, come save me." Yuman gathered her spiritual power, and her sharp porcelain-like voice echoed through the valley. The platform was about 10 miles from the array's core, and this sound wave could reach in an instant. Yuman shivered, hurriedly summoning a light-colored tassel jade hairpin. The hairpin, less than half a foot long, immediately formed a milky white shield after absorbing a large amount of spiritual power, wrapping Yuman completely within it. Ding! Chen Ping struck the shield with a claw, causing it to sway precariously, nearly transparent. Yet it still held firm against this thunderous blow. A top-tier defensive artifact. Chen Ping, undeterred by his lack of success, conjured 2 fireball techniques and aimed them at the shield. Crack! Like an eggshell cracking, the shield shattered from bottom to top in the blink of an eye, dissipating into nothingness. Yuman's face turned pale. She was only at the chi refining 6th layer and could only use the shield once, exhausting her spiritual power. Without the protection of the top-tier artifact, she had no ability to defend against the fireballs that were manifestations of advanced techniques. A fiery light pierced through her brow, her pupils gradually widening, and as her slender body bent, Yuman was lost forever. Chapter 34. The Emergence of the Blue Lotus. At the same moment Yuman died. Far away on an island 1,000 miles away, there was a tall jade building surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, with first-tier spiritual flowers and herbs blooming everywhere, showcasing the extraordinary identity of its owner. A white-haired, youthful-looking cultivator dressed in a Tai Chi robe sat cross-legged on a cushion at the top level, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, emitting 2 piercing beams of light. With a flip of his hand, a purple copper lock the size of a spirit stone appeared in his palm, covered in visible cracks. Boom! The copper lock suddenly exploded, sending fragments flying into a cup on the tea table. Who is it? Who dares to kill my great-granddaughter? The Dao robe cultivator's spiritual power flickered wildly, his consciousness spreading out like a tide, sweeping away all the luxurious decorations nearby into dust. In a flash, having killed 2 people, Chen Ping was also greatly exhausted. Besides his weakened spiritual power, which he could not currently use, he had only 60% of his total spiritual energy left. He swallowed 2 chi consolidation pills in one go, and as the medicinal power gradually took effect, the space in his spiritual veins filled up again. Picking up the fallen jade hairpin and bell, Chen Ping searched around Yuman's corpse and found a storage bag. Just as he finished collecting his spoils, he heard a movement and glanced sideways to see 2 identical blue-robed cultivators hurrying toward him from the cave entrance. Yu Hui, Yu Huang. These 2 were twin brothers, both of medium-grade fire spiritual roots. They shared a deep bond, and when combined, they were the strongest combat force under the Yu family's foundation establishment. Nice Manor. Yu Hui and Yu Huang cried out in grief upon seeing Yu Man's lifeless body. You killed Manor. Yu Hui's eyes burned with hatred, but his heart was filled with doubts. This was because there was more than one corpse at the scene. He had heard of Duan Gaojing, who was at the Qi refining 8th layer and was among the top experts in the mine. Yet, he too lay dead here. Could this kid truly be so powerful as to kill him? Moreover, his niece Yu Man was no ordinary Qi refining cultivator. Seeing Yu Hui questioning him, Chen Ping honestly nodded and calmly said, Indeed, Fairy Yu died at my hands. What? Yu Hui and Yu Huang's faces changed dramatically, and they erupted with rage. Very well. I will make you pay for my niece Manor's life. Yu Hui shouted in a suppressed voice, filled with fury. How can there be such an arrogant Qi refining cultivator? Do you truly think nothing of us? After talking for so long, why haven't the 2 of you come to take my life? Could it be that you are afraid? Chen Ping sneered, revealing a talisman in his fingertip, which was the secondary medium-grade Rainbow Fan Talisman. The Rainbow Fan Talisman. Both Yu Hui and Yu Huang gasped, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and greed. Months ago, Elder Yu Hugu spent over 3,000 contribution points to exchange for a secondary talisman, and this matter had spread widely in the family. Yu Hugu himself had been at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment for decades, and with a casual strike, he could unleash the power of a secondary medium-grade attacking talisman, making the Rainbow Fan Talisman unnecessary for him. Not long after, his favored direct descendant Yu Man went to Tingshan Island to serve as a supervisor. Anyone could guess that the talisman Yu Hugu exchanged was most likely given to Yu Man for protection and survival. Just now, the 2 of them hesitated because of the deterrence of the Rainbow Fan Talisman. Yu Man had already perished, but there were no traces of large-scale spells being unleashed within a few miles. Clearly, that secondary talisman had fallen into this person's hands. Hee. Can the 2 of you safely take it? Holding the talisman, Chen Ping pressed forward step by step. Good thief, no matter what, you won't be leaving Tingshan Island today, Yu Huang said angrily. Both he and his elder brother Yu Hui indeed feared the Kaishan Hung Tian talisman. But as long as they could hold him off for 15 minutes, the Meng Ping siblings they had agreed upon would come to their aid. By then, even if this kid had talismans to rely on, he wouldn't escape the siege of the 4 of them. Thinking of delaying time? Chen Ping saw through the thoughts of the 2 with a glance, and coldly smiled, the Biwen sword shining brilliantly, drawing it out again. The azure lotus appeared. Chen Ping slightly parted his lips and uttered 4 words. Immediately, a violent and unmatched sword aura surged into the sky. Bang bang bang. Just the leaked aura was enough to shred the surrounding rock walls into countless holes. At the center of the storm, a green and translucent rootless azure lotus flickered in and out of view, its 3 lotus leaves, each several zhang wide, covered in sword patterns, exuding a chilling and murderous intent. The azure lotus was originally an object of peace and virtue, but under the transformation of the Qinglian 16 slashes sword technique, it was filled with extreme ferocity. Azure Lotus Sword Qi, extinguish. Chen Ping gripped the Biwen sword, pointing it straight ahead. The terrifying Azure Lotus was tightly pressed against the sword body, and in an instant, the lotus leaves detached and fell. Thousands of sword patterns within the leaf veins seemed to come alive, following Chen Ping's posture, separating from the lotus leaves, transforming into flying swords, all stabbing towards Yu Hui and Yu Huang's direction. What kind of sword style is this? witnessing the azure lotus sword aura materialize from nothing, from existence to abundance, from abundance to madness. Yu Hui and Yu Huang were both shocked and pale, filled with terror. It far surpassed the shock brought by the Kaishan Hung Tian talisman. Is this a divine ability that can be controlled at the Qi refining stage? In fear and trepidation, the two brothers, connected in mind, exchanged horrified glances. And together they brought their palms together, shouting, "Rhinoceros melting fire technique." They both practiced a yellow-grade skill, one of which was this rhinoceros melting fire technique. A brilliant flame surged into the air, and amidst the rolling waves of heat, a fire in the shape of a rhinoceros demon beast roared to the ground, its fiery breath towering 3 men high. With their combined strength, they had pushed this technique to its limits. Even if it was not as powerful as a Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivator, it still had 3 or 4/10 of its might. Boom. The deafening sound instantly shattered several lamp posts on the platform, sending dust and debris flying. The thunderous roar made Yu Hui and his brother extremely uncomfortable. But at this moment, neither of them had the extra energy to block the noise. The summoned fire rhinoceros fell into a disadvantage the moment it made contact with the azure lotus sword aura, its massive form being nearly halved. "Huang, use all your strength." In a moment of crisis, Yu Hui gritted his teeth and urged. Yu Huang nodded with difficulty, rapidly cycling through his main cultivation technique. Streams of fiery red snakes pouring into the rhinoceros's body, finally gathering on the beast's horns. Rhinoceros bows to the moon. Yu Hui clasped his hands together and slashed towards the sword aura. Boom. The fire rhinoceros clashed again with the azure lotus sword Qi. Hundreds of dark sandstorm winds sweeping through the passage, howling like thunder. Interesting. Chen Ping chuckled lightly, with a leisurely wave of his large sleeves. Tens of thousands of small swords, imbued with spiritual power, rained down upon the opponent. In less than half a breath, the fire rhinoceros, which had previously been able to hold its ground against the azure lotus sword Qi, was instantly shattered, its horns and body exploding into pieces, dissipating into the world. Uft. Yu Hui and Yu Huang bled profusely, their bodies resembling they had been cut by 1,000 blades, covered in sword marks the size of an inch. Chen Ping would not give them time to catch their breath. He stepped forward and leaped, delivering a fierce blow to the top of their heads. Ah! Yu Hui and Yu Huang fell in response, the two peak Qi refining cultivators completely ending their lives. Chapter 35. The Might of the Kaishan Hung Tian Talisman. After exhaling a few breaths of turbid air, Chen Ping also felt a wave of weakness. Fortunately, he was a reincarnated cultivator, and the Qinglian 16/his sword technique was already approaching great perfection. Otherwise, if it were another Qi refining cultivator, even with an absolute suppression of technique levels, they would not be able to compete with the two who had merged. Calming the chaotic spiritual power within, Chen Ping swept away the belongings of the two brothers. And after burning their corpses, he hurriedly rushed towards the cave exit. The 5-mile-long passage was traversed in no time, a beam of long-awaited dim light pouring in, speckled. Chen Ping suddenly stopped, lifted a copper crystal or weighing dozens of pounds, and threw it outside the cave. Boom. A 7-colored beam of light struck down fiercely, instantly shattering the ore into dust. 7-colored rainbow platform array. Chen Ping sneered in his heart. The previous battle with Yu Hui and the others had been too intense, and Meng Ping, guarding the array outside, was understandably alerted. Sure enough, after a round of probing, he could confirm that the outer defenses had been activated. However, with 2 of the 4 Qi refining cultivators who powered the array gone, the remaining 2 could at most exert 50% of the array's power. Most importantly, the 7-colored rainbow platform array was a secondary array known for its defense. At this moment, Chen Ping was within the array, so he had no reason to fear its attacks. Opening a storage bag filled with copper crystal ores the size of grinding discs, Chen Ping pushed his luck, sending a dozen black shadows flying in all directions towards the cave exit. Boom, boom. The 7-colored beams of light continuously shattered several pieces of ore, and Meng Ping, who was manipulating the array, finally noticed something was off and stopped the attack. The one hiding in the cave clearly wanted to use this to weaken the energy accumulated by the array. Another wave of ores flew out, and Meng Ping symbolically directed the array to strike down a few before gathering with Meng Xiao. By their side were also 2 7th-layer Qi refining family juniors, dedicated to serving their daily lives. 6th brother, Yu Hui and Yu Huang are likely in great danger, Meng Xiao said anxiously. Meng Ping's expression was grave. It's unclear what the situation inside the cave is like, but it is definitely not optimistic. Meng Xiao's throat moved slightly, nervously saying, with the Yu brothers working together, even 6th brother would have to avoid their sharpness. Could it be that a Foundation establishment expert has secretly infiltrated Taizhu Mountain? Impossible. Meng Ping shook his head, denying it. If it were a Foundation establishment cultivator, Would they play these probing tricks? They would have rushed out and killed everyone long ago. Sixth brother makes sense. Meng Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief, reproaching slightly. The current peril is all due to the third elder's selfish desires. I must report this matter to the clan leader. That's for later. Meng Ping pursed his lips, a delicate mini jade flute lying in the palm of his hand. Sixth brother, are you sending a message to the family? Meng Xiao turned to look and asked. This flute, called the Jiaoyin flute, is a rare treasure. Compared to a sound transmission talisman, the Jiaoyin flute is faster and very difficult for experts to intercept. The Jiaoyin flute has divine communication effects, but its price is also extraordinarily high. A single Jiaoyin flute can be used 3 times, costing around 4,000 spirit stones. In other words, sending a single message would consume over 1,000 spirit stones. Generally, unless it is an urgent message, even a golden core sect wouldn't often use it. This is not something we can avoid. We must send the message to the family. Meng Ping's expression was serious, making the worst plan. Before long, another 10 large ores flew in from the cave. Meng Ping selectively shattered a few and was about to give further instructions to the 2 family juniors when he suddenly heard Meng Xiao scream. Sixth brother, be careful. He saw a copper crystal ore rapidly flying towards the array eye, and even after traveling several miles, its momentum did not diminish. Meng Ping secretly thought it was bad, quickly sending a command to the golden lotus platform, the array eye. The lotus platform shone with brilliant colors, and in a flash, it shot out a beam of light, striking the ore that was about to enter the array eye. Boom. The ore easily shattered into hundreds of pieces, and at first glance, a young cultivator emerged from the rubble, sporting an eerie red shield, examining them with a sharp gaze. It's you. Recognizing the face of the intruder at the array eye, Meng Ping's mind was shaken, unable to help but exclaim. During this incident of the mining vein calamity, he actually had many speculations, but he never expected that the instigator would turn out to be a 7th-layer Qi refining miner. He clearly remembered that this person claimed to be a loose cultivator from Feiyue Island, entering the mine cave with only the 6th layer of Qi training. More than a year had passed, and although this kid had made some progress in cultivation, could he really kill the Yu brothers? After a brief moment of confusion, Meng Ping calmed down. This kid could not possibly be the mastermind. Yes, he was definitely just a pawn pushed out. However, the next scene seemed like a divine hand from the heavens, striking him hard in the face. Chen Ping held a strangely shaped talisman in his hand, from which strands of multicolored spiritual power were seeping out. Suddenly, more and more gathered, and in the end, they arranged themselves into a huge and dazzling multicolored feather fan. The giant fan stood against the sky, shining brightly. Within a radius of a mile, the area was dyed into a colorful space, dreamlike and enchanting. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The colorful fan swept across the sky. Go. Chen Ping held the large fan with one hand and waved it forward, directing the immense power of the colorful fan down towards Meng Xiao and the others. Eighth sister, hurry and defend. Seeing Meng Xiao standing motionless, seemingly frozen in place, Meng Ping urgently reminded her. It's the Luoyang vine. When Meng Xiao summoned this item, Meng Ping's anxiety eased a bit. Eighth sister Meng Xiao was a spiritual plant cultivator. This Luoyang vine was an ancient rare species, cultivated by her over 30 years. After reaching the 2nd tier, Meng Xiao had it refined into a top-quality magic weapon. The Luoyang vine had astonishing defensive capabilities, making it difficult for weapons of the same tier to break through. But could this colorful fan technique withstand such a high-level spell? Boom. The fan obscured the sky, casting a shadow, with colors swirling around. Continuous booming sounds, the cracking of the ground intersected, instantly turning the surrounding terrain into ruins. When the dust settled, only Chen Ping and Meng Ping were left standing intact. Meng Xiao lay in a rugged crevice, covered in blood. The Luoyang vine had fallen not far from her. Its light dimmed, showing signs of losing its spirit. Although the colorful fan technique couldn't directly destroy the Luoyang vine, the immense force pressing down was more than 100,000 pounds. The backlash alone had crushed Meng Xiao's internal organs. As for the 2 younger family members who had served them, not even a shred of their clothing could be found, as they had been turned into dust. Eighth sister, Meng Ping crouched down, helping her up, his voice choked. Can you hold on? Meng Xiao clutched her chest, her face full of pain, and said with a wail, Sixth brother, I can't survive. You must be careful. If the situation is bad, escape. After gasping a few breaths, Meng Xiao tilted her head and lost her breath. Chapter 36, Sword Qi like Lotus. Meng Ping's eyes turned red, and a surge of anger erupted from his chest. Eighth sister had a tranquil personality, not competing for fame or profit, and had always loved the path of spiritual plants. Tianshan Island was lacking in spiritual power, and several cultivators in the family at the 9th layer of Qi training were unwilling to take up positions there. In the end, Meng Xiao volunteered to go to Tianshan Island, staying there for several years. Such a pure and serene family hero unexpectedly lost her life at the hands of an outsider today. Meng Ping was completely enraged, his teeth grinding. His eyes fiercely locked onto Chen Ping, roaring, "You little beast, come and pay with your life." Do the Meng family members have such foul mouths? The cultivation world has always been one of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, and this is undeniable. The Meng family and the Chen family were already enemies. And when members from both families met outside, it was a life-and-death struggle. Moreover, both of Chen Ping's parents had died tragically at the hands of the Meng family, and the enmity between them was beyond description. Therefore, even if he slaughtered the Meng and Yu families, Chen Ping would not flinch. As for the colorful fan talisman he had just acquired and used immediately, Chen Ping felt no regret at all. A trump card is meant to be used. Many cultivators, when at a disadvantage in a battle, hesitate and are reluctant to waste their trump cards. In the end, they allow their enemies to take advantage of them and pick up the spoils. This Meng Ping and Meng Xiu working together were even a bit stronger than the Yu brothers. Now, by eliminating one of them in advance, his chances of victory had suddenly increased significantly. Die! Meng Ping shouted, summoning a pair of white and purple twin swords, heavily stepping down in the pit, flying up into the sky, and darting toward Chen Ping. A gleam flashed in Chen Ping's eyes, and he immediately summoned a delicate jade hairpin. Then, a milky white shield appeared in front of him. The magic treasures used by cultivators are divided into 6 ranks: magic tools, spiritual tools, Dao tools, spirit communicating tools, spiritual treasures, and celestial spiritual treasures. To use a magic treasure taken from someone else, one must spend considerable time and effort to erase the original owner's mark before it can be reused. Magic tools are the lowest rank of magic treasures, requiring only a bit of spiritual power to refine before they can be used. Higher-ranked spiritual tools and Dao tools are often refined using spiritual energy. This jade hairpin was a treasure of Yu Man, named the Mushroom Spring Pin. Chen Ping had just obtained it and had not yet refined it thoroughly, so he could only exert about 80 of its effectiveness. Boom! The white and purple twin swords struck the shield formed by the Mushroom Spring Pin, creating ripples of transparent energy, filled with a sense of destruction. Kill! Meng Ping's expression twisted, increasing the infusion of his magical power. Chen Ping let out a cold laugh, also continuously infusing his spiritual energy. The two were locked in a stalemate for a moment, with Meng Ping only half a step away from Chen Ping. But this short distance was impossible to breach for the time being. This kid was only at the 7th layer of Qi training. Why was his magical power so abundant? Meng Ping's mind calmed down, and then a strong killing intent surged from the depths of his heart. He couldn't let him leave, even if it meant dying together. He had to keep this kid on Tianshan Island. Otherwise, once he established his foundation, the Meng family would fall into endless darkness. At this moment, Meng Ping had thrown his own life and death behind him. The family was his heaven, but it was also his root. To resolve the future disaster for the family, Meng Ping felt he could risk his life, even if it meant dying 1,000 times without regret. Ding! Seeing that the twin swords and the jade hairpin were evenly matched, with no clear winner, Meng Ping actively withdrew his spiritual power, lightly floating back to the center of the lotus platform. Now Meng believed Yu Hui and Yu Huang were indeed killed by Yu alone. With white beard fluttering, Meng Ping said with a grim face. Chen Ping suddenly smiled at him and said, "There's no need for you to beat around the bush, Meng Dao friend. I'll speak frankly, the only enemy you face is me. If you kill me, you can live." Meng Ping was slightly taken aback, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. This kid was indeed cunning and immediately guessed the hidden meaning behind his words. "Good, you are also a straightforward person," Meng Ping said darkly. "Before we decide to fight to the death, I still have a question I hope you can answer." "Oh," Chen Ping stroked his chin, non-committally replied. "Your strength far exceeds that of an ordinary peak Qi training cultivator. Logically, there shouldn't be any forces within thousands of miles of this sea area that could cultivate someone like you. I want to know, where do you come from? And what grievances do you have with my Meng family?" Meng Ping asked coldly with a hint of suspicion. "It is meaningless for you, a dying person, to ask these questions." Chen Ping shook his head, losing interest in wasting words with him, and suddenly drew out the green-patterned sword, pouring all his remaining magical power into it. The next moment, a sword Qi of annihilation appeared out of thin air. Then, 9 jade-like green lotuses swayed slightly, forming a separate domain. Meng Ping was powerful and was the most formidable among the 4 peak Qi training cultivators. Chen Ping also gave him enough respect. When he made his next move, it was the strongest technique he could currently perform. The second move of the 16 slashes of the green lotus sword technique. Sword Qi like lotus. Compared to the first move of the green lotus's appearance, sword Qi like lotus emitted a more fierce sword Qi, and mixed within this violent aura was a hint of devouring intent. This was at least a profound grade sword technique. In the midst of speaking, Meng Ping's face was being compressed by the green lotus sword qi, and it was already extremely deformed. As far as he knew, the entire Qixiao sect only had one low-grade, Xian-level cultivation method, which could not be practiced by anyone other than the true disciples. Meng Ping felt increasingly disheartened. He had been fortunate enough to learn a few moves of the Qixiao sect's qi cultivation techniques, and they were certainly not powerful to such an extent. Could this person be a disciple of a Golden Core sect? But why would he infiltrate the mining area of Tingshan Island? This matter was truly strange. This was his most prized defensive treasure, the top-grade artifact, Void Evading Umbrella. Relying on this umbrella, he had achieved glorious feats of fighting multiple opponents and retreating unscathed. Go! Meng Ping pushed forward with his left hand, and the bone umbrella, which was already several times larger than a regular oiled paper umbrella, suddenly expanded to the size of a small hill. Chen Ping pointed at the 9 green lotuses, and in an instant, all the lotus leaves turned to face one side. Then, the 9 green lotuses soared into the air, each with a vague illusion of a spirit sword appearing behind them, majestic and unparalleled in sword energy. Green lotus sword qi, kill. Chen Ping shouted fiercely. The might of the sword energy like a lotus had reached its peak, and he could not control it for long. The 9 spirit sword illusions simultaneously slashed down, resembling divine thunder descending from the heavens, shaking the ground. Although their power could not match the colorful fan's heaven-splitting technique, the visual effect far exceeded expectations. Boom. The lotus was like a sword, and the sword was like a lotus. Where the sword lotus struck, the void-evading umbrella bent slightly, and its size shrank by a circle. Originally supported by 6 silver bones, only 3 remained to support the umbrella's body. Meng Ping, hiding under the umbrella, was filled with despair and gasped for breath. However, Chen Ping's condition was not much better. After consecutive battles, not only was his spiritual power nearly depleted, but even his magical power was down to less than 30% of its peak. The defensive strength of this 6-bone umbrella exceeded his expectations. Even the sword energy of the Great Perfection realm could not completely destroy it. However, this was mainly due to Chen Ping's cultivation restricting his sword technique. If he were at the 9th layer of qi cultivation, the 6-bone umbrella would definitely be unable to withstand it and would shatter instantly. Meng Ping quickly swallowed a pill. Staring at Chen Ping, his murderous intent becoming even more apparent. With his core artifact damaged, he no longer cared. How to eliminate this child on Tingshan Island was his only obsession. Chapter 37, Step by Step, Lotus Blooming. Bang. After continuously unleashing 2 moves of the green lotus slashing sword technique, the mere upper-grade artifact could no longer withstand the raging sword energy and was completely destroyed. Meng Ping was initially pleased to see this, but suddenly felt dejected, because Chen Ping had summoned a thick, black iron sword. Then, Meng Ping noticed that he had a dozen various storage bags hanging from his waist, and he immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Chen Ping fought his way to the center of the formation, seizing a large number of magical treasures. Although there were no top-grade spirit swords, there were still as many as 5 or 6 upper-grade ones. An upper-grade magical artifact could barely support the use of the slashing sword technique twice. Therefore, Chen Ping was completely unconcerned about the shattering of the Biwen sword. The cold light of June, Meng Ping moved gracefully, gathering the purple and white swords, which now had a new layer of silver-white autumn frost. Fireball finger, Chen Ping pointed, and 6 fireballs flew out, colliding with the purple and white swords. Seeing him instantly cast a fire-type spell, Meng Ping snorted in annoyance, no longer surprised. This child's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary qi cultivator. Even at the peak of qi cultivation, he considered himself a master, yet he could not compete with this 7th-layer junior. This showed just how terrifying Chen Ping's abilities were. What Meng Ping did not know was that he was facing Chen Ping, whose spiritual power was already exhausted. The moon in the well. The white sword swept through a pure white arc of light, resembling bright moonlight, and extinguished the 4 fireballs in one sweep. This sword technique was one of Meng Ping's trump cards, ranked as a mid-grade Huang-level technique. After decades of unceasing practice, it had long since reached great perfection, just a step away from full completion. Meng Ping's sword technique, which he had always been proud of, was overshadowed today by the 16 lotus slashing sword technique. The green lotus emerges. Chen Ping maintained a blank expression as the iron sword spun upwards. In the center of the myriad sword shadows, a fresh, dripping 3-leaf green lotus emerged. The sword patterns were densely packed, extremely terrifying. Meng Ping's expression froze. It was that outrageous green lotus sword qi again. How could he still have a top-grade defensive magical artifact to withstand it? Fellow Taoist Liu, before I die, I want to know who you really are. With thousands of sword rains descending, Meng Ping seemed to give up resistance, bitterly saying, I am the true disciple of the Qixiao sect, tasked with exterminating your Meng family. Do you believe it? Chen Ping raised the corner of his mouth. He did not believe that Meng Ping would sit back and wait for death. How could a cultivator who had experienced great storms be so fragile? You brat are talking nonsense. My Ming family has always been loyal to the Qishao sect. How could we provoke the sect's slaughter? Sure enough, just as Meng Ping's words fell, he suddenly slapped his storage bag, and 10 spirit stones, the size of a baby's face, flew out, embedding themselves into the formation's center. His eyes were filled with madness and determination. The 7-colored rainbow platform formation could release an attack spell called the Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar, specifically targeting enemies who intruded into the formation. These 10 mid-grade spirit stones were essential for activating the Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar. Moreover, after each use, it would take half an hour to recover. Therefore, he only had this one chance. At the same time, the echoing flute also appeared in his hand. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the item. The echoing flute. A sound transmission treasure. Its speed of flight was extremely fast, and ordinary Yuandan cultivators could not intercept it. However, Chen Ping could not think about anything else. The lotus platform at the formation center was already activated. The golden petals stood upright, directly pointing towards his position. In the next moment, a heavy sense of heart palpitations emerged. Chen Ping accelerated the infusion of his magical power, and the green lotus sword Qi shot down like an arrow released from a bow. Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar. Meng Ping focused on controlling the formation, giving up defense, only using the damaged void evading umbrella to shield his vital points. The lotus platform at the formation center spun wildly, and in the blink of an eye, a 7-colored light pillar, comparable to the spine of a divine temple, took shape, resembling a giant sea dragon, crashing directly towards Chen Ping. Cannot take it head on. Upon sensing the power contained in this 7-colored light pillar, Chen Ping's heart sank. For the first time since seizing the spirit, he truly felt the approach of danger. Chen Ping leaped with all his might, jumping off the ground. This 7-colored giant dragon appeared to be a straight light pillar, but surprisingly, it flexibly turned with him, locking onto his aura. As thousands of sharp swords were about to fall, Meng Ping quickly whispered a few words and threw the echoing flute into the air. In an instant, the flute vanished into the horizon in a flash. You can't escape, Meng Ping said ominously. In his pupils, thousands of sword shadows gradually enlarged. And when death truly approached, he felt a hint of fear. Meng Ping had cultivated for 65 years, although he had no hope of foundation building in this life. He held a relatively high position in his family, second only to a few foundation building elders. A few years ago, his partner had just given birth to a son with mid-grade water spiritual roots. Meng Ping felt comforted that he had a successor. In order for his child's path in cultivation to be smoother, he gave up his own cultivation and accepted the family's task of overseeing miscellaneous affairs on Tingshan Island. He did not want to die. He still had decades of a carefree life ahead of him, and he wanted to see his child open their spirit and practice qi. Even foundation building. Meng Ping roared, continuously throwing out talismans and magical artifacts to protect himself. There was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. That was for the Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar, comparable to a full-force strike from a mid-foundation building cultivator, to kill Chen Ping in one blow. While he could survive under the siege of the green lotus sword qi, on the other side, the Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar came crashing down. Chen Ping furrowed his brows and dodged several times, but he still could not shake off the tracking. Facing the Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar head-on would undoubtedly result in certain death. A flash of hostility crossed Chen Ping's eyes. The spiritual light in his spiritual acupoints burst forth, and the remaining magical power was all drawn into his meridians. Following, 2 elegant 10-petal lotus flowers appeared underfoot. The third move of the Qinglian 16// sword technique, step-by-step blossoming lotus. This move has no killing power, but its speed of movement in a small area is extraordinary. With each step taken, ripples of faint red spread out. At this moment, the Qinglian sword energy struck the void umbrella, instantly tearing it into fragments. Immediately after, several earthen walls and magical artifacts blocking Meng Ping's path also exploded into nothingness with a loud bang. Poof! Blood spurted out like a torrential rain, and dozens of sword energies sliced through Meng Ping's body. He lay on his back on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a corpse. At this time, Chen Ping was too preoccupied to care about anything else. Although the Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar couldn't keep up with the body technique enhanced by step-by-step blossoming lotus in such a short time, it still tightly locked onto him like a parasitic disease. Chen Ping's face turned cold, a layer of chill gradually enveloping his black eyes. He decided to take a risk. Chapter 38, Qian Island. After moving a few zhong, Chen Ping unexpectedly stopped, facing the incoming Qianxiaaudiobooks Pillar with the light shield of the mushroom's spring hairpin, concentrating his gaze. 100 zhong, 50 zhong, 10 zhong, 1 zhong. The 7-colored light pillar was upon him in an instant. Chen Ping's breath suddenly sank, forcing out 3 drops of thick red blood. step-by-step blossoming lotus. As the Qianxiaaudiobooks pillar was only a few steps away from him, Chen Ping finally moved. Four exquisite lotus flowers appeared beneath his feet, and with a gentle step, his figure suddenly flashed half a mile away. The blood-enhanced step-by-step blossoming lotus leaped into the realm of great perfection, becoming even more unpredictable. The Qianxiaaudiobooks pillar was, after all, activated by inanimate objects. With Meng Ping's life and death uncertain, he couldn't even autonomously recognize Chen Ping's scheme in the blink of an eye, crashing down onto the ground of the valley. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled, the light screen scattered, and the entire array trembled. Cough, cough. At the edge of the deep pit, Chen Ping was ragged, half of his body covered in wounds. Although he had avoided the direct attack of the Qianxiaaudiobooks pillar, the explosive aftermath had severely injured him, with nearly half of his meridians severed. Fortunately, these injuries were not fatal, and after taking healing pills, he could recover in about a month. Stopping 20 zhang away from Meng Ping, Chen Ping coldly said, "Meng Daoyu, don't pretend anymore. You still haven't been killed." Meng Ping knew he couldn't escape his fate. So he simply opened his eyes, his tone filled with sorrow. Although he survived relying on a piece of soft armor, his injuries were several times worse than Chen Ping's, unable to even roll over. "Thanks to you, I almost fell on this small Tingtian island." Chen Ping's brows were filled with exhaustion. "It was clearly you, Daoyu, who initiated the slaughter." Meng Ping smiled bitterly. "Your divine powers are so terrifying. Why would I wish to oppose you? It's just cause and effect. You go ahead and ascend first." Seeing him tightly grasping something in his palm, Chen Ping sneered repeatedly, picking up a sharp piece of rock and smashing his head to pieces. This person was still scheming against him even at death, truly deserving to die. "My Meng family ancestors will not let you go." This was Meng Ping's final scream, filled with deep unwillingness. After a moment, seeing that Meng Ping had completely lost his breath, Chen Ping pried open his corpse and collected all the spoils. And as he had previously guessed, there was indeed a green, shimmering embroidery needle-shaped magical artifact lying in Meng Ping's right hand. It was still a top-grade magical artifact. Chen Ping played with it for a while before putting the needle into his sleeve, preparing to refine it later. Such spiritual needles were generally treasures for stealthy attacks, which could be considered valuable in his eyes. Using spiritual fire to burn the bodies of the Meng siblings to ashes, Chen Ping glanced at the core of the seven-colored rainbow array. With a slight thought, the cracked iron sword that was about to break suddenly flew into the lotus platform. With a loud bang, explosions rang out. The array's core lost the protection of cultivators, and its defensive power dropped to the extreme. Under the self-detonation of a superior-grade magical artifact, it was soon blown to smithereens. As the halo covering the air above Taizhou Mountain rapidly descended, it announced that this second-level defensive array had been completely destroyed. If the Meng family wanted to repair it, they would need to produce thousands of spirit stones. "It's time to go." It had been nearly half an hour since he burst out of the mine. The sounds of intense fighting reached inside the cave, attracting the attention of numerous miners. A few bold ones even approached the end of the road to secretly investigate the situation. Chen Ping paid no further attention, swallowed a pill to temporarily suppress his injuries, and then swiftly left Taizhou Mountain. Following the marks he had made, Chen Ping successfully found the storage bag he buried over a year ago. After that, without stopping, Chen Ping released his spiritual boat and sailed toward the depths of the sea. Half a day later, Chen Ping piloted the spiritual boat into Qian Island. As soon as he stepped onto the land, he decisively tore off the illusion mask on his face and threw it into the storage bag. After his rampage on Tengtian Island, the Meng and Yu families would undoubtedly issue a public notice to hunt him down. Chen Ping gathered spiritual power, focusing it on his face, and in no time, his facial features suddenly changed. This was a simple bone transformation technique, effective for only a few hours, and could not be used again within 10 days. Moreover, those familiar with him, such as Shui Yun and his second uncle Chen Baishan, might still be able to vaguely recognize him. Therefore, the effect of the bone transformation technique was limited. However, in the unfamiliar Qian Island, no one should recognize him. Qian Island was a first-level island, nearly 1,000 miles away from Tengtian Island. This was a secondary core area controlled by the Chen family, relatively safe. First, his small spiritual boat could only travel 1,000 miles at a time, and he had to wait for the core of the array to cool down before starting again. Second, he had been seriously injured on Tengtian Island, and although he barely suppressed it with pills, prolonged delays would have an irreparable impact on his foundation. Therefore, he planned to rest briefly on Qian Island until his injuries eased before returning to his family, operating the Z-Way concealment technique. Chen Ping's realm suddenly dropped to the 5th layer of qi refining. The human gathering point on Qian Island was a town, mainly inhabited by ordinary mortals who made a living by fishing. The number of cultivators residing on the island was extremely small, probably fewer than 30. Besides a few cultivators sent by the Chun family to guard, The rest were basically members of the Liu family. The Liu family's ancestor was once a son-in-law of the Chen family, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refining. Because he had made significant contributions to the Chen family throughout his life, in his old age, the Grand Elder permitted him to establish the Liu family on Qian Island to continue their lineage. However, the Liu family ultimately had a shallow foundation. After that son-in-law ancestor passed away, not a single family member broke through to the peak of qi refining for decades. The strongest member of the Liu family today was only at the 7th layer of qi refining. If it weren't for the Grand Elder Chen Xianguan still remembering some old feelings and continuously sending people to guard Qian Island, the Liu family would have been exterminated by the roaming sea bandits many times. Tell me the direction to Qian Town. Chen Ping stopped an elderly fisherman who was preparing to go out to sea with a fishing net on his back and asked with an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing the miraculous sight of spiritual swords surrounding the young man, the old fisherman immediately trembled and knelt down, nervously saying, "Honorable Immortal Master. Qian Town is just 20 miles to the east." After speaking, he anxiously awaited for a long time, until a cawing black crow startled him, and he secretly raised his eyelids, only to find that the Immortal Master had already disappeared. Huh. The old fisherman stared at the 2 stones on the ground that were flickering with faint light. Picking them up to examine, his eyes widened in shock, and his heart raced inexplicably. Spirit stones, these are spirit stones. The old fisherman was overjoyed. In his youth, he had worked as a waiter in the Liu family's tavern. He had once been fortunate enough to see how the Immortal Master used money. Just these 2 small stones were enough to ensure that 3 generations of his family would be free from worries about food and clothing. He glanced around and quickly hid the spirit stones in his bosom. Bowing respectfully in the direction of Qian Town, the old fisherman couldn't help but feel grateful to the exalted Immortal Master. Chapter 39. The Ming family arrives. Immortal's gratitude was not something Chen Ping would take to heart. He had no gold or silver on him, and he wondered if the 2 spirit stones he gave to the old man would bring him disaster. But that was not within his consideration. Like the towns of Bay Island, Qian Town was relatively small and had no cultivators checking at the city gates. After entering the town, a sharp-eyed mortal boy quickly approached, bowed to Chen Ping, and respectfully said, "I am Liu Yuanfeng, a humble citizen. May I know if there is any place I can assist you, esteemed Immortal Master? Please take me to the residence of the cultivators in the town." Chen Ping glanced at him and replied, "Such mortals served as guides for cultivators from the outer islands. And if they were satisfied, a bit of reward would suffice." Liu Yuanfeng perked up and flatteringly said, "If we're talking about the immortal guest house on Qian Island, there's south no better place than my Liu family's by Liu Tower." "Oh, you are from the Liu family," Chen Ping said in a flat tone. Liu Yuanfeng puffed out his chest and proudly said, "Esteemed Immortal Master, your insight is as clear as a pearl. My uncle and ancestor are the 2nd elder of the Liu family, currently in charge at by Liu Tower." Chen Ping scoffed inwardly. In front of the direct descendants of the Chen family, this Liu family elder held little more status than a loose cultivator. If he revealed his identity upon entering the island, even the Liu family patriarch would come to greet him personally. "Let us go to by Liu Tower." Chen Ping nodded slightly, indicating for him to lead the way. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Liu Yuanfeng brought Chen Ping to a solitary bridge. The stone bridge was severed from the mountain gorge, with its depths shrouded in thick fog. "This is it. Esteemed Immortal Master, please go in. A humble citizen cannot enter at will." Liu Yuanfeng politely cupped his fists, his expression full of anticipation. Chen Ping smiled, tossed him a low-grade spirit stone, and stepped onto the bridge without hesitation. There was a first-level formation on the stone bridge, the Misty Shadow Formation. This formation had no offensive or defensive effects. It merely prevented ordinary beings from intruding. Releasing a trace of magical aura, Chen Ping's vision suddenly cleared. Before him stood a 3-story classical pavilion, with flying eaves and blue tiles, adorned with glazed beasts on the ridge, luxurious and vivid. Chen Ping entered calmly. Only a burly gray-clad elder sat in the hall, with a cultivation level of merely the 6th level of qi refinement. "I am Luoran. Are you here for accommodation?" The gray-clad elder stood up and said elegantly. Chen Ping glanced around and nodded. "Yes, preferably a quieter room. I plan to stay for 1 to 2 months. There are only 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, and currently, no one else is staying, so it should meet your requirements." Lu Ran spoke rapidly. Chen Ping showed no expression and replied, "Lu Dao Yu. Take me to have a look first." Of course, Lu Ran led him to the top floor and then opened the easternmost room's golden door. A jade plaque hung by the door, inscribed with first-class room number 1. Chen Ping glanced inside. The room was about half an acre in size, but the furnishings were very simple: a bed, a stool, and a mat, clean and tidy. Not bad. This place has abundant spiritual energy. Although it can't compare to Yushuan Cave in Lantian Town, it's not too far off. Chen Ping was quite satisfied. He had no demands for external decorations. Seeing the smile on his face, Luiran knew the deal was struck and warmly said, "This room charges 2 spirit stones per day. If you stay for a month, I can give you an 8% discount. How about that? Then let us book it for a month." Chen Ping nodded and tossed a spirit stone over. Hee. Esteemed friend is straightforward. Luiran immediately laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he encountered such a generous and straightforward guest. Unless there is something important, don't send anyone to disturb me. I have no interest in women, gourmet food, or fine wine. Chen Ping's eyes gleamed with a hint of menace as he said coldly. Luiran was slightly taken aback and quickly replied, "Rest assured, Bailu Tower has strict rules. We will never disturb our guests." Chen Ping's expression softened slightly as he closed the door. Hearing Luiran's footsteps descending, he sat down on the mat and began to carefully examine his injuries. In the battle on Tingtian Island, he had decisively wiped out several people and even killed the formidable opponent Meng Ping. Especially the backlash from the Qianxian pillar at the end had left him quite injured. The smaller meridians were not worth mentioning. Around 40% of his main meridians were severed. His dantian was also affected, with spiritual energy in turmoil and a faint pain. However, avoiding the foundation establishment cultivator Meng Linxiu meant he didn't have to resort to using the Mo Luo forbidden spell to fight for that slim chance of survival. So overall, it was a close call. This was also thanks to his high-level alchemist skills that allowed him to seize spiritual energy. In terms of both spellcasting and combat experience, he crushed Qi refinement cultivators. Otherwise, even a true disciple from a Golden Core sect would never achieve such results at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As for the core disciples of top Yuanying forces, they typically practiced heavenly-grade techniques, which Chen Ping could not accurately estimate. Removing the wooden stopper from a jade bottle, Chen Ping pinched a pill the size of an eyeball. Entirely blue. This was the crane healing pill, made primarily from the tongue of a first-grade demon beast, the water auspicious deer, combined with several spiritual herbs. Although it was only a first-grade pill, its efficacy far surpassed that of the Meridian Nourishing Pill. This bottle of crane healing pills was found in Yu Man's storage bag, with a quality of 3 stripes, and was worth a considerable amount. Chen Ping couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The deceased Yu Man could be called a treasure-hunting fairy. Not only did she carry mid-grade 2nd-level talismans and top-notch magical artifacts, but she also possessed rare soul defense items. Furthermore, all the cultivation pills on her were of high quality. It seemed her great-grandfather truly favored her. One could only imagine how furious that foundation establishment cultivator would be upon learning of Yu Man's demise. Clearing his mind, he swallowed a crane healing pill, and in an instant, the medicinal power crushed through, sinking into his dantian, and he began to focus intently on recovering from his injuries. On Tingtian Island, in the copper crystal mine basin, the red sun hung high, and 3 people, a man and a woman, stood before the deep pit created by the Qianxian pillar. All with serious expressions, their breathing clearly audible. "Zimming, have you investigated thoroughly?" The leader, a dignified middle-aged cultivator, occasionally revealed an aura that was even stronger than Meng Linxiu's. This man was Meng Jingqian, the current patriarch of the Meng family, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Standing beside him was another ordinary-looking young female cultivator, Meng Xishuan, the 2nd elder of the Meng family, also at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Although her appearance suggested youth, she was actually past her prime. Meng Zimming, mentioned by Meng Jingqian, was an executive with real power within the family but still held the lowest status among the 3. Hearing the patriarch's inquiry, Meng Zimming replied steadily, "Patriarch, I interrogated some of the scattered miners. They did not see who attacked the mine. They only heard a deafening explosion from outside, and then a few bold ones quietly came out to check the situation, only to find it in ruins, with the formation destroyed, after which they scattered in panic. The miners who followed the crowd to escape were unaware of the circumstances." Meng Jingqian's eyes narrowed, darkly asking, "What about the first miner who heard the noise and ran out? Can he still be found?" "That might be very difficult," Meng Zimming said with a bitter smile. "It has been nearly 6 hours since we arrived at Tingtian Island. I had Meng Gui and others, who were mining the Shinfeng sand mine, do their utmost to search the entire island, but so far, we've only gathered about 70 people. Nearly half of the external miners are missing. They likely escaped on passing spirit boats. I carefully checked the spirit boat docking records, and within this half-day, 2 spirit boats passed by Tingtian Island." Hearing Meng Zimming's explanation, Meng Jingqian's brows furrowed deeper. Repressing his anger as he ordered, "Have Meng Gui compile a background report on the miners on the island and submit it to me within a day." "Yes." Meng Zimming broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly left to inform Meng Gui. Not only had 2 core pillars at the 9th level of Qi refinement died without a complete corpse, but dozens of miners had also escaped. The most important thing is that once the news of the Shinfeng mine leaks, Tingshan Island will once again become the center of the storm. By then, who knows how many clansmen will fall. Jingqian, how much do you trust the message sent by Ping before his death? Meng Xishuan, who had been silent, spoke up. Sister, you worry too much. Meng Jingqian shot her an unhappy glance and said with a grim face, Pinger has grown up under our watch. He is usually cautious and prudent, and even in a time of great danger, he still remembers to warn the family. There can be no fabrication. I have also heard nothing. Meng Jingqian said hoarsely. He had originally been in seclusion to practice a secret technique. Half a day ago, Meng Zimming from the outer affairs hall had rushed in with a pale face and handed him a folded sound flute. He used his divine sense to break the seal on the flute and was immediately stunned. His first reaction was as incredulous as Meng Xishuan's. The message was sent by Meng Ping, stationed on Tingshan Island. A few hurried words mentioned that more than a year ago, a new miner named Lu Yu, who claimed to be a loose cultivator from Feiyue Island, was at the 6th level of qi refining at that time. Recently, the third elder went to Qishao sect to attend a trading conference. Lu Yu took advantage of the opportunity to escape from the mine and killed fellow cultivators Yu Hui and Yu Huang, while severely injuring me with a colorful talisman and profound-level sword techniques. This guy's cultivation is only at the 7th level of qi refining, but his abilities are almost equivalent to that of a half-foundation establishment cultivator. He requests the clan leader to lead the elders to support Tingshan Island, and must not be careless. If the clan leader does not see his nephew upon arriving on the island, it is likely that his nephew is no longer in this world. His nephew asks the family to take good care of his wife and child. Meng Ping has no regrets in death. In a fit of rage, Meng Jingqian immediately ended his seclusion, took his sister Meng Xishuan, and hurried to Tingshan Island on a spiritual boat. However, they ultimately arrived too late. The 7-color rainbow formation was nearly destroyed, and the 4 guardians of the formation had all perished. The only consolation was that the younger generation mining the xianxiafan's mine were all safe and sound. Jingqian, does Qishao sect have a profound-level sword technique inheritance? Meng Xishuan asked, filled with doubts. Profound-level methods are one of the treasures that support the Yuandan forces, and the surrounding small families could never possess them. To my knowledge, Qishao sect only has one water-based profound-level method, but it is not a sword technique inheritance. Lanyu sect. Repeating these 3 words, Meng Xishuan's expression changed, and she said, with the strength of a golden core sect, even if we expose the xianxiafan's mine, they probably wouldn't look at it. Yeah, the possibility is low. Meng Jingqian affirmed, fully agreeing with his sister's view. Lanyu sect, a golden core sect, suppresses nearly 1/10 of the cultivation world in the Yuanyan Islands. It is a true giant in the Tao of immortality. This sect has 2 golden core ancestors, more than a dozen Yuandan cultivators, and hundreds of foundation establishment experts. It is not an exaggeration to say that compared to Lanyu sect, the Chen family, Meng family, and Yu family are like ants. A few small deacons could easily wipe out a clan. Although Tingshan Island is nominally under the jurisdiction of Lanyu sect, it is located on the very outskirts. Lanyu sect, with its vast enterprise, pays little attention to affairs here, usually leaving a few Yuandan sects and large families to manage it themselves. That kid named Lu Yu must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity and inherited the legacy of some great power? Meng Jingqian's eyes flickered as he speculated. The cultivation world is vast and unknown. Throughout history, there have been countless great powers who have entered the world and passed away. In various cultivation biographies, there are records of fallen loose cultivators obtaining golden core, or even Yuaniing great powers inheritances and soaring to great heights. Regardless of who he is, our family must quickly root him out and eliminate him in the qi refining stage. Meng Xishuan's thin face showed a trace of killing intent as she said fiercely. Meng Jingqian nodded and said, the urgent matter is to send a message to the great elder, asking him to try to dispatch personnel to Tingshan Island. Within half a year, we must fully exploit the xianxiafan's mine. Meng Xishuan's eyes glinted with coldness, her attitude resolute. Mentioning Meng Lingxiao, Meng Jingqian snorted coldly, his face alternating between green and white, seemingly mixed with a hint of disgust. He couldn't remember how many times he had helped Meng Lingxiao clean up messes. Although Meng Lingxiao was one of the giants in his faction, if the price was too high, Meng Jingqian would also feel it was not worth it. I hope you successfully bid for the Taihadan and advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, I will confine you for 10 years. Meng Jingqian was very angry in his heart. A month ago, Meng Lingxiao had intended to go to Qishao sect. In fact, it was with his tacit approval. But who would have thought that once the tiger left, such a disaster would occur immediately? If accountability were to be pursued, Meng Jingqian would also have to bear half the blame. But after all, he is the clan leader of the Meng family and cannot possibly issue a self-punishing edict to make things difficult for himself. If Meng Lingxiao succeeded in advancing, it would be fine, but if he failed again, all the blame would have to be borne by him. This time, Meng Jingxian would definitely not continue to protect him. Seeing her clan brother's distressed appearance, Meng Xishuan did not dare to speak out of turn. After all, the Meng family was still under the control of the Great Elder, who had been looking for opportunities to reprimand Meng Lingxiu. Should we inform the Yu family now? Meng Xishuan changed the subject and said softly, "No need." Meng Jingxian looked up at a knife-shaped cloud rapidly approaching from afar and said, "Yu Man died on Tingshan Island. How could Yu Hu Gu sit still? We might as well hand that kid's matter over to him to handle and probe his background." Chapter 41. Lu's Cultivator Lovebirds. A whole month later. Qian Island. Bailu Building, room number 1. Hiss. A deep green light about an inch long danced wildly in the room, moving at incredible speed. Then, Chen Ping's mind stirred, and the light fell into his fingers. This was a magical treasure shaped like an embroidery needle, which was originally intended by Meng Ping to be used against him. A few days ago, when his injuries healed, Chen Ping took the time to refine it for a while. This object is called the Evil Shadow Needle, a top-grade magic weapon. It is mainly controlled by divine sense and is an excellent tool for ambushing others. It has been over a year and 2 months since he left Haichang Island, and this trip's purpose has basically met expectations. Apart from a few damaged magic weapons from the battle, the total value of the plundered resources exceeds 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, not including the 4th-grade ice smoke stone. With this considerable resource support, he can fully focus on cultivating to the peak of qi refining. In the Tingshan Island mine, when he had just snatched this stone from Yi Mofan, the long-lost golden pearl in his dantian suddenly appeared and trembled slightly. Although it was fleeting, the dantian is such an important place that it is under his constant monitoring. He was very sure that it was this ice smoke stone that attracted the golden pearl. This pearl comes from the cave of a Yuanian great power. It was originally placed in the mouth of a stone pishio outside the hall. Chen Ping was also uncertain whether that Yuanian senior had the insight to recognize the golden pearl, because normally, such an important secret treasure should not be placed carelessly. After thinking it over, Chen Ping ultimately resisted the urge in his heart and did not take out the ice smoke stone to test the golden pearl's reaction. This pearl, carrying his remnant soul, can tear through the void, and even the tribulation of spirit-seeking cultivators who destroy heaven and earth can be easily resolved by it. This shows the miraculousness of the golden pearl. It is definitely a treasure of the current world. If this treasure moves slightly, it is likely to accompany an extraordinary phenomenon, attracting the might of heaven and earth. The safest method is still to find an extremely remote and uninhabited deserted island to make further plans. After securing his belongings, Chen Ping changed his appearance and then pushed open the door to go to the first floor. Louis ran, seeing him come downstairs, smiled warmly, and said, "Are you checking out, fellow Taoist?" Chen Ping replied indifferently, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a man and a woman walking in from outside. These two seemed to be in a relationship, holding hands, each showing a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Chen Ping was slightly surprised, but quickly returned to normal. This couple turned out to be Xing Linian and Ye Qian. Unexpectedly, on this distant Xian island, I encountered this person. Chen Ping was not surprised at all that Xing Linian had safely escaped from Tingshan Island. How could someone who defeated the long-established forces in the mine and ascended to the throne of the No. 3 mining area in just a few dozen days be an easy target? The entanglement between Chen Ping and him was not profound, so he put away his attention and left Bailu Tower directly. "Qianer, why were you trembling just now?" After paying the rent and moving into the 2nd floor room, Xing Linian asked in confusion. Nie Qian bit her lip, her voice trembling. "Brother Xing, the back of that cultivator who just checked out looks a bit like someone." "Like whom?" Xing Linian's expression tightened as he asked. "Lu Yu," Nie Qian blurted out. This name was like a nightmare, echoing in her ears for nearly a month. Now, in the sea controlled by the Meng and Yu families, wanted notices regarding Lu Yu had been issued everywhere, with a truly generous reward. Those who reported the news would receive 2,000 spirit stones. If someone directly captured him and handed him over to the Meng and Yu families, they would be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. Crack. The teacup in Xing Linian's hand fell, but he was completely unaware, nervously saying, "No way, Qianer. You must have seen it wrong. Perhaps I am overthinking." Nie Qian stuck out her tongue and pretended to be relaxed. The vast Hao Sea was boundless. That person had killed so many from the Meng and Yu families. He must have long escaped to the ends of the earth. How could we encounter him here? Seeing her fearful appearance, Xing Linian's heart tightened, and he gently embraced the beautiful woman. "Qianer, don't think too much. We have no grudges with Lu Yu. He won't specifically target us." Xing Linian comforted softly. A month ago, he had taken a few miners and surrounded a group of silver-faced mice in a cave not far from the platform. Hearing the earth-shattering explosion that echoed through the mountains, he hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately decided to take the risk and peek outside. What he saw was a scene of devastation, blood everywhere. The light screen of the 7-colored rainbow array had been removed at some point. The 4 overseers at the 9th level of Qi refining had also disappeared without a trace. Xing Linian was horrified, sensing that disaster was imminent. No matter who ambushed Tingshan Island, staying here was fraught with danger. He immediately decided to take a spirit boat to escape to another place. While waiting for the spirit boat at the dock, 3 miners who had teamed up to flee were eyeing the wealth he had accumulated and surprisingly joined forces against him. Although all 3 were at the 6th level of Qi refining, Xing Linian was at a disadvantage, facing multiple opponents, and found himself in a perilous situation. At this critical moment, Nieqian happened to escape to the dock as well. Seeing Xing Linian being besieged, she boldly drew her sword and blocked one of the enemies. This gave Xing Linian a breather, allowing him to use secret techniques to kill 2 of them. Freeing up his hands, he and Nieqian together killed the last one. Nieqian, at only the 5th level of Qi refining, barely held off her opponent but was severely injured and fell into a coma on the spot. Since entering the immortal path, Xing Linian had always been a loner and never intended to take Nieqian along. But this time, she saved him with her life, and he could no longer ignore her. Thus, he carried Nieqian onto the spirit boat and fed her a few healing pills. Once Nieqian woke up, the 2 fled together, finally arriving at Xian Island after several twists and turns. After this incident, the ice in Xing Linian's heart slowly melted, and he truly began to accept this woman. A few days ago, this pair of wandering cultivators, having developed feelings for each other, became Dao partners, intending to accompany each other for life. Brother Xing Nieqian gazed affectionately at her beloved, saying hopefully, once the storm on Tingshan Island settles, we will leave here and find a quiet place to spend the rest of our lives. Qianer, we are both wandering cultivators. We must have had enough of humiliation and drifting. Do you want our descendants to repeat this kind of life? Xing Linian held her shoulders, his gaze sincere. Our children? Nieqian's expression froze, tears of joy coming to her eyes. She understood in her heart that Xing Linian's intention to have children with her meant he had truly accepted her. Wherever Brother Xing goes, Qianer will follow. Nieqian quietly leaned against her Dao partner's chest, enjoying this rare warmth. The Chen family was powerful and had been recruiting wandering cultivators from other surnames, making it a good option. Xing Linian pondered for a moment and said slowly, but this matter is not urgent. I will wait until I reach the peak of Qi refining before seeking refuge. I believe the treatment will be much better then. He had accumulated a considerable amount of resources over more than a year mining copper crystals, making it not particularly difficult to advance to the 9th level of Qi refining. I'll do as you say. Nieqian touched his chest, closing her eyes. The enchanting spring scene was alluring. The night pearl in the room gradually dimmed, and then the curtains on the bed slowly closed. Chapter 42, Celestial Demon Bloodline. At the dock of Xian Island, Chen Ping waited for a moment and saw a large gray-white spirit boat dock. A few hours later, Chen Ping stood on a hill in Lantian town, gazing eastward. That was where Yushuan Cave was located. This time away from the island had not been short, making it hard to judge whether Shui Yun had betrayed him. After all, they initially agreed on a 6-month term. If the wait continued with no word, would she worry about the spider web blood seal erupting and expose this matter to the Chun family for protection? There was indeed a possibility of that. Squinting slightly, Chen Ping turned and left. Next, he hid in an ordinary mortal family in Lantian town for 2 months. His spiritual sense was not much inferior to that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. And during this time, he quietly infiltrated the vicinity of Yushuan Cave a dozen times without detecting any experts lying in ambush. Shui Yun rarely left the cave. The only time she went out was to deal with a few first-stage early demon beasts causing trouble in the town, and she immediately returned after resolving it. Yinner. One day, Shui Yun was feeding spirit beasts when she suddenly heard this voice she had longed for day and night, instantly becoming extremely excited and opening the great formation. Chen Ping flashed in and entered the cave. Senior. Shui Yun was filled with joy and momentarily forgot Chen Ping's previous instructions, blurting out. Of course, her demeanor was not purely out of concern for Chen Ping's safety, but rather a fear that if Chen Ping fell outside, the restriction in her body would no longer be solvable. Chen Ping ignored her, releasing his spiritual sense and instantly restraining her. Then, a pure white talisman was. This heart-questioning talisman was found in Meng Xiu's storage bag, with a total of 2 pieces. Life and death were at stake, leaving no room for caution. Have you disclosed my spirit-seizing matter to anyone? Chen Ping stared into her clear eyes, speaking expressionlessly. No. Chen Ping's palm pressed against her head, his expression softening slightly. Fortunately, this woman was still somewhat perceptive. Otherwise, if he had struck down with a thunderous palm, it would certainly have sent her soul scattering. The duration of the heart-questioning talisman was about 10 breaths. Chen Ping's heart moved, and he asked again, Do you genuinely wish to follow me? Yes. Senior is immensely powerful, a reincarnation of a great being. I want to rely on him to establish my foundation and gain a longer lifespan, making all those who once looked down on me bow in respect and worship. Under the illusion of the heart-questioning talisman, Shui Yun revealed her most genuine thoughts. Once her words fell, Shui Yun regained her sanity. She was completely unaware of what had just happened, looking bewildered and at a loss. Chen Ping chuckled. This woman had a great obsession. With an obsession comes a weakness, and treating it accordingly can easily control her. Supporting her to enter the Foundation establishment realm was a small wish that Chen Ping could fulfill. Pingling, are you doing well outside? Shui Yun was very clever. Although she realized her previous days was extremely unusual, she dared not inquire further. Just encountered some dangers, nothing to worry about. Chen Ping waved his hand and changed the subject. Indeed, you have reached the 4th level of qi refining. You are only half a step away from the next level. It seems that Yuner has been diligently cultivating, all thanks to the spirit stones gifted by Ping Lang. Shui Yun revealed a hint of joy. Over the past year, she had barely taken a break every 2 days, practicing her cultivation methods while taming spirit beasts. After countless days and nights, she had finally not disappointed the old monster. This thing is for you. Chen Ping pondered as a delicate and translucent jade hairpin flew into Shui Yun's palm, a top-notch defensive magical artifact. After immersing her divine sense into it, Shui Yun's eyes were filled with shock. Chen Ping nodded and said, "This is the mushroom spring pin. Once activated, it can form a magical shield that is extremely difficult for ordinary attacking artifacts to break. However, your cultivation level is too low. You'll need to reach the 6th level of qi refinement to have the energy to use it." He did not favor the design of the mushroom spring pin, and since he had gained several top-notch defensive artifacts from Tangshan Island, giving this pin to Shui Yun was not a significant matter. You are a water spiritual root cultivator. I do have a few water-type cultivation methods here, but the highest quality ones are only mid-grade yellow, so I won't pass them on to you for now. When I find a high-grade mysterious method in the future, we can dismantle and recultivate all at once. Chen Ping promised, with his hands behind his back. Shui Yun held the mushroom spring pin in her hands, and upon hearing this, she immediately became extremely excited and deeply bowed, saying, "Yuner thanks young Master Ping for your great kindness." The slight grievances and unhappiness from before had long since dissipated. Chen Ping accepted her gratitude calmly. The essence of ruling is to balance kindness and authority. As for the water-type mysterious cultivation method, if it were not for him, even the Yuandan cultivators from the Qishao sect and the Suishing sect would not dare to speak of it. By the way, Chen Ping flipped his sleeve and grabbed a finger-length bright red feather, saying, "Since you have studied the Forbidden Demon Manual, can you tell what kind of demon this feather belongs to?" Shui Yun pinched the feather, feeling the intense energy within, and exclaimed, "Such pure fire magic power. Young Master Ping, please wait a moment. Let me try using a secret method." Caw! Just as the fire feather was about to touch the ground, a crowing sound suddenly echoed beside her ears, distant and ethereal, as if it had traveled through time from ancient wilderness. Immediately after, clusters of black flames gathered in the hot space, and in an instant, a massive bird covered in black feathers with crimson eyes, standing on 3 legs and surrounded by black fire, appeared. The ancient giant demon, the 3-legged golden crow. Even Chen Ping, who had seen much, was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in a low voice. The 3-legged golden crow, the ancestor of fire-type divine powers, was comparable to the existence of true immortals among humans. Legend has it that the golden crow feeds on true dragons and divine toads. Wherever it goes, it leaves behind scorched earth for thousands of miles and an unending sea of flames. Since the destruction of the ancient era, the giant demons have all disappeared for tens of millions of years. Bang! This giant demon's phantom only appeared for a brief moment before collapsing like a bubble. Shui Yun was drenched in fragrant sweat, and using spells to trace its origin was too burdensome for her. "Young master, this feather's main body has inherited a trace of the golden crow's bloodline. Although it's extremely thin, it's still quite extraordinary." Shui Yun caught her breath and speculated. According to the description in the Forbidden Demon Manual, this demon is likely a juvenile Xuanhua crow or a burning flame phoenix. The strength of demon bloodlines is divided into 7 levels: Common Demon Bloodline, Earth Demon Bloodline, Sky Demon Bloodline, Holy Demon Bloodline, True Demon Bloodline, Ancestral Bloodline, and Primordial Bloodline. Whether it's the Xuanhua crow or the burning flame phoenix, both are demon beasts with Sky Demon bloodlines. If one is willing to invest resources and have a high-level spirit tamer carefully cultivate it for hundreds of years, there's a high probability it could grow into a 4th-level demon beast, which is equivalent to a human's golden core. I didn't expect that Shui and fellow would have such good fortune to obtain this beast. Chapter 43, Past Events. It seems I need to make another trip to Bay Island soon. A flame of greed ignited in Chen Ping's eyes. Even a juvenile demon beast, once it has recognized its master, is not without ways to turn the tide. Has anything major happened in the family while I was away this past year? Oh, is there anything else? Chen Ping raised his eyelids, his expression unchanged. In half a year, the family's direct descendant qualification continuation competition will begin. The members of the 3 declining direct lines are trying every means to increase their strength. This is only natural. In front of Chen Ping, no matter what level of qi refinement you were, as long as you weren't at the foundation establishment stage, you posed no threat to him. His cousin Chen Hongjia fancied representing their lineage in the big competition. He better ask Chen Ping for permission first. The trip to Tingshan Island yielded substantial gains. He could easily leave the family and establish his own foundation. The Chen family on Haichang Island had developed for hundreds of years, their influence extending thousands of miles. And they already had the foundation to rise to a sect. Currently, there are 5 core members of the Chun family at the foundation establishment stage. And they only lack a Yuandan-level leader. No matter how self-deprecating Chen Ping was, he wouldn't think he couldn't even break through to the Yuandan stage in this life. His goal is the golden core, even the nascent soul, because only by becoming a nascent soul ancestor would he have the opportunity to annihilate the Thousand Methods sect, to avenge the deep-seated grudge from his past life, where the birds fell and good bows were hidden. Shui Yun felt the cold aura emanating from him and immediately shivered, hastily saying, "By the way, the 4th elder sent a maid to Yushuan Cave. What was her intention?" Chen Ping collected his thoughts and asked with slight confusion. "She was sent by 4th elder Chen Eru to inform you that the first Qiyang Dan in the treasure house has been bought by Chen Sun. She also mentioned not to waste the spirit stones obtained from selling the new Moon Valley shop and to quickly buy the last Qiyang Dan in the family's collection. I sent her away on the grounds that you were in closed-door cultivation and it was inconvenient to interrupt." Chen Ping pondered. In his memory, the 4th elder seemed to have no connection with him. But why does Chen Eru repeatedly act with such concern for him? Shui Yin stole a glance at him and said, "I also found it strange at the time. As a foundation establishment elder, it seemed a bit excessive to specifically send someone to inform this matter." Later, Yun'er went to Haichang City and found Uncle 17, learning a long-standing secret from him for 20 spirit stones. Rumor has it that the 4th elder and grandfather almost became Dao partners 50 years ago. The grandfather she referred to was naturally Chen Ping's biological father, Chenin, who had long since passed away. Chen Ping smirked, finding it quite amusing. "So that's how it is. This Chun and left me a bit of a network." Chen Eru, missing the feelings of the previous generation, was quite concerned for him. Perhaps it could be utilized when necessary. A foundation establishment elder could still provide considerable help to him in his early plans. "Yun'er, you're very observant," Chen Ping casually praised. Then continued, "I have another matter for you to handle." "Yun'er is at your service," Shui Yin replied cheerfully. She was not afraid of having too many tasks from the old monster. She was afraid of not getting the opportunity to perform with the old monster's capabilities. It was unnecessary to think. He would surely have many followers in the future. She, with her inferior spiritual root, had a dim path ahead with nothing remarkable about her. Therefore, it was especially important to do well in every task assigned by the old monster to elevate her status in his heart. "Be cautious and don't let anyone know it's us." Chen Ping cautioned her a few times before sending her away. Returning to his closed-door cultivation chamber, Chen Ping immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of introspection. The spiritual power in his meridians surged like a tide, endlessly flowing. The number of spiritual acupoints he had opened was comparable to an ordinary 9th level of qi refinement. In recent months, aside from healing and stabilizing his realm, most of his time was spent expelling pill toxins. Tingshan Island was desolate and barren. He could not absorb spiritual energy from the outside while cultivating in the mines. Over the past year, the continued use of medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation had resulted in a significant accumulation of pill toxins in his body. If not expelled in time, it would have an adverse effect on his path. It was expected that he could clear it all within 3 to 5 days. Flicking off a clump of black impurities stuck to his fingertip, Chen Ping contemplated his next plan. Breaking through to foundation establishment and gaining some say in the family was the current main task. However, he had only just stepped into the 7th level of qi refinement for a little over 3 months. Even if the Qiyang Dan were placed at his lips, he would need to wait at least half a year before he could consume it. Although the Qiyang Dan is highly effective for breakthroughs for those at the 8th level of qi training and below, it doesn't mean that one can use it immediately upon entering a new realm, especially to break through 2 levels at once. Acting recklessly may lead to an unstable foundation, risking the possibility of going astray and perishing. There are countless examples of this in the history of cultivation. Moreover, the 2 Qiyang Dan accumulated in the family treasury have already been exchanged by others, and there won't be any more in the near future. The Qiyang Dan, also known as the Minor Foundation Establishment Dan, is not an ordinary item. It requires a high-level alchemist to refine it, and its success rate is not much higher than that of the Foundation Establishment Dan. Among the Vast Jade family, there isn't a single alchemist capable of refining the Qiang Dan. In short, there will definitely be no such Dan sold in the 33 shops of the Crescent Moon Valley. To obtain the Qiang Dan quickly, one would have to travel 20,000 miles to the Jinrui Island market and take a chance. Jinrui Island, although a secondary island like Haichang Island, is not comparable in terms of city scale and the number of cultivators, particularly among Foundation Establishment cultivators. The Jin family alone has as many as 12. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the two major sects, Qi Xiao and Suixing, dominate, with the Jin family of Jinrui Island ranking third. Once the family competition concludes, he indeed plans to visit Jinrui Island. One reason is for the Qiang Dan. The second is that the resources he obtained from Tangshan Island mainly consist of various magical artifacts and Dan medicines, with less than 5,000 spirit stones. To sell these spoils without leaving a trace, the best place is the complex environment of Jinrui Island where many scattered cultivators gather. Half a month later, the 9 transformations flame spirit technique is of extremely high grade, but unfortunately, this body has only average spirit root qualifications, which is vastly different from the Earth's spirit root of his previous life. Relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation would lead to extremely slow progress. However, this technique contains more than a dozen auxiliary methods that can significantly improve the speed of cultivation. Spiritual bath water is merely a low-level auxiliary treasure, already unsuitable for cultivators at the 7th level of Qi training. Huasha ointment is currently the most suitable auxiliary item. The main ingredient of this ointment is huasha grass aged 50 years. Although huasha grass is a first-tier spiritual plant, it requires special malevolent qi for long-term nourishment. Once deprived of this malevolent qi, huasha grass will immediately stop growing and will slowly wither within 6 months. Therefore, huasha grass is usually cultivated by human spiritual plant farmers and planted in celestial spirit gardens. Furthermore, the cultivation realm of Xianxiaaudiobooks has a vast area. The density of water spiritual energy is far greater than that of other 5 elements spiritual energy. This environment also causes the prices of water attribute spiritual items to be about 20% lower than those on the Tianyan continent. In contrast, other attributes, especially fire attribute spiritual herbs and flowers, are valued about 30% higher and are even more rare. Coincidentally, these days mark the triannual mutual market event held in Haichang City. Chen Ping plans to stroll around Crescent Moon Valley to see if he can encounter any cultivators selling huasha grass. Chapter 44. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Pushing open the stone door, Chen Ping saw Shui Yun waiting outside. Ping Lang, everything has been taken care of. Shui Yun slightly bowed as she greeted Chen Ping. She had been standing here for a day and a night, yet there was no hint of impatience on her face. Chen Ping sat down and poured a cup of hot tea, calmly asking, what was the reaction from the family leadership? According to reliable sources, the Grand Elder Chen Xiangwen will personally lead a team, along with the Second Elder, Third Elder, First-Class Guest Elder Zeng Tingxian, Geng Family Head Geng Shan, and our Shui family's ancestor Shui Zhengkong. At least 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators will soon arrive at Tangshan Island to confront the Meng and Yu clans. Shui Yun reported methodically. Over 10 days ago, she had been ordered by Chen Ping to spread a message in Haichang City and nearby islands. The gist was that Tangshan Island not only has copper crystal mines, but also a vein of divine wind sand. Additionally, Chen Ping provided her with a cave map, instructing her to spread it as well. Shui Yun disguised herself and found a talisman master to replicate over 1,000 copies, randomly tossing them in places where cultivators might appear. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. And now the several powerful members of the Chen family could no longer contain themselves. In fact, over the past few months, several scattered cultivators had escaped from Tangshan Island to seek refuge in Haichang City. When they interacted with others, they mentioned the unusual actions taken by the Meng family in recent years. In addition to continually expanding their ranks, they even restricted these cultivators from leaving, going so far as to dispatch Foundation Establishment cultivators for this purpose. Haichang City is the core territory of the Chen family. At that time, the Chen family learned of the scattered cultivators' words and immediately sent people to infiltrate Tangshan Island to confirm their authenticity. For peak Qi training overseers capable of controlling second-tier formations fell at the hands of an inconspicuous cultivator. The key is that this person was only at the 7th level of Qi training. Just like Elder Meng Sichuan's reaction, several of the Chen family's Foundation Establishment cultivators held an extremely skeptical attitude. They would not believe that a corner of this barren water region could produce such a remarkably talented deep-sea, hidden dragon unless they saw it with their own eyes. Thus, the high-ranking members of the Chen family chose to remain on the sidelines and temporarily avoid getting involved in this murky water. Little did they know, just 3 months later, news of the copper crystal mine on Tingshan Island being accompanied by divine wind sand spread like wildfire throughout the Chen family's sea territory. At that time, the Chen and Ming families had fought a bloody battle over the copper crystal mine. Ultimately, the Yu family intervened and forced the Chen family to retreat. The Chen family was not without the power to retaliate. However, calculating the costs and benefits of continuing the fight, they decided to cease hostilities, tacitly acknowledging the Ming family's occupation of Tingshan Island. But the current situation is entirely different. A medium-sized copper crystal vein, even if fully mined, would not yield more than 40,000 low-grade spirit stones in pure profit. However, divine wind sand is a second-tier spiritual item. Even a micro-sized one is worth far more than the copper crystal mine. The Ming and Yu families could use this profit to support at least 2 more family members to establish their foundations. As such, the previous dominance of the Chen family in the surrounding 5,000-mile sea area would inevitably be broken. This is something the Chen family cannot tolerate. The Chen and Ming clans are arch-rivals, and a family-wide battle will undoubtedly occur in the near future. The Grand Elder Chen Xiangwen is far-sighted and would never sit idly by while his sworn enemy grows stronger. Will the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators really come to Tingshan Island? Chen Ping's eyes shimmered with intrigue as he asked, "Is this news reliable?" Including affiliated forces, the Chen family can mobilize only about 11 or 12 Foundation establishment cultivators. If they are all dispatched, it would be akin to emptying their nest. Shuiyan pondered for a moment and replied, "The accuracy is very high. My second cousin is a concubine of Senior Zheng Tingxian, and she is the one who leaked this to me." "Oh," Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't recall you mentioning her before." Shuiyan explained, "Previously, I didn't have such resources." She smiled bitterly. "My second cousin is very money-minded, so to establish this connection, I prepared quite a generous gift this time. Continue to maintain a good relationship with her. No need to save spirit stones," Chen Ping instructed, narrowing his eyes. Zheng Tingxian, a first-class guest elder of the family, is an alchemist capable of refining high-grade spiritual artifacts and has mid-foundation cultivation, which makes him highly valued by the Chen family. His status is not inferior to that of several elders of the clan. Building a connection with his partner is still a worthwhile endeavor. "Wait, Bay Island, Shui 1. Just you wait, Chen will soon settle the score with you." Chen Ping sneered inwardly. Releasing the precise news of the divine wind sand mine on Tingshan Island is his plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only disturb the Meng family, but also has a significant probability of driving away Shui Zhengkong. Once the only Foundation establishment expert of the Shui family leaves, Bay Island will lose its ability to balance him. That guy Shui Wen will then be at his mercy. In any case, it will only take 10 more years at most. After establishing his foundation, what will Shui Zhengkong amount to? But now, a great opportunity is right in front of him, and he will not let it slip away. Shui, when instructing his subordinates to scheme for wealth and murder, is just one aspect. The primary target is the spiritual bird with the heavenly demon bloodline. Of course, these intentions are not convenient to disclose to Shui Yun for the time being. Although she is not valued by the Shui family, she is still a member of the Shui clan, having cultivated on Bay Island since childhood. It is hard to estimate how deep her feelings for the family are. "Pinglang, this is something I got from a loose cultivator." Shui Yun secretly raised her head and handed over a piece of blue sheepskin parchment, speaking cautiously, "It's a wanted notice." Chen Ping glanced at it casually and self-deprecatingly said, "Haha, so I'm worth only 10,000 spirit stones." Shui Yun's body trembled, and she instinctively bit her lip. The old monster has indirectly admitted it. The mysterious cultivator who bloodied Tingshan Island is indeed him. It makes sense, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refining. He could slaughter several at the 9th layer and still retreat unscathed. Besides the reincarnated Chen Ping, she couldn't think of anyone else. The old monster has just recultivated to the qi refining stage and possesses such abilities. If he were to return to his peak, wouldn't even the star-shattering gate have to bow before him? Shui Yun was not afraid, but rather delighted, her emotions rising and falling as she sighed. "I've found the right person." Haichang City, New Moon Valley. The crowd surged, and the number of cultivators entering the valley was several times greater than usual. The Chen family holds a mutual market fair here every 3 years. In addition to the fixed 33 shops, a temporary area has been opened specifically for loose cultivators to trade. The Chen family's mutual market fair has been held for over 100 years and has gradually gained a considerable reputation in the surrounding seas. As the opening day approaches, hundreds or even thousands of cultivators come by boat to the island to seize stalls. Chapter 45, Spirit Nourishing Soup. At the time of the Shen hour, Chen Ping arrived at New Moon Valley from Lantian Town. Behind him, a woman in a yellow dress closely followed. Today, when he intended to attend the mutual market fair, he had casually asked Shui Yun if she wanted to come along. What was meant as a polite remark unexpectedly led her to seriously agree. And after feeding her spirit beast, she followed him all the way to New Moon Valley. Could it be that I was not strict enough with her? Chen Ping rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. He was used to being alone, enjoying tranquility, and was extremely reluctant to act with others. Especially since this woman was his nominal Dao partner. When there were no outsiders, he could still regard himself as a senior. But in Haichang City, where there were relatives and clan members everywhere, it was hard for him to act too distant with her. Pinglang, there are so many people here. While speaking, Shuiyan naturally linked her arm with his. I know. Shuiyan stuck out her tongue, a bit sulky. At the entrance of the Grand Formation in New Moon Valley, a charming female cultivator floated 3 feet above the ground, staring intently at the passage. Anyone who was scanned by her felt a chill run down their spine and respectfully called out senior. During the mutual market fair, the number of external cultivators surged. To prevent troublemakers from causing issues in the valley, the Chen family accordingly dispatched an increased patrol team. They even sent out Elder Chen Yiru to personally lead. To intimidate everyone. From a great distance, Chen Ping sensed a powerful divine sense fall upon him. This thought was gentle and fleeting, clearly without malice. Chen Ping had seen Elder Chen Yiru before. Concealing his aura, he cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Yiru. I've seen the Elder. Shuiyan also released her hand and bowed gracefully to her. Chen Yiru directly overlooked Shuiyan and looked at Chen Ping, saying with slightly parted lips. 7th layer of Qi refining. Ping boy, you've closed your doors for a year and have made some progress. With the grand competition for the direct line approaching, I dare not be negligent. Chen Ping replied solemnly. How confident do you feel? Chen Yiru waved her sleeve, conjuring a water-light ripple shield around the two. 50%. Chen Ping replied without hesitation. Arrogant. Chen Yiru raised her brows and scolded, feeling displeasure arise. In previous grand competitions, there has never been a case where someone at the 7th layer of Qi refining achieved ultimate victory. The other 2 branches, Chen Diyu and Chen Sun, were both at the 8th layer. This kid actually speaks so boldly. He is truly young and ignorant. It seems the grand competition is not for the juniors. I heard cousin Hongjia has already advanced to the 8th layer. Chen Ping maintained a calm demeanor, neither overbearing nor humble. The process of the grand competition is quite simple. Each branch can only send 1 representative, and opponents are determined by drawing lots. Those who report empty advance directly to the next round. There are 3 branches participating in this grand competition. That means, at most, 2 rounds will produce the champion. That kid Hongjia's cultivation is entirely based on pills. His foundation is weak. And as for Jieyu, even if he faced Chen Sun, he has no chance of winning. Chen Yiru pointed out sharply. She was a high-grade water spiritual root cultivator, with natural perception stronger than others. That day, after seeing Chen Hongjia in the family treasury, she realized that the poison from pills accumulated within him was quite significant, likely having a negative impact on his path. However, Chen Ping was different. His cultivated spiritual power was pure and controlled, with a solid foundation that even surprised Chen Yiru. It's just a pity that his realm is too low. Thinking of this, Chen Yiru felt a surge of anger. A few months ago, when the first Qiang pill in the family treasury was exchanged, she specifically sent a maid to remind Yushuan Cave. She didn't know if it was because he didn't pay attention or if Shui Yun failed to convey the message. In any case, the Qiang pills accumulated by the family over the years had already been bought by others. Rumors in the marketplace that she was considering old feelings were completely ridiculous. 50 years ago, she had completely severed ties with Chunin, and there was absolutely no lingering connection. As her cultivation increased, and with Chunin marrying and having children, they had not seen each other alone again. On the eve of the Great War, Chunin found her privately. Using an opportunity, she could not refuse to exchange for her protection of his biological son Chen Ping. Chen Yiru also promised him that if Chen En and his wife unfortunately perished in the war, she would do her utmost to protect his direct lineage's status. This is why she had lowered herself repeatedly to help a junior. How many spirit stones can you spare? Chen Yiru looked at him and asked. Around 4,000 or 5,000. I spent some on cultivation methods. You shouldn't have any expenses in the near future. You must keep at least 3,000 spirit stones. And for the real shortfall, I will cover the difference for you first. After a moment of silence, Chen Yiru stated her arrangement. A 1-pattern Qiang pill costs about 3,000 spirit stones, 2-pattern costs 4,000, and 3-pattern costs 5,000. The higher the grade of the Qiang pill, the more it can not only break barriers, but also use the residual medicinal power to continue to advance one's cultivation. There is actually such a good thing. Chen Ping's thoughts stirred. He had originally planned to head to Jinrui Island after the family competition. But since Chen Yiru had a channel to purchase a Qiang pill in advance, that would be best. The gratitude of Elder Chen, I will remember it for life. Chen Ping, seizing the opportunity, immediately took out 3,000 spirit stones and said, I will hand over the spirit stones first. You little rascal. Chen Yiru was left speechless. Chuckling softly, she pointed at him in the air and shook her head. Go into the valley. The Qiang pill will be sent to Lantian town by someone from this elder. The surrounding shield had unknowingly been withdrawn. Chen Ping excitedly clasped his fists, exchanged a glance with Shui Yun, and the two entered New Moon Valley one after the other. Cultivators waiting in line to enter the valley saw that he had such treatment, able to converse privately with a Foundation establishment elder for a quarter of an hour. And they all revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. They were completely unaware that a few miles away, beyond the range of Foundation establishment cultivators' divine senses, Chen Ping had reverted to indifference, speaking some blasphemous words with Shui Yun. Feeling underestimated, are you angry? Seeing Shui Yun silent, Chen Ping said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. She is a Foundation establishment elder. Yun'er doesn't dare to have any complaints. Shui Yun bit her lip and said softly, cultivate with peace of mind. One day, you will trample her beneath your feet. Every word you utter will be regarded as sacred by others. After saying this, Chen Ping stepped forward and walked towards the stall area. Is this old monster trying to feed me spiritual soup? Shui Yun felt a warmth in her heart, and a sense of determination rose in her eyes. By the time she caught up with Chen Ping, she had already returned to her normal demeanor. Chapter 46, Yuan Yinlu. Moonlight Valley, Southern Region. The Chun family has opened a 1,000-acre area in this region, setting up nearly 100 stalls of various sizes. The Haichang Island Exchange Fair lasts for half a month. However, each stall only charges 2 spirit stones per day in rent. Such good value has attracted a swarm of cultivators. Days ago, all the stalls in the valley had already sold out. Most of the stall renters were casual cultivators and the children of small families. Of course, prominent families like the Chun family and the Tu family, which have foundation building experts stationed, would also symbolically occupy a few prime stalls to add a touch of grandeur to the exchange fair. Stall square. Half an hour had passed since Chen Ping and Shui Yun entered. Truly boring. Chen Ping looked utterly disinterested. After wandering through dozens of stalls, he had yet to encounter any treasures that could catch his attention. Shui Yun, on the other hand, was full of enthusiasm and spent a few spirit stones to buy a colorful crystal ornament. This was quite normal. The exchange fair primarily attracted Qi refining stage cultivators, while Chen Ping's standards were much higher. As for finding a bargain, the probability was akin to discovering ancient ruins in the 10,000 Great Mountains, rarely seen. Ping Lang, do you want to eat candied hawthorn? No need, I don't eat. Chen Ping smiled wryly and repeatedly declined. This was a fruit skewer made from various spiritual fruits, coated with a shiny sugar coating. Despite its colorful and translucent appearance, the fruits used were all ordinary spiritual fruits that ripen once a year, containing very little spiritual power. They were merely sweet and sour in taste. Oh, Shui Yun pouted, bit one herself, and put another into her storage bag. Hey, Chen Ping's gaze flicked towards a stall, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. There were a dozen types of spiritual plants displayed at that stall. In the center, several 3-foot-tall spiritual grasses with dark red and black colors stood. Fire Sha grass, close to 100 years old. Chen Ping quickly approached, and in an instant, a faint chill rushed up his nose. To brew Fire Sha ointment, at least 50-year-old Fire Sha grass was needed. Using a 100-year-old one would enhance the effect by 2 to 3 times. Friend, your eyesight is sharp. These are indeed Fire Sha grass that have grown for over 90 years. The stall owner was a thin old man with graying hair, and just by his appearance, he seemed to be at the end of his life. I'll take all the Fire Sha grass you have. Chen Ping pointed and said succinctly, how much? 120 spirit stones per plant. 7 plants would be 840. Since you are so straightforward, I'll waive the autumn out. Just give the old man 800 flat. The thin old man was both surprised and delighted. He had only rented the stall for a couple of days and had already encountered a big customer. What good fortune! Although Fire Sha grass was a first-tier spiritual plant, it was difficult to cultivate and had a high cost. Moreover, its use was quite singular, and very few cultivators were interested. Therefore, its market was not good. If it weren't for the family's spiritual garden having a natural Inqing Sha vein buried beneath, which could save a lot of costs, he would never have planted Fire Sha grass. Chen Ping tossed a storage bag to him, then collected the Fire Sha grass and probed, forgive my intrusion, but do you have more Fire Sha grass for sale? Huh. The thin old man was quite surprised and curiously asked, are you planning to use Fire Sha grass for alchemy? This high-aged one I can't part with, but I still have quite a few that are 50 to 60 years old. Using Fire Sha ointment to assist in cultivating the 9 transformations flame spirit technique. The annual consumption is about 1,500 spirit stones. The few plants of Fire Sha grass were clearly not enough. I'll take as many as you have, but they must be over 50 years old. Hearing this, Chen Ping said with strong conviction, there are indeed more that meet your requirements. I estimate there are around 100. However, once Fire Sha grass is harvested, it is difficult to keep alive. And the old man only brought these few plants with him. As he spoke, the thin old man was over the moon. A buyer this wealthy was a once-in-a-century occurrence. He would find a way to make this big deal happen. This way, his granddaughter wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources before reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement. Over 100 plants? Chen Ping's eyes brightened in surprise. The thin old man puffed out his chest and explained, "This old man is Guanchuozu, a resident of Xiaoning Island. Fire Sha grass is one of the spiritual plants produced by my Guan family's spiritual garden." Xiaoning Island's Guan family? Chen Ping understood. Xiaoning Island was over 800 miles from Haichang Island. Like the Lu family of Qian Island, the Guan family also relied on the Chen family as a small family. The Guan family has always emphasized the inheritance of spiritual plant cultivation, so it was normal for them to grow less common spiritual plants like fire Sha grass. "May I ask your esteemed surname and given name, and where do you cultivate? If not too far, after the exchange fair, this old man could deliver the fire Sha grass to you." Guanchuozu stroked his beard and smiled. "My surname is Chen, with the single name Ping," Chen Ping said lightly. "Starting from today, every year, Guanchua will send a batch of fire Sha grass to Yushuan Cave in Lantian Town. At that time, someone will trade with you." Chen's surname? "Are you perhaps a member of the Haichang Chen family?" Guanchuozu's eyelids twitched as he asked. "Yes, I am a direct descendant of the Chen family. Can you rest assured now?" Chen Ping said calmly. "Hee, then we will do as you say." Guanchuozu was no longer as casual as before and spoke with a hint of respect. The direct descendants of the Chen family were not something a mere qi refining 7th layer steward like him could compare with. Shuiyan stood not far away, eagerly awaiting. Chen Ping simply responded and gestured for her to lead the way ahead. Zheng Tingxian had a high status, and his stall was located at an excellent intersection, with cultivators coming and going continuously. A burly youth in a red robe sat at the front of the stall, neither shouting nor greeting anyone. His expression as cold as frost. When faced with inquiries about prices, he simply stated a number, as if he didn't care about business at all. Cultivators, eyeing the treasures, though filled with complaints, did not dare to voice any criticism, as this youth was a solid qi refining 9th layer cultivator. A black flag was planted beside his stall, which only had the character Zheng printed on it. The stall owner, filled with magical tools that were highly tempting, was Zheng Tingxian, a first-class guest elder of the Chen family. Due to his status, Zheng Tingxian could not reveal himself personally. The red-robed youth managing the stall on his behalf was his eldest disciple, Yuanyin Lu. This person was exceptionally gifted, possessing superior gold and fire spiritual roots, and had reached the peak of qi refining before the age of 40. Among Zheng Tingshuan's 3 disciples, he was the most valued. At this moment, Yuanyin Lu's heart was in turmoil. Originally, his master did not want to get involved in this exchange fair. He clearly instructed him to rent a stall and display some genuine materials to enhance the fair. Upon returning home, Zheng Tingxian immediately assigned this task to his eldest disciple, Yuanyin Lu. There was no other choice. The 2nd and 3rd disciples were in closed-door cultivation to break through their realms, and this small matter should not disturb them. Yuanyin Lu helplessly rubbed his forehead, showing his face was a torment for him. Chapter 47. All can be killed. "You Dao friend, long time no see." A clear voice rang out, and Yuanyin Lu turned his neck to look, and upon seeing the visitor, a stiff smile squeezed out from his face as he said, "It turns out to be Chen Ping and Fairy Shuiyun. It's rare to see the two of you together." There were fewer than 200 direct descendants of the Chen family, and he knew almost all of them. As for Shuiyun, he also recognized her, his master's concubine. Xiaxiaxu was this girl's maternal cousin. Xiaxiaxu may not be Zheng Tingshuan's official Dao partner, but she is currently very favored, and her status should not be underestimated. However, his connection with this couple ends here. After all, a descendant of a vein without a foundation-building master to suppress, it is not worth his effort to befriend. "Friend you, how about this item?" The fairy? This made her secretly delighted, and her fondness for Yuan Lu rose sharply. The stall was filled with treasures, with more than 10 high-grade magical artifacts alone. Zheng Tingxian is a master craftsman, and his disciple Yuan Lu is also skilled in refining tools. The prominently displayed red tassel spear, about a zhang long, is an exceptional magical artifact. "Friend you, this is the spirit beast bracelet, right?" With a sharp gaze, Chen Ping quickly scanned the items and finally pointed to an ancient bronze bracelet, speaking calmly. "Good eye, this is indeed the spirit beast bracelet." In a short while, Chen Ping saw through the origins of the bracelet, which surprised Yuan Lu. "How many spirit stones do you want for this?" Chen Ping continued to ask. In a few days, he would be going back to Bay Island. If all goes well, Shuiwen Spirit Beast could just fit into this spirit beast bracelet. 1,600 spirit stones. Yuan Lu thought for a moment and explained, "This is a rare treasure made from a small Wugo stone, capable of accommodating a moderately sized spirit beast. Moreover, it incorporates a formation that can communicate with the outside world and autonomously absorb spiritual energy. sufficient for the cultivation needs of a first-level spirit beast. This bracelet took me over half a year of day and night forging and numerous consultations with my master to create. Just the small Wugo stone alone is worth over 800 spirit stones, not to mention the small formation and various auxiliary materials. Selling it for 1,600 is actually not expensive. All right, I'll take it, Chen Ping said without hesitation. Wait, just as he was counting the spirit stones, a female cultivator wearing a white floral robe, with a face like a peach blossom, flew over with a sword on her back, her voice like wind chimes. Ping. Is this spirit beast bracelet convenient to part with? Seventh sister just tamed a spirit beast and is worried about finding a suitable treasure to carry it. No. She then lightly waved her hand, and the spirit beast bracelet automatically slipped onto her wrist. I'll add 50 spirit stones. The female cultivator, who had just had a sunny disposition, suddenly turned cloudy, her smile vanished, and she no longer referred to herself as seventh sister. Chen Ping's mouth twitched slightly. This beautiful female cultivator was Chen Jiyu, who would compete with him for the direct lineage position in half a year. Giving the spirit beast bracelet to her would be directly aiding the enemy. Yu Yuanlu, the spirit beast bracelet is your item. You decide to whom you want to sell it. Seeing Chen Ping's mocking expression, Chen Jiyu's pupils constricted, her eyes like ice balls, shooting out a cold light. The transaction is clear. This bracelet no longer belongs to me. Yu Yuanlu's heart skipped a beat as he spoke vaguely. Moreover, you two are relatives. It's better for you to decide among yourselves. Clearly, Ping Lang bought it first. First come, first served, as has been since ancient times. Shuiyan said angrily. Do you have a say here? Chen Jiyu cast a disdainful glance at her and said lightly. Just a chi refining fourth layer. A small clan girl relying on the Chen family. She didn't need to care at all. Jiyu, why get angry? Following Chen Jiyu was a tall, thick-browed man who approached, clasped his fists towards Chen Ping, and said calmly, Ping, in a few days, it will be your seventh sister's birthday. May I request you to part with the spirit beast bracelet? Xianxiaaudiobooks, this is too precious. Chen Jiyu's lips curled into a smile, like a pear blossom in bloom. When did I say I would part with the spirit beast bracelet for you? Chen Ping remained calm, arms crossed, watching the two act like a couple, wondering when they became so close. Intermarriage within 5 generations of the Chen family is strictly prohibited. Beyond 5 generations, though the family does not advocate it, it no longer stops it. Therefore, it is not uncommon for distant relatives like Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Jiyu to become Dao partners. Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression changed, and he huffed out a few words through his nose. Ping, do you really not give me even this little face? Although he and Chen Ping were both direct descendants, their actual statuses were worlds apart. Not to mention the powerful uncle Chen Xingqiao, even his father Chen Jinsong, as a deacon of the Knowledge and Action Hall, could easily suppress Chen Ping's lineage. Let's go. Chen Ping ignored the two blocking his way and walked straight away. Good, very good. Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks glared at the gradually receding figure, his face darkening. A mere brat about to be cast off to the side dares to slap his face. In this public setting, he could not forcibly turn hostile. The mutual exchange meeting was a grand event organized by the family, and as one of the core members, he had to adhere to the rules here. Otherwise, not only would he become a laughingstock to outsiders, but even his uncle would reprimand him. Xianxiaaudiobooks, let it go. Seeing her lover's anger rising, Chen Jiyu said with concern, the family competition is coming soon. I will make Chen Ping taste the pain of losing his direct lineage status. He can't just benefit like this, otherwise, others will think I, Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks, am easy to bully. Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes narrowed, beginning to contemplate his next revenge. This guy has some backbone, but unfortunately, he has offended Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yu Yuanlu watched this family drama from the sidelines with cold eyes. He had been brought to Haichang Island to cultivate by Zheng Tingxian since childhood, and over the decades, he had seen too much of this kind of thing. The Chen family has many factions. While they do not go to the extreme of eliminating each other, scheming and intrigue are unavoidable. His master Zheng Tingxian favored Chen Xingqiao, but privately ordered Yu Yuanlu and others to avoid close contact with the Chen family. Without breaking through to foundation building, rashly participating in the power struggle is extremely dangerous. After all, he does not share the Chen surname. One wrong step could lead to a disastrous end. Ping Lang, that Chen Xianxiaaudiobooks appears rough but is actually vengeful. We need to be careful in the future. Shuiyan contemplated all the way and only spoke up as they approached Yushuan Cave. My bottom line is different from that of the other Chen family members. No matter how they harm each other, they wouldn't dare to act against their own kin. As for me, anyone who disobeys, refuses to be disciplined, or is ungrateful can be killed with a sword. By the last few words, her tone had turned icy, like ancient cold jade, sending a chill through the air. Shuiyan shivered internally, but couldn't help feeling a hint of anticipation. Once this old monster reaches foundation building, the Chen family will surely erupt into a bloody storm. Chapter 48, returning to Bay Island. A few days later, the sky was deep, like thick ink. On the sea, a small spirit boat was steadily sailing through the hazy night. Chen Ping, dressed in green, stood at the bow of the boat. Cultivators rely on spiritual sense. Their travels do not distinguish between day and night. Half a day ago, Shui Yun brought him definite news. Led by the elder Chen Xiangwen, a group of 6 foundation-building cultivators, along with over a dozen refining 9th-layer cultivators, had already boarded the family's large spirit boat, heading straight for Tingshan Island. Chen Chongkong was also among them. Chen Ping patiently waited for several hours, estimating that the family's people had almost arrived at Tingshan Island, then immediately set off from a remote coast of Haichong Island. The destination was Bay Island. He used the bone transformation technique to change his appearance. Due to the wanted notice issued by the Meng family gradually spreading, the true illusion mask could only be temporarily set aside. The sea breeze was salty, and the waves were noisy. Bay Island was only a few hundred miles away from Haichong Island. After sailing for about an hour, a vague outline of an island appeared. Crushing a pure path talisman, Chen Ping quietly infiltrated the island. This talisman was a gift from Shui when he bought the spirit boat, but now it paved a road for him to bury his bones. It was quite ironic. Tianbao Pavilion, resplendent and magnificent, with a few wisps of colorful mist falling, was stunningly beautiful. Standing in front of Tianbao Pavilion, Chen Ping gazed at the swirling mist with a serious expression. The Shui family is indeed quite cautious. As soon as the great master Shui Chongkong left, the defense array at this place was activated. He remembered that when he last visited Bay Island, Tianbao Pavilion was not on such high alert. Chen Pingsen smiled faintly. Did they really think a mere first-level array could stop him? At that moment, a maid hidden within the array noticed him, stepped out gently, and said warmly, "Welcome, Immortal Master. What do you need?" "On behalf of my family, I wish to buy a spirit boat." Chen Ping raised his chin, displeased, and said, "What's this? Is Tianbao Pavilion not open today?" "Immortal Master is joking. Our pavilion is operating normally." The maid covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. "Please wait a moment. Let me report." After waiting for several breaths, a passage suddenly opened in the protective shield of the external array. Chen Ping, bold and skilled, waved his sleeve and walked in with his head held high. Inside the passage, several red-eyed demon mice surrounded him. Once he realized they were spirit-identifying mice, he relaxed his guard. Their only specialty was to expose disguises and discern the true realms of cultivators. With their long noses twitching, the spirit-identifying mice sniffed around Chen Ping for a while before scattering away. Hee. Chen Ping sneered inwardly. The Ziwei breath-holding technique he practiced was of such high grade that the spirit-identifying mice could never see through it. "I heard from a subordinate that a friend wants to buy a spirit boat." A moment later, a plump, wealthy-looking cultivator hurried over, clasped his hands to Chen Ping, and smiled. Chen Ping felt reassured. It was indeed that old fellow Shui Wan. "Are you the manager of Tianbao Pavilion?" Chen Ping asked in return without answering. "Exactly. My surname is Shui, and my given name is Wan. May I ask which family's young talent you are?" Shui Wan continued to smile cheerfully. He was a businessman. Even though this young man's attitude was somewhat arrogant, he did not show a hint of displeasure. "Changbai Island, Yi Mofan. Changbai Island, Yi family?" Shui Wan thought to himself. He had heard a little about Changbai Island, but he wondered what kind of family the Yi family was. It was likely just some insignificant small family. Otherwise, they wouldn't send a 5th-layer Qi refinement member to procure such strategic resources. "I've long admired you." Shui Wan feigned politeness, clasping his hands and spreading one out. "Please follow me, fellow Taoist Yi." The spirit boats are displayed in the inner hall. Following a few steps behind Shui Wan, Chen Ping quietly spread out his divine sense, probing the defensive forces of Tianbao Pavilion as he walked. This was tricky. In the inner hall, there were at least 8 cultivators on high alert. Among them were 3 at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and 5 at the 8th layer. This was only what he could sense. He had no idea how many experts were hidden beyond his divine senses coverage. Something was off, very off. The hidden cultivators all showed signs of vigilance, their gazes fixed on Shui Wan. They were protecting him. Chen Ping thought for a moment and quickly understood why. Meng family had issued a bounty. Shui Wan must have received the news and recognized him from the portrait. Chen Ping was almost right. Originally, Shui Wan, motivated by greed, had instructed 3 trusted subordinates to hunt down Chen Ping. Until a month ago, when his father Shui Chongkong told him about a kid named Lu Yu who had stirred up chaos on Tingshan Island and killed several peak Qi refinement experts. He even showed him the bounty issued jointly by the Meng and Yu families. This had shocked Shui Wan to the point of nearly collapsing on the spot. This mysterious cultivator, whose powers far exceeded his level, was clearly the one he had wanted to kill. No wonder Shui Jiao and the others had gone silent. It seemed they had long since met their demise. In a state of panic, Shui Wan felt like a mute eating bitter herbs, not daring to confess everything to his father. Although Shui Chongkong valued him greatly now, Once he knew he had caused such a huge mess, he would surely strip him of his position as the manager of Tianbao Pavilion. It was even possible he would punish him with 10 or 20 years of confinement. After all, he had far too many siblings. Losing one would not matter. Originally, when his father was stationed on the island, he felt uneasy but not too scared. Now that the Chen family had ordered Shui Chongkong to be transferred, he was filled with dread and had no choice but to spend 2,000 spirit stones urgently recruiting a few experts to stay at Tianbao Pavilion. With 3 9th layer and 5 8th layer Qi refinement cultivators, plus an elder from the family at the peak of Qi refinement, this lineup should not be underestimated, even by an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the array passage had raised a group of spirit-identifying mice. Shui absolutely would not personally meet anyone above the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Hidden within this layered protective shell, his anxious heart finally settled down a bit. Fellow Taoist Yi, you can take a look at this spirit boat. It has a sturdy build, can travel 900 miles on a single charge. The array core recovers quickly, and is priced at only 1,400 spirit stones. In the inner hall, Shui patted his belly and said earnestly. Chen Ping was weighing whether to turn over Tianbao Pavilion and casually replied, Manager Shui, do you have any of better quality? He does not lack spirit stones. Fellow Taoist came well prepared. Shui laughed heartily, secretly despising him. Just as he turned around, a massive divine sense surged towards him, locking onto him completely. Shui felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, his consciousness fading away. Bang! A sharp pain struck his face, and his vision went black as he fainted. Chen Ping snorted coldly, stepping on Shui and shouted, if you don't want him to die, all of you come out. Stop. In just a few moments, figures appeared one after another, surrounding Chen Ping tightly, leaving no gaps. Chapter 49, Coercion and Enticement. 15 people. Chen Ping scanned the faces of the surrounding cultivators, his eyes gradually narrowing into slits. A few at the 7th layer of Qi refinement could be ignored. However, the 4 at the 9th layer and 5 at the 8th layer could pose some threat to him. Chen Ping was bold enough to act, but it was certainly a well-considered decision. He would never give up the spirit beast with the heavenly demon bloodline. With the blood explosion technique and demon shadow step at his disposal, without entering foundation establishment, if he wanted to leave, no one here could stop him. You can't escape. I advise you to release my nephew Shui, or I will make you wish you were dead. The speaker was a thin cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, his face very stiff, like a taut drumskin. This man was named Shui Yongzhou, the younger brother of Shui Chongkong, and had long been stationed at Tianbao Pavilion. He held a high position in the Shui family, second only to Shui Chongkong. Shui Yongzhou knew the truth, but he audaciously concealed it for his nephew. There was no way around it. In recent decades, he and Shui had colluded and jointly embezzled a considerable amount of profits that originally belonged to the family. They were in the same boat. If Shui died, it would surely provoke Shui Chongkong's wrath and lead to an investigation. If their misdeeds were uncovered, the wealth he had embezzled would be enough to light the soul-extinguishing lamp 10 times. Manager Shui is a descendant of the Shui Chongkong's predecessor. Do you dare to harm him? You little brat, quickly release Manager Shui. Seeing Shui Yongzhou speak, the crowd surrounding Chen Ping shouted angrily. Chen Ping's eyes turned, and from his understanding, the Shui family only had 2 members at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Now, there were actually 4 standing here. Moreover, they referred to Shui as Manager Shui. This meant that some of the 15 people were not even from the Shui family. Well then, that made things easier. Whoosh. Chen Ping turned his finger and pinched 4 talismans, shimmering with faint pressure. This. Shui Yongzhou swallowed hard, stepping back in panic. 1 lightning talisman, 1 ice sword talisman, and 2 storm talismans. All were 2nd-level low-grade talismans. If they confronted him head-on, even with a top-grade defensive artifact protecting him, he would still struggle to escape serious injury. The others were not fools either. Seeing the 4 2nd-level talismans appear, they all looked terrified and scrambled backward desperately. Don't be afraid. There are many of us. I don't believe he can pull out such killing weapons. Kill him. And each person will receive an additional 200 spirit stones. Shui Yongzhou forcibly calmed down, spending lavishly to appease. Chen Ping coldly smiled. The Yanlei talisman was obtained from killing Shui Jiao, and the remaining 3 talismans were spoils from his bloodbath on Tingshan Island. Indeed, these were the only 4 level 2 talismans he had. However, the human race is a living being, inherently possessing a sense of fear, especially those cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement, who ignored Shui Yongzhou's words and continued to move step by step toward the outer circle. Chen Ping's eyes glinted with ferocity as he threatened, "This is a private grievance between me and the Shui clan of Bay Island. Those unrelated, please leave the scene." Following that, Chen Ping threw out the real killing weapon and temptingly declared, "Leave the Shui clan cultivators to me. You can take all the spirit boats from the inner hall of Tianbao Pavilion. You little brat, Don't think you can sow discord. Do you think we would fall for it? You, a chi refinement cultivator, have quite the audacity. Several hired cultivators exchanged glances and scolded him. Indeed, fellow Taoists. You are righteous. Shui Yongzhou sighed in relief and said fiercely, I have already informed my elder brother. He should be arriving at Tianbao Pavilion soon. Everyone, feel free to kill. Shui Chongkong has already gone to Tangshan Island and has no set return date. Otherwise, how would I dare to attack Bay Island alone with just a few talismans? Chen Ping bluntly exposed Shui Yongzhou's lies, injecting a trace of spiritual power into each talisman, and coldly stated, I believe you all are people who know the times. Do not make choices you'll regret. Is the Shui clan's anchor gone? The crowd revealed expressions of suspicion as they looked at Shui Yongzhou. Shui Yongzhou's face changed dramatically. His elder brother was summoned by the Chun family to attack Tangshan Island. This was a top-secret matter, known to no more than a handful within the family. How did this brat find out? Nonsense to confuse the masses. My Shui clan's ancestor has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret place and has not left Bay Island for even a step. Shui Yongzhou gritted his teeth and pointed at Chen Ping, shouting, Kill him. A reward of 1,000 spirit stones for the one who brings me his head. Kill. With the incentive of spirit stones, the cultivators' hesitations were largely dispelled, and they summoned their magical treasures, surrounding Chen Ping once more. It seems I need to add more fuel to the fire. Chen Ping awakened his soul, condensing all his spiritual consciousness power, like a cold blade in a winter night. Recklessly sweeping across the crowd. Shui clan cultivators, I will block for you. All the treasures of Tianbao Pavilion can be taken by you. Arrogant and tyrannical, nothing more. This was the spiritual consciousness of the Foundation establishment realm. Predecessors, please calm down. I will take my leave first. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Several temporarily recruited cultivators were so frightened that their hairs stood on end, hurriedly apologizing to Chen Ping. Get lost. Chen Ping held his long sword, exuding a murderous aura, resembling an ancient demon descending to the world. At the command of the predecessor, the cultivators scattered like birds and fish, with more than half of the 15 cultivators retreating in an instant, leaving only Shui Yongzhou and a few members of the Shui family at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement. You dare. Seeing those external cultivators retreat in the face of battle and even snatch various spirit boats from Tianbao Pavilion, Shui Yongzhou's face turned purple with rage, his heart bleeding. Faced with such immense temptation and with a predecessor backing them, these people completely disregarded Shui Yongzhou's furious reprimands. You young one, die? Chen Ping's brow furrowed, and soon after, a surging arc of sword energy ruthlessly swept toward Shui Yongzhou. A quarter of an hour later, the inner hall of Tianbao Pavilion was a scene of devastation. Bloodied and tragic, Shui Yongzhou's head was stuck on the beam in the center of the main hall, his eyes bulging wide. The remaining 6 members of the Shui family also lost their lives. To quickly resolve the battle, Chen Ping used 3 level 2 talismans, leaving only 1 Yin Lei talisman. After confiscating the storage bags of several people, he grabbed Shui Wen by the neck and leaped out in a flash. The formation of Tianbao Pavilion had already been breached by those hired cultivators from the inside. They had even engaged in battle with the Shui family members who came to reinforce. The Shui family was merely a small clan. Eliminating the Foundation establishment Shui Zhenkong and a dozen or so elders at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement constituted their most core strength. However, after the battle at Tianbao Pavilion, Chen Ping had already slain almost half of the high-ranking members of the Shui family, leaving the remaining ones no match for these hired cultivators. That's enough. Chen Ping concealed his spiritual power and issued a warning. Those external cultivators, hearing the thunderous roar from afar, dared not continue the massacre, abandoning their attacks and fleeing. Chen Ping, dragging the plump Shui Wen, steered the spirit boat toward the depths of the sea. Dozens of Shui family members dared not step forward to block him. Chapter 50, Interrogation. The white waves surged, and at some unknown time, a fierce wind rose on the sea surface. Chen Ping flicked his finger, and a spray of salty, cold seawater splashed onto Shui Wen's face, instantly waking him up. Cough, cough. Shui Wen choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater, looking around in confusion, realizing he was no longer at Tianbao Pavilion, and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Shui fatty, do you still remember me? Chen Ping kicked him hard, speaking mockingly. This spirit boat was made by my Shui family. You are Lu Yu. Shui Wen's face changed colors, struggling to hold onto the sail, weakly saying, although the two looked very different. Shui Wen was shrewd and quickly guessed his true identity. I went to your shop to do business, but you sent someone to track and kill me. Chen Ping folded his arms, speaking sternly. Shui Wen forced a smile that was more hideous than crying, his voice hoarse. It's all my fault for being blind and provoking an existence I shouldn't have. Now that I have fallen into your hands, kill me or cut me. It's all up to you. Shui fatty, still trying to play tricks with me? Chen Ping slapped him several dozen times, making his face swell like a pig's trotter. "Oh, fellow Taoist, stop, don't hit me, please." Shui Wan, in agony, found his dantian sealed. All his spiritual power felt like it had sunk into the sea. And no matter what methods he tried, he couldn't muster even the slightest feeling of energy. Although he was at the 8th level of qi refinement, his power was far inferior to Chen Ping, and he was simply dreaming if he thought he could break the seal in a short time. "Tell me, where's that spirit beast?" Chen Ping tightened his grip on his throat, speaking coldly. I don't understand what you were talking about." A flicker of panic crossed Shui Wen's eyes but quickly disappeared. "Is this clear now?" Chen Ping waved his sleeve, and a brilliantly red fire feather floated in the air. Shui Wen's expression froze, his lips trembling, incredulously saying, "Impossible. How did you get the spirit feather?" After saying this, Shui Wen realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. "Tell me, where is it?" Chen Ping suddenly leaned in closer, his eyes sharp as a sword's edge. During Shui Wen's unconscious state, Chen Ping had carefully searched his storage bag and spirit beast bag, but found no clues. "If I hand it over, can you spare my life, senior?" Shui Wen asked with hope. "You think too highly of yourself." Chen Ping coldly smiled at him, decisively crushing the last asking heart talisman and slapping it on Shui Wen's head. "Where is the fire attribute spirit bird you obtained?" Chen Ping asked straightforwardly. "In my heart. So, I can only use my blood to refine it into my life puppet." Refining a life puppet? Chen Ping's gaze sharpened. This was a technique of puppet mastery. The number of puppets a puppet master could control was closely related to their spiritual consciousness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the more puppets they could simultaneously control. However, a life puppet could only be refined once in a lifetime. Theoretically, if there were high-level puppet refining treasures, the life puppet could continuously improve along with the cultivator's realm. After 10 breaths, the effect of the asking heart talisman faded, and Shui Wen regained his senses. You are Chen Ping." Shui Wen's hands trembled as he pointed at this young cultivator, whom he was not very familiar with, stammering. Indeed, the bone-changing technique can only last for a few hours. Just then, Chen Ping's true appearance revealed itself, exposing him to Shui Wen's eyes. Surprised? Chen Ping teased. "Nephew-in-law, spare me." Shui Wen knelt down and desperately knocked his head against the ground. He had dozens of nephews and nieces. Back when Shui Yun married Chen Ping, it caused quite a stir on Bay Island. The Chen family was a prominent lineage that ordinary clansmen revered. However, at that time, Shui Wen didn't care much about it. A fallen direct descendant couldn't compare to him, the second generation who had a foundation-building father protecting him. Today, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shui Wen would never have believed that Chen Ping was the mysterious cultivator who single-handedly broke through Tingshan Island. "Nephew-in-law?" Chen Ping scoffed, tightening his grip and pressing for answers. "Tell me, is it the Xuanhua Crow or the Fenyuan Phoenix?" "Xuanhua Crow." Shui Wen, tasting blood in his mouth, squeezed out a few words between his teeth. He had a strong feeling that if he delayed any longer, Chen Ping would strangle him to death. "How did you get the young beast of the heavenly demon bloodline?" Chen Ping momentarily loosened his grip and continued to question. "My dear nephew-in-law, Yuner grew up under my watch. If I tell you everything, can you spare my life? I swear by my Tao heart that I will follow you from now on and never betray you." Shui Wen pleaded, tears and snot flowing. The only card he could play now was his relationship with Shui Yun. But would Chen Ping care about Shui Yun's feelings? The answer was no. "Heh, I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Chen Ping kicked him over with disgust, his expression strange as he said, "Manager Shui, I haven't used my torture methods for many years. There are a total of 18 levels. TSK, I wonder how many levels you can endure." The waves were fierce, crashing against the boat. "Spare me." "No, please, it hurts so much. My father won't let you go. Just wait for your funeral." Accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. The initially hysterical voice gradually weakened and eventually fell silent. After pushing Shui Wen's body into the deep sea, Chen Ping sat on the deck, contemplating a warm heart the size of a fist in his palm. Strange black runes appeared on the surface of the heart, seemingly still flowing. Hiss! Chen Ping swung his sword and sliced open the heart, blood splattering all over him, but he felt nothing. In the center of the heart lay a beast resembling an ordinary crow, but its body was blood red, and it had a ring of golden fluff on its crown. It curled up, motionless, looking lifeless. It truly was a Xuanhua crow. With a gentle motion, the beast lay on the back of his hand. Chen Ping infused it with a trace of spiritual power, then frowned. As Shui Wen had previously stated, the aura of this young Xuanhua crow was extremely weak, and its soul could extinguish at any moment. It should be related to the gray spiritual power within its heart vein. If he guessed correctly, the gray spiritual power in the Xuanhua crow's heart vein was a special energy implanted by at least a 4th-tier beast. Trapped within its body for a long time without being removed, it formed a restriction that could slowly devour its vitality. A fourth-tier beast was comparable to a golden core stage existence. Even if Chen Ping regained his previous cultivation level, he would not be able to compete with it. Fortunately, this terrifying gray energy seemed to have been weakened by a similar level of spiritual power, leaving very little residual power. Moreover, the Xuanhua Crow belonged to a different species, inheriting a bit of the fierce bloodline of the Sanwujin Wu. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted until now. Chapter 51, Lifespan Transfer Technique. Shui, when encountering this Xuanhua Crow, was purely due to luck. 3.5 years ago, he went to Jinrui Island to sell spiritual boats and passed by a deserted island. From a distance, he saw a terrifying deep pit almost 1,000 feet wide on the beach. Out of curiosity, Shui approached and unexpectedly found a newly hatched chick struggling inside this barren pit. It was engulfed in flames, flapping its wings and desperately trying to escape. This little fellow was indeed something extraordinary, a young Xuanhua Crow with a powerful bloodline. Unfortunately, it had been severely injured before hatching and was not long for this world. Shui tried every means possible, consulting multiple spirit tamers, spending over 10,000 spirit stones, but still couldn't eliminate the strange spiritual power within the Xuanhua Crow. He didn't dare to seek help from Shui Zhenkong. Otherwise, even if he could save it, the Xuanhua Crow would no longer belong to him. Left with no choice, he could only settle for second best and refine the Xuanhua Crow into a life puppet. The strength of a life puppet was closely tied to the cultivator themselves. Moreover, as the cultivator's realm increased, the life puppet would also become stronger. For Shui, this was a compromise. Fortunately, he had made up his mind to refine the life puppet a few months ago. Otherwise, if some more time passed and the Xuanhua Crow's vitality were to be cut off, even the De Luo true immortal wouldn't be able to reverse it. Chen Ping pursed his lips, and the storage bracelet on his wrist glimmered as he stored the Xuanhua Crow inside. Originally, spending so much effort to capture a dying Xuanhua Crow was not a worthwhile deal. But thinking of the other treasures he had gained during this trip, he quickly felt relieved. The deaths of Shui Yongzhou and others at his hands could be set aside for now. Just the long-term manager of Tianbao Pavilion, Shui, was worth a considerable amount. The combined value of pills, magical tools, and materials added up to nearly 10,000. Not to mention, there was also a large spiritual boat separately packed in hundreds of storage bags. This was commissioned by Chun Xingqiao from the Shui family and had already paid a deposit of 20,000 spirit stones. On that day, Chun Xintong and Shui made it clear that by the end of next year at the latest, Uncle Chun Xingqiao must see the actual object, which referred to this specially made spiritual boat. A large spiritual boat could carry hundreds of people and travel 5,000 miles in a day. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a magical tool to suppress the luck of small families. Even though the Chun family had flourished for hundreds of years, they only had 3 existing ones. Although this spiritual boat had not yet been fully completed and could not be taken to sea for sailing, Chen Ping naturally could not return it to Chen Xingqiao. Yushuan Cave. Several black gourd vines intertwined and flourished. Cold stalactite water flowed from the vines, pooling in the clear pond below. How is it? Chen Ping paced, his voice wavering slightly. Ping Lang, the injuries of this Xuanhua Crow are too strange. I'm afraid Yuner is powerless. Shui Yun carefully cradled the Xuanhua Crow, her fair face furrowed with concern. How much longer can it hold on? Chen Ping asked, quite impatiently. He did not blame Shui Yun. She was still new to the spirit-taming path, and it was not surprising that she was unable to help. The special energy implanted by a 4th-tier beast was something even a low-level cultivator could not eradicate. At most a year, Shui Yun hesitated in her judgment. Tapping on the teacup, Chen Ping pondered for a while and asked pointedly, in the Demon Suppression Manual, is there a life transfer technique you have studied? Lifespan Transfer Technique. Shui Yun's heart suddenly tightened, and her gaze flickered. The lifespan transfer technique was created by a human nascent soul powerhouse thousands of years ago. At that time, the powerhouse fought a life-and-death battle with his nemesis alongside his spirit pet, the Biyuan Qilan beast. In the end, the powerhouse defeated his formidable enemy. But his spirit pet was severely injured and near death. The Biyuan Qilan, possessing a sacred demon bloodline, had reached the 5th tier. Ordinary healing pills were utterly ineffective. Thus, the human powerhouse sought a renowned alchemy master, paying a tremendous price to have him refine a 5 elements life-returning pill. This pill was a 5th-grade pill, gathering the essence of the 5 elements, capable of altering fate and reversing death. However, the Biyuan Qilan's time was short, and it seemed it wouldn't last until the pill was completed. The human powerhouse pondered deeply, sitting quietly beside the Bodhi tree known as the Mingxin Shin Temple for half a year, eventually creating a magical technique that could transform decay into magic. That was the lifespan transfer technique. Unfortunately, a decade later, the 5 elements life-returning pill failed to be refined, and the Biyuan Qilan still perished. In his grief, the nascent soul powerhouse chose to pass on this secret technique which embodied his heart and feelings to future generations. The lifespan transfer technique has many restrictions. It can only be used between humans and demons, and it is unidirectional. In the Forbidden Demon Codex, the lifespan transfer technique is labeled as a forbidden method. For chi refinement cultivators to use it, they must sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan to transfer to a spirit beast, which can extend its life by about 7 years. For foundation establishment cultivators and above, they can take 20 years of lifespan and extend it by 15 years. However, this secret method has its limits. Moreover, a single demon beast can only undergo the lifespan transfer technique once in its lifetime. Yes, indeed, I am referring to the lifespan transfer technique, Chen Ping said. Blowing on his hot tea without changing his expression, he was waiting for Shui Yun's decision. This crow, possessing the bloodline of a celestial demon, has a very high growth potential. With careful nurturing, it is guaranteed to reach the 3rd stage. And there is a significant probability it could reach the 4th stage as well. Just this newly hatched chick, placed in the auction house, is worth at least 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Chen Ping already had some clues in mind. Perhaps he could save the Xianhua crow. However, that thing is quite rare and requires a lot of time to search for. Therefore, extending the life of the Xianhua crow is imperative. Yuner is willing to relieve Ping Lang's worries, Shui Yun said with a firm expression. The initial hesitation had long since disappeared. 10 years of lifespan is undoubtedly important for chi refinement cultivators, especially for someone like her with poor spiritual roots, where every day of cultivation time is precious. However, seeing the old monster's attitude, it seemed he intended to spare no effort to save the Xianhua crow. She could not afford to refuse him politely. If she did, the old monster might no longer view her as a confidant. This was something Shui Yun absolutely did not want to see. I am sorry for putting you in a difficult position, Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. He could see clearly that what this girl needed, he could provide. But it would come at a price. Yes. Chen Ping sipped the spirit tea alone, appearing contemplative. The Tianbao pavilion had been ransacked, and Shui Wan, Shui Yongzhou, and others had met a tragic end. It was evident that a new round of storm was about to arrive. However, as the instigator, he felt he had not revealed any flaws. The Shui family should not be able to trace it back to him. Chapter 52, Shui Meiyu. Pushing open the stone door, Chen Ping neatly placed several fire sha grass on the ground. This was the main ingredient for refining fire sha ointment. In the family spirit garden of Guanshuo Prefecture, there were more than 100 stored. Although their quality was not as good as these few, they were more than sufficient. Additionally, Chen Ping had already gathered 2 auxiliary materials. In the coming years, there should be no shortage of fire sha ointment for cultivation. On Tingshan Island, 1,600 miles away from Haicheng City, this once desolate island welcomed its most glorious moment. A full 14 foundation establishment cultivators descended upon it. Dark clouds roared in the sky, tearing through with lightning, and the bloody scent spread over the momentarily silent and then noisy ruins. As soon as the Chun family's forces landed on the island, they clashed with the Meng and Yu families. Due to the Meng family's prior preparations, they had already dispatched several foundation establishment experts. Therefore, the Chen family did not gain an advantage, and both sides lost several chi refinement juniors before retreating to confront each other at the foot of Taizhou Mountain. The Chen family had opened more than a dozen caves here, clearly indicating their intention to engage in a protracted battle with the Meng family. Brother Xiangwen, I have urgent matters to discuss. Outside the largest cave, a white-haired male cultivator was waiting. This man was exceptionally handsome, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows above a pair of slender peach blossom eyes that seemed full of charm, making it easy for one to fall into them. This person was Shui Zhenkong, the ancestor of the Shui family from Bay Island. He was over 120 years old, having taken more than 10 wives and concubines, and fathered nearly 30 offspring. Thus, he was often referred to as Shui Meiyu by gossips. Meiyu, a type of lustful demon, lives only for a short 20 years but would change partners dozens of times, giving birth to tens of thousands of descendants. Come in. A hoarse voice echoed from deep within the cave. The speaker was an old man in a Taoist robe, sitting upright on a stone bench. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, weathered by time. His small eyes were somewhat cloudy, and his hair and beard were all white, giving him a lifeless appearance, as if he could pass away at any moment. Yet no one dared to act recklessly before him in the surrounding thousands of miles of sea. Because he was the leader of the Chun family, a powerful expert in the late foundation establishment stage, Chen Xiangwen. Chen Xiangwen's life was quite legendary. He had medium-grade earth and with spiritual roots, and his cultivation aptitude was not considered outstanding. After reaching the 9th layer of chi refinement, he went out to experience the world. Surprisingly, he found a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, rainbow ling gold ginseng, in a certain secret realm. There are more than a dozen main materials for refining foundation establishment pills, and this 1,000-year-old rainbow ling gold ginseng is one of them. Such a rare item. If it were anyone else, they would have long taken it to exchange for foundation establishment pills. However, Chen Xiangwen did not pursue personal gain. He submitted the gold ginseng to the then family patriarch. The old patriarch appreciated his character and, against the majority opinion, awarded him the foundation establishment pill that was originally designated for another outstanding junior. After taking the pill, Chen Xiangwen successfully broke through and reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 50, with a significant increase in lifespan. He first consolidated his cultivation and then chose alchemy as a secondary path. Although Chen Xiangwen's cultivation aptitude was average, his talent in alchemy was unparalleled since the establishment of the Chen family 600 years ago. As his alchemical skills improved, Chen Xiangwen's status rose as well. He was fair-minded and charitable, and most of the family's higher-ups had benefited from his kindness. At the age of 100, the old patriarch passed away. With the unanimous approval of the elders, Chen Xiangwen took over the patriarch position. In the decades he served as patriarch, the Chen family flourished, with several junior clan members advancing to foundation establishment. Chen Xiangwen lived a life of integrity, respect, and was above reproach. When the promising junior Chen Xianxiao began to stand out, he gradually relinquished power and allowed some benefits to slip away. After all, he was already over 200 years old, and the family's helm should ultimately be in the hands of the younger generation. This battle at Tingshan Island was something he had strongly advocated for. The Meng family was an old enemy of the clan and had foundation establishment experts stationed there. Moreover, Meng Xiongnan was in his prime, nearly 50 years younger than him. Chen Xiangwen would never allow the Meng family to easily acquire such a vast amount of resources. Otherwise, after his death, the Meng family would be uncontrollable. Shui Zhengkong hurriedly walked in and, upon seeing the kind-eyed elder, anxiously said, "Brother Xiangwen, my Bay Island is in great trouble." "Zhengkong, take your time and explain clearly," Chen Xiangwen said, pressing down his palm, his tone kind. "Half an hour ago, the family sent me a message. A group of thieves broke into the Tianbao Pavilion, not only stealing all the valuables, but also killing my cousin Yongzhou and several stewards, and abducting my son Shui went out to sea. Just now, the soul plate that one left with me suddenly shattered." Shui Zhengkong's face was taut, and his eyes flickered with uncontrollable rage. Although he had many offspring, his ninth son Shui was the one he favored the most. Moreover, the loss of the Tianbao Pavilion meant that the family had suffered a loss of at least 30 to 40,000 spirit stones. That was equivalent to the loss of a foundation establishment pill. What? Even Chen Xiangwen, who had experienced countless storms, was filled with shock and anger at this moment. His first reaction, suspecting whether the Meng family was behind it. What was the cultivation level of those thieves? Chen Xiangwen calmed down and immediately asked. Bay Island is only a few hundred miles from Haichong Island. It is a core area controlled by the family. I am not worried about Haichong City. Once the third-level formation is activated, even Yuan Dan stage cultivators would have a hard time. But the other towns on nearby islands are uncertain. If there are foundation establishment cultivators among the thieves, it will be a nightmare. Currently, only a few unfamiliar cultivators at the 7th to 9th layers of Qi refinement have appeared. You take my orders and have Lu Daoxiao personally assist you to quickly root out the culprit. Chen Xiangwen pondered for a moment and said without a doubt, Lu Daoxiao, the leader of the loose cultivators residing in Haichong City. He has been at the mid-stage of foundation establishment for over 20 years and is a well-known strong figure in Haichong City. Since Lu Daoxiao has been cultivating in Haichong City for a long time, he naturally belongs to the Chen family's camp. However, Lu Daoxiao has his own forces to manage, and the Chen family rarely instructs him to do things. If it weren't for the foundation establishment cultivators left behind being unable to break free, Chen Xiangwen wouldn't have thought of him. The favors owed by foundation establishment cultivators are not so easily repaid. I understand. I'll take my leave now, Shui Zhengkong said eagerly, cupping his hands, and flew out of the cave. Chapter 53, 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. For months later, the Yushuan cave was exceptionally quiet late at night. During these past few months, the cave's owner, Chen Ping, and Shui Yun had not stepped out even once, playing with the pale white elixir in his hand. Chen Ping squinted slightly, a hint of a smile on his lips. This elixir was the famous Qiang Dan, also known as the Small Foundation Establishment Pill. A few days ago, Chen Yiru had sent a maid to deliver this pill. The 3-pattern Qiang Dan was worth at least 5,000 spirit stones. The key point was that it was valuable but hard to find. It was extremely difficult to obtain with the connections of Qi refinement cultivators. However, as a foundation establishment elder, Chen Yiru had her own channels for sourcing it. Interesting. Ever since his father's death and battle, Chen Yiru's care for him seemed to have suddenly deepened several levels. His position guarding Lantian town might also be the result of her intervention. Otherwise, with just the flawed scheme given to Chen Sun, how could he have so easily passed through? I hope you don't have ulterior motives. Chen Ping slowly twisted his neck, a cold light flashing in his pupils. At present, his impression of Chun Iru was still acceptable. Conversely, if she had malicious intentions, he was not a puppet. The sun rose from the east. After a night of cultivation, Chen Ping felt fully saturated. The spiritual energy in his meridians gathered at his dantian, time and again, like surging waves crashing against the rocks in their path. After several months of taking huasha cream, his cultivation was increasing at an observable speed. Although he had only broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement less than a year ago, his foundation was solid and robust, not inferior to veteran cultivators of the same level. At this moment, Chen Ping was already prepared to swallow the qianxiadan and forcibly break through with external force. Opening his mouth, without a second thought, he swallowed the qianxiadan. The qianxiadan was extremely bitter, and after taking it, he felt waves of scorching pain in his meridians. If an ordinary mortal had taken it, they would likely have fainted from the pain. Even with Chen Ping's tough and resilient character, after using his spiritual power to nourish his entire body as meridians, he had to endure a long period of suffering. After a moment, the effects of the qianxiadan began to take effect. Compared to other elixirs that enhanced cultivation, this qianxiadan was simply domineering. The scorching pain in his meridians lasted for a full incense stick's time, and only after sweating profusely did it gradually weaken. At this moment, Chen Ping felt like a long-necked vase. The spiritual power within him surged, filling the entire space like water. Boom. The endless and immense medicinal power was instantly released, spreading throughout his body, continuously transforming into extremely pure spiritual power and merging into his meridians. Under the effect of the qianxiadan, the bottleneck of the 8th layer of qi refinement easily crumbled within just a few breaths. After breaking through the bottleneck, the surging spiritual power rushed towards the dantian like a tide. The spiritual energy in the meridians and spiritual points was also converging towards the center. At this point, Chen Ping had successfully completed his breakthrough and became a cultivator of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, the spiritual power in his dantian was still slightly increasing. Chen Ping was well aware that this was because the medicinal power of the qianxiadan had not yet been exhausted. This slow process continued for about half an incense stick's time before it finally returned to nothingness. At this moment, Chen Ping's cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement had been completely stabilized. This truly is the small foundation establishment pill. Chen Ping opened his eyes and shook off the black filth from his body. Even though he had used the qianxiadan in his previous life, he couldn't help but be moved by the wonders of this pill. Similar to the qianxiadan, the foundation establishment pills had undergone countless generations of refiners' deliberation and modification to achieve such astonishing effects. The 3 days and nights of breakthrough had completely transformed Chen Ping's aura. The concealed spiritual power exuded a palpable pressure. Chen Ping gently pushed, and the stone door opened with a creak. Turning to look at the adjacent secret chamber, he saw the door locked tight, covered in a thin layer of dust. Chen Ping sent a strand of divine sense inside. After entering the 8th layer of qi refinement, his soul power had greatly increased again. His derived divine sense could now cover a distance of 350 feet, nearly comparable to early foundation establishment cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he immediately saw everything inside. Chen Ping frowned, quickly breaking the heavy lock and slipping into the secret chamber. He saw Shui Yun collapsed beside the stone table, her face devoid of blood, her eyes tightly shut. Chen Ping hurriedly helped her up, and after examining her, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden consumption of 10 years of lifespan had caused Shui Yun to suffer severe blood loss, leading to her temporary fainting. Chen Ping laid her on the bed, and then turned his gaze to the Xuanhua crow. The Xuanhua crow radiated a vibrant glow all over. Its breathing was steady. Although it had not yet awakened, its condition was significantly better than before. It seemed that the lifespan transfer technique had obviously succeeded. The night was cool as water. After nearly half a day of unconsciousness, Shui Yun slowly awoke. The first thing she saw was a blurry figure. Ping Lang. Once she recognized the person, her long eyelashes fluttered, and Shui Yun called out, attempting to get up to pay her respects. Rest well. Chen Ping pressed her shoulder down gently, speaking softly. Shui Yun murmured, how is the Xuanhua crow? This beast has a strong instinct for self-preservation and has actively blocked its 5 senses to slow down the loss of life. Chen Ping said unhurriedly. Before Shui Yun could express her joy, she heard his tone turn somewhat indifferent. This Xuanhua crow belongs to your uncle Shui Wen, and he has already died at my hands. Shui Yun's brows drooped in surprise. Her expression did not seem to change much. Shui Wen was indeed her uncle, but their familial bond was quite cold. Since she could remember, she seemed to have spoken only a few words with this 9th uncle. Even upon suddenly hearing that Shui Wen had died, Shui Yun's heart remained as calm as water. Seeing her silent, Chen Ping quietly moved to leave, just as he expected. Shui Yun's feelings for her family were not deep. Moreover, informing her of this was already an act of kindness. Ping Lang, Yun'er has a request. Shui Yun struggled to get off the bed and knelt down, saying, Yun'er wants to bring my father, mother, and younger brother to Haichang Island to cultivate. Chen Ping's heart stirred, and he paused at the door, nodding slightly, agreed. First, find a place with decent spiritual energy for them to settle in Lantian town. Shui Yun's face broke into a smile, her previous fatigue swept away. Her father, Shui Dahai, was the 7th son of her grandfather, Shui Zhenkong. However, his talent for cultivation was poor, and he barely broke through to the 6th layer of qi refinement in his 60s. Most cultivators were ungrateful, severing the emotional ties of mortals. Shui Zhenkong had many children, and quite a few had spiritual roots. Shui Dahai's mother was just an ordinary qi refinement loose cultivator, which made her unremarkable in Shui Zhenkong's eyes. With only a low-grade spiritual root, Shui Dahai could hardly garner his father's favor. After Shui Dahai married and had children, Shui Zhenkong symbolically granted him a few acres of spiritual fields and completely forgot about this son, leaving him in obscurity. Shui Dahai had 3 sons and 3 daughters, and Shui Yun was his youngest daughter. The first 4 children he had did not possess spiritual roots, and according to clan rules, they were sent to the mortal world early on. So, the only close relatives that Shui Yun recognizes are 3 people: her father Shui Dahai, her mother Yu Yi, and her younger brother Shui Fei. To Chen Ping, this is just a trivial matter. Let them come. First, let them stay in Lantian town, and after a few years, help them settle in Haichang City. Consider it a compensation for the longevity technique he applied to Shui Yun. Chapter 54, 10 consecutive kills. After opening the restrictions, Chen Ping moved quickly into Haichang City, heading straight for Fujian. Fujian is the concentrated residence of the Chen family members. Chen Ping also has a courtyard there with 3 entrances and exits. However, over the years since his parents passed away, and with him stationed in Lantian town for a long time, he hasn't lived in the Fujian villa for a while. The Chen family has strict rules, so there have been no incidents of forcibly seizing residences or encroaching on other spiritual fields. He planned to visit his second uncle Chen Baishan's cultivation site and determine the candidates for the family competition that would take place in a month. Otherwise, that family would still be immersed in the illusion that Chen Hongjia was representing their lineage in the competition. Of course, if Chen Hongjia were strong enough to win, Chen Ping wouldn't bother to intervene. Just thinking about being surrounded by a large group of former juniors discussing him makes Chen Ping feel uncomfortable. But reality is reality. As the 4th elder Chen Yiru saw through, Chen Hongjia couldn't even pass the test of Chen's son, so how could he be qualified to bear heavy responsibilities? The identity of the direct lineage must be preserved by Chen Ping. To the north of Fujian, there is an ancient-style garden. Small bridges and flowing water are arranged in an orderly manner. There are pavilions and stone tables, surrounded by green bamboo, and peculiar trees are arranged. In the pavilion by the pond, Chen Baishan sits calmly in the main seat. Chen Ping faces him, standing on a giant peony bud with 1 foot. Pinger, what brings you to my humble abode today? Chen Baishan said coldly. Ever since the last time he asked Chen Ping to borrow spirit stones and failed, he realized the cold nature of this nephew. To get the Qiang Dan, he had to lower himself and raise funds everywhere. Although he eventually managed to gather the spirit stones without selling his shop, he blamed his loss of face on Chen Ping. Second uncle. Chen Ping perfunctorily cupped his hands and said frankly, I'll represent our branch in the family competition in a month. Cough. The spirit fruit juice that Chen Baishan was about to drink splattered everywhere, and he even suspected he misheard. Pinger, how can you speak so recklessly about such matters? Chen Baishan said, displeased, glaring at him fiercely. I'm very serious. Chen Ping's lips curled slightly, and a powerful, refined aura surged toward him. 8th level of qi refinement. Chen Baishan suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with shock, and his expression froze. A year and a half ago, his nephew was only at the 6th level of qi refinement. How long has it been that he broke through 2 small levels? Could it be that he, like Hongjia, swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills to increase his cultivation? Yes, it must be so. Chen Baishan shook his head in frustration and said, Pinger, why must you do this? We are close relatives, sharing honor and disgrace. It doesn't matter who represents our lineage in the competition, as long as we can secure the 1st place and maintain our direct lineage position. But you, to provoke me and compete with Hongjia, are willing to abuse external resources. If your elder brother were to know, he would surely blame your childish behavior. A flash of anger crossed Chen Ping's eyes as he said coldly, Second uncle, my time is very precious. You should call my cousin over. The victor is king. You want to compete with Hongjia? Chen Baishan frowned, somewhat angry. Fine. Wait here for a moment. Hongjia is in the inner courtyard in seclusion. I will call him over. Father. At that moment, A young man with an impressive demeanor and handsome looks leaped over, agile and graceful. The newcomer is Chen Hongjia. He had been practicing spells in the back courtyard, but was disturbed by the commotion outside. Although his cultivation mainly relied on medicinal pills, being at the 8th level of qi refinement was still genuine. When he heard that Chen Ping wanted to compete with him for the selection of participants, he could no longer restrain himself. In the past 6 months, he had improved his water bow technique to the small success stage and acquired a suitable top-grade magical artifact. Feeling somewhat confident. After all, his cousin Chen Ping had just recently advanced to the 8th level of qi refinement. He probably hadn't even stabilized his foundation and dared to openly challenge him. Chen Hongjia's gaze turned cold as he said, "Cousin, I always thought you were just antisocial and lacking in understanding. I didn't expect you to be so overconfident. Who is the egg and who is the stone? We'll find out after a match." Chen Ping said arrogantly, "Hongjia, since your cousin has this confidence, let us have a match. Whoever wins will represent our lineage." Chen Baishan said, taking advantage of his elder status. "Cousin, forgive me." After saying that, Chen Hongjia's palm glowed, and a blue light suddenly appeared, forming a 6-foot-long bow. Following that, a shiny, pure water arrow automatically generated at the bowstring. Chen Hongjia spread his arms, aiming the bow and arrow at Chen Ping. "You dare to be arrogant." Seeing that Chen Ping remained expressionless, standing on the spirit flower without moving an inch, Chen Hongjia raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. Whoosh! In the next moment, the arrow was released, sweeping toward Chen Ping's chest with a chilling aura. Slow, too slow. Moreover, not only was it slow, but the power of this water bow technique seemed weak and pitiful in Chen Ping's eyes. Chen Ping snorted disdainfully, casually twirling his large sleeves, and sent out several agile fire serpents to intercept the rapidly shooting water arrow. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds of fire being extinguished echoed endlessly. The water arrow shattered into pieces, dissipating into nothingness. What? The confident expression on Chen Hongjia's face quickly faded, replaced by shock and doubt. The 5 elements have mutual generation and mutual restraint. Water can extinguish fire, and under the premise of the same realm, Chen Hongjia, who practiced water techniques, should have had a slight advantage. However, the reality proved that the restraining relationship between the 5 elements was only relative. When the levels of attributes differ qualitatively, fire can indeed disperse water. You lost. Chen Ping controlled the fire serpents with his spirit sense, and besides eliminating a few that dissipated with the water arrows. One more serpent passed through the pond and tightly coiled around Chen Hongjia's carotid artery, baring its fangs and showing its claws. "Ping-er, hold back." Chen Baishan shouted in alarm, fearing that Chen Ping might inadvertently kill his son. "Humph, this is Fujian, and he certainly wouldn't ignore the family's prohibitions and start a massacre. Moreover, Chen Hongjia is still his cousin after all." The dispute between the two families was merely about who would participate in the competition. It wouldn't reach the point of mutual destruction. Seeing his son's crisis averted, Chen Baishan breathed a sigh of relief, and his gaze toward Chen Ping softened a bit. "I refuse to accept this. Let us do it again." Chen Hongjia's lips trembled, his face turning black and purple. He pointed angrily at Chen Ping, suddenly pulling out a short whip from his storage bag. "Hongjia!" Chen Baishan scolded. You lost. Your cousin is more skilled. Don't embarrass yourself any further." Saying this, he stole a glance at Chen Ping, hoping deep down that the two could fight again. Because Chen Hongjia lost too quickly, even though Chen Ping was powerful. Surely Hongjia wouldn't have no ability to counterattack at all. He must have been too careless. If they could have another go, with Hongjia on guard, who knows who would win in the end. Today, let you lose convincingly. Chen Ping chuckled softly, stepping down as if he were an eagle swooping down to grab Chen Hongjia. Half an hour later, this paradise-like courtyard had already become unrecognizable. The rock formations of the artificial mountain were shattered, and the clear water in the pond was nearly drained. Chen Hongjia leaned dejectedly against a bench, his hair disheveled, his clothes in tatters, looking extremely miserable. His father Chen Baishan had a grim expression, feeling a mix of emotions. 10 times, upright and straightforward, without any tricks. He only used a high-grade magical artifact. On the other hand, Chen Hongjia brought out all his treasures, including the top-grade magical artifact he originally intended to hide as a trump card. Yet the outcome was still certain death. The most terrifying part was that in every duel, Chen Hongjia could only last a maximum of 3 moves before rapidly losing. For some inexplicable reason, he let Chen Ping close in and was struck fatally. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Ping's aura was indeed that of an 8th-layer qi refining stage cultivator, Chen Baishan and his son would have suspected he was a Foundation establishment cultivator in disguise. Chapter 55, 2 Matters. "Pinger, the competition is up to you now." Chen Baishan finally recovered from his extreme shock, then spoke with a lack of enthusiasm. In his childhood, he had secretly competed with his elder brother Chen and in cultivation. However, Due to the difference in spiritual roots, Chen gradually left him behind. Unwilling to accept this, he turned to business, working hard to earn resources, and invested them in his son, Chen Hongjia. Who would have thought that all of this was just a bubble of his own imagination? One poke, and it would burst. Elder brother, Baishan willingly admits defeat. Chen Baishan bitterly shook his head, supporting Chen Hongjia as he walked toward the inner courtyard. Don't touch me. Chen Hongjia violently shook him off, appearing as if he had gone mad, stumbling and falling into a pond. Weakling. Chen Ping fished out his unconscious cousin and tossed him onto the shore, saying lightly, "Second uncle, prepare some calming soup for him, and add a dose of cool pine." To be taken once morning and night. Chen Hongjia had overexerted his spiritual power and consciousness, and suffered a huge blow in his heart, which led to his madness and fainting. A few days of quiet cultivation would fix him up. Alas, thank you. Chen Baishan sighed heavily, then seemed to think of something. His eyes sparkling as he asked, "Pinger, with your abilities, what are the chances of seizing the top spot in the competition?" "There's no question of losing," Chen Ping said with confidence. It wasn't he arrogance. There truly wasn't he a chi refining stage cultivator in the Chen family who could pose a threat to him. Just now, he fought 10 matches with Chen Hongjia, using only 30% of his mana. Not to mention his combat experience and on-the-spot reactions were crushingly superior to those at the same level. He could even make foundation establishment and core formation cultivators feel ashamed. His several hundred years of cultivation experience in his past life was not to be taken lightly. "Pinger, I'm counting on you," Chen Baishan said earnestly, setting aside personal biases. He genuinely hoped Chen Ping could successfully continue the direct lineage of their clan. The glory of their ancestors absolutely could not be severed in his generation. Otherwise, how would he face his ancestors in the afterlife a century later? Rest assured, this is also my mission. Having achieved his goal, Chen Ping immediately stopped chatting with him, his figure flickering as he left the courtyard. "I have been in Lantian town for years. You can manage the spiritual fields on Fugue Mountain, second uncle. I'll take 1/10 of the profits per acre." A few moments later, Chen Ping's voice echoed softly, the content of his words making Chen Baishan's nose feel sour and his throat constrict. This child still cared about familial ties after all, Chen Baishan thought to himself, feeling relieved. A 9-to-1 split was essentially like giving the spiritual fields to himself to cultivate. He owed quite a bit of debt outside for purchasing the Qiang pill. With this unexpected income, he could easily pay it off several years in advance. Of course, he wouldn't be pretentious enough to refuse. In the Internal Affairs Hall, Chen Ping paid 30 spirit stones and issued a bounty to all cultivators in Haichang City, seeking to purchase a certain type of spiritual insect or information about its whereabouts. After that, he visited the steward Chen Xiaodong. Through his deliberate socializing, Chen Xiaodong and he became quite familiar, exchanging cups and singing songs together. As night fell, he obtained 2 relatively useful pieces of information from Chen Xiaodong. First, several months ago, a group of bandits attacked Bay Island. After a month of extensive investigation, they actually caught one person. This person was one of the loose cultivators that Shui Wen had originally hired as a guard. Under Chen Ping's coercion and temptation, he turned against Shui Wen, broke into Tianbao Pavilion, and seized a medium-sized spirit boat. If he was caught, it was simply because he was too clever for his own good. After stealing the spirit boat, he should have run as far away as possible or hidden on a deserted island for a few years. Unexpectedly, he was audacious enough to change his course and hide within Haichang City while fleeing. Shui Changkong had long anticipated this move of hiding under the lamp. After searching unsuccessfully in the outer sea, he quickly collaborated with Lu Daoxiao to seal off Haichang City. Not to mention the small spirit boats. The medium-sized spirit boats sold by Tianbao Pavilion had all been tampered with beforehand. Thus, this overly clever cultivator fell into misfortune. Under the questioning of the heart-testing talisman, the truth came to light. The real culprit turned out to be a suspected early-stage foundation establishment master. Now Shui Changkong was in a panic. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out who it was. Among the foundation establishment cultivators from the Meng and Yu families, there were only a few individuals, all well-known, unless it was a loose cultivator powerhouse hired at a great cost. Some high-level foundation establishment members within the Chun family camp also suspected that the attacker of Bay Island was the same mysterious cultivator who overthrew Tangshan Island a few months ago. Of course, this was merely speculation, and no one echoed it or was willing to accept this guess from the bottom of their hearts. The magical powers and spiritual energy far exceeded those of the same level, and the power of the soul could actually rival that of foundation establishment cultivators. Was this really a junior from the Qi refining stage? It would seem that even the rumored nascent soul sects wouldn't have many disciples at the Qi refining stage who were this exaggerated. After several months of strict vigilance, the Chen family sea region was calm and peaceful. All waves had disappeared without a trace. In the end, Shui Changkong found no useful clues, and the matter was left unresolved. The Shui family suffered losses of several key members and tens of thousands of spirit stones, greatly weakening their vitality. However, the ancestor Shui Changkong had plenty of lifespan left, so they could still recover gradually. The second piece of information that Chen Xiaodong revealed was related to Chen Ping. About 4 months ago, the steward Chen Jinsong recommended a junior to him, and particularly mentioned that the defense of Lantian town should be stirred up. Outside Haichang City, there are 6 major strongholds, all guarded by the direct descendants of the family. Chen Jinsong specifically focused on Lantian town. The implications were clear. This was a blatant targeting of Chen Ping. He suggested that Chen Jinsong seek out Chen Tong and act according to the clan leader's decree. After all, the clan had its rules. The guards of the 6 strongholds were positions that highlighted the privileges of direct descendants. If the collateral branches attempted to intervene, it would cause great chaos. Chen Xintong, acting quickly, huh? A few cold laughs rolled from his throat as a trace of murderous intent surfaced in Chen Ping's eyes. Chen Jinsong's sudden plotting against Yushuan Cave was likely due to the fact that during the mutual exchange meeting, he didn't let Chen Xintong have the spirit beast bracelet, thus offending him and inviting retaliation. Given Chen Xintong's identity, it seemed like a romantic tale to act out of anger for a beauty, but he chose the wrong target. That day, the tormented Shui Wan, before dying, roared madly the same phrase repeatedly. He instructed Shui Jiusan and his brothers to hunt down Chen Ping. And Chen Xintong was aware and tacitly approved. Chen Ping knew exactly what Shui Wan's intentions were. It was nothing but a deliberate attempt to provoke conflict between him and Chen Xintong, as well as the Chen Xiao faction. In fact, Shui Wan's provocation was unnecessary. This person had continuously provoked him, and Chen Ping would not let him off the hook. Moreover, if the few powerful backers behind him were also involved, Chen Ping wouldn't mind flattening them along the way. Heaven does not have 2 sons, and a family does not have 2 masters. What he needed was a unified and stable force that he could control as an extension of his own will. Chapter 56. The eve of the competition. It seemed that Chen Xiaodong was contemplating changing sides. Chen Ping stroked his chin, revealing a hint of a playful smile. Chen Xiaodong, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall, was an old peak qi refining cultivator. He held quite a bit of prestige within the family and had always been a staunch supporter of the Grand Elders faction. But Chen Xiangwen has surpassed his limits in age and has actively delegated power in recent years. So it is not surprising that Chen Xiaodong has prepared a backup plan for himself. Chen Ping pondered. Chen Yiru has helped him multiple times, and Chen Xiaodong must have sensed it long ago. Otherwise, with their vastly different statuses, why would Chen Xiaodong risk offending Chen Jinsong for him? No matter who he is doing it for, Chen Ping still has to accept this favor. Chen Xiaodong will soon realize how worthwhile his investment is, even benefiting future generations of direct descendants for decades. A month later, Chen Ping sat leisurely, with 3 powerful magical artifacts floating in front of him, a sword, a needle, and armor, all of which were top-tier magical tools. The sword was naturally the Earth Flame sword exchanged from the family treasury. The needle was the Shadow Needle, obtained by killing Meng Ping. Finally, there was a piece of black armor exuding a chilling water aura. This was the only top-tier magical artifact on Shui Wan. The black-scaled armor. The materials for this armor were sourced from a second-tier demon beast, the quacking night fish. The quacking night fish lives at the bottom of the sea, covered in tough scales. The black-scaled armor was made from the sturdiest 108 scales selected from thousands. Its defensive power is astonishing. With these 3 top-tier magical artifacts in hand, he can defend and attack, and they will last until he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. However, for the family competition starting tomorrow, the Shadow Needle and black-scaled armor are not suitable to be revealed, as they are dark objects that cannot be shown publicly. To avoid drawing excessive attention from the foundation establishment elders, Chen Ping plans to showcase the Earth Flame sword. In terms of spells, the Qinglian 16 slashes sword technique is also not to be used, as its power is overwhelming, likely to severely injure or kill ordinary qi refinement cultivators. However, the 9 transformations flame spirit technique can simulate low-level fire spells. In recent days, he has opened up several channels for low-level fire spells, namely the Flame Dragon technique, Fire Splitting Palm, and Fire Escape Wheel. Among these, the Flame Dragon technique and Fire Splitting Palm are offensive spells, while the Fire Escape will enhance his movement. Suitable for small-scale combat. He can easily use all 4 of these red-tier techniques, and each has reached the Great Perfection realm. The results of this direct descendant qualification competition are undoubtedly predictable. Chen Sun and Chun Diyu encountering him can be considered their bad luck. Finally, Chen Ping flipped his hand, and his gaze shifted to a small, golden bell about the size of a palm. The small bell was adorned with several cloud-like patterns, and oddly, between the 2 ears of the bell hung 2 half-inch-sized, nearly undetectable small magical bells. The Awakening Soul Bell, a rare soul defense magical artifact, belonged to Yu Man. Although its rank is only upper tier, its price is higher than that of ordinary top-tier offensive magical artifacts. However, the Awakening Soul Bell is somewhat useless to him. First, Chen Ping's divine sense is powerful, comparable to that of early Foundation establishment. Ordinary soul attacks cannot harm him. Secondly, if the enemy is indeed a mid to late Foundation establishment expert, the Awakening Soul Bell would have little effect. Although tomorrow is the competition, tonight is the Chen family's ancestral worship ceremony held every 5 years. All Chen clan members, including those who married into or were adopted by the Chen family, must arrive at Fujian before midnight, except for those who cannot participate due to unavoidable reasons. When Chen Ping exited his seclusion, he saw a stunning beauty waiting outside. With bright eyes and white teeth, she stood tall and graceful. It was Shui Yun, whom he hadn't seen for a month. Her long hair flowed down her back, tied with a pink ribbon, and her white dress radiated brilliance. Shui Yun already had the grace of a peony, and after careful grooming, she looked even more radiant. Let's go. Chen Ping glanced at her with an indifferent expression, treating her beauty as if it were nothing. The art of maintaining youth is prevalent in the cultivation world. An extraordinary beauty is not uncommon. Chen Ping, having cultivated for hundreds of years in his previous life, has seen many stunning female cultivators. Yet none have captured his heart or made him wish to become a Dao partner. With his mindset, mere appearances are nothing but skin deep, incapable of bewildering him. Cultivators value wealth, partners, techniques, and land. When he encounters the right person, Chen Ping would not refuse. But that person would not be Shui Yun. A Dao partner refers to someone who can walk together through storms and support each other on the path of cultivation. This girl, after all, has only a low-grade spiritual root, and even if she can barely establish a foundation, she would find it extremely difficult to cross the threshold to the next major realm. Chen Ping holds himself in high regard and would never develop feelings for Shui Yun. Seeing Chen Ping's clear gaze, Shui Yun's expression darkened, fearing he might notice something, and she quickly lowered her head. Has your family moved over? Chen Ping suddenly asked while walking towards Haichang City. They arrived in the middle of the month. Shui Yun replied gratefully. I temporarily arranged for them to stay at Lixiu Garden. Oh, Lixiu Garden, Chen Ping murmured. Lixiu Garden is the only place in Lantian town that accommodates cultivators. It has 10 exquisite courtyards. Although the sitting environment of Lixiu Garden cannot be compared to Yushuan Cave, it is reasonably priced, requiring only 1 spirit stone for 5 days. Once this competition is over, I will ask Wei Qi Lin to free up several dozen acres of spirit field for your family to settle down. Chen Ping's tone was filled with dominance and assertiveness. Thank you, young Master Chen. Shui Yun exclaimed with joy, her gratitude evident. Wei Qi Lin was originally a cultivator under the Loose Cultivator Alliance. 20 years ago, she left Feiyue Island and came to Lantian town to establish the Wei Qi family. The Wei Qi family currently has 21 cultivators, with the highest cultivation being Wei Qi Lin at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, the Wei Qi family has a considerable amount of spirit fields. Nearly 300 acres, accounting for more than 30 of all cultivable spirit fields in Lantian town. Due to years of nurturing spiritual plants, the spirit energy in these fields is often not low, making them suitable for transformation into excellent cultivation residences. Chen Ping, if you speak, I see how you can refuse. Imagining the expression of the old woman Wei Qi Lin when she is pressured, a sense of satisfaction rose in Shui Yun's heart. She had previously intended to purchase some spirit fields from the Wei Qi family. However, Wei Qi Lin's stance was firm, stating that she would not sell the fields for any amount of spirit stones. But once Chen Ping personally applies pressure, the Wei Qi family will not dare to oppose, as they would not want to lose just dozens of acres of spirit fields. Chapter 57, Ancestral Worship and Representation. For 600 years, the Chen family has sought immortality and wisdom in Haichang. At Fujian, the ancestral hall. Surrounding the hall, ancient trees towered, providing shade, with red walls and yellow tiles, displaying grandeur. The high-quality white jade floor sparkled with a warm glow. In the distance, a mist enveloped an indistinct palace. On the eaves carved from sandalwood, a true phoenix seemed ready to take flight. At the end of a straight path, a large square gradually descended with jade stone steps. In the center of the square, a tall statue of a human stands, with 10 or so purple jade tablets erected on either side. The statue depicts the benevolent elder, Chen Xinyo, the founding ancestor of the Chen family. Chen Xinyo lived to be 235 years old and achieved great perfection in foundation establishment. Although he was originally a loose cultivator, he left behind a vast legacy. The second-generation patriarch of the Chen family carved this statue to commemorate the ancestor for future generations to admire. As for the 20 or so purple jade plaques, they represent the foundational ancestors from past generations. Without breaking through to the foundational stage, one cannot enter the ancestral hall. This is one of the family teachings of the Chen clan. To this, Chen Ping did not express any opinion. The Chen family was still too weak. In his previous life, the Thousand Methods sect required at least a golden core level of cultivation to be honored with the eternal life steal after passing away, allowing future generations to pay their respects. However, the development and growth of a force is not something that happens overnight. The Chen family's foundation is still shallow, and they have not produced any outstanding experts at the Yuandan level. It is not surprising that they have been subordinate to the Broken Star Gate for hundreds of years. At the front of the altar was a middle-aged Taoist with a handsome appearance and a nose resembling a hanging gourd. This person was Chen Tong, the current patriarch of the Chen family, a mid-foundational stage expert. Beside him, 2 steps away, was the black-clad female cultivator, the 4th elder Chen Eru. In the 3rd row were several white-haired elders of the Qi refining stage, who were nearing the end of their lives. The various halls, including the Outer Affairs Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Protection Hall, Knowledge Hall, and Internal Affairs Hall, had their stewards arranged among them. Below that were more than 100 ordinary direct descendants. Lastly, the largest group consisted of collateral descendants. Only 2 foundational cultivators were present, indicating that the Grand Elder and others should still be confronting the Meng family on Tangshan Island. Glancing around the main hall, Chen Ping did not see Chen Xianguan and others. In previous years, the family rituals had always been presided over by Chen Xianguan. Everyone. Patriarch Chen Tong's gaze swept over the crowd like lightning as he solemnly said, "Our Chen family has been established for 620 years, and we now have 5 registered foundational cultivators and 27 Qi refining stage cultivators. We govern 1 second-tier island and 19 first-tier islands. Prosperity and thriving. Our situation is flourishing. As juniors, we should take our ancestors as examples, striving forward with courage." According to custom, Chen Tong then spoke some encouraging words to the juniors. He deliberately infused his words with spiritual energy, which stirred the spirits of the lower cultivation Qi refining clan members, causing excitement in the crowd. Chen Ping felt neither joy nor sadness. He had experienced too many ups and downs to be easily stirred. "Ping boy, have you advanced to the 8th layer of Qi refining?" Just as Chen Ping felt bored, a melodious voice reached his ears. It was Chen Eru transmitting a message to him. Chen Ping slightly bowed and nodded affirmatively in response. "You little rascal. Didn't you think to inform this elder in advance?" Chen Eru's expression soured, and she spoke unhappily. She was indeed somewhat dissatisfied. "This is fine. It seems I have lived up to Chen An's dying request. Regardless of whether we win or lose in this competition, I have decided to end this one-sided assistance." Chen Ping awkwardly scratched his nose, looking quite innocent. Of course, this was just for Chen Eru to see. Before breaking through to the foundational stage, he did not want to get too entangled with her. He would repay her favor someday in the future. Seeing that Chen Eru was no longer paying attention to him, Chen Ping turned his neck and happened to see his second uncle, Chen Baishan, looking over as well. The latter gave him an encouraging look. Chen Ping felt a stir in his heart. This time he advanced to the 8th layer of Qi refining. Only Shui Yun and Chen Baishan's father and son knew about it. It seemed that this second uncle had a good sense of the bigger picture and had not spread the news. Chen Ping slightly nodded, improving his impression of Chen Baishan a bit. "Everyone, let us pay homage to our clan's founding ancestor, Chen Xinyo." After a stick of incense's time, Chen Tong stopped his lengthy discourse and began to lead the clan members in honoring their ancestors. As the leader, Chen Tong and Chen Eru knelt down. The crowd followed suit, creating a sea of black. After completing the 3 kneels and 9 bows ritual, Chen Tong spoke again. "Now, let us honor our clan's foundational ancestors." The Chen family's ancestor worship ceremony was not overly complicated, taking just over an hour from start to finish. After the hour of the rat, the ancestor worship celebration concluded. Everyone, survival of the fittest has always been a principle in the cultivation world. According to ancestral rules, any direct branch within 20 generations that fails to produce another foundational cultivator will have to participate in the competition to determine family status. The victor's lineage will retain the direct descendant title for 100 years. The loser will be demoted to collateral status. Chen Tong said softly, his tone not high but carrying a firm authority that could not be doubted. Nature selects, and the fittest survive. Even the direct descendants of the founding ancestor Chen Xinyo, due to gradual decline, had become collateral branches over 100 years ago. This generation involved 3 branches in the fight. For over a decade now, the 3 major factions had been preparing. Junior Chen Sun has met with the Patriarch and the 4th Elder. Junior Chen Diu greets the Patriarch and the 4th Elder. Without needing Chen Tong to say much, Chen Sun and Chen Seiyu almost simultaneously leaped and landed at the square's battle stage. Afterwards, most of the clan members' gazes turned towards Chen Baishan and his son. Chen Baishan's faction could be said to be out of luck. If Chen had not passed away, he would surely have been the one participating in the battle. But fate is unpredictable. After losing Chunin, the backbone at the 8th layer of qi refining, Chen Baishan had only one path left to take. That was to expend multiples of resources to cultivate a new main participant. In the previous year, Chen Baishan had sought funds everywhere and exchanged a Qi Yang Dan from the family treasury. After taking it, Xianxiaaudiobooks successfully broke through the barrier of the 8th layer of qi refining. While not everyone knew about this, most family members were aware. Moreover, Chen Baishan had consistently claimed that the representative of their lineage would be his son, Chen Hongjia. Therefore, even Chen Tong looked over and called out, "Hongjia, are you not coming to the stage?" Suddenly hearing the patriarch call his name, Chen Hongjia's expression froze, and he opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitating. Reporting to the patriarch, "The participant from our lineage is my nephew, Chen Ping." Chen Baishan quickly made his way through the crowd, respectfully cupping his hands towards Chen Tong. "What, Chen Ping? Is that the somewhat strange and reclusive Chen Ping? I remember he is Chen and son and seems to have just broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining. This Ping boy is quite deep in hiding." Chen Qiudong muttered. The last time he had a drink with Chen Ping, the boy had not revealed a word. Chen Baishan's declaration stunned everyone, like a thunderous clap breaking the tranquility of a lake, causing the Chen family members present to gasp in surprise and murmur among themselves. Chapter 58, Drawing Lots. "Oh." Chen Tong turned to look, his face serious as he said, "Baishan, the selection for the competition is not a trivial matter. The younger generation is certain." Chen Baishan gritted his teeth and asserted. This really was a loss of face. But compared to maintaining the status of direct descendants, the idle gossip of others was nothing. After a moment's thought, Chen Baishan felt relieved. Moreover, Chen Ping had also given him some benefits, and he felt somewhat touched. "Then Pinger, you may take the stage." Chen Tong spoke kindly. "Yes." Chen Ping cupped his hands, no longer hiding his aura, lightly tapping his toes in place before soaring onto the stage. "You have reached the 8th layer of qi refining. Pinger, you have made great progress, and the future is promising." Chen Tong encouraged calmly. "Thank you, Patriarch, for your praise. It is all thanks to the family and the Patriarch's strong support," Chen Ping humbly replied. "This boy knows his place quite well. His temperament has changed greatly compared to a few years ago," Chen Tong thought to himself, observing him with a bit more scrutiny. What a pity. The outcome of the competition is already clear. He had personally arranged the aftermath of Chen Un and his wife. After all, they had died for the family. And Chen Tong had increased their compensation. After that, he did not continue to pay attention to Chen Ping. With so many affairs to manage daily, how could he have the extra heart and energy to cultivate an ordinary descendant with medium-grade spiritual roots? How infuriating. Chen Hongjia clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He should be the one standing on the square's battle stage. He should be the one praised by the patriarch. He should be the focus of the crowd's attention. Yet all of this was stolen away by his cousin Chen Ping. "Hongjia, are you still not convinced?" Chen Baishan said coldly. "You have seen Pinger's strength as well. As cultivators, we should know shame and strive to improve, not complain and be jealous here. Father, do you really see cousin as your last hope? Let's wait until he wins the competition before saying anything, to avoid getting our hopes up for nothing." Seeing his son speak disrespectfully, Chen Baishan wanted to reprimand him. But considering the competition was about to begin, he could only temporarily suppress his anger. As Chen Ping walked past Chen's son, he overheard him whispering ominously, "You really are full of surprises. Hee. I pray I don't draw you later, or I'll definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy." The beast's incompetence barks wildly, pitifully, unaware. Chen Ping moved his lips, wearing a mocking smile. "Just boasting with words. I want to see how you'll use your schemes in the competition." Chen Sun suppressed his anger, his brows knitting together. He had a deep grudge against Chen Ping. A few years ago, during the contest for the position of defender of Lantian Town, he had an advantage over Chen Ping due to his higher cultivation. However, Chen Ping was insidious and crafty, and he actually set a trap to deceive him into falling for it. At that time, he received a family task to procure a batch of red moon flowers. The red moon flower is one of the auxiliary materials for refining the abstinence pill, with a market price of 13 spirit stones each. Due to the popularity of the abstinence pill, red moon flowers were actually not easy to buy, especially in large quantities. Yet, a local cultivator, claiming to be in charge of a big trading association, proactively approached him, willing to sell him 150 stalks at the low price of 10 spirit stones each. The only requirement was that he could help establish a connection, hoping to do long-term business with the local overlord, the Chen family. Chen Sun pondered repeatedly, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation, reporting the price of 13 spirit stones to the family while pocketing the difference for himself. Little did he expect that the so-called business associate was actually a performance set up by Chen Ping. The next day, Chen Ping exposed him. With witnesses and evidence gathered, Chen Sun could only admit his mistake. Although the family didn't suffer significant losses, It displeased the higher-ups, and Chen Sun thus lost his qualification to compete. Chen Ping, who set him up, not only faced no consequences, but also successfully took over Lantian town. Chen Sun couldn't believe that the family elders were blind to the plot. However, he indeed made an initial mistake by being greedy for the family's public funds. As a result, he could only silently endure the consequences, watching the defender position slip away. My previous self was no easy opponent either, Chen Ping thought. Hitting a snake 3 times doesn't kill it. Chen Sun was clearly a vengeful snake. How could there be such deep-seated hatred among clansmen? Seeing the two ready to fight at any moment, Chen Tong snorted coldly, sending 2 sound transmissions to reprimand them. Chen Sun's expression changed in shock, and he quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. Chen Ping, on the other hand, remained calm, folding his hands and casually glancing at Chen Jiayu beside him. This competition was truly to his liking. Being able to teach 2 ungrateful little brats a lesson at once was something worth laughing about. Humph. Chen Tong couldn't be bothered to delve into the grievances between the juniors. With a mid-foundation cultivator like him supervising, he didn't believe a few Qi refining juniors could stir up any trouble. The direct descendant qualification continuation competition officially begins. Participants: Chen Ping, Chen Jiayu, Chen Sun. One person will have a bye in the first round. Chen Tong looked at Chen Yiru and said kindly, "Yiru, you organize the drawing." "All right," Chen Yiru responded, swirling her celestial dress and spreading out 3 jade slips that resembled snow in color. Among these 3 jade slips, 2 were engraved with incense burner patterns, while 1 was completely blank. It was simple. The 2 who drew the slips with patterns would compete in the first round. The one who drew the blank would have a bye, directly entering the next round to await the winner of the first round. Chen Yiru slightly parted her cherry lips. "You each pick one." Suddenly, a movement was felt near Chen Ping's ear, as Chen Yiru's voice floated over. Chen Tong seemed to sense the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness around him and immediately understood the situation, feeling angry. He thought, "Yiru, oh Yiru, you've become an elder. Yet you're still as willful as before." Then, he shook his head subtly, not exposing her little trick. Regardless, the outcome would be the same. There was no need to fall out with a fellow clansman over such trivial matters. Chen Yiru remained expressionless, but deep down she felt relieved. If the iron-faced and impartial elder were present, she would certainly not dare to play tricks. But Chen Tong was a shrewd person who could assess the situation. He probably wouldn't take this little matter to heart. "Chen Ping, you go first," Chen Yiru said with authority. "As you command." Chen Ping was slightly taken aback, reaching for the jade slip closest to him. It had the incense burner pattern. Chen Ping calmly announced the result, his expression showing no signs of panic. "You foolish kid. Are you trying to drive this elder mad?" Chen Yiru glared at him fiercely, her face filled with frost. Even with her temperament, she almost couldn't help but curse. Chen Tong looked at the 2 with suspicion, utterly confused. "Jiayu, it's your turn to draw," Chen Yiru said coldly. "Yes," Chen Jiayu obediently responded, choosing the jade slip that was originally in the middle position. First round, Chen Sun versus Chen Ping. Chen Tong immediately announced. There were only 3 jade slips, so there was no need to draw the last one. Chapter 59, Slap in the Face. Hee. This is truly wonderful. Heaven has given an opportunity. Let's see how arrogant you will be later. Chen Sun raised his head, his eyes fierce as they locked onto Chen Ping. Chen Tong and Chen Yiru exchanged glances and sat down in the grandmaster chairs at the edge of the square. The juniors will excuse themselves first. The by-receiving Chen Diyu turned her body and stepped down from the platform, standing side by side with Chen Xian Tong. "Diyu, you're quite lucky," Chen Xian Tong said with a doting smile. "No matter who I draw, I am not afraid." Chen Jiayu raised her delicate brows, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Her words were filled with strong confidence. Chen Xian Tong agreed, saying, "Let's save the surprise for the end. Who knows? The winner of the first round might directly surrender in despair." The square was built with Lujin wall stones, measuring 50 zhang in length and width. Lujin wall stones are first-grade ores with special materials that provide good resistance to low-level spells. This vast space was enough for Qi refining cultivators to showcase their skills. Chen Ping and Chen Sun stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense and ready to explode. "You all must be familiar with the rules of the competition." Chen Tong paused before continuing. "Items exceeding the Qi refining realm, such as second-level talismans, heavenly fire thunderballs, and high-level puppets, are strictly prohibited. In simple terms, high-grade magical artifacts and first-level talismans are allowed. Cultivators cultivate not only their realm, techniques, or battle experience, but also various external magical treasures and auxiliary items are crucial. Naturally, any items that are too unfair are absolutely forbidden. During the competition, you must not intentionally harm each other's lives or foundations. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. By the end, Chen Tong's words carried a strong warning. Killing one's own kin was a serious crime. The direct descendant qualification continuation competition was ultimately an internal family conflict. They were not mortal enemies. Begin. Chen Tong took a sip of tea, his calm voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Kekek. Suddenly, Chen Ping grinned maliciously, his spiritual power flickering as he transformed into a blur. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. Smack. A crisp sound rang out as Chen Sun covered his face, glaring angrily. Did he just slap Chen Sun? I said. This kid Chen Ping is particularly unconventional and a thorn in the side. The audience erupted in uproar. Even the two high-ranking Foundation cultivators frowned. Such humiliation towards an opponent had never happened in previous family competitions. Yu. Chen Sun trembled as he pointed at Chen Ping, unable to speak for a long time. After the ancestral worship ceremony, only a few dozen of the hundreds of clansmen remained to watch. Chen Ping had effectively humiliated him in front of all the clansmen. What can you do? Chen Ping sneered, mockingly saying, the competition has already begun. If you were an opposing cultivator, you would already be dead. Below the square, the 5 deacons sat cross-legged on the ground. This guy is as fierce and brutal as an ordinary martial artist. Chen Xiaodong chuckled as he stroked his beard, teasing, even if there's a gap, you shouldn't slap someone in public. I think Chen Ping is too narrow-minded to amount to anything. The speaker was a stout, plump old man, who was Chen Xintong's biological father, the deacon of the Knowledge and Action Hall, Chen Jinsong. Brother Jinsong is right. A gentleman can be killed but cannot be insulted. Chen Ping's temperament is too aggressive. If everyone learns from him, won't our Chen family be in chaos? A middle-aged man with a goat beard spoke in a strange manner. He was Chen Lining, a deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chen Sun was his subordinate and had shown him considerable respect, so of course, he had to defend him. Chen Yu from the Foreign Affairs Hall and Chen Nongyue from the Transmission Hall squinted their eyes and did not comment. On stage, Chen Sun regained his composure, hatred surging in his chest like a tide. Kill. Chen Sun flipped his hand, and a 3-foot wooden sword appeared out of thin air. It looked ordinary, but the blade was covered with a layer of black lightning, flickering in and out of visibility. It was a 1,000-year pearwood sword. Chen Ping's pupils constricted. 2 years ago, when he exchanged for a spiritual sword from the family treasury, Chen Yiru had shown him 2 top-quality magical artifacts. One was his earth flame sword, and the other was this pearwood sword. This sword was made from a 1,000-year-old pear wood that had been struck by lightning, and it could temporarily paralyze enemies with its lightning attribute attack. The 1,000-year Thunderwood sword was priced at 800 contribution points, a notch above the earth flame sword. Thus, it was evident that this sword far surpassed the earth flame sword in terms of power. I didn't expect the pearwood sword to be taken by you, Chen Ping said calmly, summoning the earth flame sword with a wave of his right hand. TSK, 2 top-quality magical artifacts. Which of the direct line isn't wealthy? What a surprise. Hee, this is going to be interesting. They've just started fighting and both sides have brought out such weapons. Discussions erupted, with side clan members chiming in enthusiastically. Within the Chen family, the major side clans were at the bottom, let alone top-quality magical artifacts. Even upper-grade magical artifacts were rare possessions. Let the sword move mountains and rivers. Chen Sun silently recited the incantation, and the pearwood sword flew up on its own, swinging its hilt as a beam of brilliant sword light slashed towards Chen Ping. His hatred for Chen Ping had reached its peak, and he unleashed his proud spell, the Purple Mountain Sword Technique. The Purple Mountain Sword Technique was a red-grade upper-level spell, created by an ancestor of the family named Chen Zishan, who lived 400 years ago. After obtaining the sword technique, Chen Sun had diligently practiced and broke through to a minor accomplishment years ago. Now, he was only half a step away from a major accomplishment. Cracking Fire Palm. Chen Ping remained unhurried, channeling 30% of his fire's spiritual power into his palms. After a few breaths, a wisp of blazing flame climbed up. Seizing the opportunity as the fire surged, he pressed down fiercely, his spirit soaring. His fists crashed into the sword light. Boom. At the point of their clash, dozens of spiritual energy whirlpools formed, had the ground not been paved with Lujin wall stones. This single blow would have surely created numerous cracks. After the two figures separated, Chen Sun felt pain all over from the impact of the cracking fire palm and retreated to the edge of the square, barely stabilizing himself. However, on the other side, Chen Ping remained as steady as a mountain, his complexion rosy, completely unaffected by the sword energy. How is this possible? Chen Sun felt a surge of panic and unconsciously exclaimed. This sword strike accounted for 80% of his power, yet it failed to inflict any harm on Chen Ping. One must know that the cracking fire palm was merely a mid-level red-grade spell. This cracking fire palm was almost instantaneously cast. Pinger must have practiced it tens of thousands of times in private, Chen Tong observed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A major accomplishment cracking fire palm can barely be considered a trump card even at the chi refinement realm. Chen Eru was still feeling indignant, saying blandly. Chen Ping gives others the impression of being a dedicated practitioner. It's not surprising for him to master a low-level spell at the major accomplishment level. But they did not know that Chen Ping had deliberately concealed his abilities and delayed the casting speed for a short while. Otherwise, with Chen Sun's inexperienced fighting skills, he would have been unable to react at all. That ancestor Chen Zishan had merely reached the late foundation establishment stage. He only had talent and swordsmanship. The sword technique he created had too many flaws in Chen Ping's eyes. As a junior, Chen Sun was even more full of openings. To bully the weak. This was it. Chapter 60, Defeating Chen Sun. Challenging the sword to move mountains. Each sword shadow resembled the original form. The surface shimmered with electric light, exuding a faint sense of destruction. Go. Chen Sun suddenly raised his head. 3 deep black sword shadows aligned in a mysterious trajectory, charging forward. After executing this move, Chen Sun's face turned pale, his foundation shaky, and he staggered, nearly falling. The 1,000-year pearwood sword was a genuine top-quality magical artifact. Each strike at least consumed 2/10 of his power. Furthermore, he also activated the sword's inherent lightning magic, which consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Chun Tong's motion of turning his teacup suddenly halted, staring intently at the square. He was uncertain whether Chen Ping could withstand it. So he was prepared to intervene at any moment to stop the fight. Please don't worry, clan leader. Chun Eru noticed his change and said. Chen Ping's magical power is profound, and his foundation is stable. Even if he loses, he will only be slightly injured at most. As the lightning flickered, Chen Ping coldly smiled, a square yellow shield blocking the sword shadow's path. The square shield, an upper-grade defensive magical artifact. Since obtaining the spirit, this was the first time he summoned it. Haha. You indeed don't have a top-quality protective magical artifact. Chen Sun's face lit up with joy as he laughed loudly. Do I need a top-quality defensive magical artifact to deal with you? Chen Ping did not show any signs of panic. With a sarcastic moment, the square shield erupted with a mysterious yellow light, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of a table and then stopped growing. Protect. The square shield was drawn in, completely covering Chen Ping from head to toe. Just then, the 3 sword shadows transformed from the 1,000-year pearwood swords swiftly descended, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks. The sword shadows collided violently with the shield, black and mysterious yellow light flashing continuously, accompanied by sizzling sounds of cutting. The 3 violent sword shadows, advancing an inch, would immediately generate new mysterious yellow light, firmly repelling them. Given the quality of the square shield, it should have been impossible to contend with the 1,000-year pearwood sword. However, the spiritual power generated by the 9 transformations flame spirit technique was rich and overbearing, allowing the square shield to temporarily rise a level, thus withstanding the attack. Seeing that what could be considered the strongest strike of swordsmanship was in a stalemate with an upper-grade magical artifact, this outcome was obviously something Chen Sun could not accept. Give me a cut. Chen Sun's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth, and he brought his hands together to strike down fiercely. Sizzle. In an instant, the lightning magic of the pearwood sword was activated to the extreme, black lightning swirling like dense morning fog, clawing and dancing, spreading across the sky. Chen Ping slashed through the electric net that penetrated the square shield, his fingers tingling. As the lightning magic descended like a storm, this discomfort grew heavier. Flame Dragon Technique. Chen Ping shouted softly, a gray-white fire dragon coiling at his brow, diving into the core of the electric net. Chen Sun's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Although the electric net temporarily blocked the fire dragon, the flames surged on the surface of the electric arcs like magma without roots, burning fiercely. Another fire spell mastered to the major accomplishment level. Chen Tong, sitting quietly in the master chair, blinked and said in surprise. It seems that although Pinger's spiritual root talent is ordinary, he possesses an extraordinary comprehension of spells. Shuniru thought to herself that mastering 2 major accomplishment level spells at the 8th layer of chi refinement was not something that could be achieved merely through hard work. Seeing the fire dragon and electric net entangled, a cold gleam appeared on Chen Ping's face. Go. With a palm thrust, the earth flame sword shot out. With the addition of the supreme artifact, it didn't take long for the electric net to fall into a disadvantage, shattered into pieces by the fire dragon. Then, after shattering hundreds of black electric lights, it finally transformed into scattered fragments of stars. Meanwhile, the earth flame sword continued its momentum, ruthlessly slashing towards Chun Sun's waist and abdomen. Following that, the light on the surface of the storage bag flickered several times, and a few first-level talismans flew out. After hurriedly crushing them, several crystal-clear mirrors protected him at the center. This was a Water Realm talisman, a first-level superior defense talisman. Chen Sun threw out several, clearly frightened. Damn it, how could Chen Ping be this strong? Fear filled Chen Sun's eyes. He had no power to fight back. Deep in his heart, a descriptive word suddenly sprang to mind. Yes, it really was like this. Boom. Without allowing him to think further, the narrow-bladed earth flame sword had already reached his side. Striking the mirror. Crack. A savage sword mark appeared on the mirror, and the water mirror shattered into ice shards, all 5 mirrors breaking apart in an instant. Clang. After breaking 5 talismans in succession, the earth flame sword finally exhausted its spiritual energy, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Hoo. Chen Sun swallowed hard, gasping for breath. Sooner lost. Chen Tong shook his head gently, seemingly having foreseen the outcome. As expected, Chen Ping's figure flickered several times before disappearing from his original spot and appearing several feet above Chen Sun's head. In this extremely short time, Chen Ping struck down on Chen Sun's shoulders with palm after palm. Still not admitting defeat, huh? Chen Ping's face turned cold as he increased the infusion of spiritual energy. Chen Sun stubbornly refused to yield, which actually played into his hands. Bang, bang, the sound of bones cracking was incessant. Ah, it hurts. Chen Sun gritted his teeth in pain, his features contorting. Enough, Chen Tong shouted, stepping forward and instantly teleporting to the arena, grabbing Chen Sun's clothes and saving him. In that moment, Chen Sun's shoulders swelled up like boiled radishes, crying out in agony. After checking Chen Sun's injuries, Chen Tong couldn't help but frown deeply, his expression darkening. His shoulders had suffered a tremendous impact, and his bones and meridians were almost reduced to powder. This shoulder was temporarily ruined. Even if he swallowed a second-grade healing pill, it would take months to recover. Pinger, why did you go so hard? Chen Tong's voice was low and muffled, carrying a hint of questioning. He hadn't admitted defeat, and the younger generation couldn't keep dragging it out. Chen Ping replied confidently. Nonsense, I didn't lose. Chen Sun glared angrily, the veins on his forehead bulging with each breath. Having been interrupted rudely by a junior, Chen Tong's dissatisfaction shifted to Chen Sun, coldly stating, Sunner, you lost. No, I didn't lose, I didn't admit defeat. Chen Sun shouted frantically, trying to pick up the pearwood sword, but with his shoulders ruined, he couldn't lift it at all. To preserve their direct lineage status, their faction had been frugal, with several clan members even stopping their cultivation to take on tasks or hunt demons for resources. This was how his cultivation had reached the 8th level of chi refining. The contribution points for exchanging the 1,000-year pearwood sword were also collected with great difficulty by everyone. He was everyone's hope. How could he lose like this? Ancestor's divine token is above. How can you shout and scream like this? Chen Tong's face hardened, and he struck Chen Sun's neck with his hand like a knife. Following that, Chen Sun saw darkness before collapsing. Chapter 61. Chen Jiu's confidence. Fuamo, take him down, Chen Tong said sternly. Afterward, a middle-aged cultivator hurriedly ran up from below, first bowing to the clan leader, then picking up Chen Sun and leaving the ancestral hall with a sorrowful expression. Fuamo, Chen Sun's father. Chen Sun's defeat signified that from that moment on, they would be demoted to collateral clan members, no longer enjoying the benefits of the direct lineage. But achieving the Foundation establishment realm is no easy task. Don't you see that among the over 600 clan members, only 5 are at the Foundation establishment stage? The first round, Chen Ping wins, Chen Tong announced, not even giving Chen Ping a good expression. Before the battle, he had warned both sides. Do not harm the lives of the clan members. Do not damage the clan's foundation. But this brat had severely injured Chen Sun, and just the treatment might take years. It severely delayed Chen Sun's cultivation progress. If he previously had a 20% chance of establishing a foundation, now there was at most a 10% chance. He began to calculate in his heart. After the competition ends, Chen Ping must be strictly punished. Of course, the premise is that Chen Ping loses to Chen Jiu. If he wins, impossible. Chen Tong immediately fell silent, dismissing that unrealistic thought. Ping, why aren't you quickly recovering your spiritual energy? According to the rules, the second round of the competition will begin in 3 hours. Chen Eru reminded him telepathically. Chen Ping was undoubtedly stronger than Chen Hongjia. She believed it firmly. But she really didn't expect that Chen Sun, a relatively outstanding junior, would lose in less than 5 moves. This shows that Chen Ping's strength among the same rank is indeed outstanding. Such people are favored by elders in any force. Therefore, Chen Eru's previous anger quickly dissipated by more than half. After receiving the telepathic message, Chen Ping obediently swallowed a second-grade chi condensing pill and focused on regulating his breath and practicing. After defeating Chen Sun, he still had 80% of his magic power left. He could completely continue fighting Chen Jiu without recovering. However, that would also appear too ostentatious. He had already angered Chen Eru during the draw. If he didn't know when to stop, this woman would likely remember it. With Ping's outstanding strength, It seems the champion of this competition is inevitable. Chen Xiaodong chuckled softly, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Chen Jinsong. The 5 hall stewards appear to be equal on the surface, but secretly, they also have a ranking. Regardless of cultivation, they are all peak qi refining cultivators. The gap between them is minimal. In the past, the Grand Elder Chen Xiangwen monopolized power, and Chen Xiaodong, as a staunch supporter, was practically the leader of the 5 halls. However, with the rise of Chen Xingqiao, Chen Jinsong's status has rapidly increased. Especially in recent years, it is rumored that Chen Xingqiao is about to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. A late foundation establishment cultivator under 100 years old is expected to break into the Yuan Dan realm. Moreover, Chen Xingqiao is also a superior thunder spiritual root cultivator. Fighting against the same rank, it is not difficult for him to take on 2 opponents. Once he advances to the late foundation establishment stage, then the title of the strongest in the Chen family will change hands. Chen Jinsong, relying on this strong backing, has been domineering in recent years, completely disregarding him. That time, Chen Jinsong came to demand that he transfer Chen Ping. Chen Xiaodong resolutely refused for 2 reasons. One was naturally to curry favor with Chen Yiru, but the second was that Chen Xiaodong couldn't swallow this anger. If it were Chen Xingqiao, he would have executed it without a second thought. But you, Chen Jinsong, are you a foundation establishment ancestor? We are all clan stewards. What right do you have to command me? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaodong couldn't help but spit. Well, isn't Chen Jiyu about to become a Dao partner with Chen Xintong? If she loses the competition and loses her direct lineage status, where will your old face go? Chen Xiaodong, what are you so proud of? Is he your direct bloodline? Moreover, Jiyu has been at the 8th level of qi refining for many years, and her strength is several points stronger than Chen Sun. Why don't we make a bet? Seeing him angry, Chen Jinsong felt extremely pleased and provocatively said, Bet? Bet on what? Chen Jinsong was unyielding. 2,000 spirit stones. Chen Xiaodong held up 2 fingers, speaking leisurely. Since buying Chen Ping's shop, these 2,000 spirit stones have become all his savings. All right, I'll bet with you. Chen Jinsong suddenly smirked slyly and said, Lei Ning, Nanyue, please serve as witnesses. Something's not right. Chen Xiaodong felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if he had fallen into a deep pit. Chen Jinsong was shrewd and cautious. After witnessing Chen Ping's strength, he was still so confident. There must be a trick involved. Could it be that Chen Diyu had advanced to the 9th level of qi training? Chen Xiaodong was suddenly shocked, thinking of a terrifying answer. Haha. Chen Jinsong laughed wildly, full of pride, and said, You guessed it right. What? Chen Xiaodong raised his eyebrows, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out. That cunning old fox, Chen Jinsong. He pretended to be angry earlier just to lure him into the trap. Fortunately, more than a year ago, he had hinted to Chen Ping that there was a chance for Chen Diyu to break through to the 9th level of qi training. He didn't expect to forget this detail and ended up being played. But you initiated the bet with me, and several colleagues are present. You won't go back on your word, right? Chen Jinsong said ominously. That's right, I heard it very clearly. Brother Xiaodong, you hold a high position in the Internal Affairs Hall. You can't slap yourself in the face. Chen Lining said with a sly look, harboring ill intentions. Chen Yu and Chen Nongyue, on the other hand, closed their eyes and rested, with a mindset of watching the excitement. They belonged to the neutral side and rarely participated in the family's faction disputes. Chen Lining had always been a trusted aide of the patriarch, Chen Tong. Although he worked with Chen Xiaodong, there were some minor frictions between them. Moreover, since he had bet on Chen Sun's defeat, he had to find someone to vent his anger on. Naturally, he was happy to see Chen Xiaodong, who supported Chen Ping, suffer a setback. Once the words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Chen Xiaodong said expressionlessly. He was one of the family's high-ranking members. Even if he had to swallow his pride, he could not easily lose credibility. Otherwise, anyone could gossip behind his back, and where would his authority be then? What a great spirit. Chen Jinsong clapped his hands in delight, feeling very pleased. The strength difference between an 8th level qi practitioner and a 9th level qi practitioner was significant. Usually, a 9th level qi practitioner could take on 3 8th level qi practitioners. Even if Chen Diyu had just broken through in a one-on-one fight, she would certainly not lose to Chen Ping. Those 2,000 spirit stones would be almost like picking them up for free. Alas, Chener, I'm sorry for you. Chen Xiaodong's face twitched, and his heart bled. He had a son and a daughter. His son had no spirit root and had long been sent to a wealthy family in the mundane world for raising. His daughter, Chen Qin, had a medium-grade fire and gold spirit root and had broken through to the 6th level of qi training last year. Chen Xiaodong originally planned to save up 5,000 spirit stones within 10 years to buy a Qiang Dan for his daughter, hoping she could advance to the 9th level of qi training before turning 40. This way, even without the means to purchase a foundation establishment Dan, his daughter would have 2 chances to break through the foundation establishment realm. But losing these 2,000 spirit stones Even if he was the powerful steward of the Internal Affairs Hall, it would be very difficult for him to accumulate enough wealth again in 10 years. After all, the daily expenses of the entire family and the resources needed for cultivation were quite considerable. The Internal Affairs Hall was not as profitable as Chun Jinsong's Knowledge and Action Hall. Ping boy, you must do your best. Chen Xiaodong's mouth turned bitter as he looked at the fighting stage. Chapter 62. Seeking One's Own Blessing. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. During the break, Chun Tong blew on the steam of the spirit tea and slowly said, Patriarch, could you clarify? Chen Yiru's expression changed slightly. This abrupt statement gave her an ominous premonition. Chen Tong smiled lightly and teased, You don't really still have feelings for Chen on you, do you? The rumors in the market, do you believe them too? Chen Yiru lowered her eyes and said helplessly, Hee. Chen Tong chuckled, no longer teasing her, and said seriously, Yiru, do you think Pinger can defeat a 9th level chi practitioner? Jiyu has broken through? Chen Yiru's eyes darkened, and she quickly released her consciousness, scanning Chen Jiyu without restraint. Why can't I sense Jiyu's spiritual power? After a moment of astonishment, Chen Yiru frowned and said, with her cultivation level, she could only feel that the girl seemed to be enveloped in a layer of transparent bubble, making her completely indistinct and hindering her consciousness from penetrating. Yiru, as an elder, how can you oppress the younger generation at will? Chen Tong scolded through voice transmission, his tone mixed with dissatisfaction. Why did I work so hard to cultivate if foundational elders have no privileges? Jiyu is about to marry Xian Tong. Chen Tong continued, his lips moving. You have to take care of the third elder's face a little. I will pay attention. Hearing him mention Chen Xingqiao, Chen Yiru rubbed her temples and nodded seriously. You and Xingqiao both have high-grade spirit roots. Your path to immortality is bright. You should work hand in hand to expand the territory for our Chun family's dominance. Xingqiao has a firm heart for the Tao, often closed off from worldly affairs. However, his partner, Hui Qiuyan, has been unruly and undisciplined in recent years, doing things that have indeed gone too far. When Chun Tong said this, although his tone was gentle, there was a hidden meaning in his words that made Chun Yiru secretly shocked. Such matters can be decided by the Grand Elder and the Patriarch. You will know soon. Chen Tong wore a mysterious smile. If it were a 9th level chi practitioner wandering alone, Chen Ping would have a certain chance. However, Chen Jiyu also came from a direct lineage of the family, both starting at the same level. In terms of techniques, magical tools, and talismans, they would not be inferior to Chen Ping. Calculating this way, Chen Ping's chances of winning were slim to none. Ping boy, you better seek your own blessings. Chen Yiru sighed and did not send a message to Chen Ping. What good would it do to tell him? She had already done her best. Chenin would not blame her from beyond the heavens. On the fighting stage, Chun Jiyu's shoulders trembled slightly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Jiyu, what's wrong? Chen Xintong held the beautiful girl's hand, asking with concern. Just now, a powerful consciousness probed me. It must be the 4th elder. Chun Jiyu discreetly communicated with Chen Xintong, drawing patterns in his palm cautiously. Involving the Foundation establishment elders, Chen Xintong could not say much either and said coldly, Jiyu, you must deal with that kid Chen Ping thoroughly later. Of course. Chen Jiyu replied coldly. There is a saying among the mundane people. If you are not from the same family, you cannot enter the same door. She and Chen Xintong were both narrow-minded people who could not tolerate any sand in their eyes. At the mutual market meeting, Chen Ping did not give her the spirit beast bracelet, and she still held a grudge against that. 3 hours later, Pinger, it's time. Yes, Patriarch. Chen Ping had already returned to peak condition, standing up with radiant energy, pointing the earth flame sword at the distance. At the end of his gaze was Chen Jiyu. So arrogant. Chen Xintong's expression changed, his brows furrowing in anger. Xintong, watch me. Chen Jiyu confidently walked onto the fighting stage after releasing her hold on her lover's hand. Ping brother, I admit you are excellent, but Chen Jiyu's tone turned cold. Do you really think you can defeat a 9th level chi practitioner by crossing a small level? Suddenly, a surge of water spiritual power surged around her, and her level rapidly soared, bursting into the 9th level of chi training. This is the aura of a 9th level chi practitioner. What? How old is Chen Jiyu? Not yet 40, and she has actually cultivated to the peak of chi training. Chen Ping was surely going to lose. This competition was without suspense. Once a side branch, no matter how strong the magical talent, cultivation level is fundamental. The clan members looked on, some gloating while others were envious and jealous. Only a few felt pity for Chen Ping. I said he wouldn't make it. A strange smile appeared on Chun Hongjia's face. Slap. Chen Baishan suddenly slapped him across the face. Dad, what are you doing? Chen Hongjia was momentarily stunned. If a son is not taught, it's the father's fault. Chen Baishan's eyes flickered with uncontrollable anger. Over the years, he had protected his son too well, leading him to develop a spoiled and unruly character. He never expected that the selfishness would come from his son. Your cousin's defeat has one benefit for you? Chen Hongjia was left speechless, as if this slap had awakened him. Indeed, what benefit would Chen Ping's defeat bring to him? At most, it would disperse a bit of bad energy. But losing his direct lineage status would drastically reduce their family's cultivation environment, and there would be no hope for foundation establishment. Supporting a water droplet beneath his feet, Chen Jiu said teasingly. Chen Ping's expression was cold, whether at the 8th or 9th level of qi training. The difference was not significant to him. What troubled him was how to perform well in this act next, or how to control the situation. Properly revealing his strength and talent to make the high-level foundation establishment members tilt family resources towards him was one of his fundamental purposes for participating in the competition. However, defeating Chen Jiu casually was undoubtedly not feasible. That would only arouse the family's suspicions and add to his troubles. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Chen Ping smiled and said, "My younger brother is always stubborn. I asked for seventh sister's guidance." Stubborn and unyielding. Chen Jiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Confidence is good, but excessive confidence is arrogance. Today, seventh sister will let you understand the difference between the 9th and 8th levels of qi training." After saying that, Chen Jiu shook her palm, and dense water spiritual power quickly gathered, condensing into a purple-blue longbow. The water bow technique Chen Jiu performed was significantly stronger than that of Chen Hongjia. The longbow was a full 10 feet long, with a vortex spinning at its tip. "Go!" Pulling it to full draw, Chen Jiu shouted, releasing her arm. 3 arrows shot out, reflecting in her pupils as they flew from afar toward Chen Ping. With an expression of fearlessness, Chen Ping's hands blazed with flames. At the same time, a faint red shield enveloped his entire body. Crackling fire palm. Chen Ping struck out with both palms, dispersing 2 water arrows. The last one hit the shield, and with a loud bang, the water arrow immediately broke in two, causing Chen Ping's protective technique to shatter as well. Chapter 63, The First Family of Technique Talent. Not bad. Chen Jiu couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Although this water bow technique was just a small test, it contained nearly half of her strength. Chen Ping's simple way of resolving it was indeed beyond her expectations. With a cold gaze, Chen Jiu patted her waist, revealing a black hexagonal iron chain, 2 zhang long and 3 feet thick. This iron chain was lined with sharp, cold barbs, with 36 on one side, covered in water patterns, glimmering with dark light, and exuding an astonishing pressure. Black Tide Blood Chain. Chen Yiru pronounced each word slowly, with a hint of anger. This was a top-notch magical artifact used by the third elder Chen Xingqiao in the qi training realm. Since he broke through to foundation establishment, he had discarded it and given it to his nephew Chen Jinsong. The Black Tide Blood Chain was a top-tier magical artifact, one level above the 1,000-year Pairwood sword. Even when she was at the peak of qi training, encountering the blood chain would be fraught with danger, let alone at this moment for Chen Ping. Such a powerful offensive item actually appeared in Chen Jiu's hands. Chen Yiru snorted in dissatisfaction. Although the Black Tide Blood Chain had immense power, it had not transcended the category of magical artifacts, so it couldn't be considered a violation. Ping, what comes next won't be a small skirmish. Don't blame your seventh sister if you end up losing an arm or a leg. A mocking smile hung on Chen Jiu's lips. Seventh sister, as a young lady. Your words are truly vicious, no different from a shrew in the mundane world. Sharp-tongued, watch out. Chen Jiu's expression turned cold, and the black chain suddenly fell from her hand, rapidly spinning in the air. The barbs at the top and tail snapped together, forming an iron circle several zhang wide. Descending toward Chen Ping. Chen Ping remained alert, with the 4 directions shield standing in the center. The pressure from the black chain truly surpassed that of the earth flame sword, and chain-type weapons were known for their versatility. A moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared and injured. Earth flame sword, go! Chen Ping bent down, placing the earth flame sword against his back. A violent shockwave erupted, and the sword glowed red, its sword qi bursting forth with a hint of ferocity, striking fiercely at the descending Black Tide Blood Chain. Clang! The two clashed, sending sparks flying, and all the barbs on the Black Tide Blood Chain turned inward, expanding the black circle by more than double and swallowing the earth flame sword. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Chen Yiru was deeply worried. The Black Tide Blood Chain was forged with a second-tier isolation stone, capable of severing the enemy's consciousness within their magical artifact. Ordinary 9th-level qi training cultivators could hardly avoid this. Chen Ping was merely at the 8th level of qi training. Even though his foundation was deep, his soul power couldn't be too far beyond the same tier, could it? Without a top-notch magical artifact, let's see how you defeat me. Chen Jiu was exceedingly pleased, raising her leg and shouting as 2 water droplets the size of walnuts flew out, crashing toward the 4 directions shield. She practiced a water attribute technique, the rain nourishment technique. These two water droplets appeared plain, but they were the strongest spell of the rain nourishment technique. The Xianpin water droplets. The Xianpin water droplets had extremely strong penetrating power, very suitable for dealing with defensive magical artifacts like the Four Directions shield. Boom. The first water droplet struck, causing the Four Directions shield to tremble violently, a barely perceptible crack appearing on the side. With another crisp sound, the second Xianpin water droplet arrived in an instant. Boom. The originally radiant Four Directions shield suddenly dimmed, its surface starting to crack inch by inch from that tiny fissure. Chen Ping remained unfazed. It was just a superior magical artifact, and if it broke, so be it. Given his current status, even if 10 or 8 were destroyed, he wouldn't feel heartache. As for the Earth Flame Sword trapped within the Black Tide blood chain, Chen Ping could still sense it clearly. No one could have imagined that his consciousness strength was comparable to that of the early Foundation establishment stage. A second-tier isolation stone was far from capable of severing his connection with the Earth Flame Sword. However, in this competition, Chen Ping was greatly restricted. Besides the Qinglian 16/sword technique, his abnormal soul could not be exposed. Fire escape wheel. 2 fire wheels unexpectedly appeared beneath Chen Ping's feet, then levitated half a foot in the air, transforming into a wisp of afterimage. What? This is a momentary spell that has reached the great perfection realm. Chen Tong's figure froze in shock. The clan members below were all wide-eyed, gasping in awe. No wonder they were in an uproar. It was indeed that Chen Ping's displayed strength in today's 2 battles was too exaggerated. In his 30s, he had cultivated 2 fully mastered spells. And he had even mastered a fire attribute escape technique that had reached the great perfection realm. How terrifying was this cultivation talent? Judging solely by the comprehension of techniques, was there anyone stronger than him in the current Chen family? This kid, hiding his talents, was truly infuriating. Chen Yiru watched Chen Ping intently, a faint smile playing on her lips. Our clan has been established for 600 years. If we only talk about technique talent, Ping can rank in the top 3. Right? Chen Yiru asked, either intentionally or unintentionally. This was a modest statement. Foundation establishment seed. Chen Yiru blurted out, her eyes flashing with a glimmer. The Foundation establishment seed is a younger clan member recognized by the upper echelons of the Chen family as having great potential. Once identified as a Foundation establishment seed, various resources from the family would be prioritized toward them, and several elders would impart their experiences and cultivation insights. When the family acquired Foundation establishment pills, the ones to receive them first would certainly be the seed members. Currently, there was only one Foundation establishment seed in the Chen family, Chen Zhoukong. Chen Zhoukong possessed a superior with spiritual root and was the great-grandson of the elder Chen Xiangwen. Long ago, he had reached the peak of qi training. The Foundation establishment pill with the second-tier pattern in the family treasury was supposed to be awarded to Chen Zhoukong. However, Chen Xingqiao inserted himself and forcibly delayed the matter for several years. Although Chen Xiangwen bore a grudge, there was nothing he could do to complain. Because this Foundation establishment pill was not purchased with family spirit stones, but rather a trophy collected by Chen Xingqiao after killing a fellow cultivator of the same tier. Strangely, Chen Xingqiao obtained the Foundation establishment pill but did not secretly keep it for a favored junior to consume. Instead, he put it into the family treasury. Including several elders and those close to him, no one knew his true thoughts. Regardless of whether this battle was won or lost, Ping, the kid, was destined to soar. Chen Yiru had some calculations in her heart. At this moment, within Tinzhong in front of Chen Diyu, there were numerous shifting shadows of varying reality. The escape fire wheel of great perfection was not a name without merit. It at least doubled the speed of her movement. How could he be so strong? In a panic, Chen Diyu threw out an earth wall talisman. Chen Ping remained unmoved, striking down with the cracking fire palm, quickly tearing through the earth wall, and immediately transforming his palm into a finger, channeling spiritual energy and forcefully pushing it forward, stabbing Chen Diyu in the abdomen. The law robe on her body exploded, revealing a dazzling golden form-fitting armor. This woman was already tall, and under the wrapping of the armor, she appeared even more graceful. Chen Ping acted as if he saw nothing, drew back a portion of his spiritual energy, and continued to strike down. Ji. The cracking fire palm was only 3 inches away from Chen Diyu when a surge of vibrant golden power erupted from the golden armor she wore, quickly condensing into a hard shield, blocking the path of the cracking fire palm just in time. Bang! The cracking fire palm struck the golden armor shield, making a light sound. A top-grade defensive magical artifact. Because Chen Diyu was fully focused on driving the golden armor for defense, the blood chain temporarily lost its infusion of spiritual energy, which Chen Ping firmly grasped in his hand, mobilizing his consciousness. Chen Ping found the location of the Earth Flame Sword. Open for me. Chen Ping punched again and again, smashing open a part of the blood chain's barbs. At the same time, a sword light flashed out, and under the storm-like inner and outer assault, the earth flame sword finally broke free. Black blood hook. After 2 moments, Chen Jiu finally reacted, sending a rich water spiritual energy towards the black chain from afar. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, and he immediately swung the black blood chain aside. But it was still too late. He saw several half-foot-long red barbs drop from the black chain, all with their sharp ends facing outward, moving swiftly. Like blood pythons opening their mouths, shooting towards Chen Ping. Humph. Chen Ping took a slight step back, gripping the earth flame sword, sweeping it horizontally in front of him. And with a series of clangs, he knocked down 5 black blood hooks. However, the brilliance on the body of the earth flame sword also dissipated by more than half. Emitting a series of hisses, the white scar blade, a top-grade magical artifact, was one of Meng Ping's possessions. This blood chain was indeed troublesome. Chen Ping felt a tremor in his palm, a faint pain. The essential difference between magical artifacts and spiritual artifacts lies in whether they can set up restrictions. As for this black blood chain, aside from lacking additional restrictions, its power was already infinitely close to that of a low-grade spiritual artifact. Chapter 64. The White Howling Butterfly King. It could no longer be continued. Otherwise, the outcome would be unpredictable. Meanwhile, controlling 2 top-grade magical artifacts, Chen Jiu was also greatly exhausted. If this continued, her spiritual energy would be depleted in just a few moves. Come out. She tossed the spirit beast bag into the air, and upon releasing the seal, a water-blue demonic figure gradually became clear, casting a flickering shadow on the battle stage. This was a massive demon butterfly, measuring at least 2 zhang in length. Its wings were water blue, spreading out like a fluttering ribbon. The wings were ice blue, dotted with star-like patterns, covered with soft, powdery blocks, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. The most peculiar was its mouthpart, which occupied a third of its head, even extending dozens of tentacles covered in slime. A late-stage first-tier white howling butterfly, Chen Iru exclaimed. The white howling butterfly, a common demon bloodline. It was extremely poor at defense and attack, but naturally possessed an auxiliary skill that could conceal magical fluctuations. No wonder the earlier probing was fruitless. It turned out this demon was at work. What was the significance of summoning the white howling butterfly at this moment? Chen Iru wrinkled her delicate nose, confused. The white howling butterfly is naturally useless, but what about the white howling butterfly king? Chen Tong stroked his beard and smiled. The white howling butterfly indeed lacks combat prowess. But the king among the group, the white howling butterfly king, possesses a life spell, the frantic butterfly howl. This technique can temporarily shock the souls of cultivators, causing enemies to fall into a deep sleep. Butterfly king? Chen Iru focused her gaze, and her expression turned extremely ugly. As expected, the midsection of this demon's wings had a colorful diagonal pattern extending to its head. The king butterfly pattern. This is the mark of the butterfly king. When this butterfly pattern covers its entire body, the butterfly king will transcend the constraints of its bloodline and become the white howling butterfly emperor. Of course, it takes tens of thousands of ordinary white howling butterflies to produce a single king. An emperor is even rarer, 1 in 100,000. More scarce than golden core cultivators. This butterfly king's cultivation reached the peak of the late-stage first tier, equivalent to the 9th level of chi refinement for humans. The frantic butterfly howl it released would be impossible to evade for chi refinement cultivators without a soul defense magical artifact. Chen Xintong's face darkened. This white howling butterfly king was purchased at the market on Jinrui Island for 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. For his beloved wife, Chen Xintong even borrowed a large sum from his father, which resulted in considerable scolding. It was originally meant to be a trump card for emergencies, but unexpectedly, it was forced out by Chen Ping, who was at the 8th level of chi refinement. The white howling butterfly king, haha. Chen Ping naturally saw through the background of this demon at a glance. During the mutual visit meeting that day, Chen Diu competed with him for the spirit beast bracelet, which must also have been for this demon butterfly. Launch. Chen Diu transmitted a message, and the white howling butterfly king spread its wings. With the 2 eyes set in its face now completely turning red, radiating a surge of frenzied intent. Ong. The white howling butterfly's mouthpart opened, and as its tentacles danced, a sharp, alarming sound wave, breaking through the air, surged into Chen Ping's mind. Such a strong mental attack. At the edge of the sound wave, the 5 deacons in the foremost position felt their souls dizzy and retched uncontrollably. Amid the storm of howls, Chen Ping leaned on the earth flame sword, appearing as if he might topple over at any moment. The frantic butterfly howl was ineffective against him, but if he didn't act this way, he would surely expose the secret of his consciousness. Chen Ping's heart moved, and his consciousness silently slipped into the storage bag, attaching itself to a delicate golden bell. The Soul Awakening Bell, once regarded by him as a useless top-grade magical artifact, unexpectedly played an unexpected role at this moment. There would be no more surprises. Confirming that Chen Ping had been hit, Chen Jiyu's tense expression finally relaxed. Gathering her last spiritual energy, the black blood chain lashed out, aiming to bind his body. Although afterward, the white howling butterfly king would enter a prolonged period of weakness, unable to use its life spell for a month. The duration of the frantic butterfly howl lasted for 3 breaths, which was enough for her to seal the deal. Ding ding ding. An ethereal sound of a mantra resonated, and a golden small bell ascended. Chen Ping suddenly broke free from his stupor, playfully staring at Chen Jiyu, a hint of mockery on his lips. With a flick of his sword, he sliced through the blood chain, and then Chen Ping rode the escape fire wheel, leaping several zhang into the sky. Big bug die? The earth flame sword cleaved through the head of the white howling butterfly king, splitting it in half. 5 colored insect paste splattered, staining Chen Jiyu all over. You dare kill my spirit beast. Chen Jiyu's cheeks turned pale, her hands and fingers twitching unconsciously. From knocking away the blood chain to slaying the demon butterfly, Chen Ping executed it all in one breath, not giving Chen Jiyu a moment to attempt a rescue. As for the 2 Foundation establishment elders, they had the ability to intervene. However, each had their own thoughts and did not move, watching helplessly as the white howling butterfly king met a tragic end under the sword. Pinger has such good luck, unexpectedly possessing a soul defense magical artifact that counters the butterfly king. Chen Tong's gaze sharpened, filled with profound meaning. Chen Yiru replied, not mentioning a single extra word. Chen Tong suspected she was strongly supporting Chen Ping from behind. However, the truth was indeed close to that. The Qiang pill was not something she had someone purchase and send over. As for this little bell, Chen Yiru truly had no knowledge of it. Perhaps it was another opportunity for Chen Ping. The cultivation world is vast and boundless, with all sorts of adventures and strange tales unfolding every moment. Countless stories abound, such as who found the resting cave of the senior Yuan Dan, or who unearthed a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb in a secret place, and so on. Those who have reached the foundation building stage have generally encountered various opportunities, big and small, as long as they hold a sincere heart towards their family. The rulers of the Chen family have never pursued matters to the end. It's just killing a beast. My little brother seems to have violated no rules of the competition. Chen Ping said calmly. You and I are sworn enemies today. Chen Jiyu's eyes blazed with boundless anger as she rolled up the black-tied blood chain, letting all the remaining barbs fall, turning into a black cloud that aimed to pin down Chen Ping's landing spot. Try moving. Facing the might of the black-tied blood chain, Chen Ping surprisingly made no defense, casually brushing off the dust from his collar and said leisurely, "Ah." In the next moment, a gray-brown vine sprouted from under Chen Jiyu's feet, soaring in the wind, instantly wrapping tightly around her lower body. This vine was not a weak mortal plant. It was a first-tier spiritual vine, the needle-thorn vine, a spiritual plant carefully cultivated by Meng Xiao. This needle-thorn vine was still a seedling, and under the forceful stimulation of Chen Ping's magic, its roots had already been damaged and would wither on their own after half an hour. As the demon butterfly fell, and Chen Jiyu was distracted by her grief, Chen Ping planted it beside her, achieving a successful strike. The needle-thorn vine clung tightly like a spiritual python, its thick stem displaying sharp, thorny spikes. The thorns, 2 inches long, pierced into Chen Jiyu's skin, instantly causing her to bleed profusely. Currently, these were merely superficial wounds, not injuring her tendons or dantian. But as long as Chen Jiyu dared to move again, Chen Ping would ruthlessly unleash his full power and turn her into a sieve. You lost, 7th sister. Chen Ping raised the corner of his mouth, returning the humiliation Chen Jiyu had inflicted on him word for word before the match began. Chapter 65, The Family's Hidden Dragon. This brat holds grudges. Chen Yiru muttered softly, but then her brows relaxed into a smile as she turned to ask, Patriarch, do you think it's time to announce the final winner? This kid is advancing step by step. Every move of Jieyu seems to be within his calculations. How did he manage this? He's only in his 30s. Could it be that besides his astonishing comprehension of magic, he also possesses an innate talent for combat? Chen Tong temporarily concealed his shock, nodded slightly, and then his voice echoed throughout the great hall. The winner of this competition is Chen Ping. His branch lineage continues the direct lineage for 100 years. Silence, absolute silence. After a long while, everyone reacted and erupted into enthusiastic applause. 8th level of Qi refinement. Defeating the 9th level. The legendary overcoming the superior. The Chen family has rarely seen such an outstanding member born in hundreds of years. Good, good. Chen Baishan's old tears flowed freely as he clasped his hands towards the heavens and bowed in thanks. Ancestors and forebears below, Baishan has not let you down. Big brother and sister-in-law, you should have seen it. Pinger has succeeded. Under his leadership, our lineage will surely regain its glory. Cousin, I bow to you. Chen Hongjie said with a guilty expression, sincerely admitting. If it were Chen's son, he believed he might have a chance, but against Chen Jieyu, there was not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Good kid, too powerful. Chen Xiaodong clapped excitedly. He initially came into contact with Chen Ping entirely because of Chen Yiru. To put it bluntly, he hadn't thought much of Chen Ping before. But from this moment on, he decided to genuinely befriend Chen Ping, a once-in-a-century genius of the family. Chen Yu exclaimed sincerely, not to mention his solid foundation, whether in combat experience or on-the-spot adaptability. This kid is not weaker than top-tier Qi refinement cultivators. Chen Nongyue marveled. The family had over 20 Qi refinement 9th-level cultivators, and as a deacon of the Inheritance Hall, his strength was firmly in the top 5. Yet, he felt that against Chen Jieyu, who possessed the Black Tide Blood Chain and the Demon Butterfly King, his chances were not more than 30%. However, Chen Ping did it, in front of all the Chen family members. Nongyue, you might still be able to fight him, but I estimate you won't last a few moves. Chen Yu shook his head and said with a wry smile, the younger generation is to be feared. We old folks should feel gratified. He is a prodigy of our Chen clan. Amidst the excitement, Chen Xiaodong didn't forget to fan the flames. Brother Jinsong. You see, the patriarch has announced the results. The bet. You won't lose a single cent. Chen Jinsong's expression was gloomy, and he angrily tossed a storage bag over, then turned and left the ancestral hall. As for the defeated prospective daughter-in-law, he didn't look at her again. He had strongly supported Chen Jieyu this time, including lending her the precious Black Tide Blood Chain and even contributing half of the spirit stones to buy the Demon Butterfly King. In the end, he actually suffered a crushing defeat to the obscure Chen Ping. Truly a farce. Brother Jinsong, take care. Chen Xiaodong was in a good mood, looking at Chen Ping with growing fondness. Winning those 2,000 spirit stones was crucial. With a couple more years of accumulation, he could buy the Qiang Dan, and his daughter Chen Qin's future path as an immortal would be much smoother. Chen Ping, you still haven't let Jieyu go. Chen Xintong shouted angrily from the battle platform. Okay, did I lose? Chen Jieyu seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes hollow, lips dark purple. Jieyu. Seeing this, Chen Xintong's heart ached, and he hurried to support her. Chen Ping cupped his hands towards the 2 foundation-building elders sitting in chairs and said weakly, Pinger should rest well. Chen Tong's tone was gentle, completely discarding any thoughts of settling accounts afterwards. This was the family's treasure. He couldn't protect it enough. Cunning and sly. Chen Yiru thought to herself, secretly transmitting, Ping kid, come see me in the family treasury in 3 days. The younger generation bids farewell. Chen Ping memorized it in his heart, then jumped down from the high platform, first making eye contact with Chen Baishan, then nodding at him. Chen Baishan was eager to come over and share the joy, but considering Chen Ping had just fought 2 bloody battles and was exhausted, he didn't approach to disturb him. Brother Ping is impressive. Pinger, when you have time, Uncle Shiba invites you to gather once. I am your 26th uncle. Next month is my 80th birthday. Pinger must come. Facing everyone's compliments, Chen Ping paid no attention and walked out of the hall casually. During this time, a sinister and vicious light followed closely behind. Chen Ping realized. This woman was Chen Jieyu's mother. No wonder she harbored such hatred toward him. This competition was merely a small lesson. Because of Chen Xintong's involvement, in his heart, Chen Jieyu was already like a dead person. Once he broke through to foundation building, these people would face a devastating purge. Ping Lang. Outside the hall, Shui Yun hurriedly approached from the crowd. About 60 or 70 cultivators were gathered here, mostly the non-kin partners of the Chen family. Some had intricate ties to the Chen family, such as Yu Yuanlu, the eldest disciple of Zhang Tingxian, and Ma Xiaochun, a second-tier guest elder. Chen Ping, feeling somewhat surprised, nodded at Yu Yuanlu and walked out of the mountain without pause. It seems he lost. Yu Yuanlu sighed, showing little regret. After half a stick of incense, people inside the ancestral hall began to emerge one after another. A sudden clap of thunder rang out. The news that Chen Ping had won both battles and defeated Chen Jieyu, who was a step above him, spread rapidly. I misjudged. This is the hidden dragon of the Chen family. The two remained silent on their way back. Upon returning to Yushuan Cave, Chen Ping asked with slight confusion, Yuner, why didn't you ask about the results of the competition? Uft. Shui Yun covered her mouth and chuckled, then playfully stuck out her tongue, with Ping Lang taking action. Why even say it? He must have swept through and made them cry out. From the very beginning, Shui Yun had never worried about this matter. Who is Chen Ping now? In the previous life, he was a formidable power, at least at the Golden Core level. Dealing with Qi refining cultivators is as easy as beating a child with a 7-star meteor hammer. Little girl, you are even more confident than I am. All distant relatives, such as the 7 aunts and 8 uncles, are to be kept out. As for the summons from the Foundation establishment elders and several deacons, they will all be postponed until I emerge from seclusion. Yes. Shui Yun listened carefully and obediently replied. After saying this, Chen Ping turned and entered the secret room. Then Shui Yun opened the protective array and quietly left the cave dwelling. Although Chen Ping was very concerned about her cultivation and rarely allowed her to go out. Occasionally delaying for 1 or 2 hours was not a problem. Chapter 66. Who Pities My Heart? In the western part of Lantian town, there was Lishio Garden. It was a magnificent pavilion surrounded by water and lush greenery. In the main hall, there were 4 people seated. Besides Shui Yun, there was a middle-aged couple and a chubby little boy. Little brother, you've gained weight again, Shui Yun said with a smile while pinching the boy's round face. The 3 were her father, Shui Dahai, mother, Yu Yi, and younger brother, Shui Fei. Did Ping Ling not come with you? The beautiful woman scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one else, frowned slightly. Shui Yun explained, Ping Ling is engrossed in his cultivation. Please don't be angry with him, mother. Cultivation is cultivation. But we've been here for months and haven't even seen him. Yu Yi's face was cold, clearly not believing such a poor excuse. Could it be that he lost in the competition and was stripped of his direct lineage status by the Chen family? Shui Dahai said nervously. Everyone knew about the Chen family's direct lineage competition, but those related by blood had heard a bit about it. According to the calendar, today was indeed the day the competition began. Father, Ping Ling won. Shui Yun's face was radiant with pride. Shui Dahai suddenly stood up, pulling his daughter excitedly. Really? Is there any reason to lie about such a thing? Shui Yun rolled her eyes. Good, that's great. Shui Dahai slapped his thigh, his face beaming with joy. A few months ago, White Leaf Island was attacked by evil cultivators, and the leader was still at large. This left the Shui family on edge, and everyone was fearful. Thus, when Shui Yun suggested they move to Haichong Island, Shui Dahai agreed without much thought. He even sold their spiritual fields on White Leaf Island at a bargain price for this move. If Chen Ping were demoted to a branch family, how could they be protected in the future? The status of direct lineage members and branch family members was worlds apart. To give a fitting example, the first person of the Shui family on White Leaf Island, Shui Zhengkong. It is no exaggeration to say that even he could not look down on the Chen family's direct descendants. With Chen Ping around to deter the evil, they would not be bullied on Haichong Island. Your son-in-law is capable, Yu Yi said with a smile, looking at her younger son, Shui Fei, and then cleverly suggesting, Yunner, do you still need a servant boy to serve tea and water? Mother, Ping Ling doesn't he like to interact with outsiders? Shui Yun frowned, instantly understanding her mother's intentions. Her younger brother, Shui Fei, had a medium-grade spiritual root and was doted on by their parents. Her mother wanted to arrange him to be by Chen Ping's side, so his path to cultivation would be much smoother. You girl, Chen Ping is Yifei's brother-in-law. How can you call him an outsider? Yu Yi mumbled discontentedly, pinching Shui Dahai hard. Dahai, why don't you say something? Shui Dahai looked troubled and said, Yunner, you know our family's hopes are all on Yifei. He has a medium-grade spiritual root. As long as a great master teaches him carefully, he might have a chance to advance to foundation establishment in the future. See if you can discuss it with your husband and make some arrangements. Children at 9 years old are still in their innocent and romantic years, but in the cultivation world, it is different. Those born with spiritual roots are generally precocious. And after years of absorbing spiritual energy, they will mature several years earlier than their peers. Shui Fei had been in contact with cultivation for 3 years, and his intellect had already surpassed that of an ordinary 15 or 16-year-old. He had heard from his sister that Yushuan Cave had abundant natural spiritual energy, equivalent to a top-tier first-grade spiritual vein. Meditating there for 1 day could equal a day and a half of cultivation at Lishio Garden. Moreover, brother-in-law Chen Ping has a fire-type spiritual root, and he also possesses a fire spiritual root. If he could receive his guidance, wouldn't it be easier than groping around by himself? Sigh. Shui Dahai sighed helplessly and waved his hand. All right, I won't make it too difficult for you. Humph. A married daughter is like spilled water. Your mother has seen it. Yu Yi said with a sullen face, her words extremely harsh. Mother, sister must have her reasons. Yifei can cultivate wherever. Shui Yun felt a bit wronged, knowing her sister had always been accommodating to Yifei, and today's rejection was bound to cause some grievances. Father, I'm leaving. Dahai, look at what kind of child Yunner has turned into. Yu Yi said angrily, hands on her hips. Shui Dahai glanced at the sky and shouted, why don't you reflect on yourself? Were those words just now suitable for a mother to say? Yunner marrying Chen Ping is her good fortune. Her status in the Chen family is just like yours and mine in the Shui family, insignificant and powerless. Don't push her anymore. Yu Yi rubbed her forehead and said regretfully, I was too anxious, but moving us to Haichong Island. We can't stay in Lishio Garden forever. Seeing his wife venting, Shui Dahai said, we have less than 2,000 spiritual stones we can use, and we still need to buy medicinal pills and magical tools for Yifei. So we can't consider a residence for now. I think we should buy an acre of spiritual land in town and build a small courtyard. On the way back to Yushuan Cave, Shui Yun was lost in thought, occasionally sighing deeply. How could she not care when it involved her younger brother's path to immortality? But her own current situation was difficult. Like a small boat swaying in a storm, it could capsize at any moment. The cost of using the longevity technique still haunted her. That senior was not a benevolent person. In short, this was a ruthless and merciless figure who prioritized benefits. She was uncertain if one day she would offend Chen Ping and lose her life. In such an uncertain situation, how could she dare to send her brother into this boiling volcano? She had a low-grade spiritual root and came from a poor family. Without staying by Chen Ping's side, she would definitely be unable to establish a foundation. Therefore, Shui Yun could resolutely move forward, even if it meant getting hurt or losing her life in the process. Who pities a shadow, lost among countless clouds? Shui Yun pursed her lips and resolutely wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. 2 days later, Chen Ping's magical power returned to its peak. The battle with Chun Diayu seemed arduous, but in reality, he had only suffered a trivial shock injury. This was still intentional on his part. The Foundation establishment elder was not a mere drunkard. Being too conspicuous would only invite suspicion. Chapter 67, The Devouring Qi Hornet. Ping Lang. Chen Xiaodong is outside asking to see you. He said there's news about the bounty you issued. Outside, Shui Yun said softly. She was initially reluctant to disturb Chen Ping's seclusion, but Chen Xiaodong insisted on seeing him and even waited at the cave entrance for 2 hours. Due to his status, Shui Yun had no choice but to report. Understood. Chen Ping's heart stirred as he swiftly exited the secret room. Passing through the great array, he indeed saw Chen Xiaodong standing with his arms crossed. Behind him stood an old man with a red face and black teeth at a distance of about 10 feet. Little Ping, I hope I didn't disturb your recovery? Seeing the visitor, Chen Xiaodong's eyes brightened, and his eyebrows curved into a semicircle. Chen Ping smiled and replied, You're being too polite, Deacon. I heard someone has uncovered the bounty. Exactly. If it weren't for your special instructions to notify you immediately upon receiving any news, I really wouldn't dare to disturb you. Chen Xiaodong emphasized again, fearing Chen Ping would hold it against him if he forgot about this matter. No worries, no worries. Chen Ping said calmly, unaffected by praise or blame. With the extraordinary potential he displayed during the competition, Chen Xiaodong's attitude towards him naturally underwent a shift. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount, and it is fully demonstrated in any situation. By the way, this is Taoist Wang Yangshan. Who is the one that lifted your bounty? Chen Xiaodong pointed to the red-faced old man. I've met Taoist Chen Ping. Wang Yangshan stepped forward immediately upon hearing Chen Xiaodong's introduction, greeting him with full courtesy. The name Chen Ping has been resounding in recent days. The newly emerged talent from the Chen family, who, despite only being at the 8th level of Qi refining, has mastered several spells above the great success level and even defeated a direct descendant of a higher tier. Wang Yangshan, being just an ordinary loose cultivator, did not dare to be negligent in front of Chen Ping. You two talk. I have some matters to attend to at the Internal Affairs Hall. Chen Xiaodong observed the mood and took his leave wisely. Before leaving, he did not forget to arrange a future gathering for drinking and tea with Chen Ping. Taoist Wang, please come to the inner chamber for a discussion. Chen Ping guided him into the Yushuan cave. This person is only at the 8th level of Qi refining, and he felt completely unafraid. After a stick of incense's time, Wang Yangshan lightly tapped the teacup and began to speak carefully. Thank you, Taoist Wang, for your honest information. Chen Ping nodded, deep in thought. A month ago, he had issued a bounty looking for a spirit insect known as the devouring Qi horsefly. The devouring Qi horsefly feeds on 5-element spiritual energy and various strange energies. He intended to drive the horseflies to devour the strange energy within the body of the Xuanhua crow, which was the only method he felt somewhat confident about at the moment. While devouring Qi horseflies often form large swarms, numbering from tens of thousands to even millions, making even Yuan Dan cultivators flee at the sight. Naturally, Chen Ping did not dare to provoke them. Moreover, to tame the devouring Qi horseflies, one needs a horsefly demon queen. Otherwise, the horsefly swarm would be leaderless and utterly uncontrollable by cultivators. The horsefly demon queen is beyond the realm of ordinary demons and belongs to the earth demon bloodline, making it very rare. According to Wang Yangshan, a year and a half ago, at a private exchange meeting on Jinrui Island, a cultivator had brought out 2,000 devouring Qi horseflies, intending to trade for a top-grade earth attribute magic tool. Although that person ultimately did not succeed, Wang Yangshan had not paid attention since he had no interest in horseflies. Taoist Wang, do you have the seller's contact information? Chen Ping asked tentatively. Taoist Chen should know that when out and about, most people will choose to conceal their true identities, Wang Yangshan replied awkwardly. Hee. Chen Ping's tone darkened. Since Taoist has revealed the bounty, you must have some confidence, right? This old guy's evasiveness was already making him quite impatient. How could I dare to make fun of Taoist? Wang Yangshan coughed awkwardly and said, I indeed do not know the cultivator selling the devouring qi horseflies, but, well, the organizer of the exchange meeting seemed to be very familiar with that person. And they left together afterward. The organizer of the exchange meeting? Chen Ping understood in his heart, shaking out 50 spirit stones from his storage bag and teasingly said, Is Taoist satisfied? You're making me laugh. It's not easy for us loose cultivators to survive. With a flick of his hand, Wang Yangshan quickly collected the spirit stones. A smile plastered on his face. The organizer of the private exchange meeting, Jin Xuxing, is a direct descendant of the Jin family. He runs a talisman shop in the market on Jinrui Island. Taoist Chen can go directly to find him. A direct descendant of the Jin family. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. The Jin family on Jinrui Island is only subordinate to the two major Yuan Dan sects, the Broken Star Gate and the Qishao sect. The current Jin family has 12 foundation establishment cultivators, among whom there are even 3 experts at the Great Perfection level. It's possible that one day someone will break through to the Yuan Dan stage, thus transforming into a higher level force. It wouldn't be good to force it. After a bit of thought, Chen Ping spoke slowly. What level of cultivation does Taoist Jin Xuxing have? Peak Qi refining. Wang Yangshan did not keep him in suspense and answered candidly. I hope Taoist is telling the truth. Chen Ping shot him a glance, his gaze filled with threat. Wang Yangshan shivered, repeatedly saying, My family and I have settled in Haichang City. I would never dare to deceive you, Taoist Chen. Well, I won't see you off. After obtaining the news about the devouring qi horsefly, Chen Ping directly issued a dismissal. I take my leave. Wang Yangshan breathed a sigh of relief and retreated the way he came. After he left, Chen Ping stared at a jade slip in his hand, pondering for a moment. Inside the jade slip was the map of the Jinrui Island market left by Wang Yangshan, along with a letter of recommendation. Chen Ping scoffed, immediately erasing the content of the letter. First, he did not believe that a loose cultivator's letter of recommendation would be of any use. Secondly, he had no intention of contacting Jin Xuxing with his true identity. In the family treasury, there were only 2 people at this moment. Chen Eru was dressed in a light blue wrap dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and between her jade fingers was a transparent jade box about 3 inches square. She slightly opened it and said, Little Ping, do you know what is inside? Chen Ping felt a refreshing fragrance of snow plum entering his nose, making him feel invigorated and even easier to breathe. Foundation establishment pill. Chen Ping immediately knew the answer but pretended to hesitate. You have some knowledge. This is a second-grade foundation establishment pill, priced at 40,000 spirit stones. Chen Eru could not help but be surprised. Foundation establishment pills are not accessible to ordinary cultivators. To guess it just by smelling it shows remarkable insight. This woman, seeing Chen Eru's somewhat proud demeanor as if she were presenting a treasure. Chen Ping felt a bit speechless inside. In his previous life, when he was at his most affluent, he carried 9 foundation establishment pills on him, including even one exquisite 3-grade pill. At that time, countless outstanding juniors in the sect sought to befriend him because of the foundation establishment pill. How could he not know what it was? Moreover, Chen Ping was also certain that the foundation establishment pill in the jade box was refined using the Millennium Spirit Flower, Ice Orchid Snow Plum, as the main ingredient. That's why it exuded the refreshing fragrance of snow plum medicine. Chapter 68, Call Me Aunt Ru. This elder has been assigned to guard the treasury for the past few years, also to look after it. Chen Eru's gaze was sharp, directly piercing into Chen Ping, asking ambiguously, Do you have any thoughts? What can you give me if I do? Chen Ping thought in his heart, while saying eagerly, as a thing that promotes advancement. Who among us qi refining cultivators wouldn't want to possess it? You're quite honest. Chen Eru smiled and nodded, putting the jade box into her bosom, and said solemnly, If you want to obtain it, the first step is to become a foundation establishment seed of the family. Foundation establishment seed? Chen Ping blinked and said, The family rules state that only those with at least superior spiritual roots are qualified to be assessed into the seed ranks. Like the recently foundation establishment Chen Eru and Chen Xingqiao, one has a superior water spiritual root, and the other has a superior variant thunder spiritual root. Both of them were once key cultivators of the Chun family's foundation establishment seeds. The ancestors' rules are not set in stone. Chen Eru's eyes were bright, saying, How many great success level spells do you have mastery over? 3. Fire Dragon Technique, Fire Split Palm, Fire Escape Wheel. These 3 fire attribute spells were all displayed by him during the competition. Your talent in spellcraft is unmatched in the current Chen family. Chen Eru praised, then shifted the topic. However, just these are not enough. This foundation establishment pill was not purchased by the family. Instead, it is a trophy obtained after the 3rd elder Chen Xingqiao killed an enemy cultivator. The 3rd elder has no children, and Chen Xintong is the most favored among his direct descendants. Once Chen Xintong breaks through to the 9th level of qi refining, It is very likely that he will give the foundation establishment pill to him for use. Chen Ping's brows tightened. Confused. Then why doesn't he directly give it to Chen Xintong, instead leaving it in the family treasury? Chen Yiru brushed her hair and said coldly, I suspect the third elder intends to reform the family system. He wants to use this matter to gain control over the family's power. Oh, isn't Chen Xingqiao always devoted to cultivating the Tao, indifferent to worldly matters? Chen Ping thought about the power struggle among the family's upper echelons, but chose not to respond. Let them fight. After all, the Chen family is like fish on a chopping board. They will eventually be his. What does it matter if Chen Xingqiao can contend with 2 cultivators of the same level? At the latest, by the time he reaches the mid-foundation stage, the elders of the Chen family will understand that his strength is such that he can take on 5 opponents all by himself, not to mention Chen Xintong. Seeing him silent, Chen Yiru also chose not to continue the conversation and shifted back to the original topic. Currently, the only foundation seat of the family is Chen Zhoukong, who has a top tier with spiritual root. He is also an alchemist, making his importance to the family undeniable. Your main competitors are these 2 individuals. Chen Ping nodded seriously and said, I will work hard to compete. Well, if you are fortunate enough to establish a foundation in the future, this elder might grant you a great opportunity. Chen Yiru's voice was soft and enticing. I will not disappoint the elder's expectations. Chen Ping bent to express his gratitude, while simultaneously feeling a hint of vigilance towards her. Call me Aunt Ru, Chen Yiru said gently, with sincerity. You must have heard the rumors outside. Once upon a time, I had a close relationship with your father, Chenin. Among the family's foundation elders, I am the only one who genuinely hopes for your foundation establishment and soaring success. Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a chill, goosebumps rising on his skin. Aunt Ru, he then sincerely called out, effectively redefining their relationship. Chen Yiru looked at him with satisfaction and said, very well, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation or lack alchemical resources in the future, feel free to speak up. The 2 of them then engaged in warm conversation for nearly half an hour, performing a scene of affectionate aunt-nephew interaction. As night fell and the sky turned deep blue, he pondered, she seems very concerned about whether I can establish a foundation. Rubbing his chin, Chen Ping contemplated the great opportunity that Chen Yiru promised. This must be the key point. A cold smile crept onto Chen Ping's lips. In the cultivation world, strength is supreme. Once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, dealing with Chen Yiru will be as easy as pie. As he was leaving, Chen Yiru reminded him not to enter seclusion or leave Haichang Island in the next 6 months, as the Grand Elder and others had already received the results of the direct lineage succession competition. Chen Ping possessed several fully mastered spells and could easily defeat Chen Dieu, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It seems the plan to go to Jinrui Island will have to be postponed. Originally, he intended to set off for Jinrui Island next month to gradually plot against the Qi-devouring bullhorn, but the Grand Elder's decree meant he couldn't leave for now. Fortunately, the Xuanhua Crow crossing mission was going smoothly, so he could afford to wait. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a father-in-law. Chen Ping chuckled, his expression turning somewhat strange. Ever since Xue Dehai's family moved to Haichang Island, he had never visited as a son-in-law. That couple must have harbored quite a bit of resentment by now. But he didn't care at all. To put it harshly, Xue Yun, whom he interacted with daily, held no place in his heart, let alone her entire family. If it weren't for compensating her for the 10 years of lifespan she spent using the lifespan transfer technique, Chen Ping would never have sought trouble to help Xue Dehai's family settle in Haichang Island. Yunner, prepare some gifts to visit your family. Chen Ping sent a voice transmission and then stepped out of the cave dwelling. Prepare gifts to visit my family. Xue Yun covered her red lips, feeling bewildered. When she finally saw Chen Ping smiling at her outside the cave, she believed him without a doubt. What are you preparing? On the way, Chen Ping casually inquired out of boredom. 10 low-grade spirit stones, 3 first-level talismans, and 2 pounds of body-tempering water, Xue Yun said cautiously, looking down. That's not enough. Add 40 more spirit stones. Chen Ping chuckled, finding it amusing. After all, he was a genuine direct descendant of the Chen family. If he went to visit a noble like Lord Taishan with such meager offerings, wouldn't that invite ridicule? Xue Yun replied softly, blushing as she linked her arm with his. First, come with me to a place. Chen Ping evaded her hand and said, where to? Xue Yun asked instinctively. Feeling a bit disappointed, Chen Ping raised the corner of his mouth, his tone cold, to find Wei Qi Lin, at the center of Lantian town. Chen Ping and Xue Yun stopped in front of a rather imposing mansion. Above the vermilion door hung a golden plaque inscribed with Wei Qi. It was still nighttime. Yet the Wei Qi family's courtyard was as bright as day, likely due to the hundreds or thousands of luminous pearls embedded throughout the house. Although luminous pearls were not classified as spiritual items, their high demand meant that one would sell for 2 spirit stones. The extravagance of the Wei Qi family was evident. What brings you to Wei Qi Manor? Outside the mansion, two tall, muscular men blocked Chen Ping's way, respectfully asking. These two men were ordinary martial artists. The Wei Qi family had few cultivators, so they naturally wouldn't spare anyone to guard the door. Chen Ping stood tall, suddenly channeling his spiritual energy, and shouted, Wei Qi Lin, Chen Ping is here to visit. Please show yourself. His voice was powerful and echoed through the skies. Master Immortal. The two men couldn't help but exchange glances and hurriedly knelt on one knee. Only someone of equal status could directly call the head of the Wei Qi family by name. If it were just an ordinary immortal, they would never kneel to meet him. Congratulations, Chen Ping, for winning the competition. Please come inside so I can honor you as a host. A silver-haired yet rosy-cheeked old woman slowly approached after the vermilion door opened on its own. She was the first patriarch of the Wei Qi family, Wei Qi Lin, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Greetings, patriarch. The two men immediately turned and bowed deeply to the old woman. I didn't come here to reminisce, Wei Qi Lin. Sell me 50 acres of prime spiritual fields. Chen Ping said softly, his voice firm and suffocating despite its low volume. Upon hearing this, Wei Qi Lin's previously sunny demeanor instantly clouded over, her smile fading. The wrinkles around her eyes tightened, and a cold glare swept over Shui Yun. Not long ago, this female cultivator had come to her to discuss buying spiritual fields, but she had firmly rejected her. At that time, everyone thought that Chen Ping's lineage would not win. Once he lost the halo of being a direct descendant, Wei Qi Lin believed she would no longer fear him. But today is different. Who could have predicted that Chen Ping not only retained his direct descendant status, but also won so brilliantly? She even heard rumors that the head of the Chen family and the fourth elder held him in high regard, with plans to elevate him to a foundation seat. What? Wei Qi Daoist, are you unwilling? Chen Ping said displeased. Wei Qi Lin's face turned pale. Her voice hoarse. The spiritual fields are the core industry of my Wei Qi family. Don't force me. Ridiculous. Chen Ping's gaze turned icy as he said. You are standing on Haichang Island. It belongs to the Chen family. The Wei Qi family had only moved here for 20 years. Yet they owned 300 acres of fertile land, occupying nearly 40% of Lantian town. Do you, Wei Qi Lin, regard this place as your private territory? Chen Ping's questioning was piercing. Wei Qi Lin's complexion drained of color, her whole body trembling. Are you really going to bully me with your power? Wei Qi Lin took a deep breath and said indignantly, the noble grand elder Chen Xiangwen is fair-minded. If Chen Ping insists on taking it by force, I will resist to the death and report it to him. Haha. Chen Ping sneered repeatedly, waving his hand to cast a soundproofing spell. Then he mockingly said, Wei Qi Lin, half of the land deed for your 300 acres of spiritual fields must be unsightly, right? Nonsense. Wei Qi Lin said sharply. Chen Ping tugged the corner of his mouth and said, do you still remember the loose cultivator Wu Jiudong from this town? Upon hearing the name, Wei Qi Lin's expression flickered with panic. Following this, Chen Ping slowly said, 3 years ago, this person knelt outside my Yushuan cave for a whole day and night, accusing your Wei Qi family of forcibly taking his 6 acres and 4 decimals of spirit field at a low price. Out of respect for you, Wei Qi Lin, I drove that person away and did not report this matter to the family's internal affairs hall. Wu Jiudong. Wei Qi Lin repeated these words, her expression extremely unpleasant. A few years ago, she indeed took advantage of the difference in cultivation levels, using both hard and soft tactics to buy Wu Jiudong's spirit field at a low price. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle, where the strong bully the weak, is quite normal. But the key is that Chen Ping holds the position of guardian of Lantian town. If this matter is pursued seriously, she has a premonition that her family could face extermination. After all, the Wei Qi family has settled in Lantian town for 20 years and has rapidly risen, a process that has undoubtedly stained the hands with the blood of innocent cultivators. If they dig deep into this matter, it will certainly be her Wei Qi family that suffers. Sigh. After a long silence, Wei Qi Lin sighed and cupped her hands in a bow, saying, thank you for your protection, fellow Taoist. It's good that you know. Chen Ping looked at her and said stiffly. At that time, the original owner drove away Wu Jiudong simply to avoid trouble that would delay cultivation, with no intention of covering up anything. This point, of course, he wouldn't clarify to Wei Qi Lin. 50 acres of spirit field is indeed too much. Wei Qi Lin said bitterly, fellow Taoist should know that my family excels in the cultivation of spirit grains, and spirit fields are our foundation. At least 30 acres. Thank you for your understanding, fellow Taoist. Wei Qi Lin relaxed a bit. Although selling 30 acres of spirit field was painful, it wouldn't cause severe injury. Moreover, Chen Ping was not robbing her. She would not take a single less spirit stone in compensation. What area of spirit field does fellow Taoist have in mind? Wei Qi Lin asked. The area near the northern Qi Lake. Chen Ping said calmly. Wei Qi Lin frowned and hesitated, saying, That area has all 4th-grade spirit fields. According to the amount and purity of spiritual power contained in the spiritual soil, cultivators generally classify spirit fields into 5 grades. The 1st grade is the lowest, and the 5th grade is the highest. When planting the same seeds, the yield of a 5th-grade spirit field is about 10 times that of a 1st-grade spirit field. Of course, 5th-grade spirit fields are extremely rare and have very high requirements for spiritual soil and water. It is estimated that there are no 5th-grade spirit fields on Haichang Island. Therefore, the 4th-grade spirit fields around Qishu Lake are already the core industry of the Wei Qi family. Name your price, Chen Ping said straightforwardly. Wei Qi Lin's thoughts raced. And she finally said, according to the market price on Haichang Island, the 4th-grade spirit field is sold for 300 spirit stones per acre. This price is not considered a scam against Chen Ping, but it cannot be said to be cheap either. She intended to make a profit from this transaction. 250 spirit stones per acre is her bottom line. 30 acres would be 9,000 spirit stones, right, fellow Taoist Wei Qi? To Wei Qi Lin's surprise, Chen Ping did not haggle at all and directly agreed. Fellow Taoist is straightforward. Wei Qi Lin nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt. This guardian does not seem to be an easy person to deal with. I will draft an IOU, and the 9,000 spirit stones will be paid off over 100 years. Chen Ping smiled sinisterly and said lightly, this treacherous thing. Wei Qi Lin secretly cursed, her face twitching with several veins connected to the Shun Ting acupoint. She suddenly felt an impulse to kill the young cultivator in front of her. But that was really just a thought. As Chen Ping said before, this is Haichang Island. The Chen family has suppressed it for hundreds of years. Even if she killed Chen Ping, not a single person from the Wei Qi family would escape. Moreover, the current Chen Ping is not someone she can deal with. What? Fellow Taoist Wei Qi seems unwilling? Chen Ping's voice involuntarily rose a few degrees. Today, I, Wei Qi Lin, admit defeat. And I hope fellow Taoist is not a person who goes back on their word. Wei Qi Lin's chest heaved, and her heart was extremely unwilling. 9,000 spirit stones, paid off in 100 years. That means only 90 spirit stones paid each year. Forget about interest. Who knows if Chen Ping will still be alive in 100 years? Will his descendants continue to pay off the debt? Here are 900 spirit stones. I will pay 10 years in advance. Chen Ping waved his hand, tossing a 3-sided storage bag over. He was almost out of spirit stones, and it was inconvenient to pawn the collected magic tools and pills. Otherwise, he really wouldn't want to lower his face and owe decades of debt. Good. Wei Qi Lin's expression softened a bit. This deal is definitely a big loss. But thinking positively, if Chen Ping breaks through to foundation establishment one day and becomes an elder of the Qin family, the loss her Wei Qi family suffers this time could barely be considered a successful investment. Thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Wei Qi. Chen Ping said appreciatively. He secretly admired the old woman. In just 20 years, the Wei Qi family rose from nothing to become wealthy in Lantian town. Besides mastering a somewhat famous spirit grain cultivation technique, the nearly 80-year-old leader Wei Qi Lin is probably the key figure. One day later, trouble fellow Taoist Wei Qi to take the land contract to Lishio Garden to sign the transfer procedures with Shuedazai, who lives there. Chen Ping wore a smile as warm as spring. The house contracts, land contracts, etc. on Haichang Island are all recognized and protected by the Qin family. No one dares to defy them at will. However, this is ultimately a paper contract. What truly intimidates the Wei Qi family is still Chen Ping. As long as he is alive for a day, Wei Qi Lin would not dare to play any tricks. Shuedazai? Wei Qi Lin was slightly taken aback. He also has the surname Shui. Could he be a relative of her partner, Shueyan? He is my father-in-law. Chen Ping smiled, revealing his teeth, and removed the sound barrier. Chapter 70, Shueyan's venue. Pinglang, did she agree? After leaving the Wei Qi residence for a while, Shueyan finally couldn't help but ask. Chen Ping nodded slightly and said, Wei Qi Lin is quite perceptive. She let go of 30 acres of 4th-grade spirit field by Qishu Lake to me. Shueyan's expression changed. The area around Qishu Lake is one of the top cultivation blessed lands in Lantian town. Buying 30 acres of land at once must have cost a huge amount of spirit stones. Thank you, Pinglang, Shueyan said sincerely. She did not pretend to be humble. Her parents had given up on their lives, having only reached the 6th layer of qi refining at over 50 years old, and it was destined that they would have no hope of foundation establishment. But her younger brother, Shui Yifei, is still young. If cultivated carefully, he might still make a name for himself. It's a small matter. Chen Ping's expression was indifferent. Although he does not rise early for profit, he would never treat the people around him poorly. Moreover, cultivators emphasize cycles and fates. Since Shui Yun has sacrificed 10 years of her lifespan, then buying this land can be considered as settling the cause and effect of this act. The cost of nearly 10,000 spirit stones is enough to buy the life of an ordinary qi refining cultivator. At this moment, Chen Ping's thoughts were clear, and his spirit was bright. From now on, If Shui Yun wants to get anything from him, she will have to exhaust her efforts and continuously prove her loyalty. The sky began to brighten slightly. Inside Lishio Garden, Shuedazai had already woken up his youngest son early, teaching him through example, and was leading him to practice the fire cloud technique. Who is coming? Suddenly hearing footsteps approaching from afar, he couldn't help but look out. The next moment, Shuedazai's expression changed to one of surprise and joy, and he hurriedly called into the house. Amei, come out quickly, son-in-law and daughter are here. In just 100 feet, they arrived in a few breaths. A pair of beautiful people walked over. It was indeed Chen Ping and his wife, who had just left the Weiqi residence. I have seen Lord Taishan. Chen Ping cupped his hands, speaking without a ripple of emotion. No need for that. Shuedazai's joy was evident as he waved his hands. His elation was genuine. Since that year, when he accompanied his daughter to Haichang Island for marriage, the two had not seen each other again. They had only met once in 5 years, and fortunately, cultivators generally have excellent memories. So they still had some faint impressions of each other. Otherwise, it could have led to an embarrassing situation where father-in-law and son-in-law did not recognize each other. Sister, brother-in-law. Shui Yifei greeted politely, with a round and cute face. Chen Ping looked down at him and said lightly, "This must be Yifei, right?" "Yes, brother-in-law. I am 9 years old this year, and I have been cultivating for exactly 4 years. I also have a middle-grade fire spiritual root." Shui Yifei introduced himself, his big eyes blinking. "Oh, not bad. Almost at the 3rd level of qi refining." Chen Ping casually praised. This little brat was hiding something. Who would reveal their spiritual root attribute right off the bat? However, he had no intention of exposing it. After all, he wasn't in the mood to mentor juniors right now. "Why are you here today, son-in-law?" At this moment, Yui walked over, sizing him up and speaking in a lukewarm manner. As for her daughter, she completely ignored her, clearly still angry about what happened a few days ago. "Dad, this is a small token of appreciation from Ping Lang." Shui Yun, ignoring her mother, handed over a silk bag she was holding. "Your son-in-law is generous and filial. How can you refuse it?" Yui shot a fierce glare at her husband, happily putting the silk bag into her sleeve. "These gifts are worth 100 spirit stones." Yui's anger dissipated instantly, and she smiled, saying, "Pinger, come inside and have some spirit tea." "No, that's fine," Shuedahai said, feeling embarrassed. Yui lamented. "Dahai and I don't have much savings, and all the resources we save have to be spent on Yifei's cultivation resources. These days, I was planning to look for some wasteland to build a simple house, just somewhere to shelter from the wind and rain." Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. "You've been wronged." Yui, originally a maid in the Shui family, suddenly turned into a domineering matriarch after marrying Shuedahai. Shui Yun's temperament probably inherited from her, but thankfully, she was a bit gentler than her mother. "The journey from Mount Tai and the river is far away. Yun'er told me that we should prepare a place for our closest relatives to settle down. Therefore, I bought 30 acres of 4th-grade spiritual fields from the Weiqi family. Weiqi Lin should come to Lishio Garden to hand over the land deed in the next couple of days," Chen Ping said calmly. 30 acres? 4th-grade spiritual fields? Shuedahai's mouth dropped open as if it were a box, and he swallowed 2 or 3 times, his throat dry. 30 acres? Yui, who wanted to continue complaining, was even more exaggerated and froze in place, her mouth opening and trembling slightly, doubting whether she heard it wrong. "Thank you, brother-in-law." It was the small but quick-witted Shui Yifei who reacted first, sweetly calling out, "You should thank your sister. She strongly advocated for this." Chen Ping shifted his gaze and deeply looked at Shui Yun. "Sister treats Yifei the best." Shui Yifei rushed toward Shui Yun, affectionately saying, "Sixth brother, you must cultivate diligently in the future and not be too playful." Chen Ping's words moved Shui Yun greatly, but she didn't show it due to the presence of relatives. Shui Yifei nodded seriously, his eyes firm. Once Shuedahai and his wife calmed down, Chen Ping's figure was nowhere to be seen in the courtyard. "Yun'er, your mother was a bit harsh last time. Don't be angry with her," Yui said hesitantly. "Haven't you always treated me like this since I was little?" Their family was neglected in the Shui family on Bay Island. Shui Yun's status in her small family was also similar, especially after the birth of her 6th brother. She was even less liked by Yui. If it weren't for her father's support and her little brother being sensible, Shui Yun wouldn't even consider bringing them to Haichang Island. "I've talked about your mother, Yun'er." Shuedahai couldn't bear to see the two women at odds and tried to smooth things over. "Yes, mother admits her mistake," Yui said with a worried frown. As a daughter who didn't receive much attention, Shui Yun couldn't help but feel somewhat pleased in her heart and pouted. "All right, just temper your temper in the future. Sister, let's go play in the backyard. I learned a new spell and want to show you." Shui Yifei's eyes brightened, pulling at her sleeve and bouncing away with her. "Dahai." It seems Yun'er is quite favored by Chen Ping. 30 acres of 4th-grade spiritual fields. How much spirit stone could that be worth? Yui's eyes sparkled as she swallowed hard. "Humph, her nature is hard to change." Shuedahai smiled in anger, shaking his head and turning to leave. 30 acres. I can use 10 acres to build an impressive residence, and the remaining 20 acres can be used to plant spiritual grains or rent it out to loose cultivators. Collecting rent each year would also be good. Moreover, the land deed can't all be in Dehai's name. If feelings change, wouldn't I be left with nothing, all alone? Yu thought to herself, filled with great expectations for the future. Chapter 71, Grandparents and Parents. Haichang City is divided into 3 main areas. The Chen family occupies Fugue Mountain exclusively, and outsiders cannot intrude. The outer 10 miles is the second-tier area. This vast territory is divided between the Gung family and the Tu family. Both the Tu and Gung families are foundational families, having followed the Chen family for hundreds of years. If the Chen family of Haichang Island is likened to an ancient tree, then the Tu and Gung families are its thickest branches. In the current Tu family, there are a total of 120 members, including 1 mid-stage foundation-building cultivator and 9 peak Qi refining clan members. In terms of strength, they have gradually left the Gung family behind. In the Tu residence, the lights are bright, and the building is magnificent. Compared to the Wei Qi residence, the Tu residence occupies a larger area and is built even more impressively. In a hidden chamber beneath the study, an energetic old man was meticulously writing with a silver fox brush on a piece of white paper. With a series of rhythmic and rapid knocking sounds, a secret door slowly opened. Following that, a refined and handsome middle-aged cultivator entered quietly. Seeing the old man writing, he didn't dare to disturb him and quietly stepped aside, holding his breath. Only after the old man put down the brush did he take a step forward and ask in confusion, "Grandfather, why did you summon your grandson?" Indeed, this middle-aged man was the first younger generation of the Tu family, Tu Xuanxiao. The old cultivator was the head of the Tu family, Tu Zhenxi. In recent years, Tu Xuanxiao had been stationed at the Golden Jade Pavilion. "Xuanxiao, have you been in closed-door cultivation recently?" Tu Zhenxi glanced at him and asked without preamble. "Oh, is there anything else?" Tu Zhenxi's expression grew serious as he continued to inquire. "What does grandfather mean?" Tu Xuanxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he began to sweat coldly. "Chen Ping." Tu Zhenxi lightly uttered 2 words, then fell silent. "I understand, grandfather. I'll personally visit him tomorrow," Tu Xuanxiao said cautiously. "Xuanxiao." Tu Zhenxi's face turned stern as he reprimanded in a low voice. "You are the only high-grade spiritual root cultivator in our Tu family in 100 years. You are different from others. You bear the heavy responsibility of supporting the family. I asked you to go to the Golden Jade Pavilion not for you to be a leisurely shopkeeper, but to hope you can use this platform to meet more potential friends, especially the outstanding juniors from the Chen family. That Chen Ping has won both battles and demonstrated extraordinary talent in cultivation. Even Chen Diyu, who possesses the Black Tide blood chain and the Suhuo Butterfly King, was defeated by him. How can you still sit idly at the Golden Jade Pavilion?" By the end, his tone was filled with disappointment. "Grandfather, I know I was wrong." Tu Xuanxiao choked up and defended himself. "Chen Ping is strong, but he only has a middle-grade spiritual root. Even if the Chun family gives him a foundation-building pill, whether he ultimately advances is still uncertain. My grandfather, as well as the elder of the Chun family, Chun Tong, and others, are all middle-grade spiritual roots, right? Last time at the Golden Jade Pavilion, I noticed that this person's soul is exceptionally strong. If he builds a foundation, his abilities will definitely surpass those of ordinary peers. And don't forget, he has Chen Yiru backing him. Since Chen Ping has performed so well, Chen Yiru, who originally viewed him differently, will surely support him wholeheartedly." Tu Zhenxi stared at his grandson, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he said coldly, "Xuanxiao, you haven't secretly contacted them, have you?" "No." Tu Xuanxiao's heart raced as he replied firmly. "Regardless of whether you have concealed anything, grandfather only said one sentence before Chen Xiangwen sits in meditation. Absolutely do not act rashly. Chen Tong's attitude has already softened. What we need to do is..." Tu Zhenxi tapped the talisman brush repeatedly, throwing the piece of white paper into the air. The white paper fluttered down gently, and Tu Xuanxiao frowned upon seeing that the entire page was filled with the same character. "Endure. Endure. Endure." It felt like a thorn was stuck in Tu Xuanxiao's heart. He mustered his courage and said with grief and indignation, "Grandfather, I am already 43. If I don't establish a foundation soon, my path after this will turn into a bubble, and I absolutely do not want to stop here." Seeing his usually spirited grandson now so sorrowful and tearful, Tu Zhenxi felt a pang in his heart and sighed softly. "If the family's predicament remains as it is within 5 years, you should take the foundation-building pill and leave the Chun family sea area, hiding your name and focusing on your cultivation." Floating Gu Mountain. In a certain secluded cave, Chen Jinsong and his son Chen Xintong sat cross-legged, each with a cup of cold tea beside them. "Xintong, tell your father honestly. Why have you repeatedly refused the task of guarding the ship out of the island these past few months?" Chen Jinsong asked in confusion. Since more than half a year ago, his younger son seemed to have changed completely, repeatedly refusing the task of guarding the ship out to sea. He had guessed that his son was worried about Chen Jiu's big competition and had no time to spare. Chen Jinsong knew there must be something odd about it. Father. Chen Xintong revealed a troubled expression and said nervously, I've gotten into big trouble. What big trouble? Chen Jinsong frowned and immediately asked. Sigh. I also got dragged down by Shui Wan, Chen Xintong said, his voice trembling with fear. The one who broke into Tianbeige and killed Shui Wan is Lu Yu. Lu Yu? How can you be so sure? Chen Jinsong's pupils suddenly constricted in shock. You brat. Chen Jinsong slammed the table and shouted angrily. You actually dared to tacitly allow that Shui Wan to rob the guests on the spirit boat? It's all his charming words that misled me, Chen Xintong said indignantly. In any case, Shui Wan has already met with misfortune, so all the blame can be shifted to him. Do you have no thoughts of splitting the spoils afterwards? Chen Jinsong saw through him at a glance, and then coldly smiled. He wasn't truly blaming his son for participating in the robbery. After all, such things were countless in the cultivation world. No cultivator had clean hands, including himself, who had done a few such things of killing and robbing. But this time, his son really had capsized. Who is Lu Yu? He single-handedly smashed Tungtian Island and killed several peak qi refining existences. The key is that he is only at the 7th level of qi refining. How could an ordinary force give birth to such a prodigy? Several elders of the Chen family even speculated that he was a true disciple of a certain Golden Core sect. The Xian-level sword techniques are something that their Chen family cannot aspire to. Moreover, according to his son's confession just now, Lu Yu's spiritual consciousness is so strong that it is comparable to a foundation-building practitioner in the early stage. The combination of these two factors added a layer of terrifying mystery to Lu Yu, who knew his strength was so outrageous. Father, you must save me, Chen Xintong said with a mournful face. If that dog Shui Wan exposes me before he dies, I'm finished. Chen Jinsong's expression became serious. I will go greet Chen Lining later and transfer you to the law enforcement hall. For the next 10 years, just stay on the island as much as possible. Thank you, father. Chen Xintong's expression improved a bit. There are many foundation-building practitioners in the city, and with the 3-level formation set up, that Lu Yu surely wouldn't dare to hard charge into this dragon's den for him. Moreover, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps Shui Wan hadn't had time to expose him before Lu Yu killed him. Or maybe that person would let him go even if he knew. After all, he wasn't the main culprit. It would be quite a stretch to even call him an accomplice. Chapter 72. The Turtle Egg of Green Water. Xintong, remember, this matter must not be mentioned to a third person. Even your mother, your elder brother, and Jiu must keep their mouths shut. Chen Jinsong thought for a moment and instructed very seriously. Oh, and you must also keep it from uncle. Mentioning Chen Xingqiao, the father and son exchanged a knowing glance. It doesn't matter that Shui Wan is dead, but he was carrying a newly built large spirit boat, which was commissioned by Chen Xingqiao from the Shui family, and a deposit of 20,000 spirit stones was given at the beginning. This spirit boat had always been followed up by Chen Xintong. If uncle finds out that the loss of the spirit boat has everything to do with him, he probably won't let him off easily. Father, I felt a hint of a bottleneck during my recent cultivation and estimate that I can break through within 1 or 2 years, Chen Xintong said cautiously. He had been stuck at the 8th level of qi refining for nearly 5 years, constantly consuming high-quality pills, and finally touched the threshold of the 9th level. The next priority is to seek foundation building with all his might. You don't have to worry about the foundation building pill in the treasury for now. Chen Jinsong sighed lightly and said slowly, since your uncle chose to hand over what he seized to the family, there must be deep meaning behind it. What does he truly intend to do? Chen Xintong felt extremely unwilling. Although Uncle Chen Xingqiao has a partner, he has no offspring. Their family is considered the closest to Chen Xingqiao. His elder brother Chen Wei has a low-grade spiritual root and is not favored, having been sent out early to manage the family business. With the right time, place, and people, Chen Xintong has everything in his favor. Yet there is still such a variable. He really doesn't know what uncle is thinking. I don't know. Chen Jinsong shook his head and then said, by the way, Aunt Hui came by yesterday and asked you to visit her and Jiu more often. She feels very bored alone. The Aunt Hui he referred to is Chen Xingqiao's partner, Hui Chuyan. This woman was originally an inner sect disciple of the Broken Star sect. After marrying Chen Xingqiao, she left the sect and joined the Chen family. In fact, Hui Chuyan is only 42 years old, younger than him by several rounds. Jiu lost the competition and has not been in good spirits lately. I will take her to visit uncle and Aunt another day. Chen Xintong was still thinking about the foundation building pill and had no mood for other matters. So he perfunctorily replied, another day? Chen Jinsong raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, don't dawdle. You should take Jiu to visit Aunt Hui right now. I'm worried every day, and she finds it boring. Chen Xintong muttered privately and suddenly widened his eyes, screaming, Father, Uncle and aunt won't have the thought of having a child, will they? Don't guess randomly. Chen Jinsong scolded. Your uncle is wholeheartedly pursuing the great Tao and will not leave any descendants before reaching the Yuan Dan realm. I'm worried if uncle has a direct bloodline. Wouldn't my position, Chen Xintong said with a distressed expression. What others give will never remain unchanged. Chen Jinsong's face darkened. Only by becoming strong can you be fearless. You should also pass this message to Jieyu. That girl has good talent and has hopes for foundation building. She must not let the defeat in the competition create a heart demon. I will remember. Chen Xintong nodded gently and retreated. After being honest with his father, his fear dissipated by more than half. From now on, I will stay hidden in Haichang City. Even if the sky falls, I won't leave a step. Chen Xintong thought to himself, having decided to cultivate until he reaches the foundation-building realm for his life. I won't leave the island until I establish a foundation. Little did he know, the person he feared to the bone was right beside him. At noon, the golden rays shone brightly. Chen Ping had been busy these past few days. After the competition ended, first, Chen Xiaodong brought news of the blood-sucking bull hornet. Then, Chen Yiru summoned him for a long talk, and even got engaged to Aunt Ru. Following that, he threatened Wei Qi Lin fiercely and also went to visit his father-in-law. By the time he returned from Lixiu Garden, Chen Baishan and his son were already waiting for him outside the cave. As soon as Chen Hongjie saw him, he knelt down with a thud, his nose pressed tightly to the ground. Even Chen Baishan was taken aback, his expression complex, but in the end, he did not stop him. After he knelt for an hour, Chen Ping helped him up, which resolved some past grievances. Since his cousin sincerely apologized, Chen Ping would not make things too difficult for him, considering his uncle's face. Before he could settle down, he heard Shui Yan knock on the stone door and report, Ping Lang, the young clan leader of the Tu family has arrived. The young clan leader of the Tu family? Tu Xuanxiu. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Ping's eyes as he instructed, lead the guest to the outer room. I will come out shortly. Ever since he revealed part of his strength, all sorts of figures had started to appear. He still remembered that when he went to retrieve the true illusion mask 2 years ago, this guy's attitude was quite indifferent. Daoist too, please come in. Shui Yan smiled at the visitor as she opened the grand formation. Shui Xianzi, you are too polite. A hint of satisfaction rose in Shui Yan's heart. As Chen Ping's status rose, she too began to be valued by others. In the past, how could a genius cultivator from a prominent family like Tu Xuanxiu treat her so kindly? Daoist Chun, congratulations. Seeing Chen Ping sitting on the mat, Tu Xuanxiu cupped his fists in greeting. It was just luck. I happen to possess a magic weapon that restrains the Su-Huo Butterfly King. Otherwise, I would have fallen to the side branch, Chen Ping humbly replied, pouring a cup of spirit tea for him. This modest attitude greatly impressed Tu Xuanxiu, who praised. Now, who in Haichang City does not know that the Chun family has produced an extraordinary talent in magic? He was 10 years older than Chen Ping, but had only mastered a single spell at the great achievement level. This was still the result of his grandfather's tireless teaching and the benefits of previous generations. You overpraise me, Daoist friend, Chen Ping replied blandly. He was a fake Dan cultivator who had recultivated, and a few low-level spells were nothing to him. I have nothing of value to offer. So I will give this spirit turtle egg to you as a congratulatory gift, Tu Xuanxiu said with a smile, placing a round object the size of a goose egg on the table. The pure white eggshell was adorned with several water blue patterns, forming a unique and brilliant design. Spirit turtle egg. Shui Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Over the past few years, she had been diligently studying the Forbidden Demon Classic and was familiar with the characteristics and information of most demon species. There were countless branches of demon races. The spirit turtle belonged to the Bai Shui clan. The Bai Shui clan was terrifyingly powerful, firmly in the top 10 of the vast demon races. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could intimidate the world. Among them, the Bai Shui clan's monarch, the Bai Shui golden-eyed beast, was comparable to a 6th-tier large demon in the transformation realm. The Yuaning elder who created the life extension technique had a spirit beast, the Bai Shui Qilan, which was the ruler of the Bai Shui clan. Although the spirit turtle carried the name of the Bai Shui clan, it was of the ordinary demon bloodline. Considered a lowly branch within the Bai Shui clan, the spirit turtle was not good at attacking, but it had excellent endurance, capable of swimming for days on end, covering thousands of miles. Therefore, in the vast cultivation world of the How You See, the spirit turtle was particularly favored by cultivators. This single turtle egg was worth over 2,000 spirit stones, surpassing that of a small spirit boat. Chapter 73. Impressive. Shui Xianzi has a good eye. This is indeed a spirit turtle egg. Tu Xuanxiu's face briefly showed a hint of surprise. Many cultivators recognized the spirit turtle, but most could not identify its egg. This woman actually pinpointed it. Could it be that she has done considerable research on beast taming? It's too valuable. I feel unworthy to accept it. Gifts given to others must have ulterior motives. Tu Xuanxiu and he were merely nodding acquaintances. How could he simply gift him such a generous present? Alas, brother Chen, are you going to soar to great heights and look down on me, too? Tu Xuanxiu's expression turned serious, feigning mild anger. Oh, then I will accept it. Chen Ping waved his sleeve, and with a flash of red light, the spirit turtle egg disappeared from the table. Taoist friend you. Tu Xuanxiu felt a tightness in his chest, his jaw twitching instinctively. What kind of trick was this? Who receives a gift and immediately sends the guest away? And he was not just any guest. With superior spiritual roots, the young clan leader of the Tu family, and a peak chi refinement cultivator. Any one of these honors could put him on equal footing with Chen Ping. Forcing down his anger, Tu Xuanxiu took a sip of tea and sincerely said, Brother Chen, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. I wonder if it's convenient. After speaking, he glanced at Shui Yun. As Dao partners, Taoists too need not mind. Chen Ping said after a brief silence. Dao partners. Shui Yun, who was nearby, prepared to step back, but upon hearing Chen Ping's acknowledgement, her nose suddenly felt sour. Was Chen Ping really placing such importance on her, a lowly spiritual root from a minor clan? Tu Xuanxiu frowned, then relaxed, and seriously said, Brother Chen, if one day you can establish your foundation, please take care of the Tu family. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, suspiciously saying, Your esteemed ancestor is of high realm and unmatched on the island. It seems there is nothing you need to be concerned about. What I mean is, within the upper echelons of the Chen clan, you could provide protection for my family, Tu Xuanxiu said, gritting his teeth and opening up. At that time, my Tu family will certainly reward you handsomely. Chen Ping slightly raised the corners of his mouth, smiling like a warm spring breeze. He understood. Tu Xuanxiu probably intended to establish his foundation. Brother Tu, didn't you just fail your advancement over 2 years ago? Chen Ping said, while sipping his hot tea, a smile on his face. What, in such a short time, have you made up for your foundation and can attempt to break through again? This. Tu Xuanxiu's breath hitched. He completely did not expect that with just a few words, Chen Ping had seen through everything. The Tu family was mired in difficulties and faced many challenges. Until he received clear approval from the Chen family's elders, he dared not gamble. Tu Xuanxiu gritted his teeth and bluntly said, In a few more years, I will try again. If I am lucky enough to succeed, I hope Taoist friend will take care of me. Their conversation left Shui Yun in a fog. Why would Tu Xuanxiu need Chen Ping's protection once he advanced to foundation establishment? Chen Ping let out a few low laughs from his throat, ominously saying, You shouldn't have come to me. You could have had your grandfather meet the fourth elder directly. Why go around in circles? My grandfather thinks highly of you. After staring at Chen Ping for a while, Tu Xuanxiu said meaningfully, I am honored by the esteem of Elder Tu. As for after I establish my foundation, the Tu family's predicament may have already been resolved. Oh, Tu Xuanxiu's thoughts stirred, and he suddenly felt invigorated. Although Chen Ping seemed to have declined on the surface, the implications in his words made him secretly delighted. Then I will take my leave, Tu Xuanxiu said, feeling pleased that he achieved his goal. He promised, from now on, whenever Brother Chen comes to my Jinyu Pavilion, anything you fancy will be sold at a 10 discount. Very good. Chen Ping would not refuse such a tangible benefit and personally escorted Tu Xuanxiu out of Yushuan Cave. Once he was far away, Chen Ping closed the grand formation, his gaze firm as he stepped inward, one step at a time. Unlike the Geng family, the Tu family had not been following and relying on the Chen family since the founding of the clan. About 300 years ago, a medium-scale beast tide erupted in the Yuan Yin Islands cultivation world. At that time, countless small forces were destroyed by the demon beasts, and over 100,000 cultivators were left homeless. Ordinary people had nowhere to flee, and those who died at the hands of demon beasts numbered in the millions. The ancestors of the Tu family had once been hired as guest elders by a third-rate small family. After the beast tide broke out, he united a few companions and fled to Haichang Island. In a life-or-death situation, a golden core true person from the Lan Yu sect finally appeared in anger. He invited an old friend of the same rank from overseas, and the two of them fought hard for half a month, finally killing the mastermind behind the beast tide, a late-stage fourth-tier, sea-devouring thunder python. With the death of the thunder python, the headless horde of monsters gradually calmed down. Since the family he relied on had long been extinguished, the ancestor of the Tu family stayed in Haichang City. At that time, he was already 59 years old, and the end was near. Holding on to the belief that if he did not attain the Tao, he would die a martyr, he chose to risk everything to break through to foundation establishment without any external aids. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, and he successfully broke through. After establishing his foundation, the ancestor of the Tu family seized the opportunity to create a family power and allied with the Chen family. The Tu family has loyally followed the Chen family for hundreds of years, contributing immeasurable merits to the Chen family's quest for immortality. However, in the end, the Tu family was merely a vassal force of the Chen family. A mid-stage foundation establishment Tu Xianxi had reached the limit of what the family hierarchy could tolerate. If Tu Xuanxiu also advanced, the Tu family would possess 2 foundation establishment cultivators. This was unacceptable to the higher-ups of the Chen family, who would not allow such a situation to develop. This is precisely why, despite being a top-grade spirit root cultivator, Tu Xuanxiu hesitated to establish his foundation. The foundation establishment pill that the Tu family purchased earlier was likely still in their own hands. Chen Ping stroked his chin, unable to help but feel a chill. When he first met Tu Xuanxiu at the Jinyu Pavilion, this person claimed to have failed in establishing his foundation, which was why he was transferred to the shop to focus on recovering from injuries. When Chen Ping questioned why he hadn't used the foundation establishment pill, Tu Xuanxiu painfully confessed that he had indeed bought one, but it was snatched away by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator along the way. Moreover, his 2 close relatives, Uncle 13 and Uncle 15, were also killed by the enemy's sword. Then, forced by circumstances, Tu Xuanxiu tried to emulate his ancestor and break through to foundation establishment. But due to bad luck, he ended up failing. After this series of misfortunes, the Tu family not only lost an incredibly precious foundation establishment pill, but the young clan leader Tu Xuanxiu also suffered significant damage to his foundation. Now it seemed that this was merely a well-orchestrated play by the Tu family. The purpose was very clear. It was nothing more than to reassure the higher-ups of the Chen family, so they would no longer keep a close watch on Tu Xuanxiu. But to sacrifice a few innocent clansmen for this truly shows a ruthless and insane heart. As for the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who stole the pill, he was either fabricated or was none other than Tu Xianxi himself. It has been nearly 30 or 40 years since Tu Xianxi advanced to the mid-stage. Even if he were to break through again, it wouldn't be surprising. Impressive, this Tu family grandfather and grandson. Chen Ping's tone changed, and a strange glimmer passed through his eyes. Chapter 74, Suppressing Them. The higher-ups of the Chen family were unwilling to see Tu Xuanxiu establish his foundation, mainly out of concern that the Tu family's power would grow too quickly, ultimately leading to a situation of strong branches and weak roots. After all, the Chen family had also experienced a period of weakness since its founding. Over more than 10 generations, only one foundation establishment cultivator had emerged. At that time, other forces in Haichang City had, to some extent, begun to harbor small schemes. Some even no longer fully obeyed the Chen family's commands. In the midst of turmoil, the Chen family's old rival, the Meng family, took advantage of the situation to invade. At a critical moment, the Chen family's then Grand Elder took an unconventional path and advanced to the peak of foundation establishment using demonic techniques. In the end, he used self-detonation to take down 2 elders of the Meng family. The Meng family suffered heavy losses, and the remaining members were helpless against the 3rd-tier Grand Formation, forcing them to cease hostilities and retreat in disgrace. If it weren't for the Grand Elder sacrificing himself, the Chen family would have nearly been wiped out and lost their bloodline inheritance. After this battle, the Chen family learned their lesson, began to tighten internal defenses, and suppress their vassal forces. Nowadays, the Chen family is thriving, with 5 foundation establishment cultivators coexisting. Yet, they still remember their ancestral teachings, restraining several vassal families and absolutely not allowing their power to expand excessively. While other high-ranking members were wary of the Tu family, Chen Ping, on the other hand, was unfazed. To put it simply, he was not afraid of the Tu family growing stronger. The Tu family he could suppress. Therefore, he gave Tu Xuanxiu an unspoken hint. Once he establishes his foundation, the crisis of the Tu family would be declared resolved. Of course, Tu Xuanxiu needed to have enough patience. Tu Xianxi practiced a metal attribute technique, while Tu Xuanxiu primarily focused on wood attributes. Chen Ping muttered to himself, a strange light flickering in his deep-set eyes. Yuner, this turtle egg is yours. Returning to the secret chamber, Chen Ping took out the blue water turtle egg and threw it to Shui Yun. Thank you, Ping Lang. Shui Yun's eyes lit up, cradling the turtle egg. All right, go down and cultivate. Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively. This blue water turtle was a good thing for Shui Yun, but he himself thought little of it. Time flew by, and 4 months passed unknowingly. While cultivating, Chen Ping suddenly opened his eyes, and his spiritual sense, enveloping the Yushuan cave, detected that something was rapidly flying toward him from the sky. It was a paper crane for sending messages, a technique only foundation establishment cultivators could perform. This technique, while convenient, had limitations. It would lose effectiveness beyond 100 miles. Stopping the paper crane, Chen Ping read through its contents. The paper crane was sent by Yi Ru, with a single sentence written on it. Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been somewhat impatient waiting these past few months. The summon of the celestial demon bloodlines, Xuanhua Crow, and the Grand Elder's summons. There was no need to mention which was more important. Mount Fugao at the peak. The path on both sides was lined with ancient trees towering over 10 meters, creating a dark and eerie atmosphere, resembling a terrifying old forest devoid of birds and beasts. After walking for about 3 tea breaks, a phosphorescent giant cliff appeared on the right side of the path. This cliff, which cut across the sky, plunged into the waste of Tianxi Mountain, resembling a soaring azure dragon, exuding extraordinary majesty. At the cliff's edge, there was a giant stone about 6 or 7 zhang tall, with ancient characters inscribed on it in a dragon and phoenix style. The heavens collapse and the earth quakes. This was inscribed by the founding ancestor Chen Ping on the eve of his demise, using his last bit of power to encourage descendants to establish their foundations. It signifies that those residing at the peak of Mount Fugao are the pillars of the family, who must bear the heavy responsibility of upholding the family. After several hundred years of inheritance, Chen Ping should be able to rest in peace. Although not every foundation establishment cultivator from the Chen family has devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the family, the basic principle of prioritizing the family's interests has been firmly upheld. Ping, you've come too. At the end of the other side of the path, a well-dressed cultivator approached with large strides. He had 2 purple-green gourd-shaped bottles hanging from his waist, exuding a natural and calming fragrance of medicine. Konggu. Chen Ping cupped his hands and smiled. This person was the most outstanding younger generation of the family, Chen Zhoukong. He held a noble status, with a top grade with spirit root, was an alchemist, the great elder's great-grandson, and a seed for foundation establishment. Every title was enviable. Not to mention, he possessed all these titles in one. I haven't congratulated you on winning the family competition yet. Chen Zhoukong clasped his hands in front of his abdomen, displaying a demeanor of a modest gentleman. Thank you. Chen Ping replied calmly. He had grown accustomed to hearing flattering words recently. The great-grandfather summoned you. Let's go together, Chen Zhoukong suggested. The peak of Mount Fugao served as the retreat for the family's foundation establishment cultivators, and ordinary qi refining clan members were not allowed to enter. At this time, encountering Chen Ping, Chen Zhoukong naturally guessed that he was also summoned by Chen Xiangwen. All right, Chen Ping shrugged, indifferent. There was only one path up the mountain. Was he expected to use a ground escape talisman to burrow through the earth? Thus, the two walked and chatted casually, with Chen Zhoukong asking most of the questions. He was very curious about this once obscure but rapidly rising family talent. By the way, Ping Di, do you still have any seedlings of the thorn needle vine? Chen Zhoukong suddenly asked. He had also been present to witness Chen Ping's sneak attack victory with the thorn needle vine during the competition, which left a deep impression on him. He has recently been attempting to refine the spirit restraining pill. This pill can help keep the mind clear and aid in eliminating distractions during cultivation. The key ingredient for the spirit restraining pill is the thorn vine. Although the thorn vine does not belong to ancient exotic species, it is still quite rare. He has posted a bounty in Haichang City for nearly a year, but no one has come forward to claim it. As for the one I have, it was a chance find, and there is only this one seedling. I felt reluctant to use it in the competition. I originally intended to cultivate it to the second tier. A pained expression appeared on Chen Ping's face. He still had 2 thorn vine seedlings left, but he couldn't bear to trade them. This was a good item for ambushing enemies. What about the seeds? I won't take them for free. I will pay you in spirit stones at market price, Chen Zhoukong inquired indirectly. None. Chen Ping shook his head, his expression showing a hint of impatience. Oh, then forget it. Chen Zhoukong scratched his nose and said disappointedly. This guy really was as strange and reclusive as the rumors outside suggested. Chen Zhoukong thought to himself that if this guy became a foundation establishment elder, the Qi refining clan members below would probably suffer a bit. In the discussion hall at the peak, after Chen Ping and Chen Zhoukong entered one after the other, over a dozen cultivators were already seated in the spacious hall. At the head were 6 positions, from left to right: the Grand Elder Chen Xiangwen, the Second Elder Chen Munian, the Third Elder Chen Xingqiao, the Fourth Elder Chen Eru, the Clan Leader Chen Tong, and the First Guest Elder Zeng Tingxian. All 6 had foundation establishment cultivation. Below them stood Chen Xiaodong, Chen Yu, and 5 other hall stewards, along with 3 elderly clan elders with white hair and beards. Chapter 75. Observing the meeting. The power of the clan was concentrated in the hands of these 10 or so individuals in the hall. The foundation establishment elders and the clan leader need not be mentioned. They were certainly top figures. Sitting at the far right was a thin, red-haired old man with yellow eyes, the first guest elder Zeng Tingxian. The conditions for hiring guest elders in the Chun family were strict, excluding foundation establishment cultivators. To become a guest elder of the Chen family, one must master an outstanding auxiliary path, such as alchemy, talisman making, or beast taming. Currently, there are only 3 guest elders in the family, with Zeng Tingxian being the only first-grade guest elder among them. He was originally a loose cultivator who joined the Chen family with early foundation establishment cultivation and had been with them for nearly 60 years. He was skilled in weapon refining, and many of the elders had benefited from his expertise. Although Zheng Tingxian was an outsider, his high status meant that the family's core matters generally took his opinions into account. Below the several foundation establishment elders were the 5 hall stewards and 3 elderly clan members at the 9th layer of qi refining, who controlled various key industries of the family. As soon as Chen Ping stepped into the hall, several gazes converged on him. Some were scrutinizing, some were curious, and some were kind. Chen Zhoukong felt frustrated and experienced the feeling of being neglected for the first time. I have seen the clan leader, the elders, and Senior Zheng, Chen Ping said calmly, quickly stepping forward and greeting each of them. All right, don't scare the younger generation, Chen Xiangwen said softly, his eyes like spring sunshine, exuding an undeniable authority. Is he a porcelain doll that he scares so easily? A round and melodious female voice chimed in, but it was mixed with a hint of mockery. Chen Ping looked up and saw that the speaker was a stunning woman in blue, with a slender waist, long neck, and ethereal demeanor. She bore a resemblance to Chen Yiru. She was the second elder Chen Munian, the aunt of Chen Yiru. The two shared almost identical temperaments, resembling a mother and daughter. Both were exceptionally strong-willed, which led to a very strained relationship between them. Aunt, as an elder, you should have the grace of an elder. Otherwise, what if you lived for over 100 years? Chen Ping felt nothing, but Chen Yiru couldn't stand it any longer and retorted sharply, showing no regard for Chen Munian's reputation. Haha, Yiru is so protective. Could it be that seeing this child reminds you of someone? Chen Munian shot back, without hesitation. She was over 150 years old, childless, and had never had feelings for any male cultivator. This was closely related to her practicing the family's foundational technique, the water purity heart method, since childhood. This method emphasizes forgetting emotions. When cultivated to a deep level, practitioners only retain the heavens and earth in their hearts, devoid of desires and attachments. Although Chen Munian had not reached such an extreme, as her level increased, she naturally became increasingly estranged from her own kin. After all, the essence of the water purity heart method is to be cold and ungrateful, and she couldn't be entirely blamed for it. However, Chen Yiru could not understand this. With so many techniques in the family, why did she choose to cultivate the self-centered water purity heart method? Given the growing estrangement between aunt and niece, shouldn't she have anticipated this earlier? Enough. You two, as elders of the clan, don't let the younger generation see a joke. Chen Xiangwen interrupted their quarrel, displeased. The others were indifferent, having grown accustomed to it. Chen Ping, how long did it take you to push the escape fire wheel to great perfection? Asked a middle-aged cultivator. 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and wearing a blue robe. Every movement of his exuded authority, but his face was covered with purple spots resembling the patterns of a centipede, which was somewhat unsettling. Chen Xingqiao, a top-tier thunder spirit root cultivator with exceptional combat power. Apart from Grand Elder Chen Xiangwen, he held the highest position in the Haichang Qin family. In a short time, once he breaks through to the late foundation establishment stage, he will undoubtedly become the true number 1 of the Qin family. 15 years, Chen Ping replied instinctively. Although the escape fire wheel was a red-tier spell, it generally took a person 3 to 4 decades of hard work to reach its peak. A look of approval crossed Chen Xingqiao's face as he said with satisfaction, "My Qin family is bound to prosper." Xingqiao is right. Our Haichang Qin family has produced 2 top-tier foundation establishment elders over the past century. And with a talented descendant like Ping'er, it seems we are not far from expanding the family, Chen Xiangwen said, stroking his white beard and feeling pleased. Chen Tong added with a smile, Zhoukong here also has considerable potential, not inferior to Ping'er. Thank you for the praise, clan leader. Zhoukong felt that besides alchemy, he was far behind Ping'er in other aspects. Ping'er, Zhoukong, you two step aside and listen, Chen Xiangwen ordered, scanning the hall before speaking. I have gathered everyone here today to discuss a few matters. In the battle at Tangshan Island, our Chen family lost 9 qi refining clan members, including 3 direct descendants and 6 collateral descendants. The family will provide generous compensation to their immediate family within a month, tentatively issuing 1,300 family contribution points. Does anyone have any objections? After he finished speaking, there was a long silence in the hall, indicating that the proposal was approved. The Chen family's compensation was traditionally generous, and under the intimidation of the foundation establishment elders, no one dared to covet this money. Furthermore, this ceasefire was proposed by the Meng family, who have compensated us with 30,000 spirit stones. My opinion is that spirit stones are lifeless, while foundation establishment cultivators are the foundation. Therefore, I intend to convert the spirit stones into foundation establishment pills and inject them into the family treasury. What does everyone think? Chen Xiangwen turned to look at Chen Xingqiao and said slowly, the accompanying divine wind sand mine on Tangshan Island was only a small-scale mine, with a net profit of about 100,000 spirit stones after extraction. The Chen family's foundation establishment experts had nearly emptied their ranks and spent months securing about 30% of the share. It was hard to say whether it was a loss or a gain. If it weren't for the harsh cultivation environment on Tangshan Island and the weak defenses on Haichang Island, fearing unforeseen changes, Chen Xianwen would not have wanted to end it hastily. I agree. Seeing the gaze of the great elder seeking confirmation, Chen Xingqiao nodded and said incisively, "The Meng and Yu families have been mining copper crystal ore for many years and have accumulated a considerable amount of resources. Coupled with the output from the Shenfengsha mine, they can completely afford to buy 3 or 4 foundation establishment pills. If luck is on their side, several foundation establishment cultivators from the later generation will emerge within 10 years, which would be a disaster for our clan." I agree. We must take precautions, Chen Tong said solemnly. Chen Mu and her niece remained silent, but they should have tacitly agreed. With the 5 major foundation establishment cultivators in favor, the following stewards naturally would not oppose. The younger generations, Chen Ping and Chen Zhoukong, had even less qualification to speak. Having the privilege to listen to the highest meeting was already a great favor. At least Chen Zhoukong felt honored. As for Chen Ping, he could only be described as indifferent. Having experienced so many grand scenes in his past life, even meeting Yuanying ancestors several times face to face, the allocation of such a small amount of resources truly did not pique his interest at all. Chapter 76, Astonishing Reforms. The third matter. Chen Xiangwen's gaze shifted to Chen Ping, and he said loudly, "Pinger's strength is evident to all. Although he has a medium-grade spirit root, his talent and techniques is astonishing." Chen Ping's heart stirred slightly, and he sat up a bit straighter. "I intend to promote Pinger to a foundation establishment seat. But this is a major family matter and requires a vote from all of you," Chen Xiangwen said emphatically. "According to clan rules, any matters that need to be decided by a vote from the upper echelon require 1 vote from each foundation establishment clan member and 1 vote from each first-rank guest elder. The stewards of the 5 major halls and the older elders have half a vote each. If there is a tie, the strongest cultivators from both sides will have a round of sparring, and the winner will decide the outcome. Of course, this situation has only occurred a few times in the family's hundreds of years. All right, no one opposed this point for the moment. Promoting a medium-grade spirit root to a foundation establishment seed has precedence. Let us begin," Chen Xiangwen said seriously. "Since I proposed it, I will cast my vote in favor." "In favor," Chen Yiru said with a slight smile towards Chen Ping, decisively stating, "Among the current major factions in the family, this child is the one she is closest to. Once Chen Ping establishes his foundation, she will also be one of the beneficiaries." "Opposed." As expected. As soon as Chen Yiru finished speaking, Chen Mu said coldly. It's unclear whether she was dissatisfied with Chen Ping or simply opposing Chen Yiru. Chen Yiru blew a few strands of messy hair away, feeling a belly full of anger. Since the family was established, it has been rare for clan members to win by surpassing a small stage, so I also agree. Chen Tong looked at Chen Ping and conveyed an encouraging glance to him. "I oppose," Chen Jinsong said, clasping his hands in his sleeves, speaking ominously. Pinger's supernatural powers are comparable to the peak of qi refining, and his future is limitless. I support him. Chen Xiaodong immediately voiced his support, calling out loudly. "I agree," Chen Laning said sullenly, feeling as if he had eaten a cow louse. Because of Chen Sun, he has been very unfriendly towards Chen Ping. However, since the leader of his faction, Chen Tong, voted in favor, unless he made a firm decision to switch allegiances, he would not dare to go against the clan leader's will. It should be without suspense. Chen Kongzhou, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Currently, there were 4 votes in favor and only 1.5 against. The situation looked very favorable for Chen Ping. If he were to be officially promoted to foundation establishment seed, then both of their statuses in the family would be on par. However, the next scene left everyone looking at each other in surprise. Opposed. In the next moment, Chen Yu, Chen Nongyue, and 3 elder seniors actually spoke up simultaneously, and all cast votes against. The 5 of them opposed in unison. This sudden change even made Chen Xiangwen and other foundation establishment cultivators look surprised and uncertain. "You little brat, you want to be a foundation establishment seed? Dream on." Chen Jinsong was smug, as these people had been dealt with by him, costing over 1,000 spirit stones, not to mention the debts of gratitude owed. Now there were 4 votes in favor and 4 against, appearing evenly matched, leaving some suspense. But Chen Jinsong was no longer worried. There were still 2 key votes in the hands of Uncle Chen Xingqiao and Zheng Tingxian. Uncle was unlikely to agree. Promoting Chen Ping to a foundation establishment seed would only add another obstacle to Chen Xintong. Zheng Tingxian has always followed Uncle's decisions. In this way, the situation would be settled. Chen Jinsong cast a triumphant glance at Chen Ping, feeling the pent-up frustration of several months dissipate in one breath. "Very well. I will remember these people." Chen Ping's face turned cold, and his gaze swept across the faces of those who voted against him with a strange intensity. Foundation Establishment Seed? It's not important. It's merely a priority for using Foundation Establishment pills and the careful guidance of Foundation Establishment elders. And these are simply not worth mentioning to him. However, if he wants to take full control of the family power in the future, these old fellows must be eliminated. Under his fierce gaze, Chun Yu and Chun Nongyue felt their hearts race, and they exchanged glances, both rising with a hint of regret. Little brat. It's not good to show your teeth and claws in front of the elders. An elder with a face like leather reprimanded. This elderly man, named Chun Wenhua, was over 100 years old and had always controlled the family's spiritual herb garden. By relation, Chen Ping should call him sixth uncle. Old man, before I establish my foundation, you better take good care of your health and not suddenly pass away. Chen Ping felt extremely disgusted in his heart, but on the surface, he regained his composure. Xingqiao, it's your turn. Although Chen Xiangwen felt displeased with the collusion of these people's votes, he restrained himself from exploding for the time being and said calmly, at my level, I also couldn't achieve fighting beyond my rank. Chen Xingqiao stood up unhurriedly, speaking slowly, therefore I agree. What? The words stunned nearly everyone present, leaving them in shock, especially Chen Jinsong, whose legs trembled, displaying an expression of disbelief. Oh. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, his expression surprised. It was said that Chen Xintong was highly favored by the third elder. What exactly was he hiding? Could it be that he was truly considering the family's interests and hoping to see outstanding juniors rise? I also agree. Zheng Tingxian concealed his confusion and shock and followed suit. Although his vote was already somewhat negligible, with a total of 10 votes. 6 in favor meant that at this moment, Chen Ping was officially conferred the title of Foundation Establishment Seat. From now on, his status in the family would leap to equal that of the stewards of the 5 major halls. I also have a proposal. Chun Xingqiao cupped his hands towards the ancestral hall and then said slowly, since our ancestors founded the clan, our clan has had the privilege of priority use of Foundation Establishment pills for Foundation Establishment seats. If that generation does not have Foundation Establishment seats, then it is the turn of ordinary clan members. This is extremely unreasonable and reflects a great deal of laziness. Counting the Foundation Establishment seeds of past generations, 30 have consumed Foundation Establishment pills but failed to establish their foundation, and several have stopped at the 8th layer of Qi refining for life after obtaining the seed title. Becoming complacent. As the saying goes, laziness breeds disaster. It is not guaranteed that just because one has been promoted to a Foundation Establishment seed, they can rest easy. Any potential junior in the family should be able to rise based on their abilities. This is the source of a clan's prosperity. Therefore, I propose to cancel the privilege of Foundation Establishment seats to prioritize the use of Foundation Establishment pills and instead hold family competitions. The winner can obtain the Foundation Establishment pill. After dragging out the final sentence, Chun Xingqiao closed his eyes, silent and quiet. Xingqiao, which clan members do you refer to in the family competition? There must be a threshold. After a long silence, Chen Xiangwen cleared his throat a few times and said with a serious expression, clan members under the age of 45. With a cultivation level of at least the 8th layer of Qi refining, regardless of direct or collateral lineage, are eligible to participate in the competition. Chun Xingqiao obviously had prepared his speech in advance and said openly, in addition, for example, my Dao partner, Hui Chuyan, and other outer sect cultivators who meet the requirements can also participate. Chapter 77, A Hand Covers the Sky. No, how can this be allowed? Elders, please think twice. The Foundation Establishment pill is the guarantee for my Chun family's continued glory, and it absolutely cannot be shared with others. As soon as Chun Xingqiao said this, the 3 clan elders immediately exploded in opposition, passionately objecting. Indeed, it takes the family decades of profits to accumulate a single Foundation Establishment pill. Providing it to our own cultivators is already a strain. How can we allow outsiders to benefit? Chun Mu frowned, completely disregarding the ashen face of Zheng Tingxian. Outsiders. Right now, in the meeting hall, he is the only one not surnamed Chun. This old woman is clearly pointing at him. But when it came to matters involving the core interests of the Chen family, Zheng Tingxian was not suitable to argue. If there were to be a vote on this reform proposed by Chen Xingqiao, he would wholeheartedly support it. Not for any other reason, his 3 disciples. The lowest among them was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. They could completely try to compete for the Foundation Establishment pill. What my aunt said is very true. Chun Yiru echoed. As it concerns the family's foundation, it was rare for the aunt and niece to stand on the same front. Xingqiao, this matter should be postponed for further discussion. Chen Tong said with a frown, seriously. Elder, what is your opinion? Chun Xingqiao turned around with his hands behind his back, asking lightly. The Foundation Establishment pill in the treasury was obtained by Xingqiao. If we are to decide its ownership through a competition, I have no objections. The meaning in his words was very clear. Aside from that foundation establishment pill, resources purchased by the family must not be allowed to flow outside. The 5 chief deacons, including Chen Jinsong, all remained silent, using their silence to prove their stance. Except for Chen Xingqiao himself, among the 13 in power, only Zheng Tingxian was there to support him alone. What was the point of voting then? It was destined to be impossible to pass. Something was off. Chen Xingqiao shouldn't be naive enough to humiliate himself. Chen Ping's expression was emotionless, but a flash of sharpness flickered in his eyes. I say it must be changed. Chen Xingqiao suddenly moved, standing up from his chair. The purple patterns on his face flickered ominously, and twisted electric serpents intertwined within, resembling a thunder pool under a dark curtain. Then, his divine sense burst forth, and the raging thunder spiritual power surged, refining all the rich 5-element spiritual energy in the meeting hall. Everyone found themselves in this purple world of thunder, feeling deafened and overwhelmed, with splashes of thunder threads hitting their feet, bringing waves of numbness. Even several foundation establishment cultivators could not escape it. Only Chen Xiangwen remained relatively calm, easily resisting his pressure. Late foundation establishment. Chen Xiangwen's breath hitched. He felt a moment of disappointment, but immediately turned to ecstatic joy. Good, very good. Our Chen clan has outstanding talents. This is heaven's will. No wonder he appeared so confident. Chen Ping suddenly realized that an 80-something-year-old late foundation establishment cultivator definitely had the potential to break into the Yuandan realm. What a fast breakthrough speed. Zheng Tingxian squinted slightly, but no one noticed the hint of wariness in his eyes. If anyone else has opinions, feel free to continue. Sigh. The 3 clan elders wore bitter expressions, not daring to voice further objections. Chen Xingqiao was already a late foundation establishment cultivator at such a young age. He really might have hope for Yuandan in the future. They were nearing the end of their lives, which indeed wasn't a concern. But they still had direct descendants. If they offended this 3rd elder, who was capable of great things, wouldn't it implicate their future generations? Elder, what do you think? Chen Tong and a few other foundation establishment cultivators focused their attention on Chen Xiangwen. This kid, Kong Zhou, has excellent alchemy talent. I will make an exception and grant him the foundation establishment pill with 2 stripes from the treasury. While Chen Xiangwen was still hesitating, he suddenly heard Chen Xingqiao say with a smile. Ah! Chen Kongzhou's eyes widened suddenly, his lips trembling slightly. Kongzhou, thank the 3rd elder. Chen Xiangwen shouted, waking his great-grandson. He understood in his heart that Chen Xingqiao intended to exchange a foundation establishment pill for his support. He has always been fair and just. But when it came to matters of bloodline inheritance, he ultimately had some personal interests. Thank you, 3rd elder. Chen Kongzhou was overjoyed, fearing he might change his mind, and immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground several times. Having broken through to late foundation establishment, Chen Xingqiao was practically the #1 person in the family. Even the veteran cultivator Chen Xiangwen could not compete with him. Moreover, Chen Xiangwen was open-minded. Seeing such an outstanding descendant surpassing him, his emotions were primarily filled with joy. He was already over 200 years old, with little time left. The power of the family would ultimately be handed over to Chen Xingqiao. Next, everything would fall into place. For every foundation establishment pill the family obtained, the grand competition for the pill would immediately commence the following year. Cultivators training on Fugue Mountain, as long as they were under 45 years old and at least at the 8th level of Qi refinement, would meet the requirements to participate. The winner of the competition would receive a foundation establishment pill and 5,000 family contribution points. The 2nd place would receive 3,000 contribution points, and the 3rd place would receive 2,000. If the winner was not a legitimate heir of the family, they would have to sign a blood contract of loyalty with the Qin family and could never betray it for life. The privileges of the foundation establishment seeds had not been completely stripped away. They could directly enter the last 2 rounds of the competition for the pill. Of course, the competition for the pill was still just a vague framework, with rules yet to be perfected in the future. Chen Ping, although you won the competition for the legitimate continuation of the lineage, you harmed a fellow clansman and disregarded the family ban. This elder punishes you with 5 years of confinement and prohibits you from participating in the first 2 competitions for the pill. Do you have any complaints? Chen Xingqiao turned around, his tone suddenly chilling. The younger generation knows their mistakes. Chen Ping's face showed appropriate signs of regret as he said dejectedly, sigh. Chen Yiru's expression changed. She opened her mouth, but ultimately it turned into a sigh. Anyone could see that the 3rd elder's punishment of Chen Ping under the pretext of injuring a fellow clansman was merely an excuse. Chen Xingqiao was clearing obstacles for his Dao partner Hui Qiuyan, or perhaps for his nephew Chen Xintong. But due to his current power, Chen Yiru had no countermeasures. The punishment is too severe, Xingqiao. At this moment, only Chen Xiangwen dared to express a differing opinion. In the short term, The family expected to distribute 3 foundation establishment pills. The one in the family treasury had been decided to be given to his grandson Chen Kongzhou. The compensation from the Meng family could be converted into the second foundation establishment pill. The third would come from the family's surplus over the years. The last foundation establishment pill purchased with public funds had been meant for Chen Iru to consume. It had been over 20 years since then. Soon, the spiritual stones on the family's accounts would be enough again. This meant that in the coming years, there would be 2 consecutive competitions for the pill. Although Chen Ping had excellent talent for cultivation, his spiritual root was only of medium quality. If he was restricted from participating in the first 2 competitions, it meant he would have to wait another 10 or 20 years to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Chen Xiangwen appreciated this outstanding descendant's combat prowess, which is why he spoke up to question. Since the elder has interceded for you, then you will be prohibited from participating in the first competition for the pill. Chen Xingqiao said expressionlessly. Thank you, elder, for your kindness. Chen Ping was extremely grateful, deeply bowing to both Chen Xiangwen and Chen Xingqiao. For these 5 years, you shall remain in seclusion at the mountain's peak to reflect. If you have any confusion in your cultivation, both the elder and I will provide you with answers. Chen Xingqiao's expression softened, seemingly satisfied with his attitude, casually tossing out a small benefit. Providing answers for me. Chen Ping coldly laughed in his heart. You, Chen Xingqiao, just a late foundation establishment cultivator, how dare you think of teaching me? Perhaps I could impart some experience on crossing tribulations to you, which might even increase your chances of advancing to Yuan Dan by half. Chen Ping maintained a respectful demeanor, obediently saying, 3 days should be enough. You can't be getting too close with that girl from the Shui family endlessly, can you? Chen Xingqiao said this, but there was no hint of mockery in his tone. 3 days is enough. After receiving the approval, Chen Ping chuckled and immediately stepped out of the council hall. After he left, several elders continued discussing matters. Chen Ping's punishment could only be considered a minor episode. Chapter 78. The Person with No Shadow. After leaving Fujian, Chen Ping no longer hid the emotions in his heart. His expression as cold as the bitter cold of late winter. Although he successfully sealed the foundation establishment seed, he was immediately put in a difficult position by Chen Xingqiao. As he expected, the usually austere Chen Xingqiao was beginning to gradually seize control of the family power through this move. Reforming the method of granting foundation establishment pills was just the first step. Want to condense a yuan pill? Chen Ping's voice was icy. Even with a top-grade spiritual root, condensing a yuan pill requires a massive amount of cultivation resources as support. For example, the True Xia Secret Spring, a single drop costs 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. It can increase the chance of condensing a yuan pill by about 10, and a maximum of 2 drops can be used at a time. There are also third-grade pills. The Qingshu Hualu pill. Its effect is similar to that of the foundation establishment pill, but the price for a single pattern exceeds 300,000. Chen Xingqiao intends to obtain such treasures, and there is only one way. Gather the accumulated resources of the Chen family over hundreds of years to allow him to achieve the Dao. For both public and private reasons, he absolutely cannot allow Chen Xingqiao to drain the family's wealth. Chen Ping squeezed his wrist, and his expression gradually returned to calm. Half an hour later, Chen Ping came out of the Jin Yu pavilion of the Tu family, now carrying 2 dull gray spheres and 5 heart-asking talismans. These spheres, called Hunlizi, are rare treasures crafted by high-level artifact refiners. They are one-time consumables, and their power when released is equivalent to a second-tier low-grade attack talisman. This item was a personal collection of 2 xianxiao. Under Chen Ping's persistent persuasion, and with the promised 10 discount, he managed to buy them for only 2,000 spirit stones. As for the heart-asking talismans, they are excellent treasures for dealing with qi refining cultivators, and it's wise to have a few on hand for emergencies. Chen Xingqiao intended to confine him for 5 years, but how could Chen Ping just sit back and wait? The Yuan-Yin Islands are vast and boundless. If the family cannot accommodate him, he can simply stay away for a while. The foundation establishment pill is not a necessity for him. The 9 transformations flame spirit technique is incredibly profound and can increase the chance of foundation establishment by about 20. Considering his past life experience, even without the aid of a foundation establishment pill, he was confident he had at least a 70 chance. To take a step back, the resources he possesses are enough to buy 2 foundation establishment pills. Twisting the spirit beast bracelet on his wrist, Chen Ping's thoughts were exceptionally clear. Finding the qi-devouring bull hornet to heal the Xian fire crow is currently the top priority. However, before heading to Jinrui Island, he needed to go to another place first. At the last mutual market meeting, he had agreed with the Guanjia steward Guanshuazhou to send a batch of huasha grass to Yushuan Cave every year. But now that the situation has changed, he plans to go to Xiaoning Island first to purchase huasha grass in advance. Once huasha grass loses the nourishment of its malevolent energy, it will quickly wither. However, once processed into huasha ointment, the loss of medicinal power will become extremely slow, maintaining 90 efficacy for 3 years. He would just need to expend some energy to turn all the huasha grass into huasha ointment. The sky gradually darkened. Flocks of seabirds flew around the island, creating ripples in the night. Yushuan Cave. Yin girl, come here immediately. I have important matters to discuss. Chen Ping extended his consciousness and awakened Shui Yun, who was meditating. What happened? Shui Yun wondered. Unless there was something particularly important, this old monster rarely referred to himself as this seat. Chen Xingqiao wants to confine me for 5 years. But I will never allow that. Chen Ping said calmly, as if it had nothing to do with him. What should I do, Yinner? Shui Yun gently raised her head and asked directly. She was very clever and did not inquire about the details. Chen Ping's pupils flashed with a hint of approval as he chuckled. You will come with me. Okay. Shui Yun understood. She replied, but her expression dimmed. It turned out that the old monster never intended to take her along. Chen Ping's actions were also a precaution. He disobeyed the elder's orders by leaving the island and going out to sea, which was no different from publicly slapping Chen Xingqiao in the face. In a fit of rage, Chen Xingqiao might very well use a heart-asking talisman on Shui Yun to interrogate her about his whereabouts, to prevent the truth about the spirit theft from being exposed. He ordered Shui Yun to hide in the scattered cultivator alliance's territory for a few years. He had already been exceptionally merciful to her. His current consciousness was comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he could easily set up a spirit-locking secret technique in Shui Yun's soul. As soon as she encountered a heart-asking talisman or soul-searching techniques, this spirit-locking secret technique would instantly tear apart her soul. Once activated, the affected person could either become foolish and unconscious or even die on the spot. It was indeed ruthless. Seal, Chen Ping whispered, and as he changed his hand gestures, a mysterious wave arose, followed by a blood-red and enchanting spiderweb mark emerging from Shui Yun's dantian. The spiderweb blood mark was a binding technique from the 3 forbidden spells of the Mo Luo. A few years ago, when this mark was first planted, it was only the size of a palm. Unexpectedly, just over 2 years later, it had expanded by more than double. Dispersion. Under Chen Ping's mental control, the hideous spider web burst like fireworks, instantly turning into nothingness. The restriction has been lifted, Chen Ping said in an empty voice. Since he would be gone for at least 3 to 5 years, it was only natural to lift the restriction for this girl. Over the years, Shui Yun had both merits and hardships by following him, loyal and devoted. He was not a cold-hearted person and would not stand by and watch her suffer and die. Moreover, this woman was a key part of his future success in the Tao, and he could not easily abandon her. Shui Yun let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if the spiderweb blood mark was like a blade above her head, uncertain of when it would fall. I will not let down your trust, senior. Suddenly, Shui Yun's nose turned sour, deeply moved. You are a smart person. Chen Ping stroked her hair, and suddenly, with a flick of his fingers, a strand of hair floated down, resembling swirling clouds. Grasping the black hair, he explained, with this hair, I can use secret techniques to determine your location within 100 miles. Feiyue Island is a secondary main island under the scattered cultivator alliance. This island is vast, several times larger than Haichong Island. Take this storage bag. After you arrive at Feiyue Island, practice diligently and avoid getting too close to others. Chen Ping warned sternly. The bag contained about 1,000 spirit stones and a dozen bottles of pills suitable for qi refining cultivators. The most valuable item was a second-tier low-grade thunder transformation talisman. This was obtained from killing Shuejiao and had not been used since. He had many life-saving cards. Even if he encountered an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator, he had a decent chance of survival. If the enemy's realm exceeded early Foundation establishment, this thunder transformation talisman would be of little use. Yunner, remember. Shui Yun's eyes brimmed with tears. This old monster indeed cared about her. Wait for me to establish my foundation. Just as Shui Yun regained her senses, the person had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 79, Everyone Stay Put. An hour after Chen Ping left, Shui Yun had already packed her belongings. She stored the giant venomous bees and the azure water turtle eggs in her spirit beast bag, then lit a fire. In an instant, everything in the closed-off chamber was reduced to ashes. Closing the great formation, Shui Yun resolutely left the cave, heading straight for the Haichong Island dock. The waves surged, and a small boat sailed across the water, like a leaf drifting in the wind. Soon, the small boat gradually approached the shore. On the deck ahead, a cultivator in a blue robe leaped and landed on the beach. This cultivator was none other than Chen Ping, who had just left Haichong Island. He drove the spirit boat, traveling over 800 miles in one breath, arriving at Xiaoning Island in just a few hours. This island is the residence of the Guan family. The clan leader, Guan Hongjian, is a seasoned peak qi refining cultivator. Within the clan, there are several capable practitioners at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement, much stronger than the Liu family of Qian Island. The Guan family spirit plant techniques are superb and well-known, attracting many cultivators each year seeking medicine. Just as Chen Ping received the spirit boat, a finely crafted small ship nearby also came to a halt. Then, a tall, athletic young girl jumped off the boat. She had a face of childlike innocence and purity, but her expression was serious and worried, as if she harbored concerns. She patted her storage bag, put away the spirit boat, and, ignoring Chen Ping not far away, hurriedly headed toward the island. A small spirit boat is nothing. A mere practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement cannot be considered a rival. As soon as he stepped onto the island, Chen Ping felt a rush of energy and comfortably stretched his limbs. Although the spiritual energy here cannot be compared to Haichang Island, it is fresh and invigorating, with a hint of herbal and fruity aroma, likely due to the large number of spirit plants cultivated by the Guan family. In this small place called Xiaoning Island, Chen Ping wandered around a few times before finding the location of the Guan residence. What brings you here? A boy at the 3rd level of Qi refinement blocked the door, his eyes filled with vigilance. Chen Ping's expression was indifferent, and he did not answer. Then, he noticed a familiar face through the half-open door and raised his voice to call out, "Guan steward, Chen Ping has come to visit." In the front courtyard, a male and female cultivator were walking towards the back hall. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator in a Taoist robe immediately stopped and turned to greet him with a radiant smile. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Please come in, Taoist friend Chen." "Taoist friend Guan. It's been a while," Chen Ping nodded in response. This lean old man was Guan Shuzhou, the steward of the Guan family who sold the fire calamity grass at the exchange meeting. "Donger, step aside. Taoist friend Chen is a direct descendant of the Haichang Chen family." Guan Shuzhou's face turned serious as he scolded. "Ah." The boy named Guan Dong hurriedly stepped aside, showing a compliant expression. "Senior Chen, please come in." The Haichang Chen family is a large power with 5 foundation establishment cultivators, a presence that the Guan family relies on. In previous years, even the collateral branches of the Chen family visiting the island would receive courteous treatment from the Guan family, let alone the direct line. "Why has Taoist friend Chen come to visit in person?" "I was just thinking of delivering the fire calamity grass to your residence next month," Guan Shuzhou said with a smile, opening his hands and slightly bending forward to lead Chen Ping inside. "I had to make a trip out, so I came here to pick up the medicine first," Chen Ping said blandly. "Have the two of you finished catching up? Yao's matter cannot be delayed." The woman with a doll-like face was the one who had almost arrived on the island at the same time as Chen Ping. "Taoist friend Chen, please come into the living room for a cup of spirit tea," Guan Shuzhou chuckled awkwardly, inwardly cursing. He is a cultivator from the Chen family. "I cannot afford to curry favor, and you, a loose cultivator, know nothing." "Taoist friend Guan, my matter cannot be delayed any longer. Please attend to me first." Chen Ping's expression remained unchanged, showing no intention of yielding to her. Is the Haichang Chen family really this overbearing? The woman named Yao's voice turned cold, filled with anger and surprise. From her tone, it seemed she had some backing and did not fear Chen Ping's identity. Chen Ping coldly glanced at her, directly ignoring her, and said to Guan Shuzhou, "Taoist friend Guan, I need 60 fire calamity grasses, no less than 50 years old." "What audacity! Do you know who my master is? How dare you, a Qi refinement cultivator, cut in line and cause trouble?" The woman named Yao screamed in anger. If it weren't for her master being severely injured and unable to move, she wouldn't have to endure humiliation in this small Guan family. Guan Shuzhou rubbed his forehead, feeling caught in a dilemma. This beautiful female cultivator was not a loose cultivator. It seemed she likely had a foundation establishment cultivator backing her. However, this seemingly ordinary young cultivator beside her was not an ordinary person either. Setting aside his background, the incident from a few months ago where he defeated Chun Dieu to maintain his status as a direct descendant had already spread to Xiaoning Island. Such a powerful and promising Qi refinement cultivator made Guan Shuzhou even more hesitant to offend him. "Oh," Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, darkly saying, "I don't care who your master is. This is the territory of my Chen family. Whether dragon or snake, they must abide by my rules." After saying this, he glanced meaningfully at Guan Shuzhou. Under his gaze, Guan Shuzhou suddenly felt a shiver. Yes, the Guan family is just a small third-rate power relying on the Chen family. The entire Xiaoning Island is a gift from the Chen family. Even if this female cultivator has a foundation establishment cultivator behind her, how could the elders of the Chen family be trifled with? "Taoist friend Chen, I will go to the spirit garden to pick the fire calamity grass right away." "Yao Taoist friend, please wait a moment. Later, I will give you a 10 discount when settling the bill," Guan Shuzhou said apologetically, trying to mitigate the senior's dissatisfaction with his Guan family. "No need." The Yao female cultivator coldly huffed, her expression as cold as ice. daring to be arrogant in front of me, Yao Yuanchong. Had this been Feiyue Island, I would have made you kneel and beg for mercy long ago. With this thought, she simply closed her beautiful eyes, rolled up her skirt, and slowly found a chair to sit down. As she adjusted her skirt, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and a few specks of powder, as fine as dust, landed on Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping, with his powerful divine sense, immediately detected the small movement she made. Seeking death, a strong killing intent surged in his heart, but he maintained a calm demeanor and sat down opposite the Yao female cultivator. Chapter 80 Yao Daoist Friend. Please wait. After a short while, a girl of about 15 or 16, with icy skin and cherry lips, entered the hall, holding a jade tray with 2 cups of tea. Daoist friend Chun, please have some tea, she said, her voice as melodious and crisp as a bird's song. The girl was at the 5th level of qi refinement. Chen Ping observed her for a moment, but soon dismissed her from his mind. After placing down 1 cup of tea, the girl walked carefully to the Yao female cultivator, saying softly, Yao Daoist friend, this is your tea. The Yao female cultivator responded indifferently, then waved her jade hand impatiently, indicating the girl to keep her distance. The stunning girl bit her lip, shrinking timidly into the corner. Her grandfather had repeatedly instructed her to treat these 2 distinguished guests well, yet they both had an air of aloofness. She was also a pampered young lady in her family, with many suitors from both the island and beyond. She had never experienced such treatment before. The stunning girl pouted and muttered to herself. As Chen Ping lifted his teacup, he felt a bone-chilling coldness from the porcelain cup, as if it were iced to the marrow. But the spirit tea was freshly brewed, still steaming. The teacup was also made of ordinary white porcelain, and the spirit tea brewed was a hot variety. It should not be so cold. Strange. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, pretending to sip tea while quietly scanning the girl with his divine sense. What could be the reason? After several rounds of probing yielded no results, Chen Ping casually set the teacup down. But in just a short while, the chill disappeared completely, as if it had been an illusion. Thank you for waiting, Daoist friends. At this moment, Guan Shuzhou entered from the door, smiling. Grandfather. The stunning girl seemed to find her support and bounced towards Guan Shuzhou. And Ayur, didn't you bring the 2 plates of purple glutinous cake that grandfather asked you to get? How could you forget? Guan Shuzhou scolded. But anyone could hear the indulgence in his tone. Guan and Ayur pouted. The purple glutinous cake was a family specialty, and a plate of 3 or 5 cost no less than 10 spirit stones. These 2 were colder and prouder than the other, and she genuinely disliked them. Just being able to serve them a cup of tea was already exceptionally rare. Guan Shizhu gently patted his granddaughter on the back of her head, affectionately saying, good. Guan Yi felt as if she had received a great pardon and quickly ran off. Guan Shizhu shook his head helplessly, turned around, and handed Chen Ping a 3-way storage bag. Smiling as he said, there are a total of 63 freshly picked huoshasho herbs here, all over 50 years old. Fellow Daoist, see if you are satisfied. After receiving the storage bag, Chen Ping carefully checked it and said, not bad. How many spirit stones for the whole lot? 2 plants of 70 years, 10 plants of 60 years, and the rest are 50 years old. This batch of huoshasho herbs was enough for him to use for 3 to 4 years. By then, he should be close to reaching the peak of the qi refining stage. 2,730 spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Chun is a valued guest of the Guans, so I'll only charge you 3,000 spirit stones. Guan Shizu pondered for a while and decisively reduced the price by several hundred. The reason he was so generous was that the huoshasho herbs were too rare. The family had painstakingly cultivated them for dozens to hundreds of years, but had hardly sold any. After these 2 transactions, Chen Ping had taken away almost half of the accumulated huoshasho herbs. He was still hoping that Chen Ping would continue to purchase the remaining dozens. Moreover, this person was a rising star of the Chen family. By spending a little money to build a good relationship, the clan leader wouldn't blame him. Thank you, Daoist Guan. Chen Ping cupped his fists and placed 3,000 spirit stones in the center of the living room. This was all the spirit stones he had left on him. Of course, his actual wealth was far more than this. In just over 2 years, the number of cultivators who had fallen to Chen Ping's hands had exceeded 2 palms worth. Among them were not a few wealthy cultivators like Shui Wan, Meng Ping, and Yu Man. He had specially set aside a 100-piece storage bag to hold various treasures like the captured magical tools, talismans, and pills. Excluding the ice smoke stone, the estimated value of just this part was no less than 40,000 spirit stones. He would deal with it all at the Jinrui Island market later. All right. Thank you for your care. In front of Chen Ping, Guan Shuozu counted the spirit stones, then immediately took out another storage bag and handed it to the extremely impatient female cultivator named Yao, saying, Daoist Yao. These are all the spiritual herbs that have matured in our family's spirit garden that you reported earlier. Do you think the quantity is sufficient? The female cultivator named Yao opened the storage bag, and her tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed a little. In a still cold tone, she said, "It's enough. What is your price?" During the brief moment when she opened the storage bag, Chen Ping unceremoniously scanned the items inside. Herbs like blood-red ginseng and hibiscus spirit grass were all supplementary herbs for replenishing qi and blood. Moreover, these types of herbs had a common characteristic: they could be directly swallowed. However, their efficacy was only about 30% of that of refined spirit pills. 2007. That's already a 9% discount. Guan Shuozhu said amicably. The female cultivator named Yao didn't waste any words, paid the spirit stones, and directly left the Guan's residence. If all business transactions were like this, how comfortable it would be. Guan Shuozhu was just lamenting when he saw Chen Ping getting up and immediately invited him eagerly. Daoist Chen, why not stay on Xiaoning Island for a few days? This old man would like to show you some hospitality. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't impose any longer. Chen Ping politely declined. If he were traveling to Xiaoning Island to investigate Guanier's anomaly, he might consider staying a few days. However, if Chun Xingqiao discovered that he had been played with 3 days later, he might truly trace him to this place in a fit of rage. Staying on Xiaoning Island for an extended period would definitely pose risks. Safe travels, Daoist. Guan Shuozhu was quite perceptive and did not insist further. Take care, Daoist Guan. Chen Ping politely cupped his hands and walked straight out of the Guan's residence. There was still an urgent matter that needed to be resolved first. Spiritual energy surged, pouring into the Qingming acupoint at the corner of his eyes, and in an instant, a layer of crimson covered his eyes. At the limit of his vision, he could clearly see a tall woman wielding silver-white escape light, hastily making her way to the seaside. Chen Ping let out a cold laugh and closely pursued in the northwestern direction. After about half a cup of tea's time, their distance grew closer. The female cultivator named Yao seemed to have noticed someone following her. Her feet circulated with magical power, and her escape speed suddenly increased significantly. But how could she outrun Chen Ping, who was enhanced by the Xianggrade technique? Daoist Yao, why are you in such a hurry? Just a few dozen zhang away from the beach, Chen Ping took a strong step, instantly crossing over and landing heavily in front of the female cultivator named Yao. Chapter 81. Capturing Yao Yuetang. What do you mean? Yao Yuetang coldly looked at Chen Ping, her face covered in frost. You know what I mean. Chen Ping sneered, and the earth flame sword appeared in his left hand. Killing and robbing treasures is such a heinous act, and it is said that the noble elder has a deep hatred for it and has strictly forbidden it. As a direct descendant, how dare you stop me for no reason? Yao Yuedang raised her eyebrows and questioned Chen Ping. The fact that this person could catch up to her indicated that his movement technique was not ordinary, and she estimated he would be quite difficult to deal with. If she delayed too long and disrupted her master's important matter, the thought of her master's wrath made Yao Yuedang shiver involuntarily. Daoist Yao, you have a good appearance, but are somewhat shameless. Who is truly insidious and ruthless? Chen Ping taunted, shaking his shoulder and shaking off a few specks of powder as fine as dust. Yao Yuetang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. How did you discover it? This is the soul-severing powder specially made by my master, meaning that anyone sprinkled with this powder is destined to meet their end. Within 150 miles, it could be detected by a certain type of spirit insect through the scent of the soul-severing powder. Relying on the soul-severing powder, the master and disciple had carried out many insane deeds. The soul-severing powder had the effect of evading divine sense, unless a foundation-building cultivator was present. It would be impossible to detect it. Since you intend to harm me, you should also be prepared to be counter-killed. Chen Ping's fierce demeanor was revealed as he commanded the earth flame sword to turn in midair and charge aggressively at the female cultivator named Yao. Do you really think I, Yao Yuetang, fear you? The female cultivator named Yao drew out a storage bag from her waist, and then a 7-foot-long silver giant sword danced out, exuding a fierce aura, and its size was even larger than the earth flame sword by a third. An excellent grade magical weapon? Chen Ping was not surprised at all. This woman must have a significant background, having even a luxury item like a spiritual boat, let alone an excellent grade magical weapon. Go. Chen Ping increased the spiritual power injected into the earth flame sword, which howled as it dragged a brilliant starlight and stabbed forward. Sword trap technique. Yao Yuetang exclaimed, and the giant sword suddenly shone brightly, spinning rapidly around its hilt. In the next moment, it transformed into a thick silver disc, releasing countless sticky suction forces from the center of the disc, making the earth flame sword feel as if it were burdened with 10,000 pounds. Unable to move an inch, the sword trap technique succeeded in one strike, and Yao Yuetang coldly smiled, with a hint of smugness in her voice. This technique is the one I specialize in, and its rank is not low, reaching the mid-level of Huanggrade. To learn this sword trap technique, I dedicated myself to my master, which is why I was taught this ultimate skill. After diligently practicing for over 10 years, I barely broke through to the minor achievement stage. Do you think it's worth being so arrogant for mastering a Huanggrade technique? Seeing this scene, Chen Ping remained calm and did not care about the earth flame sword. The spiritual light of his soul circulated, instantly gathering into an invisible and intangible giant hand that slammed hard against Yao Yuetang's back. Crack! Yao Yuetang felt an immense and boundless force pressing down on her, as if she were carrying a mountain on her back, and her ribs broke one after another, causing her excruciating pain. In the next moment, her celestial dress shattered inch by inch, revealing a layer of transparent, thin gauze. Beneath the thin gauze, there was nothing to cover her. Her skin was smooth and fair, and in a faint haze, this enchanting sight stirred one's spirit. However, Chen Ping's focus was not on this. The glowing, transparent, thin gauze turned out to be a top-grade defensive magical artifact. It seemed that this treasure had relieved some of the pressure. Otherwise, this woman would not have merely broken a few ribs so easily. At the same time, Yao Yuanchang suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, her face filled with despair. The idea of condensing spiritual consciousness into substantial energy spells was simply unheard of. Of course, this was not the main reason for her despair. The male cultivator opposite her had a spiritual consciousness so powerful that it was almost comparable to her master. This was a sign of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was foolish of her to have previously plotted against him with soul-severing powder, truly a case of self-inflicted harm. But when did the Chun family gain another Foundation establishment expert? Chen Ping's gaze was grim. Using the 100 forging solidification technique against a qi refining cultivator was indeed extremely suitable. Moreover, now that he had reached the 8th layer of qi refining, using the 100 forging solidification technique once would not deplete his spiritual power. Yao Yuanchang was severely injured and could no longer restrain the flame sword. Seizing this excellent opportunity, Chen Ping commanded his spirit sword to break through the shield released by the thin veil. Then, he employed the fire escape wheel, flashing like a ghost behind Yao Yuanchang, and struck her on the head, causing her to faint. Just as her soft body was about to fall to the ground, Chen Ping caught her in his arms, stepped onto the spirit boat, and sailed into the vast sea. A little over half a day later, inside the cabin, Chen Ping, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The spiritual power he had consumed from the 100 forging solidification technique had mostly recovered. Looking at the unconscious Yao Yuanchang lying beside him, Chen Ping slowly turned his neck. Next, it was time to properly deal with her. Slap, slap. Grabbing Yao Yuanchang's shoulders, Chen Ping's palm contained a trace of scorching fire's spiritual power. Swinging left and right, he delivered dozens of slaps. Hiss! Yao Yuanchang groggily awoke, feeling her face burning, and the only thin veil that covered her had vanished. The man who resembled a Foundation establishment cultivator was staring at her mockingly. Where's my magic power? Yao Yuanchang instinctively wanted to activate her technique for defense, but was horrified to find that her entire cultivation had disappeared. Don't worry, I only sealed your dantian and did not destroy your foundation, Chen Ping said, savoring the sight of her and meaningfully added, next, it depends on your cooperation. This little girl is skilled in the art of the chamber and will definitely satisfy you, senior. Yao Yuanchang puffed out her chest, and with her delicate voice, a captivating fragrance wafted from her lips. She had a curvaceous figure and a pure, charming doll-like face. With such contrasting traits appearing simultaneously, it was utterly enchanting, difficult for an average male cultivator to resist. Hee. A few low laughs rolled from Chen Ping's throat. It seemed this woman had misunderstood his intentions. If her chamber skills could further enhance his cultivation, he wouldn't mind going to the peaks of Mount Wu with her, but purely for lust. Why would he be interested in a mere qi refining female cultivator? Chen Ping's expression remained expressionless as he pressed a sword against her heart, sternly demanding, "Who are you? And where do you come from?" His sudden change in demeanor frightened Yao Yuanchang, causing her to pale and panic. I am Yao Yuanchang, a steward from the Outer Affairs Hall of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Who is the master you mentioned? Chen Ping coldly pressed on. What is the name of your master? My master is Tao Tianqi. He is the deputy leader of the alliance. Surely you have heard of him, senior. Yao Yuanchang hurriedly reported her master's name, hoping to invoke caution in him, so he wouldn't dare to kill her carelessly. Tao Tianqi. Chen Ping stroked his chin. This person was also quite a well-known Foundation establishment cultivator in the nearby sea area. Chapter 82, Killing a Foundation Establishment, Part 1. Feiyu Island is located in the middle of the Chun family sea area and the Meng family sea area. The island is controlled by the Loose Cultivator Alliance. As the name suggests, the Loose Cultivator Alliance was initially formed by several loose cultivators joining forces. Its purpose is to provide a strong backing for rootless loose cultivators. The Loose Cultivator Alliance is an independent entity and does not belong to the jurisdiction of either the Qishao sect or the Broken Star sect. Currently, there are 3 Foundation establishment cultivators stationed on Feiyu Island. The leader is the old Taoist Qing Song, who is at the late stage of Foundation establishment. There are also two vice leaders, one named Lu Yinyu, who advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment over 30 years ago, and the other is Yao Yuanchang's master, Tao Tianqi. At the early stage of Foundation establishment, Yao Yuanchang's breath caught, and she stammered, "My brother was injured and lost too much blood. I plan to use spiritual herbs to replenish his foundation. Are you telling me a story?" Chen Ping's expression darkened as he swung the earth flame sword. And with a scream from Yao Yuanchang, her entire right hand was severed from her body. Don't kill me." Yao Yuanchang clutched her severed hand, blood gushing from the wound. After a brief moment of numbness, a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout her body. Chen Ping stepped on her abdomen, fiercely saying, "I have thousands of methods to torture people. Think carefully. I'll talk. Yao Yuanchang's facial features twisted in pain, her body contorting as she gasped for breath. "The one seriously injured is actually my master. He had his legs chopped off and urgently needs spiritual medicine to replenish his energy." Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly asked, "Where is he now?" "My master is hiding in a rock formation near Xiaoning Island." Yao Yuanchang bit her silver teeth and honestly replied. Her life was clearly more important than her master's. "How did he get injured?" Chen Ping continued to press on. "It's all that despicable Ming Xishangren's fault." Yao Yuanchang's voice was filled with deep hatred. If it weren't for him injuring her master, she wouldn't have come to Xiaoning Island to seek medicine, and she wouldn't have fallen into the hands of this devil. Then, under Chen Ping's iron-fisted interrogation, Yao Yuanchang revealed everything in detail. Half a month ago, Ming Xishangren specifically visited her master on Feiyu Island. This Ming Xishangren was also a loose cultivator at the early stage of Foundation establishment and had known Tao Tianqi for nearly 100 years. He revealed a piece of information about the whereabouts of a senior's secret abode. The secret abode was located deep in the sea, about 600 miles from Haichang Island. Outside the cave, two second-tier early-stage demon beasts were guarding it. Ming Xishangren attempted several times on his own, but was unable to defeat the guarding demon beasts. In desperation, he had to tell his friend Tao Tianqi. The two of them hit it off and set off for the Chun family sea area at dusk that same day. The process was relatively smooth. They jointly killed the demon beasts and only suffered minor injuries. As for what happened after they entered the secret abode, Yao Yuanchang did not know. Before going to the secret abode, Tao Tianqi, to be safe, secretly arranged for his trusted disciple, Yao Yuanchang, to hide outside the cave. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than 10 days since the two entered the secret abode. 3 days ago, there was suddenly movement at the bottom of the sea. Bang! A huge splash erupted as a disheveled Tao Tianqi emerged, holding a flying sword, with half of his legs missing. Seeing this, Yao Yuanchang hurriedly carried him and fled. Eventually hiding in a remote rock formation, Tao Tianqi, severely injured, ordered her to go to the nearby Xiaoning Island to seek spiritual herbs. 1 hour later, on the calm sea surface, a spirit boat was slowly sailing. Chen Ping had reinserted more than a dozen spirit stones into the core of the formation. On one side of the cabin lay a beautiful jade-like body, but her right hand was missing, making it appear somewhat flawed. He had just given Yao Yuanchang basic first aid to stop the bleeding, and now this woman was in a state of unconsciousness. Chen Ping had temporarily refrained from killing her, as she might still have some use. To be safe, he even used a heart query talisman. Yao Yuanchang did not lie. An injured Foundation establishment cultivator? Chen Ping rubbed his nose, his eyes shining brightly. Although Foundation establishment cultivators had strong self-healing capabilities and could regenerate limbs, this process was not instantaneous. This meant that, at least for the short term, Tao Tianqi would be in a severely weakened state. Since he had already incapacitated Tao Tianqi's precious disciple, he might as well take the opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem entirely, ensuring no future troubles. With the Moro blood explosion technique as his ultimate trump card, his chances of victory are still considerable, if absolutely necessary. He can also use the Moro shadow step to escape. Chen Ping flipped his palm and covered a deep gray bead. With an expressionless face, he pried open Yao Yuanchang's cherry lips and forcefully stuffed the bead inside. Following that, he adjusted the direction of the spirit boat, piercing through the azure waves and speeding away. The spirit boat sailed at full speed, and in no time, it reached the rocky group described by Yao Yuanchang. What came into view was a small mountain of pitch-black stone. The rocks on the mountain were piled up in layers, like a makeshift wooden palace, swaying precariously. The rocks here were small and delicate, resembling spring bamboo shoots breaking through the ground. There were also exquisite formations that looked like lotus flowers waiting to bloom. The outer layer was imposing, resembling a waterfall cascading down. Rather than a rocky group, it was more like a miniature island made up of strange stones. He really knows how to pick a place. Chen Ping stood calmly at the bow of the boat, holding the unconscious Yao Yuanchang, and leapt ashore with a single bound. This strange stone forest was only about 3 miles in circumference, and as soon as Chen Ping set foot on the ground, a powerful divine sense swept over him. Two invisible divine senses clashed in midair, quickly dissipating like a dragonfly touching the water. Humph! Chen Ping's face turned pale. That brief test he conducted had unexpectedly put him at a disadvantage. The opponent's divine sense was slightly stronger than his, clearly indicating that he was a true Foundation establishment cultivator. The reason why cultivators find it extremely difficult to defeat enemies across major realms is largely due to this power of the soul. Take Foundation establishment cultivators as an example. Their soul power is often 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, and when they release their divine sense, Qi refinement cultivators tend to be suppressed to the point of dizziness, unable to circulate their entire magical power. However, Chen Ping was not an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage in the previous battle of divine senses, it was only a matter of half a pound versus 8 ounces. Tao Tianqi's attempt to suppress him with divine power was nothing short of a pipe dream. Following that divine sense, Chen Ping twisted and turned, and after a few breaths, he discovered several stone pillars over 10 zhang high scattered around him. Among them, in the gap between 2 giant stones to the east, there was a person leaning at an angle. This was a thin, goat-bearded Taoist, with a face modeled in green and dressed in a bright red robe. His legs below the knees were hollow, blood seeping through, staining his outer clothing a dark purple. "You young one, what have you done to Xianxiang?" The green-faced Taoist's eyes were full of fierce light, showing no concealment of his killing intent towards Chen Ping. Earlier, during the divine sense confrontation, he had thought he was dealing with a fellow cultivator of the same rank. But upon seeing the fire-type spells this person was wielding, he realized it wasn't the liquid spiritual energy of a Foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, Tao Tianqi felt completely at ease. This child's abnormal soul might have resulted from coincidentally swallowing some kind of heavenly herb, causing it to swell to such an extent. No matter how strong a Qi refinement cultivator is, they are ultimately still at the beginner's level, and while he remained cautious, he felt no fear whatsoever. "Your disciple's skills are indeed exceptional. Tao Daoyu is a fortunate person." Chen Ping's tone was teasing, yet there was a hint of seriousness. The gap between major realms cannot be bridged by just a few high-level techniques. If Tao Tianqi still retained half of his strength, then today, the moral blood explosion technique would be absolutely necessary. Chapter 83, Killing Foundation Establishment, Part 2. "You young one, dare you bully Xianxiang?" Tao Tianqi's expression suddenly changed, blood rushing violently in his veins. Yao Xianxiang was his forbidden fruit. Anyone who touched her would die. Moreover, this late-stage Qi refinement junior actually dared to call him a fellow Taoist repeatedly, simply arrogant beyond measure, utterly unaware of the heavens above and the earth below. Did he really think that just because he was injured, he could be disregarded? "Grab it." Chen Ping winked at him, scooping up the beautiful figure and tossing her towards Tao Tianqi. In that instant, his figure retreated rapidly. "Xianxiang." From a distance, Tao Tianqi made a move to catch her. But seeing Chen Ping's reaction, he immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively summoned a finely crafted golden ring. Tao Tianqi pointed with one hand and shouted, "Protect." The golden ring, in response to his shout, suddenly burst forth with a brilliant yellow light, transforming into a rapidly spinning whirlwind about 10 zhang wide. Blocking in front of him. Boom. In an instant, a scorching wave burst forth from Yao Yuanchang's body, accompanied by a deafening sound, thick smoke rising like a sandstorm, filling the air. With the vivid red flames blooming, it resembled enchanting and beautiful flowers, competing for brilliance. All the stone pillars and shrubs within a 50 zhang radius were uprooted, falling in disarray, tossed far away. "Taoist friend Tao, are you well?" Once the dust settled, Chen Ping, holding the earth flame sword, slowly approached step by step. That astonishing explosion was indeed the work of the Thunderbolt child. Earlier, he had stuffed this item into Yao Yuanchang's mouth, harboring the intention to ambush Tao Tianqi. Chen Ping became more cautious, gripping several defensive talismans in his hand. Tao Tianqi was a Foundation establishment master, possessing a spirit weapon. Even in the center of the Thunderbolt child's most lethal range, he wouldn't fall so easily. Sure enough, after advancing several zhang, Chen Ping first saw an upright steel ring. Meanwhile, the owner of that spirit weapon, Tao Tianqi, lay collapsed on the ground, in a state even more miserable than before. His entire body was dark, emitting acrid smoke. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, black blood gushing out in large mouthfuls. "You are so despicable." Tao Tianqi glared. If he hadn't summoned the black stone ring in time, he would have already died. He had already sustained severe injuries from his battle with Mingxi Shangren, and only had 30% of his powers left. Now being ambushed by the Thunderbolt child, it was even worse, leaving him with barely 10% of his strength. It would take him years to recover. With his beloved disciple dead, he couldn't care less. His only thought was to kill this Qi refinement junior before him. Southly wheels swiftly. Tao Tianqi roared in rage. A wheel shadow of red and green shot out from the ruins, rushing towards Chen Ping. This wheel had both front and back faces, each adorned with frightening sharp spikes, and flames flickered around, sizzling the air. Chen Ping's pupils contracted. This was a rare wheel-shaped magical treasure. Judging by its pressure, it was undoubtedly several times stronger than the Earth Flame Sword, likely a mid-grade offensive spirit weapon. Thick Earth Wall Technique, Rise. Chen Ping was already prepared. His fingers moved as he continuously crushed several talismans. Layers of spiritual energy fluctuations appeared, and 3 tall earth walls rose to block the Southly Wheel's path. Boom. The Southly Wheel, worthy of being a spirit weapon, leisurely turned, its sharp spikes suddenly narrowing, shining with a sharp cold light, easily cutting through the defenses of the earth wall technique. However, this also bought Chen Ping a precious moment. 2 immaculate 10-petaled lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet. Qinglian 16/Sword Technique, 3rd form, step-by-step lotus. Faced with the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Chen Ping did not hesitate to unleash it. Stepping on the lotus flowers, his blue shadow shifted, each step covering dozens of zhang. In the midst of shifting positions, his speed was incredibly exaggerated. Although the wheel-shaped spirit weapon had locked onto his aura, it simply could not keep up. What kind of movement technique is this? Gripping the wheel's handle, Tao Tianqi's eyes were filled with suspicion. Even in his prime, he would have only been able to dodge at such a speed in a small area. But he was a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. How on earth was this 8th-layer Qi refinement kid able to do this? You young one. No wonder you dare to come kill alone. I admit you are indeed much stronger than the average 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Although I am suffering from old injuries, I am not someone that a mere Qi refinement cultivator can rival. Tao Tianqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said darkly, considering your difficult cultivation, I will give you one last chance. Get out of here, and I can let the past be the past. Haha. Tao Tianqi's eyelids twitched violently, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The green lotus appeared. With a light shout, the earth flame sword soared into the air, releasing waves of scorching and domineering sword energy that swirled around the sword body like a startled dragon and phoenix, filled with an aura of silent destruction. Then, at the heart of the immense storm, a transparent green lotus appeared, and upon closer inspection, its stem and leaves were covered with lifelike sword patterns. Green lotus sword energy. Extinguish. Chen Ping pointed at the green lotus, and instantly, thousands of half-foot-long flying swords surged out from the lotus, rushing toward Tao Tianqi with boundless might. Such a powerful sword technique. Tao Tianqi's face showed panic as he sensed a strong threat of death emanating from the lotus. The ferryman of 3 lives. Tao Tianqi gritted his teeth and frantically infused his chaotic spiritual power into the southern departure wheel. With the boost of spiritual energy, the wheel immediately surged in power, radiating red and blue lights that split into 3 in midair, each as sharp as the original body. Boom. The green lotus sword energy derived from the earth flame sword collided with the southern departure wheel in midair, creating continuous shockwaves and scattering energy, forming a circle of astonishing tornadoes. The 2 phenomena were locked in a standoff, and in the next moment, the green lotus sword energy completely dissipated, and the phantoms of the southern departure wheel also reverted to 1, its power converging beside Tao Tianqi. This time, the earth flame sword in front of Chen Ping only lasted a brief moment before suddenly emitting a dull tearing sound, shattered into several pieces by the wheel's shadow. The earth flame sword, which had accompanied him for years, finally met its end beneath a mid-grade spiritual weapon far superior to it. And Chen Ping's goal was also achieved. He aimed to gradually erode Tao Tianqi's spiritual power, and even if he had to sacrifice a top-grade magical artifact, it was worth it. Cough, cough. Tao Tianqi coughed violently, nearly losing his posture, his spirit utterly depleted, just as Chen Ping expected. Forcibly suppressing his injuries to drive the spiritual weapon had exhausted the last trace of spiritual power in his body. Coupled with the significant loss of blood energy, he was nearly at the end of his rope. Now we both know who you are, the mysterious cultivator who bloodied Tingshan Island. You are Lu Yu. Tao Tianqi's hair stood on end as he shouted hoarsely. I am Chen Ping from Haichong Island. Tao Daoyu has guessed wrong, Chen Ping said with a slight sneer. He had no time to explain to a person who was doomed to die, after continuously unleashing 2 green lotus sword techniques. Nearly 40% of his spiritual power had been expended. It was better to resolve Tao Tianqi as quickly as possible. After all, he was an opponent from a higher realm. Delaying could lead to unforeseen changes. Chapter 84, Killing the Foundation Establishment, Part 2. You can take your leave now. Chen Ping's tone was devoid of emotion as 5 fire bullet spells formed instantly and shot toward Tao Tianqi from different angles. Bang, bang. The steel ring in front of Tao Tianqi slowly rotated, and the fire bullet struck it, emitting a harsh sound of metal clashing. forcing the low-grade spiritual weapon to retreat repeatedly. This person was indeed at the end of his rope. Chen Ping felt a surge of joy. The fire bullet was merely a red-grade spell, and if Tao Tianqi had injected even a trace of spiritual power, such a bizarre scene would not have occurred. Junior, you are too much. Sensing that today would not end well, Tao Tianqi, in despair, was filled with a desperate resolve, madness gradually showing in his eyes. He vigorously flicked his sleeve and swallowed a green, glowing pill. Slap. Then, he slapped his chest fiercely, and 10 drops of dark red blood burst from his throat, floating in the air and radiating immense energy. All of Tao Tianqi's actions were completed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Ping could not stop him in time. Feeling a chill in his heart, he stepped on the lotus and retreated several dozen feet. This was the essence blood of a foundation establishment cultivator, containing boundless power. Each drop was extremely precious. It was clearly a side technique of swordsmanship. With 10 drops of essence blood and a pill to rapidly recover spiritual power, Tao Tianqi was clearly preparing to fight to the death with him. Junior, today you will undoubtedly die? Tao Tianqi's voice was hoarse, and a strange gray spiritual power spread from his body, reeking of foulness. The surrounding bushes, touched by this spiritual power, wilted and blackened in an instant. Corpse Fiend Pill. A second-grade pill. It was made by collecting the natural corpse energy produced after the deaths of 99 cultivators, refined using demonic methods. The higher the cultivation of the deceased, the more powerful the pill became. The raw materials for this Corpse Fiend Pill mostly came from chi refining cultivators, along with the corpse energy of 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, the surface of the pill displayed 3 stripes. The 3-stripe Corpse Fiend Pill was something he exchanged for nearly 5,000 spirit stones with a demonic master 25 years ago. When consumed by a foundation establishment cultivator, it could instantly restore 30% of their spiritual power. However, this pill was filled with deadly energy and would severely pollute the spiritual acupoints after use. Not only would their cultivation stagnate, but the chances of advancing in the future would also diminish significantly. However, in this situation, where his life was almost forfeit, Tao Tianqi had little regard for such matters. I have a technique called Dark Moon Palm, which has been perfected to the great perfection stage. To fall beneath this palm, you should consider yourself fortunate. Tao Tianqi laughed maniacally, his right hand suddenly opening wide, enveloped in a thick purple glow. Combine. His lips moved slightly, and the 10 drops of essence blood were immediately guided, quickly merging into his palm. Upon closer inspection, the crescent-shaped glow transformed again, and then a gray hand the size of 5 zhong fully formed. With a pinch of his technique, the exaggerated hand transformed into overlapping phantoms and rushed toward Chen Ping with a whirring sound. Wherever the dark moon palm passed, the hard rocky ground cracked, crumbling to his feet. Witnessing the terrifying might of this palm, a sense of foreboding rose in Chen Ping's heart. He struck the storage bag with both hands, sending out dozens of various talismans. Earth Wall talismans, Ice Mountain talismans, and Mystic Mirror talismans, all first-level defensive talismans. Chen Ping held nothing back, shattering all the accumulated stock from these years. At the same time, the pure white lotus beneath his feet began to sway elegantly, its radiance flashing as he was about to step on the lotus to switch positions. But his expression suddenly stiffened, as if an invisible bridge was pressing down on his shoulders, rendering him unable to move. The Great Perfection Dark Moon Palm has the effect of restraining movement. I suggest you stop struggling and die peacefully. Tao Tianqi looked up, appearing as if he were comfortably fishing. This Dark Moon Palm was a mid-grade yellow technique that he had painstakingly cultivated for decades to finally break through to the limit. He had kept it hidden as a trump card, even from his beloved disciple Yao Yuetang. Very well, a mere foundation establishment cultivator can force me to this extent. Chen Ping's expression was as dark as water, a cold gleam flashing as he stared at Tao Tianqi. He had miscalculated. He had been too careless. But at this critical moment, it was not the time to reflect. The pressing matter was to first deal with the formidable enemy before him. Demon Blood Explosion Technique. Chen Ping enunciated each word, his body filled with a chilling aura. His meridians surged wildly, all his spiritual acupoints lighting up like a boiling celestial spring, his aura reaching its peak in an instant. At that moment, a crack sounded, as if breaking some kind of shackle, and the spiritual power within him surged once more. His hair floating without wind, flowing with strands of pure mystical intent. The spiritual power Chen Ping had accumulated had far exceeded the peak of chi refining, with half of it even compressed into a liquid state. The blood explosion technique of the 3 forbidden spells of demonism, a genuine demonic secret technique. This technique has increased Chen Ping's mana by nearly 80%. Although there are still some differences compared to authentic foundation establishment cultivators, there is now room for maneuver. The outcome of pitting it against the Corpse Fiend Pill from the heterodox sect will soon be revealed. This high-level demonic secret technique, What is the origin of this junior? Such a technique that can amplify mana on the spot is exceedingly rare. For a Qi refining level 8 cultivator to transform their spiritual power from gas to liquid, it must at least be of the Xian grade. Xian grade secret technique. This is something Tao Tianqi has long desired but could not obtain. Otherwise, as a foundation establishment expert, why would he need to consume the corpse fiend pill? A hint of fear arose in Tao Tianqi, but it was quickly overtaken by a wave of greed. If I take him down, this demonic secret technique and that green lotus sword art will all be mine. Tao Tianqi, full of vigor, commanded the dark moon palm to sweep forward, shattering rocks and trees, the howling sound echoing through the sky. Boom. The gray giant palm crushed through layers of defenses formed by numerous talismans, while its main body was weakened by less than 10%. Sword Qi like a lotus. Chen Ping revealed a fierce determination and then grasped a 7-foot-long silver sword artifact. This was Yao Yuetong's item, and since the earth flame sword was destroyed, he could only make do with it. As the words fell, a violent, all-consuming intent arose out of thin air. A green lotus bloomed above Chen Ping's head, with a fierce emerald dragon coiling around him, and his eyes were stained with a layer of blood, resembling a great demon emerging from an ancient dead land. The green lotus blossomed, standing tall and pure, not 9 petals, but 16, thanks to the surge in Chen Ping's mana. The power of this sword technique was also significantly enhanced. The blue sword Qi spiraled chaotically, with the sound of swords ringing endlessly. Green lotus sword Qi go. Chen Ping pushed forward with considerable effort, and the 16 sword lotuses flew toward the dark moon palm. Uft! The sword Qi fell like rain, then instantly split apart, transforming into pieces of blue lotus petals, as if a rain of swords was falling across the heavens. The gray palm trembled violently, like a layer of cloud as thin as a cicada's wing, ready to completely collapse under the assault of the sword rain. Boom. The two divine abilities stalemated for a few breaths, but finally, the green lotus sword Qi gained a slight upper hand, mercilessly shattering the dark moon palm. Spare me. Fellow Taoist, Tao knows the whereabouts of an ancient cave residence, whose master was once a golden elixir cultivator. As long as you can let me go, I am willing to pay any price. In his pupils, the imposing 16 green lotus immortal swords rapidly enlarged, and Tao Tianqi shouted desperately in fear. In the face of life and death, the dignity of a foundation establishment cultivator vanished without a trace. Die. Chen Ping remained unmoved. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. Annihilate. Chen Ping smiled coldly. He had already taken precautions and then lightly pointed at the green lotus sword Qi. The green lotus bloomed, and Tao Tianqi, who had not escaped far, was instantly engulfed by the blossoming sword Qi. The sword Qi's spiritual power was exhausted and then dissipated into specks of light in the air. Chapter 85, Spoils of War. Killing a foundation establishment cultivator at Qi refining level 8. Unfortunately, there were no spectators around. Otherwise, this battle would surely cause a tsunami of public opinion in the cultivation world of the Yuan-Yen Islands. Bang! Tao Tianqi's corpse fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, his face frozen with intense terror. Even though Chen Ping was somewhat covetous of the golden elixir cave residence that Tao Tianqi mentioned, he still coldly killed him. The backlash from the demonic blood explosion technique was too strong. Chen Ping did not dare to leave a foundation establishment cultivator alive, even if severely injured and on the verge of death. Therefore, this person had to die. Chen Ping scanned his fingers with his divine sense, revealing an ancient silver-gray ring. Glimmering. A storage ring. Chen Ping's eyes brightened. He directly severed the finger with the ring using his sword, then flicked a fireball to turn Tao Tianqi to ashes. After putting away the Southly wheel and the exquisite steel ring, Chen Ping left the rocky area without hesitation. After sailing for several dozen miles, until a small island covered in greenery appeared before him, Chen Ping stowed away the spirit boat and hurriedly hid in a grove. Hengshan Island. This island does not have a naturally occurring spiritual vein. Therefore, there are generally no cultivators residing on the island, only nearly 1,000 mortals living by hunting. The light in the forest was dim, and the tall, ancient trees blocked most of the view. A damp mist hung everywhere, and the surrounding environment was unusually quiet. At this moment, Chen Ping's complexion was pale, and he felt weak, as if he were in a drunken state. He understood that this was a precursor to the aftereffects of using the demonic blood explosion technique. Taking advantage of the last moments, Chen Ping jumped onto a 15 or 16-foot tall banyan tree. The trunk of this tree was thick enough for 5 people to embrace. He held the white scar blade and quickly cut, soon creating a hole in the top of the tree. With a flicker of his body, Chen Ping lowered his head and crawled inside. The entry-level demonic blood explosion technique. Each use not only consumes 3 years of lifespan and 10 drops of essence blood, but after its effect, one will fall into a 5-day period of weakness. During this time, spiritual power and divine sense suffer backlash, trapped within the body, akin to an ordinary person with no cultivation. Leaning against the tree hole, although Chen Ping's head throbbed, his face remained calm as he quietly closed his eyes to meditate. Exhausted, a wave of drowsiness hit him, making him feel sleepy. Chen Ping gripped the white scar blade and made a deep cut on the inner thigh, revealing bone. He finally woke up. Blood soaked into the soil, but there was not a trace of pain on his face. In the path of cultivating immortality, this minor pain was not worth a mention. Moreover, Hengshan Island was not devoid of birds and beasts. If he encountered a keen-sensed tiger or golden eagle and fell asleep, he might be in danger of being hunted. For a figure comparable to half a Foundation establishment cultivator to die in the mouth of a beast would indeed be a tale for the ages. 5 days and 5 nights. Chen Ping spent them all in the tree hole. He had not consumed a drop of water or a grain of rice, including the fasting pill set aside. As a heat flow slowly rose in his spiritual acupoint, the cut on his leg healed automatically, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes, finally bringing a long-lost smile to Chen Ping's face. The backlash from the demonic blood explosion technique had passed, and his cultivation was instantly restored. Feeling the omnipresent profound mana, Chen Ping's determination to pursue the path of immortality grew stronger. With his realm restored, he did not rush to go out. After feeling around in his clothes for a while, he found a silver-gray ring in his palm. It was Tao Tianqi's storage ring. The space of a storage ring is not comparable to that of a storage bag. Storage rings are divided into 3 levels: low-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The main material used to create storage rings is the 3rd-grade mineral, Wuliang treasure crystal. This stone contains spatial power, and even a tael costs thousands of spirit stones, making the price of storage rings exceedingly high. A low-grade storage ring sells for over 10,000 spirit stones. High-grade ones exceed 100,000 spirit stones, while the top-grade storage ring Chen Ping possessed in his previous life reached 300,000 spirit stones each. With a shake of his arm, the storage ring floated in the air, gently spinning. Generally speaking, storage rings are treasures that only Foundation establishment cultivators can use. This is because the spatial imprint of a storage ring requires a massive amount of divine sense power to activate. However, Chen Ping's divine sense is not weaker than that of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, just barely reaching the threshold. Open. His divine soul suddenly stirred, and the abundant divine sense power surged forth, wrapping around the storage ring. 3 days later, with a crack, the mark left by Tao Tianqi within the storage ring was finally almost completely cleared. Chen Ping was drenched in sweat. Over these past few days, he had been focused on refining the storage ring, and after much effort, he managed to unlock the restriction. Fortunately, the previous owner of this storage ring was only at the early Foundation establishment stage. If his cultivation had been a level higher, Chen Ping would have absolutely been unable to dispel it. This is a low-grade storage ring that can hold a small spiritual ship. TSK. Chen Ping slightly curled his lips. He had to praise Tao Tianqi, as this person was quite neat and tidy. In the vast space of the ring, medicinal pills were piled in one area, magical treasures in another, and techniques and talismans were also categorized and placed. Everything was in order. There were about 10 pill bottles, mostly containing 2nd-grade pills suitable for Foundation building period cultivators. In the eastern corner of the ring space, there was a stack of spirit stones. Chen Ping roughly counted them. There were over 4,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 70 middle-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, there was no sign of high-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was a normal phenomenon. Low-grade spirit stones contained mixed spiritual energy and were not suitable for direct absorption. The spiritual energy released by middle-grade spirit stones was comparable to the purity of energy produced by a first-tier spiritual vein, barely usable for cultivation. However, the effect was far inferior to that of ordinary quality cultivation pills. High-grade and top-grade spirit stones, on the other hand, had the opposite effect. The latter's cultivation effect even surpassed that of high-tier quality pills. These 2 types of high-level spirit stones only had a certain probability of being generated in large spirit stone mines. For millions of years, they had been monopolized by major sects and rarely circulated outside. One could say that high-grade and top-grade spirit stones transcended the realm of currency and were equivalent to a special kind of treasure. Therefore, it was relatively difficult for Foundation-building cultivators who were not from major sects to obtain a few high-level spirit stones. Next, Chen Ping took stock of the magical treasures collected by Tao Tianqi. There were quite a few items, totaling more than 20, most of which were upper-grade magical tools, along with 3 top-grade magical tools. Additionally, the most valuable were the 2 unprotected spiritual tools, a middle-grade non-li wheel and a low-grade defensive spiritual tool, the Wuxia ring. The non-li wheel was a fire attribute spiritual tool, while the Wuxia ring was of metal and earth attributes, both of which Chen Ping happened to be able to use. Just the two spiritual tools combined were worth almost 10,000. As for Tao Tianqi's techniques, such as the Dark Moon Palm and the Trap Sword technique, Chen Ping found them unimpressive. With such limited power, once one reached the Great Perfection realm, there was little point. With the energy and time he had, it would be far more worthwhile to find ways to improve the realm of the Qinglian 16 slashes sword technique. In the collection of magical treasures, there were also two pure blue small beads. They were shadow recording pearls. Chen Ping recognized them immediately. Shadow recording pearls were a type of rare treasure with a wide range of uses. Many cultivators would use them to record their insights before passing away. Selling a technique along with a recording from a senior often significantly increased its value, as the imagery was much more vivid than the rigid descriptions in jade slips. Naturally, shadow recording pearls had this special effect, and their price was not cheap, around 2,000 spirit stones each. These two shadow recording pearls were brand new. He planned to keep them for now, just in case. What is this? In a corner, Chen Ping saw a flawless jade plate. No, to be precise, it should be half a plate. This plate was crystal clear and emitted a faint glow like moonlight. However, it seemed to have split from the middle, with the other half missing. Chen Ping's mind stirred, and he brought the jade plate into the outside world. A legacy passed down by a golden core cultivator? Chen Ping squinted his eyes, showing great interest. The information transmitted by the jade plate was not complicated. It briefly introduced the life of its owner, the ancestor Han Yun, and included a map. This prominent figure didn't need much introduction, as Chen Ping already knew quite a bit about him. His name was well known in the Yuanyan Islands cultivation world. Han Yun Jinren, a famous high-level expert from 1500 years ago. He cultivated to the great perfection of the Golden Core realm in his lifetime, his divine powers shaking the seas for hundreds of thousands of miles around. His starting point was not very high. He was originally just an ordinary disciple of a small Yuandan sect. In the second year after he broke through to the foundation building stage, the sect faced a catastrophic disaster, almost wiping out everyone from the Yuandan ancestor to the Qi refining disciples. Only Han Yun and a few foundation building stewards escaped this calamity. Later, Han Yun Jinren had other opportunities and cultivated to the Golden Core realm, then annihilated his enemies. Having grown accustomed to a wandering life, Han Yun Jinren did not rebuild his sect, but chose to become a free and unrestrained loose cultivator. Han Yun Jinren was later humorously referred to as the illegitimate son of the Great Tao by later generations. Why this nickname? Han Yun had a mere middle-grade spiritual root. Yet after foundation building, he progressed rapidly, advancing a major tier every 100 years, quickly becoming a revered Golden Core ancestor among cultivators. This was all attributed to his extraordinary luck, making him stand out. Throughout his life, he found the remaining treasures of several powerful predecessors, and various small opportunities came one after another. It was rumored that Han Yun ancestor was either encountering opportunities or on the way to seize them. As for why he was metaphorically referred to as the illegitimate son of the Great Tao, it was because he ultimately stopped at the Golden Core realm, enjoying 1,000 years before passing away. The location of Han Yun Jinren's cave dwelling had always been a mystery. Countless later generations searched for clues throughout the Yuanyan Islands, but with no results. It was uncertain how credible it was that Tao Tianqi and the Mingxi master had found Han Yun Jinren's other cave. According to the information in the jade plate, Han Yun Jinren left behind a total of 8 cave dwellings. Each cave contained a unique treasure, along with this jade plate. The complete jade plate recorded the exact location of the cave dwelling. Unfortunately, the other half of this jade plate had likely fallen into the hands of the Mingxi master. The treasures in the caves were probably with the old Taoist from Mingxi as well. A cold and sharp light flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. According to Yao Yuanchang, on that day when she fled with Tao Tianqi, not long after, the Mingxi master also flew out of the sea. His injuries were similarly severe, not much better than Tao Tianqi's. After seeing Yao Yuanchang, the Mingxi master fled in the opposite direction. The Yuanyan Islands were vast, making it difficult to track him down immediately. Suppressing this matter, Chen Ping began to take stock of the gains from this battle. The most valuable items from Yao Yuanchang were 2 top-grade magical tools, while the other miscellaneous items added up to about 10,000 spirit stones. Tao Tianqi, being a high-level foundation cultivator, was worth much more, including talismans, ores, spirit herbs, storage rings, and other miscellaneous items. The total value reached as high as 50,000 spirit stones. It seemed that Tao Tianqi had indeed earned a lot as the vice leader of the Loose Cultivator Alliance for several decades. Of course, the cost Chen Ping paid was particularly heavy, but he felt no regret at all. Yao Yuanchang had malicious intentions, sprinkling him with soul-severing powder. Just this point alone meant he wouldn't let them off easily. Secondly, a severely injured foundation cultivator was a rare opportunity. The only unexpected thing was that Tao Tianqi's divine powers were a bit more advanced than he had anticipated. Cultivating immortality was an act against the heavens. inherently cruel and realistic. If one day, Chen Ping were to fall at the hands of a certain powerful being, there would be nothing tragic about it. If one's skills were inferior to others, equality would never exist. 10 days later, during this period, Chen Ping had conducted a simple refinement on the Nanli wheel and the Wuxia ring, allowing them to unleash 50% of their power for the time being. Spiritual tools were different from magical tools. Foundation cultivators typically needed to spend at least several months on their first refinement. The spiritual energy on Hengshan Island was scarce, so this was all he could do for now. Further refinement would take too long. He would wait until he reached Jinrui Island to proceed slowly. Since the Nanli wheel was a middle-grade spiritual tool, Chen Ping could only use it once before exhausting all his spiritual power. The Wuxia ring could be activated about 2 times, but this was already quite impressive. After all, spiritual tools were traditionally exclusive to Foundation cultivators. Chen Ping's mana was profound, especially his spiritual power, which was comparable to that of Foundation cultivators, allowing him to barely command the spiritual tools. Otherwise, this first refinement would have blocked 99 of Qi refining cultivators. Applying a dust-cleansing technique, Chen Ping changed into a clean blue Taoist robe. Then, with a flash of thought, the ring originally worn on his left index finger slowly disappeared. This was a small function of the storage ring. Generally, those with a lower spiritual awareness than him would be unable to see the true form of the storage ring. Bang! Chen Ping tore open the tree bark with a palm and jumped out of the hole. With a height of over 10 zhang, he landed steadily amidst the intertwining shadows. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard some commotion nearby. His gaze sharpened, and he saw over 10 strong men holding iron forks fleeing towards him from several miles away. The last of them, a wide-eared hunter, was carrying a chubby black-faced boy of about 7 or 8 years old on his back. The faces of these people were all filled with terror, arrows and daggers trailing behind them, as if something terrifying was chasing them. Howl! A roar shook the heavens, penetrating half the mountain forest. Chen Ping glanced sideways and saw a suspended-eyed white tiger closely following them, hunting down this group of hunters. Its size was nearly twice that of an ordinary wild tiger. It was completely white, with a thick tail adorned with a band of black rings, and as it ran, it lashed out like a steel whip against the ground. No wonder, this big creature was close to transforming into a demon spirit. Chen Ping's heart stirred. He didn't expect that even in this barren Hengshan Island, there were beasts that had touched the realm of spiritual awakening. When a mortal opens their spiritual awareness, they become a cultivator. Similarly, when an ordinary beast generates a demon spirit, it transforms into what is known as a first-tier demon beast. However, this had not yet completely transformed into a demon. Otherwise, it would have already killed the hunters without mercy. Chen Ping did not rush to leave, but stood with his hands behind his back, appearing leisurely. Unbeknownst to him, this posture seemed to the hunters as if he was stunned by the big creature. Little brother, run away. That demon tiger will eat people. The older hunter at the front, panting heavily, shouted loudly as a warning. Alas, stunned. Boom. Just as the older hunter's hand was about to touch Chen Ping, he felt as if a wall of wind hit him head-on, and he was directly blasted away dozens of zhang. However, as he fell rapidly from the high altitude, he was supported by an invisible airflow and was not harmed in the slightest. Chapter 87, Golden Auspicious Island. Roar. Following that, a tiger claw as thick as a cutting board slammed towards the black-faced boy. Dad. The smell of blood mixed with a fierce wind swept over, and the black-faced boy trembled in fear, calling out in panic. Beast, you dare. The wide-eared hunter glared with wide eyes, shielding his son behind him. Clearly, he intended to use his life to block this deadly claw. Old son, brother son. This group of hunters had not yet recovered from the shock brought by Chen Ping when they saw the black-faced boy and his father in danger. They all stopped in their tracks, quickly grabbing their steel forks to rescue them. However, just then, a sound like a whistle echoed, and a fine beam of deep green light, appearing out of nowhere, shot through the forehead of the like lightning. Roar. The big creature let out a heart-wrenching wail, and in the blink of an eye, it fell from the air, instantly becoming silent. Everyone was left dumbfounded. This was a demonized big creature. It was as strong as iron, and even their specially made strong crossbows could only leave a white mark on its back, let alone its hardest skull. Yet it was pierced through the head by a mysterious object in an instant. Upon closer inspection, the deep green beam had actually floated into the hands of the blue-clad cultivator. Master Immortal. The crowd knelt down in fear. Xiao Tong, hurry and kneel. The hunter with the surname Sun pulled at his son's clothing, admonishing him in a low voice. Immortal. The black-faced boy obediently knelt down, his bright little eyes staring at the shadow needle with fervor. Although Hengshan Island was a remote place, every 10 years, immortal masters would come here to recruit disciples. So apart from the young and untrained Sun Tong, the others had seen immortal masters before. Chen Ping glanced coldly at everyone without saying a word, then suddenly, a fire wheel appeared under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. It was the immortal who saved us. The older hunter trembled, overwhelmed with excitement. Is this the power that only immortals can control? Young Sun Tong's eyes shone brightly as he stood up first and deeply bowed in the direction Chen Ping had left. Let us divide this tiger demon. The older hunter pointed at the ground, excitedly saying, even if a nearly demonized white tiger's corpse was shared among over 10 families, it would be enough to build each a small courtyard. A month later, a golden spiritual ship, measuring 20 zhang in height, sailed across the sea, cutting through the waves. The ship had 5 layers in total, and from a distance, it looked like a giant whale. Several gleaming cannon tubes stood proudly on the side of the ship. The ship was adorned with over 100 flags, fluttering in the wind, embroidered with the character Wang. This was the large spiritual ship of the Wang family. The mounted cannons could unleash an attack similar to the Qian Kuan Pillar's divine ability. In a direct confrontation, even ordinary foundation-building cultivators would have to avoid its edge. It could be said that this large spiritual ship already bore the shadow of a spiritual vessel. On the 4th layer, in Suite 137, several curtains hung in front of the door, adorned with translucent and exquisite crystal decorations, exuding a sense of luxury. A gilded beast-patterned bronze incense burner nearby emitted faint blue smoke, invigorating the spirit. This incense was made from first-tier spiritual wood, Mingxian wood. It could calm the mind and nourish the soul, helping cultivators enter a state of cultivation more quickly. Just this short 3-inch piece costs nearly 30 spiritual stones. The first piece of Mingxian incense was a gift from the Wang family. Once it burned out, any further use would require purchasing with one's own money. We will arrive at Golden Auspicious Island tomorrow. Chen Ping sat by the window, enjoying the surging waves and the boundless sea view. This was already the deep sea belonging to the Yuan-Yen archipelago, over 16,000 miles away from Haichang Island. After leaving Hengshan Island, he traveled south and finally reached Wang Family Island half a month ago. Among the dozens of surrounding forces, only 2 islands had the capability to open long-distance shipping routes. One was Haichang Island, and the other was this Wang Family Island. Therefore, he had to take a detour to Wang Family Island to board the large spiritual ship. Due to the long journey, such a trip only occurred once a month. 10 days ago, he finally boarded this spiritual ship heading to Golden Auspicious Island. It made several stops at various islands along the way. Otherwise, at the speed of the large spiritual ship, they should have already arrived at Golden Auspicious Island. Even so, the expenses for this trip were quite hefty. The price of a regular cabin ticket was 50 spiritual stones, while a suite ticket was as high as 300 spiritual stones, which only fairly affluent chi practitioners could afford. Since this was a deep-sea route, where demon beasts frequently appeared, there were always foundation-building cultivators escorting the ship. The Wang family was a subsidiary force of the Jin family, with 4 foundation-building cultivators currently present. The one overseeing this route was the second elder of the Wang family, Wang Fenglian, a mid-foundation-building cultivator. He was a master with the sword. Along the way, several waves of demon beasts attacked, all of which were killed by him with a single strike. The most dangerous encounter occurred when they were attacked by 2 mid-second-tier black hurricane crocodiles. At that moment, when the man in white appeared, most of the cultivators recognized him at a glance. One by one, they spontaneously bowed their heads and knelt, showing a respectful demeanor. Some low-tier female cultivators even sparkled with admiration in their eyes, wishing to offer themselves. Qin Dong, the island master of Qingma Island, was a well-known powerful loose cultivator with late foundation-building cultivation. He occupied the second-tier island of Qingma Island alone, and even the Wang family had to give him some face. After driving away the black hurricane crocodiles, Qin Dong vanished without a trace, never to appear again. The rest of the journey was quite calm, without any major setbacks. A day later, Golden Auspicious Island has arrived. Please, fellow Taoists, disembark quickly. Wang Fenglian's slightly aged voice suddenly echoed through the spiritual ship. Although he addressed them as fellow Taoists, there was a hint of an undeniable commanding tone. However, just a moment ago, Chen Ping vaguely sensed the presence of divine consciousness seeping towards Qin Dong's private room. It must be Wang Fenglian communicating with Qin Dong in private. But this is understandable. The difference in cultivation levels is evident. Wang Fenglian, a dignified foundation establishment expert, can only respect those who are stronger than him. Chen Ping followed the crowd and disembarked from the spirit boat. The dock here is several times larger than that of Haichang City. In the shallow waters near the shore, there are at least dozens of boats competing in the race. In the distance, a towering multicolored lighthouse stands majestically, reaching hundreds of zhang in height. From all directions, cultivators arrive one after another. The scene before his eyes is one of prosperity and flourishing. The Jin family has operated on Jinrui Island for over 1,000 years, And in terms of scale and heritage, they are not something the Chun family can compare to.